My name is Caesar. I am a stranger in a land of ice and death. For a month, I have wandered the edges of Ironhide Village like a ghost, starving and freezing in my tattered rags. This place has one rule: no outsiders. To the north are unreachable mountains, to the south a forest of monsters, and everywhere else, bandits. Hunger drove me to a desperate plan. I approached the village gate, where two guards, Barton and Allen, watched me with suspicion and stone weapons. I played the part of a weak, repentant beggar. I bowed low, calling them noble knights, to feed their pride. While my head was in the snow, I secretly scattered frozen insects to lure the village chickens toward me. To keep them distracted, I lied. I told them I was a former caravan guard and promised to teach them how to make superior weapons. Their greed for better tools made them let their guard down. As they stepped closer to hear my secret, I acted. I threw a stick and a handful of dirt into their eyes, blinding them. In the confusion, I snatched two chickens, biting one to keep it quiet, and sprinted for my life. I ran toward the dark, metallic forest at the foot of the mountains. I heard their angry shouts and heavy footsteps behind me, but I didn't stop until I reached the trees. The guards stopped at the edge. Even their rage couldn't overcome their fear of this eerie woods. I mocked them from the shadows, watching as they eventually turned back. I have survived another day. I have food in my hands, but as I look into the twisted, shimmering trees, I know I have traded the threat of men for something far more mysterious and dangerous. After my narrow escape, my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. I retreated to my secret hideout, a small cave hidden behind vines and heavy boulders. The walls of this place are covered in deep scratches from some unknown beast, a constant reminder that I am never truly safe. I am a stranger in this world, and my life here has been miserable. I arrived with nothing but a strange, dark red book made of skin and veins that lives inside my own abdomen. It is warm and elastic, appearing only when I call it forth with my mind. For a month, it has been useless. Its pages remain blank, and no matter how I try to activate it, it stays silent. Living as a beggar near Ironhide Village is a death sentence. The villagers are cruel. One man, Allen, nearly killed me for begging. I've spent my days watching them harvest the indestructible bark from the local trees, which they sell to the outside world. To the north are frozen mountains, and to the south is a forest of monsters. Every path is a dead end. I realized then that I must either steal or use force if I want to stay alive. In the safety of the cave, I prepared my stolen chickens. I used a sharp stone to clean them and started a fire to roast the meat. I even saved the blood in a small pit, thinking it might be useful later. After eating, I hid the fire and tried to rest in the darkness. Suddenly, the silence broke. I heard heavy, stumbling breathing and footsteps racing toward my cave. My heart pounded as I grabbed my wooden spear. A dark, twisted figure crashed into the rocks at my entrance. When I looked through in the stone, I froze in terror. Two glowing, blood-red eyes were staring right back at me. This was no human, and it was definitely not a wild animal. I stared into those glowing red eyes and felt a chill go down my spine. They were not human. I jumped back into the corner of the cave, holding my wooden spear as the entrance wall collapsed with a loud bang. A figure fell face down into the dirt. I threw a rock at it, but it didn't move. When the dust settled, I recognized the armor. It was a villager from Ironhide Village. My first thought was greed. That armor could save my life. But then I saw the man's hands. His fingernails were long, sharp, and gray. Something was very wrong. I tried to sneak past the body to escape, but I couldn't leave the armor behind. I decided to finish him off while he was down. I lunged forward and stabbed my spear into his neck. It felt like piercing thick, old leather, and a foul, rotten smell filled the air. There was no blood. Suddenly, a cold, powerful hand grabbed my ankle. The grip was so strong it felt like my bones would snap. In a panic, I stabbed the head of the creature over and over. Finally, the grip loosened. Its face was a mess of broken teeth and crushed bone, but as I watched, the wounds began to heal instantly. The flesh twitched and closed up right before my eyes. Terror took over. I grabbed my food and ran into the forest. Even with its face destroyed, I could hear the monster getting up to chase me. I knew I couldn't outrun it forever, and the trees were too tall to climb. I saw a low spot in the snow covered with dead leaves and branches. I had to hide, or I was going to die. I dove into the snow, digging a hole and covering myself with branches. To hide my scent, I smeared frozen animal waste over my skin. I watched as the monster stood just meters away. It had changed, gray skin, fangs, and long claws. It growled but couldn't find me. Suddenly, 3 wolves attacked it. To my horror, the creature felt no pain and healed instantly. It killed the wolves, drank their blood, and ran back toward the village. I realized these things were like vampires. The next morning, I looked at the village and saw it was overrun. Dozens of these monsters wandered the streets. I was trapped, but then my mysterious book of flesh pulsed with energy. For the first time, a glowing red page appeared with a recipe. It told me to find a specific crimson fungus corpse in the village, fill its mouth with soil, and carve runes to get a crimson seed. If I eat it, a blade made of roots will grow from my arm. This was my only chance to get real power. I spent the day preparing. I found fertile soil and wrapped it in a cloth. Then, I went through a disgusting process to hide my human smell. I mixed animal waste with melted snow to make a foul mud and covered my entire body in it. I even put pieces of waste in my mouth to mask the heat of my breath. Under the cover of night, I began to crawl toward the village. I moved only a few centimeters at a time, pretending to be a lifeless object. I reached the gate, where 30 monsters were circling. One came within 2 meters of me. Its red eyes swept over my body, and its nose twitched, but it didn't attack. My plan was working. I am now deep in enemy territory, inches away from death, searching for the corpse that will give me the power to fight back. The scent disguise had worked. Caesar forced down his excitement and continued to crawl at a snail's pace toward the village gate. He finally entered the village. Inside, the place was in ruins, broken and chaotic. Dark, dried blood covered the walls of several houses. The whole village was silent, except for the slow-moving monsters wandering within. Caesar studied his surroundings, trying to recall where the body was. Soon, he located it, about 50 meters ahead, in a small open space surrounded by a few wooden houses that were still mostly intact. He began to crawl again. After what felt like a long time, he finally reached the crimson body. Unlike the dried corpses nearby, this one looked swollen. Its surface was covered with thick red fuzz that seemed to move slightly, glowing faintly with a scarlet light. Found it. Caesar's heart pounded. Today, I changed my fate. He didn't dare to be careless. He had already wrapped the few pieces of cloth he had tightly around his hands, unsure if touching the strange fuzz directly would be dangerous. He carefully touched a small patch of exposed skin on the body's wrist, where the fuzz was thinner. It felt oddly elastic, like the skin of some deep-sea creature. To his relief, the cloth around his fingers showed no reaction and remained intact. Phew! Caesar sighed in his heart. The fuzz didn't seem to be aggressive. He had prepared for the worst. If necessary, he would have used his wooden spear to pierce the body and drag it away, even if that risked damaging the recipe required by the Book of Flesh. Caesar quickly scanned the area. The nearest monster was about 10 meters away, moving slowly with its back to him. His eyes then turned to a nearby wooden house with its door wide open. Inside, it was dark, but under the faint moonlight, he could see that it was mostly empty, no sign of life. Carefully, Caesar adjusted his position and angle. He moved his head to the side of the strange body, then slowly lifted his hands toward it. The 2 hands wrapped in cloth firmly gripped the creature's cold, slippery wrist. The wriggling fuzz on its skin made his palms tingle even through the fabric. Caesar began dragging the fungal corpse toward the cabin door. It was much heavier than he had expected. He didn't dare use too much force, so he moved backward very slowly. In his past life, the old man often said that the greatest surprise was when nothing unexpected happened. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound came from the pile of ruins nearby. Every muscle in Caesar's body tensed. His sharp eyes locked onto the source of the noise. Under a collapsed log, a few broken bricks were pushed aside, opening a narrow gap. A dirt-covered face slowly emerged. Arlen. He's still alive. Caesar's pupils shrank as he cursed silently. Arlen saw Caesar too, and his face lit up with desperate joy. Caesar, help me, he whispered urgently, blinking hard, his eyes full of pleading. Caesar frowned deeply and shot him a cold glare, signaling him to stay quiet. But Arlen's will to survive was stronger than his fear. Seeing Caesar unmoved, and even dragging the corpse faster, Arlen's eyes darkened with resentment. He glared at Caesar and hissed, "If you don't help me, I'll shout. If I can't live, you won't either." His eyes burned with hatred. Caesar cursed inwardly, wishing he could silence the fool right then. In a situation like this, a desperate man could do anything. He made his decision in an instant. Caesar shot Arlen a fierce look, then gave a tiny nod, signaling him to crawl over quietly. Arlen's face lit up with relief, and he began squeezing out from the rubble. Caesar's heart pounded as he kept watch on the monsters around them, dragging the corpse faster. He had to reach the cabin as soon as possible. Arlen finally crawled free and started inching towards Caesar and the cabin. He was too nervous. As he tried to move quickly past a pile of sharp wooden debris, a cry of pain burst from his throat. As he pushed off the ground, his right thigh slammed hard into a sharp wooden stake. Blood gushed out at once. Oh no! Caesar was terrified, his mind almost blank with fear. Almost at the same moment, the smell of blood spread through the air. A deep growl echoed nearby. Caesar looked in horror toward the sound. About 30 or 40 meters away, two monsters that had been wandering slowly suddenly froze. Then, their sluggish steps turned into a terrifying sprint as they rushed towards Caesar and Alan. The foul stench around them was useless now. The scent of fresh blood had taken over. It was a matter of life and death. Caesar no longer cared about staying hidden. He grabbed the corpse's wrist tightly and sprinted toward a wooden house with its door wide open. Alan, pale with fear and pain, pushed himself to move, stumbling and crawling after Caesar. Behind them, the two monsters, driven wild by the smell of blood, moved even faster, closing the distance between them. The noise seemed to attract more creatures from farther away. Angry growls echoed from different directions. Just as one of the monster's claws was about to reach the back of his neck, inside, Caesar shouted, dragging the heavy body and stumbling into the house. Alan followed right after, almost falling through the doorway. A furious roar came from just outside. Without looking back, Caesar used his momentum to kick the door shut. The monsters outside began scratching and slamming against it wildly. "Quick, hold the door," Caesar shouted to Alan, who was frozen in fear on the floor. He jumped up and rushed to a pile of old junk in the corner. "Move it," Caesar yelled, pushing anything heavy he could find against the door. Alan snapped out of it and joined in, pressing his shoulder against a broken wooden cabinet. But the monster's strength was overwhelming. The cabinet kept sliding backward. "That beam. Use it to brace the door." Caesar spotted a thick, broken beam in the corner. With a shout, he and Alan lifted it together and wedged it tightly against the door. Caesar's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at Alan, but now was not the time to deal with him. His gaze then fell on the crimson corpse lying not far away. The writhing fur on it glowed faintly red in the darkness. The first step had both succeeded and failed. He had entered, but was completely exposed, and had brought in a ticking time bomb. Struggling, Caesar crawled toward the strange corpse that seemed to hold his only hope. His mind was stretched to the limit. There was no time to think. More and more monsters were approaching. Boom. The gate wouldn't hold much longer. Two mutated creatures outside were pounding and tearing at it. Without hesitation, Caesar straightened the corpse. With a thought, he felt a strange movement in the flesh of his abdomen, and a blood-red book slowly separated from his body. Alan, watching from behind, felt a flash of fear in his eyes, but also a trace of greed. Caesar opened the book. A crimson page floated in the air, and he began to follow the steps written on it. He untied the clean soil wrapped around his left leg. The corpse's face was now unrecognizable, covered in dense red fuzz that could make anyone faint from fear. Caesar pulled out a broken wooden spear from his leg and pried open the corpse's mouth. Strangely, though the body was covered in red fur, the inside of its mouth was bare, glowing faintly red. Down its throat, something unknown seemed to be moving. Caesar had no time to study the corpse. He carefully poured the soil into its mouth until it was full. The next step was the hardest. Caesar frowned. No drawing tools. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his eyes locking onto Alan, who was trembling in the corner. "Alan," Caesar's voice was cold as ice. He pointed at the corpse. "If you want to live, come here." Alan flinched. Hearing the furious pounding on the door, his instinct to survive overcame his fear. As soon as Alan came close, Caesar lunged at him. In Alan's terrified gaze, Caesar's bandaged hand gripped the edge of his wound tightly. "Ah! Ah!" Alan cried out in pain. Caesar ignored him, his fingers tightening as more blood poured out, quickly staining the cloth wrapped around his hand. "Caesar, what are you doing?" Alan trembled in agony. "Be quiet. If you don't want those things outside to tear you apart, stay still." Caesar growled, his eyes showing no mercy. Without looking at the nearly unconscious Alan, he bent down and focused all his attention on the crimson body before him. The rune formed a large circle from head to toe, completely enclosing the body within it. Then he began drawing smaller, intricate symbols inside. Caesar frowned deeply. He swore this was even more complicated than the formulas he had studied in his previous life. Bang! The wooden door cracked open with a loud crash. Several arms through the widening gap, clawing wildly. The entire doorframe shook violently, and the beam blocking the door was pushed back again and again. Caesar's heart pounded as he drew faster and faster. The moment the final was completed, buzz! The blood-drawn runes on the ground began to move as if alive, glowing red and turning into scarlet flames. The flames gave off no heat, only a chilling cold. The body within began to change. Under the eerie fire, it quickly shriveled and dried up, turning into gray-black ash, as if the flames were absorbing its life force. At the same time, the soil in the body's mouth changed from black to crimson, writhing as if stirred by some strange energy. Caesar stared at it intently. A small crimson sprout suddenly broke through, growing at an astonishing speed. Its stems stretched upward, and the bud at the top swelled into the size of a fist, all within seconds. A scarlet plant nearly a meter tall had grown from the body's mouth. When it stopped growing, the bud slowly began to bloom, layer by layer. A strange, indescribable aura filled the ruined wooden house as the flower opened, and the crimson light spread over Caesar and Alan. The light seemed to carry a strange kind of magic, easing everyone's minds and even slowing the movements of the creature at the door. Beside him, Alan stared in shock. He felt a tingling sensation in his leg. He quickly tore open his pant leg and saw that his wound was healing right before his eyes. This supernatural power. Caesar's eyes widened. He had seen it clearly too. Then, from the center of the flower, 7 thin branches grew out, each holding a small, red, bean-sized seed that pulsed faintly. Success. Since arriving in this world, Caesar had never been this happy. All his hardships had led to this moment. Carefully, he gathered the 7 seeds. The glow from the book of flesh slowly faded, and the strange plant withered away, turning into red dust. Caesar tore off a clean piece of cloth from his pants, wrapped 6 of the seeds tightly, and tied them around his wrist. Just then, Caesar! A greedy voice came from the corner. Caesar turned sharply. Under the red light, Alan's dirt-covered face looked twisted and strange. His eyes were fixed on the bundle around Caesar's wrist and the single seed still in Caesar's hand. Heh! Caesar let out a cold laugh. He slowly opened his palm, revealing the red seed pulsing softly. "Alan," Caesar said in a low, calm voice that carried a strange pull, "come here. You helped. This one is yours." Alan's breathing grew heavy. He crawled closer, forcing a flattering smile. "Caesar, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have treated you badly. You really mean to give it to me?" Though he spoke apologetically, his eyes never left the seed, and a flicker of hidden malice flashed within them. Of course, as Caesar spoke, his gaze briefly swept the ground, and he bent down naturally. Alan, focused entirely on the seed, didn't notice what that movement meant. Just as he was about to reach for the seed, whoosh! He suddenly felt a chill on his neck, and a powerful force pierced through his throat in an instant. All expression froze on Alan's face. He opened his mouth, but could only make a choking sound. Pain and suffocation rushed over him as he looked down in horror. He saw a sharp wooden spike, covered in dirt, deeply embedded in his neck, with blood flowing down from it. "Thank you for not dying," Caesar said calmly, then gave a cold smile. He released the wooden spike, letting Alan collapse to the ground. Blood quickly formed a small pool on the broken wooden floor. Boom. At the same time, the cabin door could no longer hold. A gap had already opened, and 2 or 3 monster arms were reaching through, tearing the door apart. Caesar stared at the seed in his hand, feeling an unusual calm. Life or death, this is it. This was extraordinary power. Who on Blue Star could resist such temptation? Before the roar outside faded, Caesar swallowed the crimson seed in his palm without hesitation. Gulp! A strange feeling spread through him. The seed seemed to have its own will. He could clearly feel it moving inside his body, following some unknown path toward his right palm. Ah! A sharp pain burst from his palm, and he couldn't help but groan. Rip! The skin on his right palm bulged outward, and a plant sprouted from it, just like the one that had grown from the corpse moments ago, forcing its way out of his flesh. Under his shocked gaze, within just a few seconds, the plant grew and changed shape, turning into a crimson greatsword. The sword looked like an enlarged leaf. Its handle wasn't separate, but was part of the plant's stem, directly connected to the flesh of Caesar's palm. Even more astonishing, his entire body felt greatly strengthened. Feeling the power surging inside him, Caesar could no longer suppress the wild excitement in his heart. Outside, the monsters had completely broken in. The nearest ones were less than 5 steps away, their foul breath almost reaching his face. At that moment, humanity's most primal fighting instinct was completely awakened by the crimson sword. Get out of my way! Caesar roared, pouring all his strength into his right leg and kicking the wooden door with full force. Boom! The door, along with the 3 strange creatures blocking it, was blown away without resistance. Holding the massive crimson sword that was nearly as tall as himself, Caesar slowly stepped out through the shattered doorway. Outside, more mutated villagers were drawn by the noise, surrounding him from all directions with low, growling sounds. Caesar licked his dry lips, feeling the pulse of the sword's handle beating in sync with his own. Come on. Unfortunately, there was no audience for this scene, or perhaps there was. Roar. As far as he could see, countless figures were moving, revealing hundreds of shapes rushing madly towards Caesar. The 3 in front were especially fast, running on all 4s, their claws aiming straight for his neck. But Caesar's senses, strengthened by the crimson seed, allowed him to clearly see the path of their attacks. He simply leaned back slightly, dodging them all with ease. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Let's see what you can do. The sword's edge wasn't sharp. It felt flexible and resilient, like a living plant. In that instant, a creature leapt silently from behind, taking advantage of the chaos to attack from his blind spot. Without even turning fully, Caesar's enhanced hearing caught the sound of air being cut. He swung the crimson sword backward in one smooth motion. Thud! The creature's claws struck the thick spine of the sword, sending a jolt through Caesar's arm before it was knocked away. It landed, roared again, and lunged once more. Caesar's eyes hardened as he swung the sword upward with great force. Flash! The moment the crimson blade touched the creature, it seemed to carry a strange power that ignored physical defense. The monster was torn apart in an instant. The 2 halves of its body were flung to either side by the force of the. Caesar froze for a moment. The feeling from that strike was strange. When his blade touched the creature, it seemed to slide through its body in a way he couldn't understand. Then, to his horror, a finger-thick, dark red worm crawled out from the neatly split head, twisting and struggling. The worm was completely crimson, like an oversized earthworm. It had no eyes, only a mouth that kept opening and closing, covered in slime. Around the mouth were 4 sharp, inward-curving fangs, and at its tail grew a cluster of wriggling red tendrils. It's this thing, Caesar suddenly realized. But then, an invisible force seemed to spread from his crimson greatsword, pulling at the worm. Its plump body shriveled rapidly before his eyes. At the same time, Caesar felt a faint warmth in his right palm. He looked down at the sword. The already bright crimson color now seemed even deeper, absorbing life force. The words from the Book of Flesh flashed through his mind. So that's it. It draws the enemy's life energy directly. A roar echoed around him. The surrounding monsters showed no fear. Hundreds of twisted figures charged at him from all directions, even more frenzied than before. Facing this terrifying tide, an overwhelming surge of battle fury exploded from deep within Caesar's heart. The roles have changed. Come on. He growled like a beast, the ground beneath his feet bursting with dust. Empowered by the extraordinary speed granted by the Crimson Seed, Caesar's figure blurred into a streak of red as he charged straight into the oncoming horde. The moment he entered their ranks, he lowered his body almost to the ground, swinging his heavy sword in a powerful, sweeping arc. A sharp sound tore through the air. The 5 or 6 monsters at the front were cut cleanly in half, their upper bodies thrown forward by sheer momentum. From the severed bodies, 5 crimson worms crawled out in panic, but they quickly shriveled and died under the sword's invisible pull. Yet there were far too many monsters. Even as Caesar fought fiercely, another one had already closed in on his right side. The monster was a bit luckier this time. When Caesar's sword swept past, the tip only left a deep cut on its side. From his earlier observations, Caesar knew these creatures could heal non-fatal wounds by using the slime inside their bodies, and absorbing blood could speed up the process. The flesh around the wound began to squirm, trying to close it. But something strange happened. The slime lost its power the moment it touched the torn flesh. It's not just simple life absorption. Caesar caught sight of this from the corner of his eye, and a thought flashed through his mind. It seems to drain part of the enemy's very structure, as if it permanently lowers their life limit. No matter how fast they could heal, once their life limit kept dropping, death was inevitable. This was far more terrifying than simple physical damage. Hiss! Before Caesar could think further, sharp pain shot through his shoulder. A monster had silently crept into his blind spot and slashed his back hard. Rip! 3 deep wounds instantly appeared, and blood flowed out. Not good. Caesar's heart sank. He spun around, swinging his crimson greatsword in fury. The sweeping strike cut the attacking monster and its 2 nearby companions clean in half. Then, a strange warmth spread from his right palm, quickly flowing up his arm and covering his wounds. The pain faded, replaced by a tingling sensation. To Caesar's shock, the 3 wounds began to heal rapidly before his eyes, leaving no scars behind. A berserker, healing while fighting. Caesar muttered in disbelief. The power of the Crimson Seed was beyond imagination. It not only gave its host incredible strength, but also allowed him to absorb the enemy's life force and instantly turn it into healing energy. As long as there were enough enemies, he could keep fighting endlessly, growing stronger with every battle, his wounds closing in moments, his stamina never fading. Who could stand against such a relentless force? Ha ha! Caesar laughed loudly, all his doubts gone. The coldness in his eyes was replaced by burning battle fervor. The monster's attacks left deep wounds on Caesar's body, but each time he was hurt, the crimson greatsword sent back a surge of pure life energy, healing him at a speed visible to the eye. Instead of losing strength in battle, his energy grew even stronger as his life force kept being restored. The feeling was strange, both thrilling and addictive. I can't drag this out too long. A calm thought flashed through Caesar's mind. The power of the Crimson Seed was not endless. The Book of Flesh clearly stated that its strength depended on the host, which meant it had a time limit. If he couldn't finish all the enemies before that time ran out, he would surely die. He didn't even know if the seed had any harmful side effects. I need to draw them all out and finish this at once. A sharp glint flashed in Caesar's eyes. He needed bait, something obvious and tempting enough to lure them in. He swung his sword, knocking away 2 monsters in front of him to create a brief opening. Then he grabbed the broken handle of a scythe and, without hesitation, slashed across his own chest. A sharp sound cut through the air as the rusty blade tore his skin, leaving a deep wound that bled heavily. The entire horde of monsters went wild. Their eyes glowed red as they charged towards Caesar, drawn by the scent of blood. Even those hiding in the shadows, in collapsed houses, or deep in cellars were now lured out, roaring as they crawled into the open. Enduring the pain in his chest, Caesar burst into his top speed, racing around the edge of the ruined village. He ran through open spaces and past every corner where monsters might hide. With every step, drops of blood fell from his chest, leaving a broken, bright red trail across the dusty, sticky ground. I guess I never got chased in my past life. This time, I'm getting my wish, he muttered with a wry smile. As he ran, the Crimson Greatsword kept channeling the life energy it had absorbed from the dozens of monsters he had already slain, pouring it back into his body. After circling most of the village, Caesar felt he had drawn enough attention. Before him stretched a sea of monsters, creatures from every dark corner, all drawn by the scent of blood, their numbers beyond imagination. By rough estimation, there were nearly 200 of them. The entire village had turned into a true living nightmare. This should be all of them. Caesar licked his dry lips. There was no fear in his eyes, only burning determination and the pressure of time. No time to waste, just do it. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a bellows, and let out a wild roar that shook the night sky. His voice drowned out the monster's cries, filled with unstoppable resolve. The unstoppable began. Caesar moved. This time, he no longer dodged or retreated. He became a pure, efficient force of destruction, focused on one goal: to eliminate every monster in sight as quickly as possible. The crimson greatsword in his hands glowed brighter and brighter. The lines on its blade pulsed like living veins, greedily absorbing the life energy around it. A faint red light surrounded Caesar's body. His wounds appeared and vanished again, blood covering him before being replaced by new skin. Finally, when the first pale light of dawn broke through the bloody mist over the village and shone upon the battlefield, huff, 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 Caesar leaned on his sword, his body still strong thanks to the flow of life energy, though his mind was nearly overwhelmed by exhaustion after an hour of relentless fighting. The village square was silent. The ground was covered with the remains of monsters and shriveled worm-like creatures. As the worms left the villagers' bodies, the red glow faded from their eyes, their twisted faces and sharp claws slowly returning to human form. Fighting to stay awake, Caesar looked around. That should be all of them, right? He murmured, finally letting his guard down a little. But in that instant of relief, something changed. He suddenly felt a strong pulling sensation in his right hand, as if something was being drawn out of his veins. The power granted by the Crimson Seed began to fade rapidly. Before his eyes, the Crimson Greatsword turned into a pile of dry fragments within seconds, then crumbled into dust and slipped through his fingers. The wound in his palm that connected to the sword hilt faded after the last flash of red light, leaving only a small red mark. As the Crimson Greatsword completely vanished and the wound on his palm healed, Caesar let out a muffled cry of pain. A deep weakness washed over him, as if he had worked all day under the scorching sun without food, water, or rest, then pushed his body far beyond its limits before being forced to march another 5 kilometers with heavy gear. His legs gave out, and he fell to his knees with a thud. An hour. It lasts about an hour, and the side effects are severe. He muttered through clenched teeth, forcing himself to stay conscious. The power of the Crimson Seed was extraordinary, but it came with a heavy price. In this weakened state, he could barely stand, let alone fight. I must save some strength to escape. At the same time, Caesar realized how precious the 6 seeds were. They were his last resort in desperate times. Who knew when he would find another like them? Now, his gaze swept over the ruined houses in the distance. It's time to gather what I can. The sunlight finally drove away the last trace of night, shining on Caesar's blood-stained yet determined face. He took his first step toward the unknown world ahead. This cursed yet purified nameless village would forever remain in his memory. This was his beginning. The Lord of Light hung high above, illuminating all things below. Caesar rolled his neck and stretched his limbs. His body had recovered somewhat, though a dull ache still lingered in his bones, and his movements were far from smooth. Good enough. As long as I can move, he muttered under his breath. His eyes swept across the silent ruins. Most of the wooden houses had collapsed, shattered by immense force, and snow covered much of the devastation. There was no time to dwell on it. Caesar knew what he needed to do. Find anything useful: food, armor, weapons, and information. His understanding of this world was still at a very basic level. Dragging his still heavy legs, he walked toward a wooden house that was relatively intact among the ruins. It stood near the edge of the village, so it had suffered less damage. The structure was still standing, though the doors and windows were crooked. A cracked wooden sign hung by the entrance, carved with a rough image of a barrel. A tavern? Doesn't look like a villager's home. More like a small shop, Caesar guessed. The village was too remote and poor to have a proper tavern. It was probably a place that sold cheap drinks and a few daily goods. He reached out to push the shaky wooden door. The hinges let out a sharp creak, and as soon as he opened a small gap, a cloud of dust rushed out. Cough, cough. Caesar quickly covered his mouth and nose with his arm, his eyes watering. It took a while before the dust finally settled. Squinting, he looked inside. The light was dim, but with the sunlight from the doorway, he could see that the interior was still mostly intact. Several crooked shelves stood in rows, with broken wood pieces and empty jars scattered on the floor. Even though it had only been a few days without care, the place already felt abandoned. Covering his nose, Caesar carefully stepped inside and went straight to the shelves. Most of the items were gone or knocked over. He ran his hand along one of the shelves and felt something hard. Pulling it out, he found a few clay jars sealed with animal hide and some kind of resin. When he shook them, he heard liquid sloshing inside. There's something here. Caesar's heart lifted. He was desperate for water, so he didn't care about the dirt. He wiped the jar's mouth with his hand and pried open the tough seal. A sour smell burst out. Caesar frowned, but his thirst overpowered his hesitation, and he took a big gulp. PFF. Cough, cough. The sour taste hit his throat like fire. It was worse than the cheapest alcohol he had ever tasted in his previous life. Is this drink or poison? He gasped, eyes watering as he stared at the jar of cloudy yellow liquid. In my old world, whoever made this would have been arrested for sure. He muttered, his tongue still numb. But after the burning sensation faded, he felt a warm flow in his stomach. The lingering chill in his body seemed to fade away. It tasted awful, but it was full of energy. Caesar hesitated for a moment, then decided to gather the remaining jars. In hard times, even bad-tasting drinks were better than dying of thirst. He carefully placed the jars by his feet and began to search the other corners of the room. At the back was a smaller section, probably a storage room. When Caesar pushed the door open and stepped inside, his eyes lit up. In the corner were piles of supplies, several large, rock-hard blocks that looked like cheese, and beside them, a heap of flat cakes wrapped in rough burlap. He picked up one of the cakes and tried to break it, but it wouldn't budge. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed. Cornbread or some kind of coarse-grain cake. He guessed. It was surprising that crops could even grow in this frozen wasteland. The smell and texture reminded him of the rough grain cakes made from flour in his previous life, though these were even coarser. Nearby were several large chunks of meat tied with straw rope, looking like the legs of some wild animal. Good stuff. Caesar's spirits lifted. He quickly searched the room and soon found a large, sturdy-looking bundle made of animal hide behind the counter. He began packing everything edible into it, no matter how hard or dry it was. From under a collapsed shelf, he pulled out a small cloth bag filled with dark, grainy bits that looked like dried fruit. Without hesitation, he poured them all into the bundle. After all, who knew when he'd find his next full meal? The bundle soon became heavy. Caesar tested the weight. It was heavy but still manageable. He tucked the unpleasant-tasting jars into the gaps to keep them steady. That should last me for a while, he said with satisfaction, patting the bulging pack. With food secured, he felt much more at ease. Hoisting the large bundle onto his back, Caesar stepped out of the shabby tavern. The cold outside was still biting, and the silence was absolute. He followed the edge of the ruined village, slowly moving toward the center, his sharp eyes scanning every building that still held its shape. The situation was worse than he had expected. Most of the outer houses were burned to charcoal and covered in dark stains, impossible to salvage. As he moved closer to the center, a few buildings were in slightly better condition. Finally, near an open space in the middle of the village, Caesar spotted a wooden house that clearly stood out from the rest. This wooden house is much larger and sturdier than the surrounding villagers' homes. Although the roof is somewhat collapsed, the overall frame is still intact. Here it is, Caesar's eyes lit up. With its impressive size and location, this place is very likely the village chief's home. Such a place probably holds good things, and it's where Caesar hopes to find the information he dreams of. Caesar excitedly placed his bag on a relatively clean stone bench outside. He stretched his sore shoulders, and then quickly ran to the wooden door. He pushed the door, but it seemed blocked from inside by something. He stepped back and kicked the middle of the door with all his strength. With a loud bang, the door shook violently, and whatever was blocking it seemed to loosen. He kicked again. Clatter! A pile of fallen debris spilled out from behind the door, kicking up dust. Covering his mouth and nose, Caesar waited for the dust to settle before stepping inside. The scene inside confirmed his guess. The space was much larger than a typical villager's house. In the center of the floor, there was a huge, grayish-white beast hide. Although stained with blood, it still looked valuable. On the walls, there were a few fierce wolf head specimens. The wolves' eyes were hollow, and their fangs were exposed. There was also a large snow deer skull. Good stuff is definitely here, Caesar shouted excitedly. His eyes immediately fixed on a wooden rack placed against the wall in the center of the room. On the rack, there was a complete set of leather armor. It was not the simple kind that villagers wear, with just a few wooden pieces nailed onto the chest and back. This armor was made from thick animal hides, with key areas reinforced with polished wooden plates. These plates were securely fastened with tough beast tendon cords, covering much more area than ordinary villagers' wooden armor. Even more impressive, the lining of the armor was a thick layer of white fur, resembling the soft undercoat of a snow deer, providing excellent warmth. Great stuff. Caesar carefully took down the set of leather and wood composite armor from the rack. It felt heavy and solid in his hands. He dusted it off and then put it on. He fastened the simple leather straps inside the armor, and immediately, a firm, snug feeling wrapped around him, blocking out some of the cold. Caesar moved his shoulders and arms slightly. The hard wooden pieces rubbed against each other, but the protective gear made him feel much safer. Cold weapons, Caesar couldn't help but exclaim. The feeling was hard to describe. Then, his eyes looked toward the shelf nearby, where several long spears leaned against the wall. He walked over and picked them up one by one to check. Most were simple wooden spears, with tips tied with sharpened bones or stones. Soon, he chose a different one. The shaft was still made of hard wood, but the tip was made of iron. Although it wasn't sharpened perfectly, and the connection between the iron and wood was wrapped repeatedly with tough animal hide strips, making it look primitive and heavy, it was made of iron. That was much better than bones or stones. Caesar held the heavy iron spear and swung it a few times. It was rough, but much better than his previous one. His sense of safety increased again. Now that he had food and equipment, Caesar felt more at ease. He started to search the room more carefully. He looked through the fallen cabinets and checked the boxes in the corner. Most were empty or filled with worthless junk. Finally, his eyes landed on a heavy wooden table in the center of the room. Next to the collapsed tabletop, there were several thick books bound with leather and some papers filled with writing scattered around. Caesar's heart suddenly jumped. These were exactly what he needed most right now. Information about this world. He carefully pulled the books and papers out of the wooden debris and sat cross-legged on the ground. He also dragged in the heavy food package. The poor quality wine and dried meat inside had long since been digested. He untied the package and pulled out a frozen, hard chicken leg, roughly wiping it with his sleeve. Then, Caesar held the chicken leg in his mouth like a lollipop and eagerly opened the thickest-looking book on top. The cover was written in a bold, rough font, Records of Vistlot Continent. He flipped to the first page. The yellowed parchment was written in dark brown ink. The beginning was straightforward. Carlos Vane, an adventurer wandering between land and sea. Below it, in small letters, may the Lord of Light and the Mother of Shadows witness this journey. Carlos? An adventurer? That's interesting. Caesar licked his frozen, numb lips and continued to read. According to Carlos's records, he finally learned that the land beneath him belongs to a vast world called Veslet. The shape of the continent is quite strange. It mainly consists of two large land masses, east and west. These two land masses are connected at the northern end, forming a huge icy plain. Then, the continent gradually separates as it extends southward, with a vast ocean called the Edge lying between them. Caesar guessed, this is probably the terrible place I'm in right now. The book mentioned that many brave sailors had tried to explore beyond the continent. They sailed large ships deep into the ocean. However, a few who survived described that after traveling a very long distance, their compasses would spin wildly, and the stars would become confusing and hard to recognize, as if all directions lost meaning. Even more frightening, the crew would start to act strangely, murmuring words no one understood, and eventually, some would jump into the sea or turn on each other in madness. Carlos guessed that deep in the ocean, there might be some powerful, ancient creature capable of twisting minds. Because of this, almost no one has tried such dangerous sea voyages in the past 100 years. Is there some kind of monster deep in the ocean? Caesar suddenly thought. It sounded ridiculous, but Carlos's description definitely had a strange, evil feeling. The most important part of the book was about the 4 strongest human empires on Veslet. The Ash Empire. It is located in the southern part of the western continent. Carlos also calls it the Dragon Empire in the book. The royal family members have a very special title, True Dragon Tamer. As the name suggests, they can control a terrifying creature called a dragon. Because of this, the Ash Empire has the strongest air force among the 4 great empires. The book's description of dragons made Caesar gasp. They are huge creatures covered with thick scales. Their deadliest weapon is the dragon flame. They breathe out a high-temperature fire that can burn everything. Carlos wrote with very serious words. Ordinary soldiers face the dragon knights, and only at the moment when the dragon flames fall do they turn to ash. Even the chance to turn and run away is a luxury. The earth turns black under the dragon flames, and the city walls melt away like snow. What? Caesar exclaimed in surprise, almost dropping the frozen chicken in his mouth. Who would have thought that even dragons exist in this world? He quickly swallowed his saliva and kept reading. The second great empire is the Green Soil Empire. It is located in the middle of the western continent, occupying an ancient forest called the Evergreen Forest. But the rulers of this empire are not humans. Carlos called them children of the forest. They are a kind of humanoid race with skin that looks like bark and slightly pointed ears. Are these elves? Caesar thought, clicking his tongue. The Green Soil Empire is the newest of the 4 great empires. According to the book, there was no unified empire here at first. The children of the forest lived scattered. It was only when the powerful Ash Empire coveted the rich resources of the forest and began invading that the children of the forest showed their true abilities. They are excellent archers, able to move through the dense woods like ghosts. More importantly, they also have strong aerial forces, griffin riders. Caesar turned to the next page and saw a hand-drawn picture of a griffin. It is a strange creature with the upper body of an eagle and the lower body and tail of a lion, with large wings on its back. Carlos said, although griffins are not as powerful as dragons, they are swift and agile. 10 well-trained griffin riders working together can hunt down a lone dragon knight. The most frightening ability of the children of the forest is their ability to communicate with animals in the forest. A few years ago, the Ash Empire launched an attack from the Great Rock City at the edge of the forest. A vanguard general of the Green Soil Empire blew a strange horn on the battlefield. This led thousands of poisonous insects to swarm toward Great Rock City. Even the elite knights, covered in armor, could not resist the biting insects that entered everywhere. In just one night, the strong city turned into a death zone. After this battle, the children of the forest established a unified Green Soil Empire deep in the Evergreen Forest. Their main policy seems to be protecting the forest, and they rarely expand outward actively. The third great empire is called the Golden Empire, known as the Golden Land. It is located in the southern part of the eastern continent. The core area of the empire is a hot desert called the Golden Sand Sea, Carlos said. Among the 4 great empires, the Golden Empire might be the most stable. In the desert, they are unbeatable conquerors. No army can defeat them there. The reason is simple. The horses from other countries on the Vislat continent cannot survive the harsh desert environment. But the Golden Empire breeds a special mount called the sand camel. Carlos described this creature in detail. It is larger than a normal horse and sturdier than camels on Earth. Its most noticeable feature is 3 huge humps on its back. This gives the Golden Empire's army the ability to move quickly and fight flexibly in the desert. But the real power of the Golden Empire comes from a creature called the Golden Beast. Legend says the founding ruler of the Golden Empire made a deal with an ancient god deep in the desert. This led to the appearance of a special group of people who can control a terrifying creature called the desert worm. The book describes the desert worm as a giant lurking deep in the sands. An adult can be over 100 meters long and can move freely through the sand layers. When they suddenly leap out of the sands, their open mouths can swallow entire camel caravans or even small fortresses. Carlos emphasized, they are the true rulers of the ground, unbeatable and unmatched. No other creature can stand against them on land. They are creations of the gods, but they cannot leave the desert's home ground. They only dominate the desert. Even the proud dragons of the Ashen Empire cannot get the upper hand in the desert sky. Flying too high, their flames can't burn the deep-dwelling worms effectively. Flying too low, the worm's incredible jumping ability can drag unsuspecting dragons into the sands. It is said that the Ashen Empire lost 2 noble royal members because of this, causing a huge stir across the continent. Finally, there is the Northern Empire, called the Eternal Wolf. Carlos found his current location and learned that the Northern Empire is also called the Eternal Wolf. Its territory spans the northernmost parts of both the eastern and western continents, like a cold link connecting the two lands. The Eternal Permafrost is the northernmost border of the Northern Empire. Carlos openly admits in his book that the Northern Empire is relatively weak among the 4 great empires, whether in ground troops, air forces, or navy. Their army mainly consists of tough, cold-resistant infantry, light cavalry skilled in snow attacks, and a small number of long-range units adapted to harsh cold. But Carlos quickly shifts his tone and highly praises the rulers of the Northern Empire throughout history. He writes, "The lords of the North are all children of the wolf god. According to ancient legends and scattered evidence, each ruler of the North, when inheriting the throne, makes a bloodline pact with some ancient creature that lives in the far north of the world. This pact grants them extraordinary strength and some incredible abilities." The book mentions the current ruler of the Northern Empire, Surt Alya. 6 years ago, a proud dragon rider from the Ash Empire arrogantly invaded northern skies, trying to show off power. Surt Alya fought alone, facing a fierce snowstorm on a northern icy cliff, and personally killed an adult dragon. He is the only person in the history of Veslok continent widely recognized as a solo dragon slayer. This battle shocked the entire continent and completely subdued the ambitions of the other 2 great empires, especially the Ash Empire, which coveted the frozen lands of the north. A solo dragon slayer? Surt Alya? That guy is really impressive. Caesar was also a bit surprised. Besides the 4 great empires, the book also spends considerable space describing the central eastern part of the continent. There, no unified large empire has formed. Instead, dozens of small countries and clans are scattered across the region. To survive, these forces have formed a loose alliance to resist pressure from the other 4 empires. Carlos calls this area the most chaotic and dark corner of Veslok continent. It is filled with all kinds of gray and black professions: wizards, demon hunters, bounty hunters, fugitives, traders, cultists. It is a paradise for adventurers and a nightmare for ordinary people. However, Carlos also describes that there are a few well-known countries in this region. The Shadow Realm is a small city-state known for assassination. It is said to train very special killers called shadow assassins, who are skilled at blending into shadows. They are famous across the continent for their stealth skills. Near the western coast of the mainland is Tidal Fortress. The residents of this kingdom are not pure humans, but a mutated race called Sea People. They have fish-like gill slits on their cheeks, allowing them to breathe underwater. Their homes are mainly built in underwater caves and coral reefs close to the shore. Carlos mentions that both men and women of the Sea People are very beautiful, making them highly sought after and expensive in markets. Interestingly, he notes that nearly half of the buyers of male Sea People slaves are male nobles. The book also briefly talks about tribes that worship chaos storms, alchemical city-states that make strange potions, and secret societies that worship evil gods. Just as I guessed, Caesar sighs, not surprised. Based on the tragedies he has seen in the Book of Flesh and the Skin Village, it's clear that some supernatural power exists in this world. Caesar notices that Carlos repeatedly mentions wizards and demon hunters when describing the chaotic lands of the East. This is the part he cares about most. He quickly flips through the pages, eager to find out what role he might play in this power system. At the start, Carlos clearly states that on the continent of Vislat, real power is still held tightly by the four great empires. Large armies are the foundation of this land. Even mighty dragons dare not attack a well-equipped knight order directly. Especially notable is the dragon-hunting crossbow, designed to fight large creatures. Individual strength still matters, but in the face of steel armies and tight formations, it's less effective. The book describes two popular professions among common people. The first is called the wizard group. The wizards described by Carlos are different from the powerful mages in Caesar's past fantasies who could cause mountains to collapse with a wave. Their strength is more focused on research rather than direct destruction. They study how energy flows and the secrets of life. They are skilled at making strange magical objects and even creating or transforming living beings. For example, the founder of the Ash Empire saved a wandering, mysterious wizard by chance. In return, this wizard combined different creatures to create a powerful being called a dragon. These dragons have been used by the royal family of the Ash Empire for generations. Their way of fighting is usually indirect. A strong curse or a carefully planned play can cause more damage than a fireball spell. Carlos emphasizes that wizards are not much stronger physically than ordinary people. They rely heavily on knowledge, preparation, and their environment. He describes wizards as a mix of scholars and schemers. They are powerful but fragile, depending on wisdom rather than brute force. They create value but can also cause trouble. The Empire both seeks to control and remains cautious of them. The second large group among common folk is called demon hunters. Carlos divides them into two main types, but they are not completely separate. One type is called bloodline contract hunters. This includes figures like the Northland ruler Sir Olad or the Dragon Knights of the Ash Empire. Carlos believes that Dragon Knights are a special kind of demon hunter who form contracts with powerful creatures through ancient, secret rituals, gaining some of their strength. This strength usually makes their bodies stronger, enhances their senses, and gives them some magical-like abilities. These contracts often come with great risks and costs. They are usually passed down through generations because the rituals and the creatures involved are kept secret. The other type is the demon hunter families with a complete inheritance. These are the most common among the people. They may not have innate magical powers, but they have knowledge passed down through generations. This includes understanding the weaknesses, habits, and hiding places of various monsters. Different hunter schools have their own methods. They also have a special potion recipe tested over many generations, which can grant hunters strange abilities for a short time after drinking. Every potion recipe and brewing method is a family secret that must never be shared. Witch hunters must endure great pain and risk to use these potions. No matter the type, witch hunters undergo very strict training. They accept missions to remove threats in exchange for rewards. Carlos described this group as, witch hunters have more direct strength, focusing on fighting. Their bodies are enhanced or modified, making them better suited for close combat than wizards. Caesar closed the book and took a long breath. Unknowingly, he had been sitting on the cold ground for hours. There was so much information. It took Caesar a long time to organize the complex world Carlos described into a clearer picture. The four great empires, the chaotic western continent, wizards, and witch hunters. A dangerous fantasy world slowly appeared before him. So, Caesar looked down at his hands and touched the book of flesh and blood that only he could feel, called the Book of Flesh. Based on my current state, am I a witch hunter? And the second type? This matches Carlos's description of the knowledge potion witch hunter, who uses special recipes to strengthen themselves or fight monsters. But there are too few recipes, Caesar thought, his excitement turning into worry and urgency. Carlos's book clearly states that both bloodline contracts and potion knowledge are extremely valuable and tightly controlled. A witch hunter from a humble background is probably seen as less important than apprentices by those with traditions or powerful families. I must go out. I must see a bigger world. Caesar's eyes became very determined. Only by entering more bustling places with faster information flow can he find new recipe clues. Caesar put down Carlos's travel notes. Quickly, He found what he was looking for among the village chief's pile of letters. There were a few folded maps drawn on thin leather paper. One of them marked the location of Ironclad Village and some main trade routes nearby. The map was simple, not to scale, but clearly showed that Ironclad Village was on the northern edge of the eternal frozen land. To the south of the village, there is a route called the Frost Wolf Path, which follows the edge of a seasonal glacier. It crosses hundreds of miles of frozen land and finally reaches a place called Raven Town, marked on the map. Next to the map, there is a note, Raven Town, the northernmost supply point of the Northern Empire, with soldiers stationed there and a small market, Raven Town. Caesar pointed at the small mark on the map. This is his first goal. The frozen wilderness stretches for hundreds of miles, full of dangers, but it is the only known way to reach the civilized world for now. He also looked through some records from the Iron Tin Village on the village chief's desk and scattered papers. There were a few simple ledgers and an even simpler hand-drawn map. According to a letter, Caesar learned that Iron Tin Village belonged to the Lord's territory of Ice Ridge Fortress. Although it is remote, the Lord hasn't visited for a long time. Still, no news for a long time will eventually attract attention, so he needs to leave quickly. This information is very useful. It can help Caesar avoid some unknown dangers. Carefully, Caesar kept the Veslet Continent Chronicle and the precious route map close to his body, fixing them with the lining of his leather armor. Night fell quietly. The loneliness of the sun god brought the darkness of the Night Lord's domain, with moonlight shining through the holes in the roof. Caesar stood up, stretching his limbs that had gone numb from the cold. Then he searched the room again and found some coins engraved with mountain patterns inside a wooden chest in the corner. Gnarl! A flash of joy appeared in Caesar's eyes. These coins looked the same as the currency mentioned in the book. He quickly stored the gnarl coins, then strapped the heavy food bundle back onto his shoulder. His iron spear hung on the strap, ready to be drawn at any moment. He put on the village chief's leather and wood armor, holding the iron spear, carrying supplies for survival, and carrying the secrets of the world and the map for progress. Caesar slowly left Iron Tin Village, glancing back at the dilapidated small village one last time. The road ahead is long and full of dangers, but at least he is no longer the naive person waiting to die in the snow. He now knows the vastness and cruelty of the world, understands his own strength, and knows the first step he must take. Raven Town, Caesar whispered this name. Tightening the straps on his clothing and gripping his cold iron spear, he turned and disappeared into the vast, icy night and the howling wind. Frostwolf Path. Caesar suddenly admired the village chief. The path was narrow, and the frozen ground was uneven. Yet, villagers from the ironclad village still managed to travel along this road for trade. Achoo! Even wearing leather armor lined with animal fur, Caesar shivered from the cold. The endless corridor was filled with icy wind rushing inside. The entire path runs south along the eastern side of the frozen land, with snow-capped mountains on the right and dark, mysterious woods on the left. Map. Caesar stopped, stuck his spear into the snow beside him, and took out a thin leather map from his pocket. He carefully examined the crooked lines and markings. The map was hard to understand. Without good comprehension, it was nearly impossible to read. Based on the map, Caesar guessed his approximate location. The small dot representing Ironclad Village was behind him. Following this broken road south, he would soon leave the snowy mountain area. After that, Glacier Gorge, Caesar frowned, his eyes fixed on the marked area on the right side of the map, near the coast. The village chief had marked this place with a small cross, as if warning of danger. According to the map, this was a dangerous ravine, always covered in ice, but with strange geothermal activity. Most importantly, the map clearly showed that to reach Cold Crow Town, Glacier Gorge was a necessary route. Around that area, the village chief had drawn a few wolf head symbols, territory of the Snow Wolf Pack. Caesar stood still, staring at the map for a long time. The cold wind and snowflakes hit his face, making him shiver. But he knew he had to move forward. He put away the map, raised his spear again, and pulled his leather armor tight. He continued walking, silently praying, "Hope everything goes well, especially that I don't run into those hairy beasts." At this moment, inside Ironclad Village, hundreds of villagers' bodies had already turned stiff. On the edge of the village, a tiny black appeared on the desolate horizon. The visitor was not young, with half-white hair that looked a bit messy in the cold wind, but his aura of authority was still clear. He wore a fine black silk robe, something that ordinary farmers or travelers could not own. The ground was full of stiff corpses, but he showed no fear. He calmly looked over the graveyard until his gaze fell on the worms scattered among the bodies. Who? My bloodworms. Who killed my bloodworms? His eyes showed strong anger. I finally managed to get a bit of the divine creation bloodline from the Golden Kingdom. This is my life's work. He suddenly knelt down and picked up a dried, hard bloodworm. He held it close to his eyes, examining it carefully. His fingertips could even feel the completely drained life essence inside the worm. His anger was temporarily replaced by deep confusion. Impossible, he muttered, his brows furrowed with puzzlement. Having the bloodline of a god. Even if the host is killed instantly, the bloodworms, with their speed and instinct, should be able to burrow deep into the frozen ground before the demon hunter's blades strike. Even experienced demon hunters can't kill them all, leaving none behind. He kept turning the worm corpse in his hands, trying to find other clues. But besides the fact that their life force had been completely drained, he found nothing else. Soon, he noticed a more subtle abnormality. His eyes suddenly sharpened. This damage was not caused by external force, but showed signs of internal disintegration. That's not right. Isaac's voice grew deeper. This isn't a killing. They weren't cleared after the host died. He clenched his fingers around the worm corpse, which quickly turned into powder. They were parasitized. During the living parasitism process, their life essence was forcibly drained, along with the host's life. Completely plundered, this discovery made Isaac's heart sink. His confusion replaced some of his anger. He slowly stood up, the hem of his black robe brushing over the cold bodies. His gaze swept across the silent village and the distant barren frozen plains. This method doesn't seem like something the demon hunters would do. Even those legendary demon hunters wouldn't have such means, he whispered to himself. This place is too remote, so poor that even mice avoid it. How could a demon hunter be attracted here? There shouldn't be any other extraordinary creatures with such powers within 100 miles. His voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Unless it's a wizard. Isis finally settled on this idea, a cold, killing intent gathering in his eyes. Could it be someone from the eastern continent? But when did such a character appear there? He remembered his colleagues from the western continent. Isis's voice was proud. Is there anyone who understands the true essence of life magic better than me? He looked around at the bodies, as if talking to himself. But pride couldn't undo the loss. He took a deep breath of the cold, biting air, forcing down his rising anger and a faint, hard-to-notice sense of caution. My children died not long ago. That cursed creature probably hasn't gone far. It must still be within this frozen land. Then I will find you. He no longer hesitated. He stretched out his withered right hand, gently slicing his fingertip. A deep wound appeared instantly. Then, something strange happened. The blood from that wound seemed to be pushed by an invisible force, pouring out wildly. Moreover, in the thick blood, countless tiny worms were awakening. These miniature bloodworms stretched out, immediately showing their greedy instinct for flesh. They crawled out of the blood pool in dense groups, rushing toward nearby withered, stiff worms' corpses, their sharp, tiny mouths frantically gnawing on the remains. With faint chewing sounds, these newly born worms changed color visibly. They quickly turned from transparent to light red, and their bodies swelled rapidly. In just a few breaths, they grew to the size of the corpses on the ground. After devouring all the nearby worm corpses, these new bloodworms secreted a viscous dark red liquid from their bodies. Under the effect of this liquid, the ground seemed to ripple like water and was easily split apart, sinking into the earth and disappearing without a trace. Soon after, the entire underground of the village was filled with bloody worms. They began searching for all the blood within the village. Isis stood still, the wound on his finger already healed, leaving only a faint white scar. The blood consumed by the bloodworms could be felt to correspond to the bodies above ground. Only the blood around the village was not inside the bodies. Soon, a large group of worms began moving quickly toward a certain direction. Found him. Isaac opened his eyes, his gaze cold and sharp. He flickered and seemed to merge into the howling cold wind, disappearing into nothingness. The next moment, he appeared outside the village entrance. His black robe fluttered in the wind as he slowly headed toward the direction indicated by the worms. Frostwolf Path, moonlit night. The cold wind on Frostwolf Path was still biting. Caesar checked the map and the decreasing terrain in front of him, sure that the ice valley was just beyond the large, icy ridge ahead. The surrounding snow-capped mountains were also noticeably lower, and the faint outline of the distant sea was now visible. The snow wolf pack. Caesar's eyes were sharp, scanning the wolf-shaped mark on the map. He was cautious, but not panicked. He avoided the obvious trail, crouched low, and silently moved forward using the shadows of the strange woods and the uneven terrain. Finally, between the last two mountain ranges, he saw the entrance to the ice valley. But just one glance made his heart sink completely. The map was correct, but the sight before him was far more shocking than he expected. In the sheltered side of the narrow entrance, there were several simple nests made of dry branches and snow piled together. Snow wolf nests. Caesar's face was serious. These snow wolves were enormous. Each adult snow wolf was nearly 2 meters tall, with a thick, powerful body. They were larger than the brown bears he knew from his past life. And there wasn't just one. It was a cluster of nests, all connected. "They're too big," Caesar was shocked inside, but his expression remained calm. He slowly backed behind a huge ice rock, his mind racing. Charging in would only serve as a meal for these snow wolves. He needed to find another way. He looked at the strange woods nearby, which looked even more menacing in the night. The unknown risks were too great. The sky darkened quickly, and the temperature dropped sharply. The biting cold penetrated his armor. Caesar touched his nearly frozen cheeks. "I have to wait a bit longer. Hopefully, they'll be active tonight." After a moment of thought, he decisively retreated, staying out of the wolves' sight behind some large rocks in a more hidden corner further back. He carefully checked his surroundings to ensure safety, then very cautiously built a small fire using collected dry branches and scavenged flint stones. The flame was tiny, providing only a little warmth and light, barely enough to chase away the biting cold and to warm a small piece of frozen dried meat. Kaiser curled up in the shadow of the rocks, trying not to let the firelight escape, while listening carefully to the sounds around him, especially near the canyon entrance. However, just as he took 2 bites of the warm meat, suddenly, a loud, painful, and frightened wolf howl burst from the direction of the canyon entrance, tearing through the quiet night. Immediately after, more angry and scared howls of wolves, mixed with terrifying sounds of flesh being torn, filled the air. Kaiser's eyes sharpened. He quickly snuffed out the small fire, making sure no sparks or smoke remained. The area plunged back into darkness and cold. Are the wolves fighting? With what? His strong sense of alertness and need for information overwhelmed everything. Kaiser immediately crouched down, using the rocks and snow piles as cover, and quickly moved toward the source of the sounds. With each step closer, the sounds of the fight became clearer. The pained howls of snow wolves and the strange, sharp screeches made his scalp tingle. Finally, he reached a snowy that overlooked the canyon entrance, carefully hiding behind some broken ice. Under the bright moonlight, Kaiser saw what was happening below. In the twilight and snowstorm, a blurry human-shaped figure was moving very quickly among a pack of snow wolves. Those snow wolves, as big as bears, looked extremely fragile compared to the human figure. Kaiser clearly saw one large wolf lunge at the figure, but was easily dodged. Then, the human-shaped figure swung an arm, tearing through the tough fur of the large wolf, spilling a lot of blood and internal organs. It was a one-sided slaughter. Kaiser's muscles tensed instantly. Without hesitation, he took advantage of the creature still moving among the wolves, silently retreating until he was completely out of sight of that area. Then, he suddenly lunged into a nearby snow-filled depression, quickly digging around to bury himself, leaving only a small breathing hole. Caesar held his breath, lowered his body to the minimum, and merged with the snow. The distant howling and the last scattered sounds quickly disappeared, leaving only the wind and snow rushing through the icy valley. Caesar lay buried in the snow, not daring to move, focusing all his thoughts on listening. "Has that thing left?" Caesar's eyes were cold. Still hidden in the snow, the smell of blood was slowly spreading, and the night was even more silent and still. After a long time, a faint light broke through the clouds, gradually illuminating the snowfield. Caesar slowly crawled out of the snow. He lowered his body again and carefully moved toward the ice valley. When he reached the outskirts of the valley again, the increasing light revealed a shocking scene. The ground was covered with huge snow wolf carcasses, each almost killed with a single. They had large wounds, and their flesh was torn apart. What surprised Caesar most was that none of the snow wolves were missing any parts. It seemed the attacker had only slaughtered for the sake of killing. Serves me right. A flash of relief crossed Caesar's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. He dared not be careless. After carefully confirming there was no movement around, he slowly descended the snow. Caesar moved quickly, carefully cutting off some snow wolf meat with his hunting knife for supplies, and used a can to collect some still liquid wolf blood. His figure moved among the wolf corpses, swiftly gathering usable resources. After finishing, Caesar took a deep breath and continued toward the inside of the ice valley. Not far ahead, he saw a nest built in the corner of an ice cave, made of animal bones and dry branches, larger than the one outside. Suddenly, a deep roar came from deep within the nest. Caesar's heart tightened. He didn't expect that the guard snow wolf had survived. He immediately gripped his iron spear, entering a state of alertness. Two slightly smaller but still strong female snow wolves stood up from the nest. Their eyes were fierce, teeth bared, growling lowly. They had been disturbed by the noise outside and were clearly hostile to Caesar, the intruder. One of the female wolves' bellies looked slightly sagging, as if she had recently given birth. These two should be in their nest, lucky to have escaped. Caesar's face was cold and serious. Although the outside wolf pack was slaughtered, no one knew if that terrifying creature might return. He had to finish the fight quickly. The two mother wolves clearly saw him as a threat that needed to be eliminated. One of the younger mother wolves couldn't hold back. She growled softly, kicked off the ice with her hind legs, and charged forward with a gust of snow and wind. Caesar's pupils shrank. He rolled quickly to the side, narrowly avoiding her fierce attack. That was close. Caesar's expression was serious. He quickly held his iron spear in front of him, aiming the tip at the other mother wolf who was also moving to flank him. The first wolf missed her target and turned around, forming a pincer with her companion. Caesar's movement space was greatly reduced. I have to rush through. Caesar knew he couldn't wait. He aimed his spear at the young wolf who just missed and it forward fiercely. But the snow wolf was very quick. She dodged to the side, avoiding the spear tip, and opened her big mouth to bite down Caesar's arm holding the spear. Caesar instinctively pulled back, but it was too late. He felt a strong impact on his outer arm. However, the pain he expected didn't come. He looked down and saw the wolf's large teeth biting tightly on his leather armor bracer. The tough bark-like material saved him again. The wolf seemed stunned by this unexpected obstacle. In that moment, Caesar suddenly used all his strength to slam the iron spear into the wolf's waist with a loud bang. The spear hit the wolf's side firmly. Yow! The wolf let out a sharp, mournful cry. She collapsed painfully to the ground, clearly wounded in the waist. Meanwhile, the larger, more steady and fierce-looking old mother wolf silently pounced from the side as her companion was knocked down, aiming straight for Caesar's neck. Caesar had just finished his attack. His body was still unsteady, and he saw the wolf's fangs almost touching his throat. In a life-and-death moment, he instinctively lowered his head and threw his body backward with all his might. A tearing sound rang out. The old wolf's claws fiercely grabbed Caesar's chest, and her enormous strength knocked him backward. Caesar fell heavily onto the cold snow, immediately looking down at his chest. His heart was almost stopping. His leather armor was torn open in 3 long cuts. The outer layer was ripped, but luckily, the tough inner bark lining played a key role again. Although the wounds were deep, they didn't tear all the way through. The claw marks left red, burning impressions on his skin. Close call. Good armor. Caesar narrowly escaped death again, cold sweat soaking his shirt. A mother wolf lay nearby, growling softly and ready to attack again. Its eyes showed a hint of surprise and doubt. Caesar endured the dull pain in his chest. He grabbed his spear tightly and threw it fiercely at the mother wolf, who was about to pounce. Die! The wolf was too close to dodge completely. Thud! The spear pierced into the wolf's shoulder. The strong impact made it stumble back a few steps. The pain from the deep wound slowed its movements. A loud howl of pain escaped the wolf. It twisted wildly, trying to shake off the spear. Caesar quickly charged forward. While the wolf was distracted by the spear, he drew his hunting knife and lunged to the side. Die! Caesar shouted angrily. He stabbed the knife into the softer side of the wolf's neck and then dragged it downward. Hot wolf blood sprayed out instantly, splashing Caesar's face. The wolf twitched violently a few times and then stopped moving. Caesar, covered in blood, gasped heavily. The cold air hurt his lungs. He didn't have time to collapse. The sense of danger pushed him on. Caesar struggled to his feet and walked over to the young mother wolf, still whimpering. His eyes were cold. In this world, standing still means death. He raised his small knife and ended its suffering. He quickly pulled back his spear, checked himself briefly, and didn't delay even a second. Holding the blood-stained spear tightly, he didn't bother to wipe it. Covered in blood and exhaustion, he turned and hurried deeper into the ice rift valley. His only thought now was to leave this deadly place as soon as possible. The ice rift valley was deep and winding. The unknown ahead made him uneasy, but he had no choice. The foul smell and bloodiness at the entrance of the ice valley were left far behind as Caesar hurried forward, dragging his blood-stained body. But the deeper he went, the more strange sensations he felt. Outside was frozen land that could freeze a person solid. Yet here, the cold was gradually easing. It wasn't warm, but the biting cold had become much less intense. Caesar stopped, exhaling a visible breath in the dim light. He reached out and touched the smooth ice wall beside him. It was still cold, but not as harsh as the outside freezing temperatures. There's definitely geothermal heat here. Caesar muttered softly, surprised. The air carried a strange, hard-to-describe smell, a damp, earthy scent. He sniffed cautiously, unsure, and continued forward carefully. After walking for a few minutes, the dampness in the air and the sulfur smell grew stronger. Turning a corner past a huge ice pillar, Caesar suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes wide with shock. He had found a large natural ice cave, and in the center was a steaming lake. The lake was oval-shaped, with steam drifting in the cold air, creating a mist that made the whole ice cave look dreamlike. Even more strange, green moss-like plants grew around the steaming lake. Hot spring. No, that's not right. Caesar's gaze was cautious. He thought it was a natural hot spring, but now it was clear that wasn't the case. He slowly approached the lake's edge and squatted down. A warm, moist breeze hit his face. He tentatively reached out and quickly touched the water surface with his finger. The warm sensation made him quickly pull back. It wasn't scalding, just perfectly warm. Caesar forced himself to stay calm and decided to test further. He took off his pack, pulled out the mostly empty leather water bag, carefully tied it with a leather strap, and dipped it into the lake from a distance, filling it completely. He lifted it out and sniffed it. Besides the faint sulfur smell, there was nothing strange. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully licked a tiny bit of the water with his tongue. It was slightly salty and slippery, with a clear sulfur scent. He didn't feel any burning or numbness. He waited a little longer, and his body showed no signs of discomfort. Looks like it's safe, he muttered softly, then filled all his water bags with the warm lake water. Caesar thought for a moment, then walked to a dry, slightly elevated rock near the water's edge. He began to remove his gear. The bark armor that had saved his life twice was torn open in 3 places by the mother wolf, but its overall protection remained intact. He took off the blood-stained leather armor and pants, leaving only a clean-looking linen shorts. The cold air made him shiver instantly, and his skin prickled with goosebumps. Caesar didn't dare jump directly into the middle of the lake. Instead, he chose the shallow water near the shore, where the water only reached his knees. He cupped warm lake water with his hands and splashed it onto his arms and chest wounds. The hot water caused a sharp sting at first, then was replaced by a strange, soothing warmth. The blood and dirt slowly washed away, revealing red swollen scratches and a purple bruise on his left arm. Caesar sighed comfortably, his tense muscles relaxing a little. He slowly squatted down, letting the warm water reach his waist, then began to scrub the hardened dirt from his body. The hot water washed away his fatigue and the disgusting smell, making Caesar feel like he was alive again. After cleaning up, he hurried back onto the shore, where the coldness hit him again. A wave of exhaustion and relief from surviving washed over him. His eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead. Looking around this warm ice cave, compared to the bloody battlefield outside and the entrance that wolves could burst through at any moment, it was almost like paradise. Caesar needed rest. He had to rest. If he kept going, he was afraid he would collapse on the ice and never get up. He found a hollow spot away from the lake, near the ice wall. Here, he leaned against the sturdy ice wall, with a few half-height ice blocks in front as natural barriers. His view covered the entrance and the lake, making it a relatively safe corner. Caesar cleared away the broken ice on the ground, used his pack as a pillow behind his head, wrapped himself tightly in the tattered leather coat, and curled up with his cold iron spear in the corner. The ice cave was very quiet, only the occasional bubbling of the lake water making a soft, gurgling sound, along with his own heavy, gradually slowing breathing. The warm, damp air wrapped around him, and his tense nerves slowly relaxed. My eyes involuntarily closed, but my mind stayed alert to my surroundings. I don't know how much time passed. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling woke me up. It wasn't a sound or a touch, but more like an instinct that I was being watched closely by something nearby. I suddenly opened my eyes wide. There was a pure white face, flawless and almost touching my nose. It was so close I could see every tiny hair on the face. The eyes had no pupils, or maybe the whole eyeball was a clear blue-white color, staring straight at me. Before I could think about what kind of creature this was, my body reacted first. My legs, curled up, suddenly pushed with all their strength, kicking hard at the white face so close to me. Bang! I felt my foot hit something cold but springy. Using the recoil, I pushed myself up with my hands and feet, quickly jumping out of the small hollow and running blindly toward the icy depths. What is that thing? I dared not look back. I only heard a cracking sound behind me, like sharp nails scraping ice, and it was getting closer fast. I darted between strange ice pillars, slipping on the icy surface. I almost fell several times, barely holding on with my spear. I glanced back quickly. I saw that the thing was moving extremely fast, but its way of chasing was very strange. It wasn't running, but crawling quickly on all fours, yet its movements were smooth and coordinated. It was completely, with skin so white it was dazzling, like a ghost under the blue ice light. Its long white hair floated as it crawled, and its blue-white eyes locked onto me tightly. There was no anger or killing intent in those eyes, only pure curiosity and excitement. I ran for my life, squeezing through narrow ice cracks, hoping to use the terrain to shake off this monster. I even tried kicking the broken ice blocks behind me, but it was useless. Its figure moved nimbly between the ice pillars, speed unchanged. Running like this isn't a solution. Caesar quickly rushed into an open area surrounded on three sides by tall ice walls. The sharp sound of ice scraping behind him suddenly reached his ears. Caesar spun around quickly, backing against the cold ice wall, gripping his iron spear tightly, aiming the tip at the white figure a few steps away. The creature stopped and did not attack immediately. It slowly straightened up, standing there completely, tilting its head, and curiously examining Caesar with its blue-white icy eyes, especially the shiny iron spear in his hand. Long white hair draped over its smooth shoulders and chest. If Caesar hadn't been through several battles, he might have been frightened now. Running away was impossible. The kick he just delivered told him this creature's body was probably very hard. Caesar decided to use one of his secret moves. His left hand quickly released the spear, and he reached into a small pouch hidden close to his body. He felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He only had 6 of these left. Eating one meant losing one, and his current Blood and Flesh book hadn't unlocked new recipes. Plus, the Crimson Seed recipe was too rare. Just then, the white creature, which had been standing quietly, suddenly moved. It didn't attack, but did something Caesar didn't expect. It leaned slightly forward, its blue-white icy eyes fixed on the Crimson Seed in Caesar's hand, showing a very human-like expression of curiosity. It tilted its head again, then tentatively reached out a hand toward Caesar. Caesar froze, the seed only a few centimeters from his lips. He stared hard at the hand reaching out. Then, he suddenly raised his spear and aimed it at the creature. The creature seemed startled by Caesar's reaction, quickly pulling back its hand and instinctively taking a half-step back. It looked at Caesar, and a hint of sadness appeared in its blue-white eyes. It didn't try to get closer again. It just stood there, watching Caesar and then his hidden hand behind his back, with a face full of confusion and puzzlement. This reaction was very strange. Caesar's mind raced. If it wanted to attack, it would have done so while he was sleeping, but it didn't move. Caesar took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He slowly lowered the hand holding the seed to his front, opening his palm to reveal the bright red seed. He remained very alert, with the tip of his spear always pointed at the creature. The monster's eyes immediately focused on the seed. It took a small step forward, staring at the seed with its blue-white eyes without blinking. Caesar cautiously moved his hand slightly to the left, keeping the seed in view. The monster's gaze followed the seed's movement. He then moved his hand slightly to the right. The monster's head turned to follow. Caesar's heartbeat slowed a little. Hey, there's a way. It seemed the creature's attention was completely on the seed. And it didn't seem aggressive, at least for now. He spoke carefully, his voice dry and tense. Do you want this? The monster obviously couldn't understand him. It just looked at the seed, then raised its head to glance at Caesar's face, as if trying to understand. It slightly opened its mouth and made a faint sound, like air passing through a vice. Hiss. Caesar frowned and made a fake move to hand the seed out a little. The monster's eyes suddenly brightened. It leaned forward slightly, seeming very eager, but didn't rush to grab it. All right, maybe you really don't want to eat me. Caesar's tense nerves finally relaxed a little, though he remained cautious. He carefully wrapped the seed in oil paper and tucked it back into his coat. This was his secret weapon. Seeing the seed disappear, the monster looked a bit disappointed. Its blue-white eyes dimmed slightly, but it didn't get angry or attack. It still stood there, curious, observing Caesar, especially the 3 fierce claw marks on his bark armor and the bruise on his left arm. Suddenly, Caesar felt a dull pain in his chest from the earlier intense running, and his left arm, bitten by the wolf, ached terribly. He instinctively pressed his hand to his chest. This action caught the monster's attention. It tilted its head, watching Caesar's pained expression and then glancing at his wound. Its blue-white eyes seemed to flicker with understanding. Then, it tentatively took a few steps closer to Caesar. Caesar immediately gripped his iron spear, muscles tensing again. The monster stopped, seeming afraid of frightening Caesar. It raised a white porcelain-like hand, palm facing Caesar, then gently blew a breath toward his chest. Huh. A cold air with tiny blue lights blew out from its mouth, softly brushing Caesar's chest. Caesar shivered instantly. The cold wasn't sharp, but had a strange, cool feeling, like mint oil on skin. The chill quickly seeped into his wound. To Caesar's surprise, the burning pain faded fast. The swelling around his wound visibly decreased, and even the bruise on his left arm shrank as the icy blue cold swept over it. Is this? Caesar tried moving his left arm. It still ached a little, but it was much more flexible than before. He suddenly looked up, shocked at the glowing white monster in front of him. It blinked its blue-white eyes at him, with a hint of pride on its face. Are you helping me? Caesar pointed at his wound and then at the monster's blowing hand. The monster seemed to understand. It nodded, then pointed at Caesar's wound again and gently blew another small breath with icy blue sparkles. That familiar coolness returned. Caesar couldn't help but hum comfortably. The monster chasing him didn't seem to mean harm. Leaning against the icy wall, Caesar slowly sat down on the ground, feeling completely drained, exhausted from the emotional roller coaster. He put down his iron spear. It didn't seem right to hold it toward his savior now. Thank you, Caesar said, still uncertain and cautious. Most of the hostility had faded. The monster seemed happy to sense his calmer mood. It carefully moved a little closer, and this time Caesar didn't stop it. It sat a few steps away, mimicking Caesar's position, hugging its knees. Its icy eyes still curious, occasionally glancing at the spot on Caesar's chest where he hid the seed. Inside the icy cavern, everything was quiet again, only the bubbling of the lake water. The man and the monster sat quietly in the misty warmth, staring at each other in silence. Caesar looked at the calm creature in front of him. It was completely, with smooth, white skin free of blemishes. Its body was slender, with long limbs, and its features were very delicate, almost having a pure, ethereal beauty. Hey, Caesar cleared his throat to break the silence and pointed at it. Do you have a name? Or, what should I call you? The creature blinked, looking confused. Caesar sighed, realizing they couldn't understand each other. He pointed to himself. Caesar. The creature watched his gesture, seeming to understand that they were exchanging names. It opened its mouth and made a soft, flowing sound, like a gentle breeze. SSS. Ka, Shaka. Caesar tried to imitate, but it sounded awkward. The creature's eyes seemed to brighten a little, and it nodded firmly. Ka. All right, little Ka. This name is a bit strange, Caesar said, scratching his head. He looked at its smooth, bare body. Aren't you cold? Little Ka looked at itself, but didn't seem to understand what cold meant. It reached out and touched the cold ice wall nearby, then touched its own cold arm, showing no discomfort. Caesar understood. This creature was naturally cold, or perhaps low temperatures were its comfort zone. No wonder it wasn't afraid of the cold. So you have been living here all along, Caesar gestured, pointing at the entire ice cave. Little Ka tilted its head, trying to understand. Then it nodded and pointed inside the deeper, more mysterious ice fissure. It seemed its range of activity was beyond this hot spring ice cave. Caesar looked into its clear blue-white eyes, filled with questions. But for now, those weren't the most important things. The most important was that he was safe for the moment, and his wound had been magically treated, so it didn't hurt as much. Caesar tentatively asked, pointing at the hot spring lake and mimicking drinking water. Can I drink this water? He had only dared to take a small sip before. Little Ka looked at his gesture and nodded without hesitation. Caesar let out a breath of relief. The hot spring water was safe. Then he pointed further into the valley, making a gesture of exploration. Do you know where the exit of this valley is? Little Ka looked along the direction he pointed at the deep passage. It slowly shook its head, then nodded again, seeming confused about how to express itself. It stood up, waved to Caesar, signaling him to follow, then turned and gracefully moved deeper into the icy canyon. Caesar watched its white figure disappear behind the ice columns, then let out a long breath. The rest was over. A new, unknown exploration seemed to have just begun. He grabbed his iron spear and pack, stood up, and followed the mysterious white figure. At least now, he was not fighting alone, though this companion was quite unusual. Deep inside the icy canyon, the cold seemed replaced by a heavier presence. The sulfur smell in the air faded, replaced by a foul stench of rotten guts. The ice underfoot was no longer smooth. It was covered with a thin layer of dark red, sticky substance, making a sickening, squelch sound when stepped on. Little Kaka led the way ahead. It seemed unaffected by the foul smell, only occasionally stopping to look deeper into the passage with its blue-white icy eyes. Its gaze was no longer purely curious, but also wary. It signaled Caesar to follow with hand gestures, moving a bit more urgently than before. Caesar's heart was tense. He clenched his iron spear tightly. The deeper they went, the greater the invisible pressure, making his chest feel tight. He couldn't help but whisper, "Little Kaka, where exactly does this place lead?" Little Kaka looked back at him, blinking its icy eyes, then pointed forward with more force. Suddenly, the passage widened. A huge ice cavern appeared before them. The scene in the center of the cavern made Caesar's stomach churn. It was a giant natural ice chamber. In the middle of the ice cave, something was imprisoned. It was a large mass of flesh that barely resembled a human shape. It sat slumped in the center of the ice cavern, like a mountain of bloody, messy flesh. Its size was 3 or 4 times that of a normal person. Its muscles were swollen and deformed, skin stretched nearly transparent, revealing thick, dark red blood vessels underneath. The muscle mass seemed to move slightly, as if alive. Sticky blood seeped from cracks in the skin, dripping onto the icy floor below. Its head was buried deep within the overdeveloped muscles, almost no neck visible. Only a vague outline of a face could be seen, with 2 dull red points where the eyes should be, showing no life. The muscular monster seemed to sense someone approaching and charged forward like a mountain of flesh. Caesar gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine and his neck hairs stand on end. Just looking at this creature made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Its oppressive presence was more violent than any monster he had encountered before. Boom! A deep, loud explosion echoed through the ice cave. The hard ice pillar instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Just as Caesar thought the pillar would shatter completely, little Kaka beside him moved. Its blue and white eyes glowed faintly, and it pointed its arm at the nearly broken ice pillar. Whoosh! A cold blast of icy blue light shot out, wrapping precisely around the cracked ice pillar. The large cracks quickly froze over with the icy blue glow. The flesh monster seemed unaffected by the ice pillar's repair. It paused sluggishly, making a dull, painful sound, then swung its huge fist again, repeating its smashing attack. Boom! The ice pillar cracked once more. Kaka raised its hand again, releasing cold air. The ice pillar instantly repaired itself. The scene was strange. One creature kept destroying, while the other kept repairing. Suddenly, Caesar felt his stomach muscles twitch. He quickly realized something was wrong. Without hiding from Kaka, he took out the book of flesh and blood from his body. When he opened it, besides the previous crimson seed, a new page appeared out of nowhere. The new page was still burning with blood-like flames. War Core, Flesh and Blood Fusion Abnormal Core, Bloodline Transplant Tool, absorbs flesh and blood to recharge, activates to strengthen the host's muscles, causing temporary swelling, consumes blood and flesh reserves during activation, and stops once depleted. Must wait for the next recharge. Next was a complex rune formation. The flames instantly pulled Caesar's consciousness away, passing through the huge ice pillar and the mutated monster's flesh, directly observing its heart. The monster's heart was dark red, covered with countless tumors, looking very disturbing. Heart of War. Caesar instantly understood that the new recipe unlocked by the Book of Flesh and Blood referred to the terrifying demon muscle figure before him. Caesar was very happy. The crimson seed he had unlocked was a one-time item, but according to the Book of Flesh and Blood, the newly generated Heart of War was a continuous item that only needed flesh and blood to recharge. At this moment, little Kaka was standing near the entrance of the ice cave, far from the flesh mountain. Its blue-white icy eyes were also looking at Caesar, who was holding the Book of Flesh and Blood. A look of longing appeared in little Kaka's eyes, but it seemed afraid Caesar would be angry, so it quietly stood still without moving. When Caesar regained his senses, little Kaka very clearly and slowly raised its arm, pointing straight at the terrifying flesh monster in the center of the ice cave. Chica. Little Kaka spoke, but Caesar still couldn't understand the language. Soon after, it pointed at the spear in Caesar's hand. Caesar seemed to understand its meaning instantly, to deal with it. Little Kaka's request and the formula for the Heart of War from the Book of Flesh and Blood exuded a deadly temptation. Power is the key to survival. Caesar looked at the slowly writhing flesh mountain, clenched his teeth suddenly, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. This time, the item was a continuous type, even more important than the crimson seed. It was worth risking everything for. His left hand quickly reached into his pocket, pulling out an oiled paper package. He roughly tore it open with his teeth. Inside, only 6 dark red crimson seeds remained. Caesar hesitated for a moment, then plucked one and put it into his mouth. Ugh! A familiar sharp pain instantly swept through his body. Fear was replaced by wildness. In less than 3 seconds, a large crimson leaf-shaped sword grew out of his hand. Holding the crimson sword, power roared within him. Caesar suddenly raised his head and looked at the flesh monster, with no hesitation in his eyes anymore. Roar, seemingly sensing the threat from the crimson sword and its strong life force. The flesh mountain monster in the center of the ice cave let out a deafening roar. Its huge body suddenly stood up. Its movements were surprisingly not slow. Heavy footsteps crushed the ice, leaving deep pits and web-like cracks. At this moment, little Kaka gently blew out a cold breath. A huge ice pillar slowly melted away, and Caesar didn't hesitate. He charged straight in. There was no fancy testing. The monster suddenly attacked Caesar head-on, its muscles writhing wildly. Caesar's pupils shrank. Instinctively, he raised his crimson sword from below to block. He didn't dare to take the hit directly. The monster's strength was far beyond that of the blood-sucking monsters in Iron Skin Village. Even after consuming the Crimson Seed, Caesar could feel an intense pressure from the monster. He quickly rolled sideways to avoid the attack. A deafening crash sounded as the Crimson Sword collided forcefully with the monster's muscular arm. A terrifying force traveled along the blade, causing Caesar's entire right arm to go numb instantly. The veins on the sword flashed brightly, and Caesar was knocked off his feet, flying backward. He slammed hard against a solid ice wall. The monster's strength was much greater than he had imagined. If not for the full enhancement from the Crimson Seed and the toughness of the Crimson Sword itself, he might have turned into a pile of flesh by now. Cough, cough. Caesar struggled to get up, shaking his aching left arm. The Crimson Sword absorbed a bit of life force scraped from the monster's arm during the collision. A faint warm current returned, slightly easing the numbness in his arm and the shock in his internal organs. The monster, gaining the upper hand, let out an even more furious roar and charged at Caesar again. The entire ice cave trembled under its steps. Caesar's face turned pale. He could only grit his teeth and hold on. Using the agility and reaction speed granted by the Crimson Seed, he awkwardly dodged and rolled inside the ice cave. He used the large ice pillars as cover, swinging the Crimson Sword repeatedly at the monster's body. Shill, shill. The sharp, jagged blades cut deep into the monster's skin, revealing bones. Dark red, sticky blood splattered out, and the sword greedily absorbed the life energy. With each strike, a warm, pure life force surged into Caesar, quickly healing his wounds and replenishing his lost stamina. However, the situation was far worse than Caesar had expected. The monster's vitality was incredibly strong. Even the blood-sucking monsters in Iron Skin Village could drain its life with a single strike. But he had just swung his sword countless times, and the monster's strength still showed no sign of weakening. The wound torn open by the Crimson Greatsword was healing at a visible speed, with flesh and blood quickly regenerating. Those deep wounds, exposing bone, had already begun to grow a tougher layer of keratin while Caesar was pulling back his sword. Caesar's attack was like scraping a self-healing meat mountain. His damage couldn't keep up with the monster's incredible regeneration speed. Is this thing impossible to kill? Caesar thought with shock and anger, his forehead veins bulging. He could feel his sword draining the monster's life force wildly, but the monster's health bar seemed bottomless. This can't go on. The power of the Crimson Seed is limited by time. Once it fades, the monster will become terrifyingly weak. He won't be able to stop even a single finger of this creature. Caesar frowned, thinking hard for a plan. Just as Caesar was forced to retreat by the monster's fierce attack, a white figure moved. Little Kaka had been quietly watching from the edge of the battlefield. Its blue-white icy eyes observed the fight calmly. When it saw Caesar falling behind, it finally made a move. It was light and agile, drifting forward a few steps, stopping at a safe spot that could also effectively strike the monster. It slightly opened its mouth and gently blew a breath toward the blood monster that was chasing Caesar madly. Whoosh! A cold wind mixed with tiny ice particles wrapped precisely around the wound torn open by Caesar's greatsword. Shill! A thin layer of ice instantly formed over the wound, and the once frantic flesh and blood slowed visibly. The monster's chase suddenly froze, then let out a painful scream. Caesar's pressure eased suddenly, and he seized this fleeting opportunity. Good job, little Kaka! Caesar felt a surge of joy. Without hesitation, as the monster's movement slowed due to the frozen wound, Caesar's Crimson Sword suddenly shone with a dazzling red light. Open up! Caesar poured all his strength into a fierce slash at the monster's frost-covered wound. Spurt. This time, the effect was completely different. Losing the ability to heal quickly, the monster's tough flesh was violently torn apart. The sword's blade was deeply embedded in the flesh, even striking the bones, producing dull cracking sounds. Roar! The monster howled in pain, its massive body shaking violently from the intense agony. The Crimson Greatsword greedily absorbed the monster's life force, a surge of energy flowing into Caesar's body. This power instantly healed his previous wounds and wiped out his accumulated fatigue. That works, Caesar roared inwardly. The battle's balance began to shift. Caesar and Little Kaka, one attacking and the other controlling, formed an incredible silent teamwork without words. Little Kaka moved lightly at the edge of the battlefield, each burst of cold air precisely covering Caesar's fresh wounds. Caesar no longer dodged blindly. Using his quick speed, he circled the large monster, attacking while aiming his sword at the frozen spots caused by Little Kaka's cold breath. Taking advantage of the monster's stiffened movements from the cold, Caesar's crimson sword sharply stabbed into its relatively weak armpit. Roar! The monster roared in pain, swinging its thick arms wildly in a frenzy. Caesar swiftly dodged and counterattacked with a precise strike, cutting through the frozen ankle of its hind leg. The crimson sword seemed to stick to the monster's body, each hit splattering thick, dark red blood, crazily devouring vast amounts of life force. Caesar could clearly feel that he was not weakening, but growing stronger with each fight. Meanwhile, the flesh and blood monster's movements had become clumsy and heavy, its roars filled with pain and rage. Its huge body was covered with deep, long, terrifying wounds, though the flesh still twitched slightly, trying to heal. But Little Kaka's continuous cold air kept freezing the wounds, far outpacing the monster's healing efforts. Dark red blood nearly soaked its entire body, staining the large ice surface beneath it with a shocking crimson. The monster seemed to sense its own fate. Its attacks grew more violent, smashing its huge fists wildly against the surrounding ice walls. Ice shards and stones flew everywhere, and the entire ice cave trembled violently. In its dull, murky dark red eyes, besides madness, there seemed to be a strange, indescribable element now. Caesar narrowly avoided the monster's massive fist crashing down, and the solid ice wall behind him instantly shattered into pieces. He rolled behind the monster, summoning all his strength into his crimson sword, and fiercely stabbed at the monster's vital spot in its back. There was a large wound there, repeatedly frozen and torn by Caesar's attacks, making it the weakest point of defense. Spurt. The entire crimson sword nearly sank into the flesh, deeply piercing into the cold, brittle tissue. Roar! The monster let out a loud, painful cry, its huge body suddenly stiffening. It shook violently, then finally knelt heavily on the ice surface with a loud crash. Caesar clenched the sword handle tightly, pressing his whole body weight down and twisting forcefully. He could feel the tip of the sword touching a hard, beating core. But just then, the monster's huge head slowly turned, and its dark red eyes suddenly locked onto Caesar. The madness and pain in its eyes quickly faded. What was revealed was not anger, hatred, or even the wild frenzy of a dying beast. It was a deathly silence after being completely crushed by pain, a desperate desire for relief. Caesar's heart clenched as cold air shot up his spine instantly. That gaze was too human, empty and numb, yet carrying a sense of finally reaching the end and seeking release. The monster's large mouth struggled to open and close, thick blood foam constantly flowing out. It seemed to want to say something, but could only gasp, huh. However, its cloudy eyes stared fixedly at Caesar, with no intent to attack, only a nearly pleading, urging, "Kill me quickly." This thought, like a cold lightning bolt, suddenly struck Caesar's mind without warning. It was so clear that it made him shiver. "You." Caesar opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry he couldn't speak. The fleeting glance in its eyes sent a chill down his spine. Could this monster still have residual consciousness? This idea made Caesar's hand, gripping the crimson sword, tremble slightly, but only for a moment of hesitation. Roar! The fierce instinct inside the monster seemed to take over again. It let out a dying roar, and its remaining giant arm swung back fiercely, trying to grab Caesar from behind. Snick! A sharp rush of cold air sounded as a streak of icy blue coldness precisely hit the monster's joint of the swinging arm. The cold attack made the monster's movements freeze again. "Rest in peace," Caesar growled softly. Without hesitation, he used all his strength to press the crimson great sword down sharply at an angle. A dull sound came from inside the monster's body, followed by a strong flow of vital energy rushing along the crimson sword into Caesar. This energy was huge and pure, far beyond anything he had absorbed before. His sense of power instantly reached an unprecedented peak. At the same time, the monster's huge body trembled suddenly, and all its movements stopped immediately. In its dull, dark red eyes, the last flicker of light was completely extinguished. The rage and pain disappeared, leaving only a hollow silence. Its massive body seemed to lose all its bones and collapsed forward with a loud crash, smashing onto the ice surface and kicking up a splash of blood-colored ice dust. "It's over," Caesar panted heavily, suddenly pulling out the crimson great sword, which was covered in thick, dark red matter. But the pulsating veins on the sword shimmered with an unprecedented bright red glow, clearly indicating that it had just been fed well. He staggered back a few steps, cautiously staring at the large, motionless mound of flesh. The fleeting glance in his eyes made Caesar feel heavy-hearted. Little Ka floated lightly over and stopped beside Caesar. Its blue-white icy eyes looked at the fallen monster, then at Caesar. Its expression was calm and emotionless, as if it felt nothing about the monster's death. Caesar shook his head, forcing himself not to think about those eyes. He needed materials. The flesh and blood core, mentioned in the Blood and Flesh book. He walked to the huge corpse of the monster, enduring the strong stench and visual shock. His gaze fixed on the wound at the back of the heart where he had just stabbed. The wound was still slowly oozing thick blood. Caesar raised the crimson great sword, took a deep breath, and slashed fiercely at the wound. With the help of the crimson sword, Caesar struggled to cut open the monster's chest. The scene inside made his stomach churn again. In the huge chest cavity, twisted and swollen organs were tangled together with strange colors. But near the spine, at the center of these organs, Caesar saw his target. It was about the size of a fist, an irregular dark red stone. It wasn't a real mineral, but made of tightly packed flesh, covered with a tough membrane. It radiated strong life energy and a chaotic, wild aura. Countless tiny dark red blood vessels extended from its surface, deeply embedding into the surrounding large organs and muscles, like this heart providing power to the whole body. This was the flesh core. Caesar endured his nausea and carefully cut the connecting blood vessels with his crimson sword. When the last vessel was cut, the dark red flesh core suddenly trembled. Its surface pulsed less vigorously, and the chaotic, wild energy quieted down. Caesar used the tip of his sword to lift it out of the sticky tissue. It was warm to the touch and felt slippery. Heart of War. Caesar looked at the dark red core in his hand. He silently stored it in his bag. After finishing, a wave of exhaustion hit him again. He looked back at little Kaka, who was standing quietly nearby. The icy eyes watched Caesar's movements, then looked at the fallen monster's body. The little one just stood there, lost in thought. Caesar looked at the hole, feeling the strength inside him fading. "I need to find a place to rest first," Caesar panted, feeling a pounding in his temples. "And I have to deal with this thing." Little Kaka seemed to understand. It moved to the icy wall and gently blew cold air with icy blue sparkles onto the ice around the monster's body. Where the cold air touched, the ice quickly covered the surface. The monster's body and the surrounding blood were frozen solid. Caesar looked at the frozen monster, feeling a slight relief from the heavy weight in his heart. He sat against the ice wall, resting his crimson sword on his lap. He took the last moments to recover his strength while carefully sensing the fading power of the seed. He needed a safe place to draw runes and fuse the Heart of War. The blood stench inside the ice cave was so strong it was hard to ignore, mixing with the sickly sweet smell of rusted entrails, making Caesar's head ache. Caesar leaned against the cold rock wall, his scarlet sword resting on his lap. The dark red veins on the blade were dimming visibly, a familiar feeling coming over him, weakness and dizziness. He glanced at the huge, frozen beast in the corner, wrapped in thick ice like an amber specimen. But what stayed in his mind was the last look in its dull eyes, full of pleading when it was stabbed in the heart. "This guy?" Caesar muttered softly, thinking of the villagers from Ironclad Village. He shook his head hard, trying to forget that look. Whatever it was before, now it was just a piece of material. He touched the warm blood and flesh core in his pouch. It still seemed to be beating. His eyes moved across the ice cave and stopped at a dark object in the corner. He supported himself with his numb legs and wobbled to his feet. It was a worn black leather bag, edges frayed and faded, looking quite old. He guessed it was probably something from the monster inside the ice. Hey, little Kaka, Caesar pointed his chin at the bag on the ground and then at the twisted meat in the ice. Is this thing theirs? He asked the confused little Kaka beside him. Kaka, the little Kaka only made that sound, but it nodded its small head, showing it understood. Caesar didn't dare to touch it directly. Who knew what deadly things might be hidden inside this? He picked up a rusty iron spear from the ground and carefully pried open the bag's clasp with the spear tip, slowly opening the mouth. Inside, he saw some coins, 2 thick animal skin books, and a crumpled piece of paper that looked like a letter. Caesar put down his spear and carefully took the paper, unfolding it slowly. The handwriting was messy, as if hurriedly written. I can't go on. My body is changing into something else. When you see my friends, don't hesitate. Kill me. Be careful of an evil wizard. I've cut off contact with him using a special method, but I can't stop him for long. Finally, take my legacy with you. Don't let it be frozen forever. Kino, the hyena this guy, is actually a demon hunter. And he has a legacy too. Caesar was quite surprised. In the Vestlet continent, there are hunters with legacies and those without. The difference is huge. It's like the difference between self-study and having a teacher. Caesar immediately picked up the 2 thick animal hide books on the ground. It was just in time. Right now, Caesar's understanding of this continent is so limited that he probably can't even tell the difference between common monsters on the roadside. With these 2 books, he finally has the qualification to be a demon hunter. He opened one of the books, which seemed to contain information about various monsters on the continent. There are at least 7 or 8 types of ghouls. From the common corpse decay ghouls to the mutated, indigestible flesh-eating ghouls, and records of some familiar monsters like vengeful spirits and undead. The other book is even more valuable. It contains the magic potion recipes from the Kano legacy. These recipes are secrets that every demon hunter keeps close. They are created through generations of experiments and combinations. Caesar flipped through it briefly. It listed more than 10 recipes, including werewolf potions, gill potions, and even pregnancy potions. There was a small note saying they could also be used by men. Caesar quickly suppressed his excitement. Thinking about Kano's letter mentioning evil wizards and his own situation, a flash of memory crossed his mind. Those villagers in Ironclad Village who had been parasitized by strange worms and turned into bloodthirsty monsters. The method was too similar. It was almost certain it was the same wizard, and the tracking methods are still there. Just temporarily blocked, Caesar frowned deeply. A strong sense of danger washed over him. If it really was the same person, have I also been exposed? Right now, there's no time to study the legacy properly. The most urgent task is to make the heart of war. Let's go, little Kaka. Caesar stuffed the 2 animal hide books into his worn backpack. He gently patted Kaka's head, then took a deep look at Kano, who was frozen in ice, before turning and walking out of the ice cave. Kaka silently floated beside him, its blue-white eyes quietly watching. It also glanced at the frozen monster. There was no emotion in its gaze. It seemed to have no objection to leaving this place. The path out of the ice fissure felt longer than when coming in. The invisible pressure eased somewhat as the monsters were defeated. Little Kaka still moved lightly, leading the way ahead, occasionally stopping to wait for him. Returning to the open area outside the ice fissure, Caesar took a deep breath of the cold air. Although it was sharp, at least the strange smell was gone. Caesar looked around carefully, but didn't see any signs of unknown monsters. That's easier, Caesar muttered, then his eyes lit up. He didn't think much about the unknown threat now. Making the heart of war was his top priority. He quickly chose a mostly intact wolf corpse, cut off large pieces of meat with his hunting knife, and cleared a patch of ice. Then he carefully drew complex symbols on the ice using wolf blood. After finishing, he placed the still beating, deformed blood core in the center of the symbols, holding his breath and waiting patiently. But nothing happened. The wolf blood on the symbols dried and turned black, and the core only throbbed slowly, with no connection to the surrounding flesh. What's going on? Caesar frowned and kicked the stiff wolf corpse beside him. Could it be that it's been dead too long, and the bloodless flesh isn't working? Does it need to be fresh, just dead? Caesar looked up at little Kaka. Little Kaka, are there any other snow wolves nearby? He pointed to the wolf corpses on the ground as he asked. Little Kaka's icy eyes flickered slightly. It slowly turned its body and finally pointed toward the cliff on one side of the ice fissure. Following Little Kaka, they walked along the cliff for about a kilometer, passing a large ice hollow. Ahead, a hidden snow wolf den appeared beneath the rocks. It had also been attacked. The entrance was scattered with broken wolf bodies, but deep inside the cave, faint and painful whimpering sounds could be heard. Caesar moved carefully closer. After adjusting to the darkness inside, he saw what was happening. 3 snow wolves curled up in the corner, all covered in wounds. One had a broken hind leg, limping painfully, with a large tear in its belly showing intestines that seemed to be faintly visible, dragging on the ice. Another had lost an eye, with half of its face bloody and mangled. The smallest one had a large chunk of flesh missing from its rear, and its walk was stiff. They are clearly lucky to have survived the previous attack. Now, they are licking their wounds, filled with fear and pain. Caesar looked at the 3 injured wolves and then down at the blood and flesh core in his arms. Runes, core, and these living pieces of flesh. Caesar took a deep breath, trying to stay strong. The side effects from before had mostly disappeared. Dealing with these badly injured, dying wolves, plus Shao Ka's strong help, shouldn't be a problem. Caesar turned to Shao Ka and said, "Can you help me? Take them out." He pointed at the 3 injured snow wolves inside the cave and made a cutting motion across his neck. Shao Ka looked in the direction Caesar pointed at the wounded wolves. Its icy eyes showed no emotion. It seemed to think about Caesar's request, then slowly nodded. It even raised its slender arm and pointed at the lame snow wolf dragging out its intestines, clearly indicating that it should be the first to be dealt with, the weakest one. That doesn't seem very kind, Caesar thought. He had guessed Shao Kahn might refuse, but to his surprise, it actually agreed. "You control the fight, I'll finish them off. The one dragging out its intestines is mine. Watch the other 2, don't let them run away or cause trouble," Caesar whispered, drawing his iron spear. Shao Kahn silently nodded and slightly floated up, its icy eyes fixed on the target. Caesar used the shadows of the cave wall and the scattered rocks as cover, quietly sneaking toward the lame snow wolf. The wolf seemed to be too badly hurt and was slow to sense danger. It tried to lick its belly wound, but dragging out its intestines made its movements very awkward. Every attempt caused it more pain. Caesar reached behind a rock just 10 steps away from it and signaled to Shao Ka. Shao Ka understood and gently blew a breath toward the wolf. There was no obvious cold wind, but Caesar saw that the ground beneath the wolf's feet instantly froze over with a thin layer of ice. The lame snow wolf tried to lower its head to lick its wound again. Its injured back leg was already unsteady. When it moved its front paw, it stepped onto the icy ground Shao Ka had treated. Swoosh! Unprepared, the snow wolf slipped, losing its balance instantly. Its injured back leg couldn't support it, and it fell to the ice. The wound in the abdomen was hit hard and pulled, almost crushing the dangling intestines with its own body. Suddenly, Caesar leapt out from behind the rock, rushing a few steps to the fallen snow wolf, his eyes cold. In this world, it's either you eat me or I eat you. He tightly gripped his iron spear, aiming at the snow wolf's vulnerable side of the neck. Thud! The spear tip sank deep, and warm wolf blood sprayed out instantly, splattering Caesar's hand. Yowl! The snow wolf's agonized howl suddenly stopped. Its body twitched violently a few times, and its dark red eyes quickly lost their spark. Caesar held the spear firmly until the snow wolf's struggles completely ceased, then suddenly pulled out the iron spear. The other 2 snow wolves were startled by their companion's cry. One, who had lost an eye, cautiously lifted its head and growled threateningly in Caesar's direction. The other looked a bit scared, slowly retreating. Little Kaka moved. Its slender figure floated toward the snow wolf, trying to back away, locking its icy blue-white eyes on it. It gently blew toward the ice surface in front of the snow wolf. An ice wall with sharp ice ridges suddenly rose from the ground in front of the snow wolf. It wasn't tall, but the edges were sharp, completely blocking its retreat. The snow wolf was startled by the sudden ice wall, froze in fear, and growled anxiously at the wall and Little Kaka. Caesar finished off the first target. He carried his blood-stained iron spear and strode toward the one-eyed snow wolf, which looked like the fiercest of the remaining group. "Stop barking," Caesar grinned, showing a bloodstained smile. The one-eyed snow wolf seemed angered by Caesar's provocation and lunged at him fiercely. Despite its severe injuries, its attack was still powerful. Caesar was prepared. He sidestepped quickly to avoid the fangs, and at the same time, stabbed the spear sharply into the snow wolf's side when it lunged past. Thud! But this time, the stab wasn't deep enough. The snow wolf went berserk, twisting its body wildly, ignoring its wounds, and growled as it approached again. At this moment, little Kaka struck again. It didn't bother the snow wolf trapped behind the ice wall, but aimed at the injured spot of the crazy one-eyed wolf, gently blowing. Oh, whoa! The one-eyed snow wolf let out a painful howl. Cold air invaded the wound, instantly freezing part of the flesh, causing the body to stiffen suddenly. This is the chance. Caesar's eyes flashed with a cold light. He suddenly kicked off the ground and charged forward, stabbing his iron spear fiercely into it. Thud! This strike pierced through the snow wolf's throat. The tip of the spear even protruded from the back of the snow wolf's neck. The large body collapsed heavily to the ground, limbs twitching a few times before becoming completely still. The last snow wolf, trapped behind an ice wall, watched its two companions die painfully. Seeing Shao Ka's strange ability, it was utterly terrified. It tucked its tail and shrank into the corner of the ice wall, whimpering in fear at Shao Ka and Caesar, losing all courage to run away. Caesar walked over, pulled out the iron spear from the one-eyed wolf's mouth, his expression calm. Without any unnecessary words, he raised his spear and struck. Thud! The outer edge of the ice valley fell completely silent. Phew! It's done. Caesar exhaled deeply. The materials were gathered. He looked at Shao Ka. Thanks. Shao Ka floated quietly over, icy eyes glancing at the wolf carcasses on the ground, then at Caesar, as if asking, "What's next?" "Next? Of course, we start." Caesar rubbed his hands together, ignoring the cold. He found a relatively flat piece of ice and took out the book of flesh and blood again. The pages turned automatically without wind, stopping at the page recording the Heart of War recipe. Caesar spread the book open on the ice surface, then took out the dark red mutated core. Finally, he needed fresh flesh and blood. Caesar walked to the largest snow wolf corpse, using his iron spear to carefully cut open its chest. He didn't need complete organs, only blood and flesh. He placed these wolf meat chunks and the mutated core next to the open pages of the book of flesh and blood. Hopefully, this will work this time. Caesar dipped his finger in wolf blood and began drawing complex symbols on the pages, following the instructions in the book. Shao Ka floated quietly nearby, watching Caesar's actions with icy eyes, not blinking. Finally, he finished the last. Buzz! A huge rune array carved into the ice suddenly glowed with a dark red light. Indeed, it needs fresh blood and flesh just after death. Caesar's eyes flashed with excitement. The snow wolf's blood and flesh inside the array instantly began to melt, flowing toward key points of the formation. Then countless dark red tendrils spread out from the core's surface, intertwining and slowly pulsing. This is the heart of war. Finally, when the last bit of wolf meat essence was completely absorbed, the glow of the magic circle suddenly dimmed, retracting all its light back into the floating core in the air. The humming sound stopped. A brand new heart appeared before Caesar. It was larger than the previous core, about the size of a human head, with a dark red membrane covering its surface. Countless tendrils extended from beneath the membrane, slowly swirling in the air. War core, complete. Caesar reached out carefully, slowly approaching the beating war heart. Just as his fingertips were about to touch it, whoosh, the war heart seemed to sense his presence. The tendrils suddenly stiffened and shot precisely towards Caesar's chest. Ignoring his tough armor, the tendrils easily pierced through his skin and sank deep inside. Ugh! Caesar let out a loud roar. The feeling was dozens of times more terrifying than swallowing a crimson seed. He could clearly feel that the war heart had pushed into his chest cavity, directly pressing against his own heart. The true fusion had begun. The tendrils on the surface of the war core instantly became more violent. They tightly wrapped around Caesar's original heart. Just as Caesar felt he was about to be torn apart by this raging force, a faint power emerged. It was the life essence he had absorbed earlier from the flesh monster. After being transformed by the crimson seed, it had settled into his blood and flesh. Now, under the influence of the war heart, this pure life energy was forcibly activated, flowing toward his original heart. The dark red substance and the vibrant red source of life began to merge inside his heart. The dark red veins beneath his skin flickered, and his muscles wildly swelled. Who knows how long it lasted? The intense pain, almost tearing Caesar apart, finally started to fade slowly. Inside his chest, Caesar's original heart had changed dramatically. Its size had nearly doubled, and it was covered with a layer of dark red membrane similar to that of the war heart. Faint red tendrils could be seen under the fascia, extending from the surface of this heart. They deeply rooted themselves in every corner of Caesar's chest cavity, closely connected to his entire body, forming a new circulatory system. Thump, thump, thump. A strong heartbeat sounded steadily inside Caesar's chest, as if he had endless energy, making his whole body feel more powerful. Suddenly, Caesar opened his eyes wide. Phew! Caesar felt that the world in his eyes seemed different. The cold wind on his face felt sharper, and he believed his senses had been enhanced. He stiffly lowered his head and looked at his chest. The armor there had a large hole, exposing the skin underneath. On his skin was a complex and strange tattoo pattern made of dark red fascia and tiny flesh bumps. It covered his heart like a living tattoo, pulsing slightly with each heartbeat and glowing faintly. Caesar instinctively clenched his fist. Click! He felt his body had been strengthened at a basic level. Based on his current estimate, his strength was now about half of what it was when he used the crimson seed before. It really worked. Caesar's voice was hoarse with disbelief, quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. Excited, Caesar waved his arms a few times, creating a gust of wind, and tried jumping in place. His body felt incredibly light, but when he landed, he sensed a slight tremor on the icy ground beneath him. This feeling of controlling such great power almost made him addicted. At that moment, a clear voice cut through the cold wind behind him, coming from nearby. Finally found you, friend. Caesar suddenly turned around. Standing at the entrance of the ice gorge was a figure with a face as pale as a frozen fish. Next to him, little Kaka seemed to smell something on Isaac, and a rare look of disgust appeared in her innocent eyes. This man was Isaac, who had chased Caesar all the way from the Iron Skin village to the ice gorge. He had obtained Caesar's blood from the village. Using the bloodthirsty worms he created and the information-sharing ability of the mother worm inside him, he could track Caesar as long as he hadn't completely left this frozen land. However, when he saw Caesar's gaze, Isis's expression became strange, showing a hint of disdain. It wasn't about strength, but purely about appearance. His mind quickly turned, judging by those children from the Iron Skin village, whose life essence has been drained. The person who did this must be ruthless and skilled. Their method of extracting the source of life seems very experienced. They should be a well-known, powerful wizard, right? But this kid in front of me. Isis's eyes scanned Caesar's tattered leather armor and those nearly unusable worn-out shoes. This doesn't seem right, Isis wondered to himself. He looks like those low-level farmers in the frozen land. Not like a wizard at all. He more resembles those demon hunters. But then Isis thought again, no, that can't be. Even if I dig up the legendary demon hunter families on Veslet continent, I haven't heard of anyone with such a way of draining life essence. Could it be some hidden old monster in disguise? But this aura doesn't seem to match. On Veslet continent, such old creatures do exist. Some elderly wizards extend their lives through special means. Isis refused to believe it. He knew his tracking couldn't be wrong. The source of the information from the maternal parasite inside him was right in front of him. On this boy. His dull gray eyes suddenly focused sharply. A flash of crimson thread crossed his pupils. He activated his blood-sensing ability from the bloodthirsty parasite, silently probing towards Caesar. This time, his scan seemed deeper. Isis's brow furrowed in confusion, as if trying to decipher chaotic signals. Then, he suddenly seemed to catch a crucial piece of information, and his eyes widened in shock. "You little thief!" Isis's voice suddenly rose sharply. "Not only did you steal so much of my children's life essence, but I didn't expect. You even dared to steal my eternal heart." His whole body trembled with anger. Caesar was stunned by this sudden accusation and the fierce killing intent. When did I ever steal anything from this old ghost? But soon, Caesar reacted. This old guy isn't talking about the parasites in Iron Skin Village, right? And his so-called eternal heart. Looks like he's the wizard who attacked Kano back then. The eternal heart is just the mutated core inside Kano. Caesar suddenly realized something, and a surge of evil fire rose within him. What's yours is mine now, he thought. Faced with Isis's fierce killing intent, Caesar's body tensed slightly, but his eyes remained very calm. He didn't back down at all. Quietly, his right hand moved toward his waist, where a crimson seed was hidden. Isis's face twitched with muscle, surprised by Caesar's calmness. The other person, who looked so defeated, didn't panic or show fear after revealing his killing intent. Instead, he seemed almost cold and composed. This reaction was not what a normal villager or monster hunter would have. No way. That's impossible. Isis thought. The blood tracking of the mother insect is a core lock. The scent of blood is on him. The tracking can't be wrong. After a moment of thinking, Isis's eyes turned sharp again. Thinking too much won't help. Whether you're real or fake, I'll just kill you. As long as I take the body back and extract the soul, everything will be clear. The heart of eternity won't escape. With killing intent, Isis's thin, withered fingers under his wide robe began to move quietly. Blood started to seep from his fingers, dark red and sticky. But just as he was about to attack, Isis's gaze accidentally swept over the small creature standing beside Caesar. That one look made Isis shiver all over. Cold. The spirit of cold? So this little brat isn't dead? Isis's pupils shrank to pinpoints. As an old monster who had lived on this frozen land for many years, Isis knew much more about the cold spirit than ordinary people. This creature was not just a simple ice element, as most monster hunters thought. They were born in the coldest places, absorbing the surrounding cold air. Because of this, where they existed, a strange warm zone would form, as they away all the cold. When Isis was younger, wandering on the icy plateau further north, he had seen one with his own eyes. In the endless ice plains, there was a patch only a few dozen meters wide where the snow melted and felt incredibly warm. Step inside, and it was warm. Step out, and it was freezing cold. The terrifying thing about the cold spirit was that it constantly absorbed coldness and could release it at any time. If it erupted, it could freeze everything into ice sculptures. Isaac's back suddenly broke out in cold sweat, soaking his silk lining. He stared tightly at little Ka, feeling both surprised and suspicious. How could this thing be with that kid? And it looks very close. Cold spirits don't like living creatures, especially ones with warmth. Is there something strange about this kid? Nearby, Caesar was already ready to attack, his feet tense, prepared to strike at any moment. But suddenly, Isaac stopped his move. His head hung low, hiding a flash of fierce intent and scheming in his eyes. Friend, there might have been a misunderstanding just now. Isaac squinted, quickly noticing Caesar's plan to sneak attack. Isaac was hesitant now. From the blood he sensed earlier, he felt a strong pulse inside Caesar's body, along with a special cold spirit nearby. He didn't understand why Caesar hadn't attacked him yet, and now he couldn't judge Caesar's true strength. The moment Isaac's murderous intent flared and his fearful gaze shot toward little Ka, Caesar caught it all with sharp eyes. This old guy seems really afraid of the little Ka. Caesar decided to test the waters. He slowly patted the snow on his knees and hands. When he looked at Isaac again, a cold smile appeared on his lips, his voice deep and commanding. Those useless bugs you keep as pets? The blood-sucking worms. Caesar's tone was full of disdain. You. Isaac's face instantly turned a dark purple, but his gaze involuntarily flicked back to the harmless little Ka at Caesar's feet. Little Ka seemed completely unaware of the tense killing intent between the two adults. It just tilted its small head. It looked at Caesar with wide eyes, as if Caesar was everything in its world. This pure, focused dependence, in Isaac's eyes, became the most terrifying omen of death. He forcibly swallowed his murderous intent, his forehead bulging with tense blue veins. Caesar watched Isaac's expression with a cold smile, feeling even more confident. Right now, the situation was clear. Whoever backed down was the loser. Caesar had to stay calm and keep his cool. He clicked his tongue in disdain. With just this little trick, you think you can be my friend? Isaac's chest heaved violently, and the bulging veins on his forehead looked even more frightening. He had lived so long, but he had never been so humiliated, being scolded by a kid who looked like a beggar mage, pointing at his nose. However, his reason told him not to act, at least not here. That cold spirit was like an unstable bomb. If disturbed, the consequences could be terrible. Isaac took several deep breaths, and even tried to force a very ugly smile on his stiff face. You have taught me a lesson. Isaac's voice was hoarse, each word squeezed out from between his teeth. I was short-sighted. He paused, as if thinking of something. As fellow explorers of life's mysteries, servants of knowledge, controllers of patterns, he tried to use some common wizard phrases. Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us. Why let it deepen? Isaac slightly turned to the side and made a very stiff, inviting gesture, pointing toward the deep part of the strange woods outside the ice valley. I have a quiet place deep in the frost forest where I keep some interesting experiment samples. Maybe we can put aside this small disagreement and calmly discuss and exchange ideas. Isaac tried to sound sincere, but in his dull eyes, a cold light flickered. He decided to test the waters. Caesar sneered inwardly. Caesar's mind was racing. His biggest concern now was little Kaka. As long as Kaka was nearby, he wouldn't dare act rashly. But if he showed hesitation or refused, the old man might become suspicious. All right, Caesar said almost without hesitation. Actually, I have some little gadgets too. Maybe they'll catch your eye. Seeing Caesar agree so readily, Isaac was momentarily stunned. Then a wave of joy exploded inside him, almost breaking through his forced calm. This kid is still too naive. As long as I can lure him away from that cold spirit and into the depths of the frost forest. Humph, Isaac snarled inwardly, his fake smile seeming to become a little more genuine. Caesar took 2 steps forward, then suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned around and said to the small creature still standing in place, tilting its head. Click! The small creature's innocent eyes focused on Caesar's face, as if it finally understood this simple command. It completely ignored Isis, who was emitting a cold aura nearby. Its body, like ice crystals, lightly bounced, and without hesitation, it followed Caesar's steps, sticking close to his leg. At that moment, Caesar's heart was in his throat. He was gambling, hoping that the small creature would listen to him. He had sensed before that the creature seemed very close to him. If the small creature showed even a little hesitation or refused to follow, Caesar would immediately turn hostile and fight to kill Isis. Wait! Isis suddenly shouted sharply. He looked as if he saw something impossible happening, his eyes fixed on the small creature, then quickly turned to Caesar. This kid, he can actually command the cold spirit. Isis's mind was filled with shock. The cold spirit is a pure elemental being, almost without emotions, only following its instinct to absorb cold. Many powerful mages on the Vestlic continent have tried to control the cold spirit, but all ended in nightmares. Even if you temporarily suppress its instincts with the most effective mental potions and succeed in controlling it, how you handle it is another problem. It becomes a walking disaster. Wherever it goes, the temperature rises uncontrollably. Over time, everything around it will be burned. Unless you throw it into an extremely cold place, where it can absorb endless cold air. But then, what's the point of controlling it? What puzzled Isis even more was that the young man in front of him showed no special methods. He simply said a word, and the cold spirit understood and obediently followed. This completely overturned Isis's knowledge. Communicating with elemental beings, especially a pure and aloof entity like the cold spirit, requires using the elemental language. Humans simply cannot speak this language. Without a core, to communicate with pure elements, one must drink a specially prepared language potion. Are you mocking me? Caesar suddenly stopped and turned around angrily. One moment you invite, the next you call a halt. What exactly are you trying to do? Caesar had to be firm, acting like a strong person repeatedly insulted. Isaacs is really in a difficult position now. If he makes a move, he worries about that strange cold spirit. The risk is too high, and the outcome is uncertain. He might end up getting everyone killed. Quickly, Isaacs weighs his options. He forces a smile and says, "Friend, of course not. Isaacs, swear on my honor as a wizard." He explains, "The eternal frost forest where I live is still conducting some important experiments that are nearing completion. Inviting a distinguished guest suddenly might disturb your interest." Isaacs pauses and suggests, "How about this? To show my sincerity, could you leave me a token? Once the experiment is stable, I will personally bring the most valuable knowledge scrolls and samples to visit you." He tries to make his eyes look sincere and honest. Right now, his main goal is to keep Caesar calm. Since you are somewhat a fellow wizard, I'll give you this much face," Caesar says slowly. Caesar slowly reaches into his leather armor pocket. Isaac's eyes are drawn to his hand, wondering if he might pull out something else. Caesar's hand seems to clutch something inside the pocket, then slowly pulls it out, forming a fist with his back facing Isaac's. It's impossible to see what's inside. "Take it," Caesar says evenly, walking toward Isaac's. Isaacs keeps up his fake smile, palms open, ready to catch whatever token Caesar offers. Two suspicious figures approach each other slowly in the snowstorm. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Just as they get within less than 2 meters, and Isaac's fingers are about to touch Caesar's tightly clenched fist, Caesar suddenly opens his fist, revealing a bright red seed. The moment Isaacs sees the red seed, he feels a sense of danger. His blood starts to boil, and even his features bleed. Caesar quickly stuffs the red seed into his mouth, then strikes his chest hard. Heart of War. Activate. Caesar feels as if his body is being torn apart. His flesh seems to swell, and his leather armor begins to break apart. "I've been prepared for you all along, you little brat." Isaac's sharp voice rings out almost at the same time. Isaacs couldn't see Caesar's true intentions, and based on Caesar's recent actions, he deduced that Caesar definitely did not control this cold spirit. Instead, Caesar likely used some special method to make the spirit listen to him, rather than fully dominating it. Moreover, Caesar revealed a crucial point. If Caesar were truly stronger than him, he would have been killed upon meeting. From the start, Caesar showed hostility, and the wizard would never allow someone with hostile intentions to survive. But clearly, Caesar thought the same way. The battle began. Caesar decided to test the effect of the Heart of War first. That power instantly swept through his body, stronger than when he first used the Crimson Seed. Caesar felt every muscle in his body swell, bringing a strong sense of power. His leather armor couldn't withstand this swelling and started to. Caesar's muscles were now tightly bound, his face twisted with rage. Strangely, under the state of the Heart of War, the Crimson Greatsword created by using the Crimson Seed was even stronger than usual, growing larger as Caesar grew bigger. Transformation complete. Now Caesar's size had expanded to 3 meters, and his whole body looked slightly bulky. But it was clear that his strength was visibly increased. Boom! Caesar suddenly threw a punch directly at Isaacs. Seeing this, Isaac's pupils shrank, but he didn't panic. He was covered in blood, even his elegant clothes stained with it, blood seeping from all over his body. Wait. Seeing Caesar's fist hit Isaac's and send him flying, Caesar's heart tightened. The feeling of his fist hitting Isaac's was very strange, not like hitting flesh and blood. "Little brat, you can actually fuse with the Heart of Eternity?" Isaac slowly got up after being knocked dozens of meters away. That terrifying punch seemed to have caused no real damage to him. He stared at Caesar with shock, his eyes full of disbelief. "You have quite a few secrets. What exactly did this kid do?" "The Heart of Eternity is only a semi-finished product, and it can't be safely transplanted. Its consciousness should be completely eroded." Isaac's mind was filled with waves of shock. Eternal Heart is a semi-finished product created by Isis. He went to the Eastern lands to conduct experiments and thus created this Eternal Heart. However, it was targeted by a stubborn demon hunter. After Isis defeated him, he used the hunter's body to merge with the Eternal Heart for data observation. As a result, his mental state was constantly invaded, and his will was eroded. Even using certain mental potions couldn't suppress this influence because it wasn't mind control, but an instinctive emotional effect. But who would have thought that the demon hunter had some tricks? He ran out from the depths of the frost forest and was actually untraceable. He hid here, giving this brat a lucky break. However, Isis is very curious about how Caesar manages to suppress his violent, murderous emotions. Isis looks at Caesar with intense interest. The name, Eternal Heart, is not just for show. Some old wizards use curses that drain life to extend their lifespan, but over time, the effect diminishes. Once the Eternal Heart is transplanted into the body, using certain life-draining curses can turn life into lifespan, which doesn't decrease over time. Let's do it. Even if I have to pay a price today, I must catch you. Isis quickly recites obscure spells, seemingly calling something. In front of a warrior, a mage dares to cast spells. Caesar's muscles tense instantly. He leaps off the ground, raising his huge crimson sword high, swinging it directly at Isis. You! Isis is filled with shock and anger, dodging awkwardly. Although he used secret techniques to withstand Caesar's heavy, the blood covering him has noticeably dimmed. But Caesar's strange leaf-shaped sword gives him a very dangerous feeling. The moment Isis saw that seed, he felt a slight fluctuation in his own life essence, faintly being pulled away. He quickly dodges around, but his speed and strength, even after enhancement, are slightly weaker than Caesar's. Ugh! Isis growls softly as his left arm is cut off. He looks at Caesar with a face full of terror. Losing one arm isn't a big deal. Even though the wizard's body is human, using special methods to regenerate limbs is not difficult. What frightened him was the feeling that part of his body was missing, truly and fundamentally gone. Although there is a way to connect with others by consuming their flesh and blood to restore his own, this is a common curse among witches for regenerating limbs. However, this method relies on the idea that the body's essential integrity remains intact. The problem was that he felt his left arm's essence had completely disappeared, and even using the flesh and blood regeneration curse was useless. You used this thing to kill my creation. Who are you? Isaac looked at Caesar with a terrified expression. Such a thing was unknown across the entire Vislav continent, not even among the legendary families. Someone will tell you when you go to, Caesar said coldly, raising his great sword again, not giving the opponent a moment to breathe. You. Isaac felt frustrated and helpless. Witches are not good at fighting face to face. Suddenly, strange things started happening. Roar. A terrifying roar came from all directions. Caesar looked around cautiously and saw dense snow wolves rushing out of the forest. These wolves had lost their teeth, which had grown back and protruded outward in a tangled mess. Their fur had fallen out. Their skin turned dark red and hard, and their eyes became blood red and bulging. In that moment, they reminded him of the villagers from Ironclad Village. Ha ha! Isaac burst into wild laughter. Little brat, when I catch you, I will extract your soul and study it carefully. These things can't stop me, Caesar thought as he looked at the dozens of snow wolves around him. He felt no fear. With his current strength, he could easily handle them with one hand. Oh, then, what about these? Isaac's eyes turned cold and snake-like, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. Behind him, the dense forest revealed more deformed monsters. These monsters looked like hybrids of humans and other creatures, twisted and mutated. Caesar felt a wave of disgust in his stomach. One of the monsters had 12 arms and 6 eyes on its head, arranged irregularly, but allowing it to see all around without blind spots. There are also many tiny, tangled creatures, possibly hybrids of some unknown beings. Some have completely transformed in the lower body, turning into spider-like, swollen abdomens and jointed limbs. Seeing this scene, Caesar's heart sank, but he still had one uncertain move left. Caesar turned his head to look at the slightly silly-looking little Ka. It still stood quietly in place, its crystal-like eyes calm and unchanging. Even as the battle between them continued, it showed no signs of disturbance. When Caesar first saw this strange creature, he felt something strange. It was not hostile toward him and seemed very obedient. But the fear on Isaac's face was real and deep. That fear did not come from overwhelming power, but from instinctive dread of some extremely violent creature. Caesar also sensed that little Ka seemed to have a strange connection to the blood and flesh book. Little Ka, help me. Get rid of them, Caesar said with a hint of hope. Even he wasn't sure if it would work. Shaka. Little Ka seemed to be thinking about Caesar's words, but soon it nodded gently. Huh. Little Ka opened its mouth and blew softly. This time, Unlike before, endless blue crystals flowed out, forming waves like tides that spread forward. No way. You can really control the cold spirit. Isaac was shocked. His earlier guesses and observations showed that Caesar's subtle expressions were not missed by him. He was sure Caesar had some special trait that attracted the cold spirit. The little creature following him was probably just acting on instinct. But Isaac never expected that the cold spirit really listened to Caesar. He took such a big risk just to gamble, because Caesar's secret was too tempting. We can't hold on anymore. Saving our lives is the priority. Isaac made a quick decision. He jumped onto his spider-like servant, who had already transformed in the lower body. The spider carried him, its 8 legs flying, and they hurriedly fled into the deep forest. The cold air from Little Ka's breath spread rapidly. Wherever it passed, frost covered everything, and the ground froze instantly. Sharp ice spikes shot out like thorns from the ice layer. Dozens of mutated snow wolves, along with the monster waving 12 arms, instantly turned into ice sculptures. Then, they were pierced by ice spikes erupting from the ground. Even the trees were not spared. They all turned into shards of ice. The spider carrying Isaac was frozen solid, with its back legs shattered into pieces. Its speed slowed significantly, almost causing it to fall. Isaac was not surprised. When he was young, he traveled across the continent and saw an even more terrifying ice spirit ravaging the Ashen Empire, turning everything within 100 miles into a dead zone. If it weren't for the Storm Emperor's intervention back then, the disaster would have spread even further. Compared to that scene, this one was just a small display of power. The power to freeze everything could even turn the medium itself into ice. However, Isaac quickly realized that this ice spirit was still very new, not very old. Though strong, the ice spirit was a typical glass cannon and not very smart. Its cold air stored inside would burst out all at once when released, not in parts. Isaac had hesitated before because he didn't know how old this ice spirit was or how far its cold could spread. But he had to run now because this creature was too strange, and fighting it head-on was impossible. "Where are you going?" Just as Isaac thought he was safe, Caesar's cold voice rang out in front of him. Although Caesar was shocked by the terrifying attack from the small creature, he reacted instantly. He gathered all his strength and chased after Isaac. Even in his full form, the spider was not as fast as Caesar, especially with 2 legs broken. Caesar's eyes were cold. He raised his hand and launched a series of slashes. Isaac immediately jumped down from the spider and dodged around. Sadly, the spider was quickly cut apart by Caesar, its life force drained away. This is too strange. Isaac's pupils shrank, feeling a deep chill. If I don't fight hard today, I'll really be finished here. Isaac suddenly reached into his chest with both hands. Thick blood flowed from his fingers as he muttered words, clearly activating some secret dark magic. But Caesar's speed was faster. His killing intent was like a solid force locking onto Isaac. Want to cast spells in front of a warrior? Shoo! Isaac looked up in horror, but his vision soon became strange. The world seemed to collapse inward, splitting his body in 2. Caesar's murderous eyes appeared through the cracks in the split body. Without hesitation, Caesar swung his great sword again, chopping several times and smashing the remaining body into pieces. A burst of life energy was absorbed by the leaf sword, feeding back into Caesar's body. Finally dead, old ghost, Caesar wiped the sweat from his forehead. The intense fight had left him tired too. "I just wanted to go out and get some food, but it's the Iron Sheet village, the muscle monsters, and now an evil wizard," he muttered quietly in frustration. He turned to look at little Kaka. He saw white crystal powder falling from its body. Its size had shrunk by nearly half, but its small icy face remained expressionless, just quietly watching Caesar. Caesar felt a strange emptiness and a twinge of sympathy. He stepped closer to little Kaka. "Little Kaka, do you want to come with me, Shika?" Little Kaka's calm face showed a faint, almost unnoticeable joy. It nodded gently, floated up, and rubbed its cool little head against Caesar's cheek. Caesar felt warmth in his heart. This was his first friend since arriving in this strange world. But then, a new problem appeared: how to take it with him. Letting it float around nearby would be too big a target and likely cause trouble on the road. His large, bulky body sat down with a loud thud on the cold, frozen ground. He stroked his chin, deep in thought, looking quite comical. Little Kaka seemed to understand his dilemma. It pointed with its tiny finger at Caesar and then touched its own belly. Caesar's eyes lit up. With a slight movement of his mind, the flesh in his abdomen wriggled. The strange book of flesh and blood appeared again in his palm. It was the same size as before, but compared to Caesar's current body, it looked very tiny. Little Kaka saw the flesh and blood book and became very excited. The pages slowly opened by themselves, flipping to the 2 pages that recorded recipes for the crimson seed and the warrior's heart. To Caesar's shock, Little Kaka suddenly transformed into a blue light and dove into the pages of the book. A layer inside the 3rd page quickly seeped out a blue liquid. The liquid flowed and expanded, eventually igniting into a dark blue flame. Its shape was identical to the crimson flames on the previous pages, only the color was different. In the center of the page, a pure blue eye made of icy crystal, about the size of 2 palms, slowly opened. It blinked lively and looked directly at Caesar. Caesar immediately recognized it. This was Little Kaka's eye. He waved his hand in disbelief, and the eye in the book also moved left and right with his gesture. Like home, a faint but clear stream of consciousness directly entered Caesar's mind. It was Shao Ka's thought, once incomprehensible squeaking sounds. Now he could understand their meaning. Shao Ka, are you okay? Caesar asked with concern, looking at the book page. He blinked, and then another thought came. Fine. Tired. Rest. Although it was intermittent, Caesar understood completely. Shao Ka was fine, just exhausted from earlier and needed to rest. Caesar relaxed slightly and retracted the flesh and blood book into his body. It felt the same as before, with no unusual sensation. But in this warlike state, his perception of flesh and blood was extremely sharp. He seemed to sense a very subtle increase in temperature around him. He stood up and instinctively glanced back at Isaac's shattered remains. His pupils suddenly contracted. The debris on the ground had completely disappeared. Suddenly, boom, boom, the ground beneath him, covered in ice, shook violently and cracked without warning. In Caesar's shocked eyes, a huge crimson figure slowly rose from a deep in the earth. Caesar's heart warned him with a loud warning sound. Almost at the same time, the ice beneath him suddenly exploded. A giant mouth full of sharp teeth suddenly appeared, and Caesar was in midair with nowhere to dodge or brace himself. Bang! The huge, hooked teeth pierced deeply into Caesar's left side, breaking through flesh and embedding into bone. The teeth on the other side were narrowly blocked by Caesar's crimson sword, which he held firmly in front of him, producing a harsh scraping sound like metal. Despite this, the terrible force still pushed through. Slimy, foul-smelling liquid dripped from the worm's mouth parts, corroding his skin with a sizzling sound. Ugh! Get away from me! Caesar's eyes turned red, and veins bulged on his forehead. The power of his war heart surged wildly inside him. His muscles, tense like steel, stretched to their limit. He roared and grabbed the worm's upper and lower jaws with both hands, using all his strength to force the giant mouth open little by little. The teeth scraped past flesh and bone, spilling blood and torn meat. In this critical moment, Caesar clenched his left fist tightly. He aimed at the relatively soft side of the worm's head, pouring all his anger and strength into a fierce punch. Thud! The worm let out a painful, furious roar. Its huge head was slammed to the ice surface by Caesar's powerful punch. The hard frozen ground instantly collapsed into a deep pit. Cracks like spider webs spread out wildly from the impact point for dozens of meters. Ice chips mixed with red slime and broken shell fragments of the worm flew everywhere. Using the recoil from this punch, Caesar finally broke free from the worm's teeth. His body staggered backward and fell heavily to the ground, sliding several meters and carving a deep groove in the ice. Pain shot through his left side, and he looked down to see 2 fist-sized blood holes. The edges were ragged, with flesh torn and bones visible. Blood flowed out like a fountain, quickly staining the ice beneath him red. However, the powerful healing ability granted by his war heart was rapidly working. New tissue was growing and filling the terrible wounds at a visible speed. However, Caesar's heart sank. He keenly sensed that the beating of his war heart had noticeably slowed down in both strength and frequency. This change was different from before. indicating that if Caesar took heavy damage, his war heart would consume a large amount of blood and flesh energy to heal itself. As a result, its endurance would decrease. Must end this quickly. Can't afford to waste time. Caesar spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his once crazy eyes now replaced with cold, killing intent. He no longer tried to fight the monster directly with brute strength. Instead, he clenched his crimson sword and began to circle rapidly around the twisting, suffering red worm. Using broken ice and fallen trees as cover, Caesar's figure flickered unpredictably. Whenever the worm tried to ram or bite with its head, Caesar narrowly dodged, while his crimson sword left deep cuts on different parts of the massive creature's body. Clink, clink, sizzle. The blade sliced through the thick, slippery shell, reaching the writhing flesh underneath. With each strike, the crimson sword glowed faintly, drawing out small but continuous streams of life energy through its hilt. This energy flowed into Caesar, replenishing his stamina and slightly delaying the exhaustion of his war heart. At the wound where the worm was cut open, flesh and blood writhed violently and healed at an astonishing speed, leaving only a faint white scar. How many lives has this old thing devoured? Caesar grew more alarmed with each strike. Although he kept drawing life essence from the worm with his crimson sword, the vitality within the worm was utterly despairing. Its health bar was thicker than expected. Even as it slowly decreased, its absolute value was still terrifyingly high, making Caesar feel overwhelmed. At the same time, the worm's strength was also astonishing. During several tentative clashes, Caesar realized that his power, boosted by the war heart, was actually starting to fall behind. Its huge body struck the ground with each, causing minor earthquakes, cracking the ice, and sending frozen soil flying. However, its enormous size also brought a deadly weakness, clumsiness, and slowness. Caesar keenly noticed this. This giant worm's straight-line charge was extremely fast and powerful, but its turns and spins within small areas were awkward and heavy. Especially the tail covered with feelers, which looks fierce and scary, but seems to be a relatively fragile and important sensory. Caesar immediately changed his tactics. He no longer tried to attack the worm's hard head and thick middle body, but focused entirely on the constantly twisting large tail. Swish, swish, swish. Caesar's figure flickered like a ghost near the worm's tail. With each swing of his bright red sword, he precisely cut through the writhing red feelers. The sword sliced through the feelers, breaking them, and a foul greenish liquid sprayed out, sizzling on the ice and producing wisps of smoke. Yow! Every time a feeler was cut, the worm let out a painful and furious cry. Its huge body twitched violently, and its tail wildly slapped the ice, trying to crush Caesar. But Caesar, with quick movements and perfect timing, always managed to retreat after attacking. His large body made turning in the tight space difficult, and although the tail attack range was wide, its path was easier to predict. Just as Caesar kept weakening the worm's tail, looking for a fatal strike, an unexpected change occurred. "I will kill you, you crawler." A voice full of endless hatred and madness, yet strangely familiar, echoed directly from inside the worm's huge body. It was Isaac's voice. Caesar froze for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the worm's head. He saw the four massive mouth parts suddenly expand to their limit. The four-lobed jaws, full of sharp teeth, flipped outward completely, revealing an even more disgusting scene inside the mouth. On the spiral-shaped, tiny teeth-lined throat wall, a mass of blood and flesh was writhing violently and bulging. Next, a complete human head, belonging to a person, forcibly grew out from the worm's bloody flesh cavity. Behind that head, several thick, pulsating crimson blood vessels and nerve bundles connected, deeply embedded in the worm's cavity wall. The face of the head was twisted and deformed, covered with bulging veins and sticky blood threads, but Caesar immediately recognized it as Isaac. His eyes were completely filled with a bright red color, and his mouth was wide open. Inside, instead of human teeth, there were countless sharp, worm-like fangs. Saliva mixed with blood dripped constantly from the corners of his mouth. His face showed only extreme anger and pain, and all his reason was gone. "You're pushing me to this point. I must eat you. Chew your bones to pieces. Your marrow dry. Isaac's head roared in a beastly voice, full of hatred for Caesar. This sound seemed to excite the worm itself, causing its huge body to thrash more wildly. This was Isaac's last desperate move. Forcing his consciousness to merge with the worm was an irreversible process. Now, Isaac still had a little bit of awareness, but as the worm devoured more lives, the terrifying bloodline instinct from the divine creation of the Golden Kingdom would gradually erode his remaining human mind. Eventually, he would be completely digested and absorbed, becoming an unconscious part inside this giant beast. Caesar looked at Isaac's head, which was howling wildly inside the worm's mouth, with a cruel expression. Old ghost, turning yourself into this kind of monster. Seeing you suffer so much, why not? Let me help you find true freedom. Caesar's voice was quiet but clear, cutting through the worm's roar. Hearing Caesar's mockery, Isaac's already limited reason became even more frantic. His head and features suddenly oozed large amounts of thick, fresh blood, which flowed down his huge body and soaked the ice below. Soon after, many small crimson worms in the blood began to move. They crazily burst out of the blood pool. They expanded at a visible speed, growing to the size of a palm in an instant. Once formed, these small bloodworms seemed to receive an order. They instantly burrowed into the ice beneath and turned into streaks of crimson dark currents. They rushed towards Caesar from all directions, forming countless fast-moving small clusters on the ice surface. Caesar was not panicked. He lifted his left leg, muscles tense, and forcefully stomped on the ice beneath him. Centered on where he stepped, thick cracks appeared instantly, then suddenly collapsed downward. A powerful shockwave, mixed with the pressure of the ice, instantly crushed the small worms hiding under his foot into meat paste. However, the number of insects was too many. The ice around Caesar kept cracking as countless crimson worms shot out. They opened their tooth-filled mouths and attacked Caesar from all directions, trying to drown and chew him. "Get lost," Caesar shouted loudly. He held his giant crimson sword with both hands, the blade resting by his side. His body spun suddenly like a top. Buzz. The small worms rushing toward him were instantly smashed into pieces by the powerful impact of Caesar's crimson sword. In just a few moments, Caesar cleared a ring of insect corpses around him. At that moment, the crimson worms from afar took advantage of Caesar being entangled. Their huge bodies, with the power to crush everything, opened their four-part jaws and charged again, trying to bite Caesar. This time, Caesar did not choose to dodge. A wild look flashed in his eyes. Just as the giant, fang-filled mouth was about to swallow him, Caesar did not retreat. Instead, he aimed his crimson sword upward, stabbing diagonally, pressing the tip against the thickest part of the worm's upper jaw. At the same time, he poured all his strength into his left arm. "Old thing, shut up," Caesar roared angrily. His left fist slammed hard into the head embedded in the worm's wall. Bang! This punch hit the left side of Isis's head with force, causing a terrifying explosion of power. Isis's half-face and part of his head were shattered by Caesar's punch. Ugh! Gulp! Isis's head let out a painful scream. His remaining single eye was filled with disbelief and dullness. But the terrifying vitality of the worms showed again. The flesh and blood around Isis's shattered head wall moved violently, as if alive. Countless tiny crimson tendrils quickly reached out, wrapping and connecting to the edges of Isis's broken head wound. They rapidly repaired the half of Isis's head that was destroyed, even forming new eyeballs under the blood and flesh. In just a few breaths, Isis's broken head was mostly restored. The new single eye was filled with hatred and madness, locking onto Caesar tightly. Die! Isis's head, now restored, let out a hysterical scream. His head and his neck, connected to the worm's body wall, stretched out sharply. His mouth, full of sharp teeth, opened wide and bit down Caesar's neck. Trying to die, Caesar's eyes flashed with fierce anger. How could he tolerate this? At the moment Isaac's head lunged forward, Caesar reacted instantly. He loosened his right hand, which was holding onto the worm's upper jaw. He grabbed tightly onto Isaac's newly extended, sticky neck. Ugh! Isaac's head was caught around the throat, and he let out a sharp, piercing scream. Caesar used all 5 fingers to squeeze with great strength, almost breaking the neck. "Old ghost, you like biting, don't you?" Caesar's face was covered in Isaac's blood, looking extremely fierce. He bared his white teeth, then suddenly lowered his head and bit into Isaac's neck. Snap! Ugh! Isaac's scream suddenly rose sharply, full of pain and fear. Meanwhile, the huge crimson worm's back half suddenly arched, then frantically pounded the ice surface. Boom! 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 Each strike caused large areas of ice to collapse. Its massive tendrils and tail swung wildly, knocking down surrounding trees. I told you to bite, Caesar growled incoherently. He held tightly onto the worm's upper jaw with his left hand, which was trying to close, while his right hand still gripped the giant red sword, pressing against another fawn. At the same time, his teeth, which were biting Isaac's neck, didn't loosen. Instead, he tore even harder, muscles tensing all over his body. He began to pull back fiercely, trying to rip Isaac's head clean off the monster's body. Gurgle. Splat. A loud, muffled sound of flesh and bones tearing apart echoed clearly. The powerful recoil threw Caesar backwards suddenly. Crash. Boom. He crashed into two large trees in succession, then fell heavily to the ground, dragging a long scar in the frozen soil. The violent impact made Caesar spit out a mouthful of blood. But in his hand, he still clutched Isaac's head, which was connected to half of his torn neck. Caesar struggled to sit up, shook his dizzy head, and held up the still bloodied head in front of him. Isaac's remaining single-eye darted wildly, and the madness in his blood-red gaze quickly faded, as if his consciousness was returning. His eyes were full of fear. He opened and closed his mouth desperately, trying to speak, but only made hissing sounds. Old ghost, you're no good. Caesar grinned, revealing a fierce, blood-stained smile. Weren't you so confident just now? Huh. Don't kill me. Isis barely managed to speak with his remaining strength, voice weak and broken. I can give you eternal life. Endless wealth. Power. TSK. Caesar's smile was full of mockery. You're so foolish. If I kill you, isn't everything of yours still mine? Caesar no longer wasted words. He grabbed Isis's sparse hair with one hand, suddenly pulled back his arm, and slammed the head down to the cold, hard ground. Smack! Isis's head shattered instantly under the force, exploding into flesh and blood on the icy surface. Caesar panted heavily, wiped the blood from his face, and turned his gaze toward the headless worm. Without Isis's consciousness guiding it, the creature looked even more chaotic and frantic. Caesar didn't hesitate. He charged straight at the writhing, crimson giant worm. The worm seemed to sense Caesar's murderous intent and approached. It suddenly turned its massive body, though clumsier without Isis's precise control. But instinct drove it to open its abyssal maw, filled with destructive power, and once again lunged towards Caesar. Caesar didn't dodge. Instead, he suddenly exerted force from his legs and dove directly into the gap of the giant, terrifying jaws. In an instant, everything around him was swallowed in suffocating dark red darkness, filled with a strong stench of blood and stomach acid. Beneath his feet, the inner wall was constantly writhing, with slime dripping continuously, corroding Caesar's skin. But this harsh environment only fueled Caesar's fierce nature. Die! The crimson greatsword in Caesar's hand burst with an unprecedented bright red glow, wildly swinging inside the worm's body. Splish! Sizzle! Splash! The crimson sword greedily absorbed the powerful life force of the giant beast, 10 times richer than when fighting outside, flooding into Caesar through the sword's hilt. Caesar's body was also corroded by the worm's blood and the slime seeping from the inner wall. They reached a delicate balance, with his flesh constantly being eroded and healing itself. Even the heart of war beat stronger under the stimulation of this immense energy. Roar! The worm's body suffered unprecedented internal damage, emitting a painful roar. Countless thick, sucker tentacles grew wildly from the inner wall of the worm, fiercely wrapping around Caesar, trying to crush this foreign object inside. Get away! Caesar roared angrily, his left arm swelling as he began to punch wildly. Bam! 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 Each punch was powerful and heavy, smashing the tentacles into pieces. He struck the inner wall's flesh, creating a bloody, deep crater. Blood and flesh flew everywhere with each strike. Caesar tightly gripped the crimson sword in his right hand, swinging it nonstop, forging a path forward while crazily devouring the life energy. This was a savage, bloody fight in the darkness of. Caesar was like an unstoppable destroyer, rushing inside the worm's body, destroying all flesh and blood that could be broken. He had lost count of how many punches he threw or how many cuts he made, feeling only that his whole body was wrapped in sticky, foul-smelling blood and torn flesh, almost becoming a bloodied figure. His heart of war inside still beat strongly, giving him strength, but long hours of intense fighting and mental strain made him feel deeply exhausted. Suddenly, he sensed that the resistance ahead seemed to weaken. Caesar's spirit suddenly lifted. He tightly grasped the hilt of the crimson sword, suddenly stabbing into the frontline flesh, then gathering all his strength. Lucian Rising Dragon Slash. Open up for me now. A flash of light suddenly flooded into Caesar's senses. Breaking through the obstacle, Caesar stood covered in blood at the tail end of the worm. The place he just emerged from was at the top of the worm's tail, where a huge, several meter long, had been forcibly torn open by a crimson sword. Filthy blood and broken internal organs were constantly pouring out of this large wound, flowing onto the cold, frozen ground. Caesar gasped heavily, cold air rushing into his lungs, invigorating his spirit. He looked back. The enormous crimson worm, as big as a mountain, now lay collapsed on the shattered ice plain, motionless. Its body was covered with large wounds and tears, from which corrosive blood flowed out, sizzling on the ice surface. Huh. Caesar leaned on the crimson sword, his chest heaving. The fighting spirit had calmed down. Although still strong, the wild energy was slowly fading. The wound in his waist and abdomen had fully healed, leaving only 2 fierce scars. He looked at the lifeless remains of the giant worm, exhaustion washing over him like a tide, but more than that, a feeling of relief and victory after surviving a disaster. This time, you should be completely dead, old ghost. Caesar panted heavily, his voice hoarse as he spoke to the corpse of the giant worm. Outside the ice valley, the battle was over. The entire outer area of the ice valley was a mess, full of large pits and cracks. Caesar looked at the huge worm nearby, its rotting blood seeping out from inside, sizzling as it touched the ground, like sulfuric acid. The crimson seed in his hand had completely withered and shriveled, and a weak feeling of power being drained hit him again. But with the experience from the previous 2 times, Caesar just grunted and stood firm. Then, it seemed that the last bit of energy from his war heart inside his chest was exhausted. He could feel that deformed heart suddenly pounding hard. Immediately, countless fine tendrils spread out from deep within his heart, snaking along every blood vessel and extending throughout his body. Caesar's body began to visibly shrink. The previously swollen, twisted crimson muscles were now being forcibly pulled back toward his heart by the writhing tendrils. Small holes appeared on his skin surface, through which flesh and blood quickly flowed back into his chest cavity. Ugh, this leather armor is completely ruined now, Caesar muttered, looking down at his damaged gear with a helpless sigh. The previous expansion had caused the tough leather armor to tear apart. The wooden plates remained mostly intact, but they were now ragged and hanging loosely, more like a beggar's rags than armor. But still, Caesar tugged at the torn cloth around his waist. The law of growth really works. My underwear, the one I've worn through life and death, still fits. This small discovery brought him a faint sense of comfort. Although his body was exposed to the cold wind, perhaps because little Kaka was residing inside the book of flesh, the temperature around Caesar was noticeably higher than the biting cold of the frozen land, easing the deadly chill. Suddenly, Caesar's heart violently, and he felt a strange fluttering sensation. No way. Is this a side effect? His face changed slightly. The ferocity of the heart of war far exceeded that of the crimson seed. He dared not think about its backlash. His muscles tensed instantly, ready to face whatever unknown pain might come. A few seconds passed, but the expected intense pain did not arrive. Confused, Caesar looked down and tore off the already torn fragments of his chest armor. On his smooth skin, a long, nearly half-arm-length flesh seemed silently split open. Immediately, 6 dark red, nearly black tendrils, thicker than fingers, shot out from the wound. They were more like enlarged blood vessels than tendrils, with a clear purpose. They aimed directly at the large, crawling corpse of the worm nearby. Pop! The 6 thick blood vessels pierced into the worm's tough flesh. Its corrosive blood splattered onto them, but the tendrils showed no effect. No steam or smoke rose from them. The solid flesh where the blood vessels entered visibly softened and decayed at a rapid rate, eventually turning into a sticky pulp. The pulp was quickly back into Caesar's heart through the 6 channels. Is this charging? The Book of Flesh once said that the heart of war needs to absorb fresh flesh to recharge before it can be used again. Caesar closed his eyes, not wanting to see this scene. Not because he was soft-hearted, but simply because he found it disgusting. As the bloody worm's flesh was absorbed, their internal organs spilled out with a loud splashing sound. The terrible smell was hard to describe. Soon, the entire crimson worm's flesh was drained, leaving only a mess of internal organs. The war heart, now fully charged, began to contract and retreat. Caesar could clearly see that his special heart was now surrounded by tiny tumors, as if the blood and flesh had been compressed and stored inside. With the war heart fully charged, Caesar felt that the side effects of the crimson seed seemed to lessen. His feeling of weakness had decreased significantly. He stood up, and the wound on his chest had completely closed, leaving only smooth skin. Caesar returned to the ice valley. The temperature was now the same as outside, and the core that had been absorbing cold air was no longer active. The cold wind of the frozen land instantly filled the valley. Even the hot spring, which was steaming, quickly froze over with a thin layer of ice. The temperature was visibly dropping. Caesar carried his old, worn backpack and picked up his still somewhat dull iron spear. He passed through the narrow entrance of the ice valley. Standing at the entrance, Caesar took one last look at the valley that almost took his life. Only one thought was swirling in his mind. I was just passing through, and now I've caused so much trouble. But the harvest was truly remarkable. An immensely powerful potential fighter, and a war heart that could serve as a trump card. Caesar took out the village chief's map again and compared it carefully. Based on the location of the ice valley and the distance he had traveled, he estimated that after crossing this area, he was nearly halfway through the frozen land. A new idea began to form in Caesar's mind. Isaac's old lair is probably deep inside the eternal frost forest. Now that Isaac has been defeated, there must be many good things inside that lair. Not going in to loot it would be a waste, Caesar thought, stroking his chin. The war heart is fully restored now. It should be safe enough. A few snow wolves. With my current strength, I can easily take them down. After a moment of weighing the options, the temptation of looting the treasure outweighed the risks. Caesar tightened his backpack straps, gripped his spear, and turned decisively toward the dark, deep interior of the eternal frost forest. The village chief had once marked on the map that strange monsters existed deep within the dense woods. According to Caesar's guess, these monsters are likely the mutated creatures created by Isaac, and the villagers of Iron Skin Village are probably his test subjects. In the eternal frost forest, dawn. After walking for a while, the surroundings quietly changed. The common frozen soil hardwoods were gradually replaced by strange steel trees. This meant Caesar had entered the middle layer of the forest, which was also the limit of his previous exploration. These trees are not thick, but very tall, seeming to pierce the cloudy sky. The bark has a cold metallic shine, very hard, and is covered with sharp protrusions and thorns. If these were in Caesar's past world, scientists would be very alarmed. Suddenly, a loud animal cry echoed. Not far away, on a small snow, a snow deer was standing still. Caesar's pupils shrank, and his muscles tensed instantly. He quickly drew his hunting knife from his waist with his left hand, holding the blade steadily against his chest. His right hand reached back to take out a spear from his back. Stay still. I stay still. Since entering the middle layer of the eternal frost forest, Caesar had noticed something was wrong. It was too quiet, eerily silent, and not a single bird could be heard. Although there are fewer bird species in the frozen land, they are not completely absent. For example, a common bird in the frozen land called the snow eagle, also known as the scavenger or bone bird. These birds have special feathers that allow them to survive only in the cold frozen land. If they fly out, they might be killed by the heat. They feed on animal carcasses and decay, and their scavenging is even more terrifying than the vultures Caesar knew in his past. They are like sky scavengers, eating bones and flesh alive. At the edge of the forest, Caesar could sometimes see them circling as black dots. But once inside the middle layer, not only did the bird calls disappear, but even the flapping of wings was gone. It was a deadly zone where no birds dared to land. Suddenly, a deer appeared. This was like a trap written on its forehead. It didn't run away in panic when Caesar appeared. It just stood there, its head slightly turning, intensely watching Caesar's every move. Caesar slowly moved to the right, checking what was behind the snow before deciding how to respond. But as he moved, the deer's view also shifted, like a surveillance camera, keeping a close eye on Caesar. Attack! Caesar's eyes flashed with fierce determination. His instinct to fight overwhelmed all doubts. No matter what kind of monster it was, he would first strike with his spear. Caesar's body, strengthened by the heart of war, had power beyond that of an ordinary person. He threw his spear with a loud whistle toward the target. Thud! The spear tip accurately pierced the snow deer's neck. The strong impact caused the creature to tilt backward and fall heavily behind the snow. Not bad aim, Caesar thought with a slight smile, but he kept a firm grip on his hunting knife. Something felt wrong. There was no struggle at all. Caesar's gaze turned cold as he held his knife in front of him, cautiously approaching the strange snow. Caesar tightly held his weapon and carefully moved behind the snow. Sure enough, the strange snow deer he had pierced through the neck with his spear was lying there. Its appearance was similar to the snow deer Caesar had seen outside the ice valley. But its eyes were dull, cloudy, and lifeless, a dull gray-white color. This only meant the deer had been dead for a long time. Caesar didn't dare to approach recklessly. A creature that had been dead for so long might still have something inside. Who knew what was hidden within? He held his hunting knife steadily against his chest with his left hand. With his right hand, he quickly grabbed a few hard rocks from the frozen ground, and without hesitation, smashed them forcefully at the deer's head. Bang! The impact produced a dull, hollow sound. Caesar furrowed his brows and immediately stepped back a few paces. He saw that the deer's head had caved in directly. He picked up more stones and threw them at the body, but the result was the same. The spots he hit immediately collapsed inward, as if hollow inside. The flesh seemed to have undergone some strange, indescribable change. Is it empty? Caesar's mind sounded the alarm. He paused briefly to think, then bent down again. This time, he picked up a larger rock and used all his strength to smash it at the end of the spear embedded in the deer's neck. Bang! A muffled sound. The spear was knocked loose and flew out, not stuck deep inside as he had expected. It's not like the parasitic monsters from the ironclad village. Caesar remembered the first time he used a wooden spear to pierce a parasitized villager. When he pulled it out, there was a sticky resistance. The behavior of this deer's corpse was completely different. He moved behind the body and carefully examined the spear he had picked up from the ground. The tip of the spear was clean, with no blood at all, as if only a stuffed object had been pierced earlier. Snip! With curiosity, Caesar used the rough spear tip to poke at the deer corpse. The not-so-sharp spear easily sliced from the deer's neck down to the hind leg, tearing a large opening. It's empty. Caesar's eyes narrowed. Inside the deer body, the flesh seemed completely drained of blood. The tissue was loose and saggy, and a gentle touch caused it to cave in. It looks like I've reached the edge of Isaac's lair. Caesar's expression turned cold. This situation definitely came from that old ghost's tricks. Is this body controlled by something? Caesar frowned, scanning the corpse with sharp eyes. Eventually, he found a hollow hole about the size of a finger at the tail end, with some greasy residue around the edges. It got away pretty fast. Caesar ignored this strange little scene. After confirming the area was temporarily safe, he tightened his grip on his weapon and turned to head deeper into the dark forest. Eternal frost forest, dusk. Now, Caesar had truly entered the inner circle of the forest. The environment had changed dramatically. The trees were no longer the steel-like middle-layer trees, but huge, pitch-black trees that seemed to swallow light. They were incredibly tall, blocking out the last rays of sunset, causing the light to fade quickly. The surroundings sank into a dull twilight, and even the leaves on the trees appeared as dark as ink. The whole area was filled with a heavy, eerie atmosphere, making Caesar think of the terrifying forests outside evil castles in old cartoons. The light is too dim. Caesar quickly took out his small, worn-out fire-starting stones from his shabby backpack. He had stolen them from the tavern in Ironclad Village. Much easier than trying to make fire by rubbing wood. He also took out a small jar, covered his nose and mouth, and opened it. Inside was a special animal fat he had collected in large quantities from the village. He had seen villagers in Ironclad Village use this fat as a source of light and fire-starting fuel when venturing into the woods. Caesar didn't know what kind of animal the fat came from, but it emitted a very foul, fishy smell, like dead mice and rotting flesh. However, this fat was easy to ignite. Even a tiny spark would set it ablaze, and it burned for a long time. Caesar took off the long spear on his back and pulled out some torn cloth from his backpack. He carefully wrapped the cloth around the end of the spear near the tip, then quickly poured oil from a jar onto the cloth. Bang! Sizzle! Soon, the sparks from a flint ignited the oil, making Caesar's spear look very impressive. The tip of the spear was now on fire, casting a bright glow around him. Suddenly, a faint strange noise came from behind. Caesar spun around quickly, but it was still just the dark forest behind him, nothing there. Is it an illusion? Caesar's heart tightened slightly. No, that feeling can't be wrong. Having fought on the edge of life and death many times, Caesar had a nearly instinctive sense of danger. He could clearly feel that something was watching him secretly. Although he saw no living creatures around, that strange feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. Carefully, Caesar drew his hunting knife, holding his spear in the opposite hand, and started to check the surroundings. Soon, he found some shallow footprints nearby. He measured them and thought they looked like human footprints heading deeper into the forest. Caesar took a deep breath, followed the footprints, and moved slowly and quietly. As he passed between two especially thick black trees, suddenly, Caesar's body flipped forcefully to the left without warning. "I've been waiting for you." Caesar had sensed a strange feeling of being watched nearby. When he reached those two huge trees, a cold, killing intent struck him. Caesar immediately focused on the source. Creak! A harsh scraping sound rang out. Caesar steadied himself, looked back by the flickering flame of his spear, and his pupils shrank suddenly. He thought it was a strange monster created by Isaac, but it turned out to be a black tree. Its bark suddenly grew and twisted, forming a sharp wooden spike. As the spike retracted, the tree began to change. Its black bark cracked widely, revealing many narrow gaps. Inside those gaps, there was a substance that looked like flesh and blood. Isaac, even trees can be made alive by him. Caesar didn't have time to think much more. Another wooden spike grew out quickly. Caesar swung his burning spear to block it. Just as the flame on the spear was about to touch the spike suddenly retracted as if it had been burned. Afraid of fire, Caesar's eyes lit up as he quickly grasped the key point. These animated trees, though strange in their attacks, seemed to be quite simple-minded and appeared to have an instinctive fear of fire. Although they kept growing wooden spikes to attack Caesar, as long as he faced the burning spear at them, the spikes would retreat in fear. While dodging, Caesar moved closer. The tree's attack wind-up was long, and each time they grew spikes, their shapes changed noticeably. Bang! When he got close, Caesar spotted on the tree trunk that was slightly opening, revealing dark red flesh inside. Without hesitation, he the burning spear into it. As the flesh inside touched the flames, it twitched and wriggled, then suddenly caught fire in Caesar's shocked eyes, with flames bursting out from the it. Caesar cursed under his breath. He quickly pulled back the spear and kicked off the ground, rolling backward to create some distance. Inside the tree, the flesh seemed to ignite like fuel, while the black bark covering the outside was surprisingly fire-resistant. The whole tree twisted and squeaked sharply. Large cracks on the surface of the tree started spewing flames, and many wooden spikes grew irregularly from the surface. Soon, the entire tree stopped struggling. The bark cracked open widely, revealing charred flesh inside, which oozed a white liquid along with thick smoke. "It stinks," Caesar exclaimed in surprise. The familiar rotten smell was exactly like the oil he had just used. How did the villagers of Ironclad Village get this stuff? It turned out the oil came from inside the tree. But now, there was no point in wondering. Everyone from Ironclad Village had already been wiped out by him. Squeak! Squeak. Perhaps it was the tree's groans or the leaking flames, but it seemed the entire forest was coming to life. Loud friction sounds echoed. Caesar's scalp prickled. He saw the black trees around him, their bark slowly cracking open. Many cracks looked like open eyes, and inside, dark red flesh was faintly visible, pulsating. The whole forest seemed to be coming alive at this moment. Caesar's eyes flashed with fear. However, he forced himself to stay calm. Multiple life and death battles had trained him to stay rational even in danger. Caesar quickly reached the dead flesh tree, tore off a large cloth, and wrapped it around the blades of his hunting knife. Then he inserted the knife into the cracks of the tree, allowing the cloth to absorb the oil. Soon, the knife's blade caught fire. Luckily, these monsters are dense enough. Caesar looked around. Although the awakened trees were tall and scary, they weren't far apart, giving him a chance to survive. While the surrounding trees were still slowly waking up, their bark just beginning to open, Caesar rushed to the nearest giant tree with a small. He stabbed the burning knife into it. Suddenly, the tree shook violently, widened, and flames burst out fiercely from inside. The flames quickly spread into the cracks of nearby trees, igniting more flesh trees. Boom, boom. Due to the special flesh properties of these trees, the fire spread wildly from tree to tree. But it didn't get out of control because the tree bark was hard to ignite. The fire remained contained, making the scene even more strange. Soon, the inner circle of the frost forest was filled with the sound of friction. The trees started twisting, and their wooden spikes grew irregularly. But the new spikes would be burned back by the flames from other trees, and countless flames lit up the dark area. Seeing this, Caesar didn't hesitate. He grabbed his backpack from the ground, looked in the direction of the human footprints, and ran quickly. Good thing I'm not on Blue Star. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble for setting a fire. He looked back at the forest, which was truly spectacular. The trees twisted and screamed in the flames, like a hellish scene. Frost Forest. Nighttime. Caesar ran wildly toward the center of the forest following the footprints. Although the flames limited some of the wooden spikes, countless flames shot out from the cracks of the awakened trees, making Caesar struggle. His hair almost caught fire several times. Phew, phew. Caesar panted, muscles tense. After running with all his might, he finally escaped the inner circle of the awakened forest. The sky had completely darkened, and the moon was hidden behind thick clouds. However, the bright flames from the dense, lively trees around the area lit up the heart of the frost forest very clearly. This area made Caesar frown. Unlike the inner circle, there were no trees in the center. All the lively trees seemed to protect this spot, which was round and about the size of a basketball court. Following the footprints, Caesar looked toward the center of this area. There was only a small wooden house standing alone. Besides the footprints in the forest, a few human footprints were scattered here near the house, then disappeared inside. This old guy is too poor-looking, Caesar thought, looking at the small wooden house with a hint of disdain. But then he changed his mind. No, there might be something strange inside. Holding his weapon, Caesar slowly walked toward the house along the footprints. Around him, many scratching sounds echoed in the center. As Caesar got closer, he heard a strange sound mixed with the scratching of bark. Squeak. Kill. Squeak. Run. What's that sound? Is it a person? Caesar frowned. Amid the scratching noises, he faintly heard low whispers that sounded like human voices. As he moved closer, the sounds became clearer and directly entered his mind. Snap. Caesar slowly stepped onto the small wooden porch. It felt strange, and a weird sound came from it. It wasn't the usual squeak of wooden steps, but sounded like bones cracking, like someone snapping their fingers repeatedly. The sensation was smooth and oddly comfortable. Even through his worn-out boots, Caesar could feel it, like walking on something hard yet soft at the same time. His left hand tightly gripped his hunting knife, while his right hand held a spear, slightly lowered, with the spear tip aimed at the tightly closed wooden door. Just as he was about to poke the door open, it suddenly swung open on its own. Creak, creak. The door slowly opened inward, making the same bone-cracking sound as the steps beneath him. Inside was dimly lit. With the firelight from the lively forest outside shining in, Caesar quickly looked inside. It was empty except for a rough wooden table and a lonely wooden chair, nothing else. Caesar felt a moment of disappointment, thinking he had been tricked, but he quickly became alert. There must be a problem. The footprints disappeared inside this house. Either the basement or a hidden door. Caesar held his breath and moved carefully inside. His boots made soft, click, sounds on the wooden floor. He quickly looked around the walls and corners, trying to find if there was a basement. Suddenly, a strange voice whispered near Caesar's ear. "Be careful." The voice was sharp and twisted, filled with inhuman pain. At that moment, Caesar, experienced from many life-and-death fights, sensed danger. He also heard a rushing sound behind him. "Ha!" Caesar growled. His fighting instinct kicked in faster than his thoughts. He twisted his waist and spun around. His spear, tearing through the air with a loud whistling sound, shot out like lightning. Thud! The spear pierced the target solidly. Caesar looked closely and his pupils shrank. The attacker was actually that ordinary-looking wooden chair. The chair was twisting violently. Its surface wood grain seemed to crawl and twist like a living creature. It quickly turned dark red and wet, and the wood surface transformed into bloody flesh, covering the entire chair. Its four legs made a sickening creak as they twisted and deformed. Then they began to swell, eventually turning into four small human legs with feet, supporting the writhing dark red flesh. Suddenly, the back of the chair burst open. Four slimy, spiky, blood-red tentacles wildly flailed in the air. One of these tentacles had just attacked Caesar. What kind of monster is this? Caesar quickly pulled back his spear, leaving a trail of dark blood. He retreated sharply, holding a hunting knife across his chest. Just as Caesar's attention was drawn to the chair, the nearby silent wooden table suddenly came to life. Like the chair, its surface wood grain twisted and wriggled. The tabletop started undulating like waves. Its four legs also twisted and deformed, making cracking sounds as if bones were dislocating. They turned into thick human thighs. The center of the table suddenly tore open, and dozens of human arms of different skin tones burst out like flowers blooming wildly. Each hand's nails turned black, sharp, and smelled strongly of decay. They reached out in all directions, grabbing and slashing at Caesar. In an instant, the chair waved its spiky tentacles to attack from the side, while the table used its dozens of arms to crush forward. Caesar wildly swung his short knife, fighting to block. The spear tip pierced his arm, and the blade cut through the tentacle, blood splattering everywhere with a foul smell. These two look scary, but they're not very strong. Caesar quickly judged the strength of these two mutated monsters. It was obvious they were made by the old ghost, but their actual power was weak. The old hunting knife in Caesar's hand could easily cut through the tentacles. The limbs of the chairs and tables were cut off. The remaining tentacles and palms grabbed the severed limbs, trying to heal and regenerate. This never ends. Caesar rolled clumsily to dodge several arms reaching for his face. His eyes sharpened as he made a quick decision. Taking advantage of a tentacle sweeping again from a chair, Caesar moved forward instead of back. He crouched low, dodged, and forcefully cut the supporting calf with his knife. The flesh and blood of the chair instantly lost balance and fell to the ground. Caesar quickly reached into his small torn bag on his back, grabbed a jar, bit off the lid with his teeth, and poured the thick, special oil inside onto the blood-covered chair and the group of arms rushing from the table. The viscous oil covered the chair and table, drenching the writhing flesh and arms. "Set it on fire," Caesar roared, seizing the moment. The burning spear tipped fiercely into the blood-covered chair and the approaching arms. Boom, boom. Two huge orange flames burst instantly, greedily licking the twisted flesh. The chair emitted sharp, shrill screams, like inhuman howls. Three human legs kicked wildly, and the tentacles danced and broke in the flames. The group of arms on the table turned into dozens of burning torches, waving and twitching wildly, filling the air with a disgusting burnt smell. Watching the two huge fireballs roll and struggle in the wooden house's center, Caesar gasped heavily, wiping sweat from his face. Phew! Finally, but before he could finish, the mutation reborn. The two burning blood masses on the ground suddenly stopped struggling. Instead, like melting asphalt, they quickly seeped into the wooden floor beneath. The entire small wooden house began to shake violently from the floor to the walls and ceiling. Not good. Caesar's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed toward the open wooden door. Just as Caesar stepped out of the door and hurried down the stairs, hiss. Oh! Roar! A deafening roar filled with endless pain and anger echoed from behind, sounding like countless people screaming and wailing in agony. Caesar rolled up from the steps and looked back. He couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. That small wooden house, it's alive. It's no longer just a still building, but has become a huge, fleshy, living house. The original wooden walls are now covered with dark red muscles and tendons, and the surface is filled with many blinking crimson eyes. The doors and windows have turned into torn open mouths, filled with crooked, twisted fangs. Numerous thick, slimy, spiny tentacles are wildly emerging from these mouths, waving frantically in the air. Its lower half is made up of many human legs of different skin tones and sizes, like deformed centipedes, densely growing from the bottom of the house. These legs are stomping wildly on the ground, supporting the large, terrifying flesh-and-blood creature as it awkwardly moves. The ground beneath leaves steaming footprints mixed with blood and dirt. The entire center of the forest is bathed in a crimson glow from this nightmare scene. The thousands of eyes on the flesh house lock onto the tiny Caesar below the steps instantly. Countless fangs open and close, countless tentacles wave, carrying a destructive, violent aura, crushing towards Caesar. Roar, a deafening roar, mixed with a wave of bloody air, rushes toward him. The twisted screams and howls of countless humans make Caesar's eardrums ache painfully. Humph! Caesar spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, his eyes cold. Suddenly, Caesar rolled sharply, not toward the flesh house, but swiftly into the burning, creaking, and screaming forest behind him. Based on his recent observation, this creature is probably afraid of fire. The table and chairs are part of it. The flesh house chases after Caesar, with several thick, slimy, spiny tentacles tearing through the air, fiercely striking the area where Caesar is hiding. Bang! The burning trees are torn apart by the tentacles, sending splinters flying. Caesar dodges clumsily between the flames and the trees, his hair scorched by the intense heat, filling the air with a burnt smell. But then, a scene that makes his heart sink suddenly appears. The dark red blood covering the surface of those tentacles made a strange hissing sound when it touched the burning tree cracks. The flesh cracks, which were twitching and spitting flames from the fire, were covered with thick blood, causing the flames to visibly die out. The blackened, dead flesh at the edges of the cracks began to move and grow new dark red tissue, showing signs of coming back to life. Not good, Caesar's eyes widened. The once living forest, which had been saved from destruction, was now being revived by this blood-covered flesh house using its own blood. Fighting it in the forest was like giving it a chance to repair itself. We can't waste time here. Caesar punched his chest hard, activating a familiar power. A tearing sensation spread through him. Many tentacles extended from his heart to his whole body, and his blood essence was transferred out. In an instant, Caesar transformed into a 3-meter-tall, muscular giant. Do you think only you can change shape? Caesar's voice rumbled like thunder. He no longer dodged. His leg muscles tensed as he stomped the ground fiercely. The earth cracked loudly beneath him. Like a human-shaped cannonball, he charged directly at the advancing blood-flesh house. Boom! It was like two mountains colliding. Caesar crashed into the wall of the blood-flesh house, which was covered with eyes and membranes. The huge impact made the creature's massive body momentarily halt. Countless supporting legs made strained noises. The dark red flesh was dented and torn deeply, and thick blood splattered everywhere. Hey, you can't handle it either. A wild, excited gleam flashed in Caesar's scarlet eyes. The pure brute strength granted by his war heart suppressed the blood-flesh house. Caesar was not surprised. After all, he could match the worm formed by Isis, and this house was not as huge as the worm. Caesar clenched his huge fist, and with a piercing scream that tore the air, he slammed it into the cluster of eyes on the wall. Pop! Pop! Several crimson eyes burst open, splattering foul-smelling mucus. The blood-flesh house let out a more painful and furious scream. The wall instantly cracked open with several sharp teeth. Numerous spiked tentacles and sharp claws wildly stabbed out, tearing towards Caesar. Oh! Caesar roared in anger. He grabbed a thick tentacle with his large hand, strained his muscles, and tore it apart, spraying dark red blood everywhere. More attacks came from all sides. Caesar's body was scratched by sharp claws, leaving deep wounds that reached the bone. However, his inner strength quickly healed these injuries with the essence of flesh and blood stored within him. At that moment, the noisy, painful whispers flooded Caesar's mind again. They were 100 times clearer than outside the cabin, as if thousands of people were crying and wailing at once beside him. Kill. Kill me. Pain. It hurts so much. Free. Me. Burn. Burn this. ISIS. Demon. Countless feelings of despair hit Caesar's mind. Even the fierce fighting spirit brought by his war heart was shaken by this overwhelming pain. Too noisy. Shut up, Caesar roared irritably during the fight, smashing a coming arm with a punch. Suddenly, a relatively clear voice, with a hint of reason, broke through the sea of soul wails and sounded directly in his mind. Brave demon hunter. Listen to me. Caesar recognized this voice as the one that warned him to be careful earlier in the cabin. I am the wizard Celis, trapped in this house by ISIS. This monster is a cage. It is made of the flesh and souls of many victims like me. Mixed together, the soul is imprisoned by a magic circle, unable to escape forever, enduring endless pain from fusion and disintegration. While blocking the tentacles and claws attacking him, Caesar also focused on catching this vital information. Celis's voice was broken and filled with torn pain, but the message was very useful. The weakness is at the center of the house, where a core magic circle maintains the fusion and imprisonment. They are not afraid of fire. The sticky blood constantly seeping from their surface blocks the flames. Inside, the flesh and the core magic circle are unprotected by this blood layer. The central magic circle fears fire inside. Caesar's eyes flashed with fierce light. A quick idea formed in his mind. Roar. Caesar unleashed his great strength again. His arm muscles tightened like steel cables, and he forcefully tore off several tentacles wrapped around him, temporarily pushing back the attack. Taking advantage of this brief moment, his huge body quickly retreated toward the edge of the awakened forest. The target was clear, the awakened tree corpses still smoking, with white oil seeping from their cracks. Caesar did not hesitate. His huge hand reached directly into the deep, black cracks of the awakened tree, forcefully digging inside. A thick, foul-smelling, corpse-like white oil covered his hand and forearm. The smell made his stomach churn. Without stopping, Caesar moved to in the awakened tree, which was spewing flames. He quickly pressed his oily arm close to the fire. Boom! Bright orange flames suddenly flared up, engulfing his entire right arm covered in oil. Intense pain struck him, and his skin and muscles sizzled with a burning sound under the high heat. Ugh! Caesar let out a painful roar. His forehead veins bulged, and his fighting spirit burned fiercely. He used his remaining strength, his blackened, dead tissue writhing and regenerating in pain, only to be burned again by the flames. His left arm was treated the same way. Two burning, giant arms like huge torches. Enduring the pain of destruction and regeneration, his scarlet eyes fixed tightly on the largest, most terrifying mouth made of layered teeth, formed from the door frame of the blood and flesh house. That was the entrance. Roar! Caesar no longer hesitated. With a resolve to burn everything away, he charged headfirst into the terrifying mouth. Splurt! A thick, greasy, blood-stained, and rotten internal smell wrapped around him instantly. Darkness and chaos filled his vision. Countless spiky tentacles twisted and squeezed from all directions. Small fang-like pipes on the walls spat corrosive mucus. Many hands of different skin colors and black nails reached out from the flesh walls, frantically scratching and tearing. Caesar felt like he had fallen into a bloody abyss. Countless red eyes, full of hatred, stared at him. The surroundings were extremely dark. His burning arms were the only light in the darkness. Where the flames touched, the wrapping tentacles hissed and shrank back wildly. The hands caught and set on fire, retreating with shrill screams. His fiery fists swung wildly, smashing the protruding fangs. Magic circle. Center. Silas's voice guided Caesar through the chaotic, writhing maze of flesh and blood, helping him push forward. Every swing of his arm brought sharp pain from his burning flesh and the agonized screams of the monsters. Finally, with Silas giving his all to guide him, Caesar broke through many obstacles and saw the target right at the very center of this flesh and blood house. A strange magic circle made of dark, blackened bones and shimmering green crystals was deeply embedded in the writhing flesh wall. The lines of the magic circle glowed with dark red light, and countless nearly transparent soul threads extended from it, connecting to every part of the surrounding flesh, as if it were the heart and soul lock of the monster. "That's it. Destroy it." Silas's voice was filled with excitement and a desire for relief. "Give me. Crush it." Caesar summoned his last strength, ignoring the countless tentacles reaching out around him. He poured all his power, along with the burning flames on his arms, into the core of the evil magic circle. A clear, loud breaking sound rang out. The green crystal shattered instantly, the dark bones cracked inch by inch, and the filthy red glow suddenly disappeared. The countless soul threads connecting to the flesh snapped at the same time. It felt as if time froze for a moment. Then, a roar louder than any before, as if countless souls were freed, erupted from every corner of the flesh and blood house. The huge, writhing flesh house collapsed like a pile of rotten mud, stripped of all its bones and souls. The flesh and bones forming the walls shattered inch by inch. Countless eyes lost their color instantly, and the many supporting human legs stopped moving like broken puppets. The massive structure crumbled and dissolved outward. Countless incomplete human bodies, with different skin tones, fell like trash from the collapsing flesh structure. Heads, torsos, broken arms, and remaining limbs. It was like a terrible rain of flesh and blood, pounding onto the frozen ground and piling up into a terrifying mountain of corpses. Caesar stood in the middle of the mountain of corpses and blood. The power of his war heart receded like a tide, and his huge body, 3 meters tall, quickly shrank back to its original size. The flames on his arms had already gone out. Although his skin had healed, visible scars remained. Caesar was gasping heavily, covered in thick, sticky blood. 2 eyes still hung on his head, looking ragged and battered. Despite this, his eyes remained sharp and cold as he surveyed the scene of hellish chaos. Above the pile of corpses, countless faint, pure white lights slowly floated up from the broken bodies. They no longer whispered in pain. Instead, they radiated a peaceful, grateful feeling of relief. These tiny lights gathered together, forming a faint but warm glow that gently circled in front of Caesar. The familiar voice of Silas became clear and calm, echoing directly in Caesar's mind. "Thank you, brave monster hunter. Your fire destroyed our prison and burned away our pain. The evil nest of Isis is beneath these remains." A small light pointed to a spot in the center of the corpse pile, where the frozen ground seemed disturbed. "You saved us, great warrior. May the stars watch over you." Silas's voice, along with the countless lights, gradually faded, becoming softer until they disappeared completely into the cold air. All the spirits' cries had ceased, leaving only silence and a thick, lingering smell of blood. Caesar looked toward where the lights had vanished, silent for a moment. He shook his numb, painful arm and staggered toward the center of the corpse mountain, following Silas's guidance. Beneath the remains, there was a large, white bone plate, clearly carved from the ribs of some enormous creature. It sealed a dark, downward passage. Caesar stared at the bone door, a cold gleam appearing in his eyes. At the heart of the frost forest, only a mountain of corpses remained, along with a bloodied warrior standing among the dead, and a white bone door leading underground. The cold wind blew, stirring a few blackened leaves, as if bidding farewell to the spirits seeking release. Caesar staggered to the center of the corpse pile, where Silas had last pointed. The frozen ground had been roughly disturbed, revealing a stark white object. Getting closer, he saw it looked like many animal ribs, protruding from all sides and pressing toward the center, blocking the passage. Through the gaps, he could see a dark tunnel inside. "I have a feeling this door might suddenly bite me." Caesar looked at the door made of countless white bones, hesitating before making a move. Your gaze swept over the pile of broken limbs and arms at your feet. Caesar bent down and picked up a human calf, which was quite heavy. He walked to the nearby living trees and pushed the calf into a, scraping it a few times. Frowning, Caesar carefully brought the greasy calf close to the still burning. With a crackling sound, orange flames immediately leaped up and covered the front of the calf. That's it. Caesar held a simple torch and circled around the large skeleton door. At first, it looked like dirt, but as the firelight shone closer, he saw it was not dirt but a dark red, slightly pulsing mass of flesh tightly wrapped around the bones, pressing them against the door frame. Next to the door frame, there was a ring made from thin, curved ribs, like a handle. Caesar didn't touch it directly, fearing a trap. He grabbed a long spear from the ground and stabbed it into the flesh ring, then pulled upward forcefully. There was a creaking sound, and the bones that had been tightly pressed together slowly began to shrink outward, one by one. The flesh around the ring moved and the bones into the gap, making the opening in the door wider. Caesar's eyes widened. If I suddenly pull it open now, I might get hurt, he thought. Without hesitation, Caesar pressed the burning limb torch against the exposed dark red flesh around the door frame. A sizzling, unbearable smell burst out, much worse than the greasy smell of the living tree's oil. The flesh twitched violently, then quickly blackened and shrank, turning into a stiff, dead mass that stuck firmly to the door edge. Still uneasy, Caesar grabbed his spear and stabbed at the flesh ring repeatedly. He couldn't remember how many times he stabbed, only that the flesh turned into meat pulp. When he saw it was thoroughly destroyed, he knew it was dead. Now I can rest easy, Caesar said, bending forward with his spear in front and his hunting knife ready. He slowly moved into the dark entrance. An overwhelming, indescribable smell hit him. Not just rotting flesh, but a strong medicinal odor of preservatives mixed with the stench of internal organs. The smell fermented in this underground space, almost making him dizzy. The passageway at the entrance was slightly dim, but once I reached the basement, the light became brighter. Instead of torches, hanging on the walls were beating hearts, emitting a red glow that lit up the entire underground room. This place didn't look much like a cellar. The walls and floor were piled with jars of various sizes, filled with murky liquids and strange-shaped organs. There was a large, still beating heart, eyes covered in weird patterns, and internal organs from animals I couldn't recognize. Looking inside, I saw several iron racks holding animal bodies hanging from hooks. But these weren't complete animals. They looked like monsters stitched together from different animal parts. One had a wolf's head, with a bear's upper body and a deer's lower body. Its human-like torso had a wild boar's head. Although they were all dead, I could imagine the pain they had suffered in life. That old beast, Isis, Caesar muttered through clenched teeth. He quickly looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. In the center of the cellar, there were a few neatly folded, fancy robes, and on a table, a rolled-up scroll made from some kind of animal hide. The scroll was decorated with strange animal patterns painted in dark red, and there were detailed instructions for stitching, along with notes on special materials needed to create magic circles or curses. This was probably Isis's old life magic, valuable stuff. Maybe I could make a few myself someday, Caesar thought as he rolled up the scroll and stuffed it into his small, worn bag. Beneath the robes, there was something else. Caesar carefully lifted it with his iron spear. A clear, crisp metallic sound rang out as a short sword fell out. Its scabbard was decorated with silver thread patterns, and the hilt had a dull red gemstone embedded in the guard. Good stuff. Caesar quickly picked it up. It felt heavy in his hand, much heavier than the broken hunting knife at his waist. Under the robes, there was a small object, a token about the size of a palm. It was cold to the touch. The front was carved with a swirling, twisted cloud pattern. Strangely, several small, differently shaped animal heads protruded from the edges of the cloud. There were wolves, eagles, snakes, and deer, carved vividly, with hollow, eerie eyes, as if they wanted to break free from the dark cloud. It seems that Isis's identity is unusual. Caesar frowned, feeling uneasy about the pattern on the token, which seemed a bit strange. But his instincts told him this item might be important. Caesar thought for a moment, then casually stuffed it into his worn backpack, squeezing it among the frozen meat and water bag. Next, Caesar searched through a small box in the corner and found 5 pouches of gnarl coins, each containing 100 coins, along with some fancy robes. Looking around, there was nothing else but these disgusting collectibles and a few relics. Caesar climbed out of the foul-smelling basement, looking down at it. Then he picked up some broken limbs from the ground, coated them with a lot of oil in the woods, and threw them into the basement. He repeated this process. Crackling. The basement quickly caught fire, and thick smoke billowed out through the opening. Caesar watched the flames, already wearing the fancy robe over a torn leather armor, which looked quite odd. He carried a rough iron spear and headed toward the forest edge without looking back, leaving behind a huge pile of corpses that silently told of the fierce battle just fought. Frostwolf Path. Dawn. Caesar checked his location against the map while munching on a cold chicken drumstick. According to the map scale, I've traveled about 70% of the way. I'll be at Crowtown soon. Caesar was very excited. Escaping the frozen land was as tough as Tang Sanzang's journey to India. Comma. Caesar quickened his pace, pulling out Kaino's monster hunting notes and potion recipes from his small, battered bag. The hunter's handwriting looked like chicken scratches. He planned to learn more about different monsters, since he was about to enter the city and needed to improve his knowledge. Along the way, Caesar also took out Isis's old wizard scroll and started studying it. As a monster hunter, he needed to be versatile. How else could he survive? Frostwolf Path. Dusk. After walking and stopping for a while, it seemed he had traveled another half-day. The sun was starting to set, and at a bend in the path, in a sheltered spot, Caesar suddenly stopped. Something felt off ahead. A broken-down cart lay tilted on the side of the road, with one wheel missing. The horse pulling it was gone. Scattered on the ground were some boxes, torn cloth, and a few pools of darkened blood. Because of past experiences, Caesar instinctively reacted. In an instant, he drew his hunting knife and held it in front of his chest. He took down his spear and cautiously circled around the wreckage. Help! Help me! A faint, trembling female voice suddenly came from behind a pile of overturned goods. Caesar's eyes sharpened. He pointed his spear at the source of the voice. Who's there? Come out! There was a rustling sound. A figure struggled to crawl out from behind a broken box. Caesar's spear was already aimed at this person. Upon closer look, it was a woman, probably in her early 30s. Her face was smudged with dirt and messy hair, but her thick cloak and dress underneath suggested she was from a well-off family. Her face was pale, lips bluish, and her eyes showed fear. Don't kill me. The woman shrank back when she saw Caesar's spear, her voice trembling even more. I'm the leader of a trading caravan. Trading caravan? Caesar kept his spear ready, scanning the mess around him. Are you the only one left? The woman nodded hard, tears suddenly streaming down her face. Snow Mountain bandits. They suddenly attacked the guards, stole the goods. I hid under that pile of rags, and then... She choked on her words, shoulders trembling. Caesar said nothing. He quickly thought to himself, Snow Mountain bandits? The village chief mentioned them on the map. Basically, they're just bandits. He walked over to the wrecked cart and prodded the scattered items with his spear tip. There were a few overturned wooden barrels with some thick, sticky liquid inside, probably oil. Nearby, a shattered wine sack spilled out a strong smell of alcohol. Caesar kicked aside a half-opened box, which surprisingly contained some hard-smoked meat and dried biscuits. Bandits stole the supplies. Caesar turned to face the woman, a hint of amusement in his tone. Why didn't they drag you away? Or loot the meat, wine, and oil here? He pointed to the items on the ground, especially the smoked meat and the unsealed wine sack. These are good things for traveling through the forest. The woman's crying paused for a moment, and a flicker of panic flashed across her eyes, but she quickly was overwhelmed by tears. I don't know. Maybe I heard something from afar and didn't have time to react. She sniffled and tried to explain. My husband is Ronald, a rich merchant from Cold Crow Town. He has several trading caravans. Please, help me. Very soon, another of our caravans will pass this road. They know the route and will come looking for me. Just for one night. I beg you to protect me. When they arrive, my husband will pay you a lot. Kaya squinted at her, considering. Wife of a merchant? Leader of a caravan? That matches her appearance. Her story seemed reasonable. Her caravan was attacked, and she was waiting for help. But Caius trusted his instincts. Something felt off. The bandits didn't steal supplies? They didn't take valuable hostages? That was very strange. But Caius hesitated, as if he remembered something. All right, Caius leaned his spear against the ground. I'll guard you for one night. But, he grinned, the payment must be agreed on first. Don't turn hostile when the caravan arrives. Yes. Yes. Double. No. Triple the reward. The woman nodded eagerly, clutching her hope. Caius didn't waste more words. He started packing up, gathering the scattered smoked meat, dried bread, the bag of wine, and a few barrels of oil that hadn't leaked out. He found a mostly intact, tattered blanket and laid it behind the wreckage of the windbreak cart, making it a shelter. The woman, who called herself Lena, shivered and helped gather some firewood. Frostwolf Path. Moonlit night. Caius built a campfire, chasing away some of the cold. The two sat around the fire. Lena nibbled on dried bread, glancing at Caius with gratitude. Caius took out a short sword he had brought from the old Isa's nest. The silver patterns on the sheath shimmered in the firelight. He pulled out a small piece, and the blade looked like silver. He took a clean cloth and wiped the sword carefully. At that moment, Caius's sharp eyes caught a movement. Lena suddenly tensed and quietly moved away from him. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to focus on eating her bread, but Caius saw her hand trembling slightly as she held the bread, and her eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Are you afraid of a sword? That's an interesting reaction. Caesar remains calm, continuing to polish his golden legend. Late at night, Lena wraps her cloak tightly around herself, curled up on a torn mat, with her back to Caesar, seemingly asleep. Caesar, holding his iron spear, also closes his eyes to rest, but his ears are alert, listening carefully to every sound around him. The moon has risen. Tonight, there are no clouds covering it, making it shine very brightly. Suddenly, Caesar hears a very faint sound nearby, like nails scratching. SHRRR, SHRRR, followed by a few weak low growls that seem to come from deep in the throat, as if someone is trying to endure great pain. Caesar slightly lifts his eyelids. Using the moonlight and the glow from the campfire, he sees Lena's body trembling, her back facing him. One hand is tightly scratching her arm, and even through the thick cloak, he can feel the force of her scratching. After a while, the scratching and growling stop. Lena's body seems to relax, no longer trembling. Only the crackling of the campfire and the whistling wind remain. Some more time passes, and even the fire begins to fade. Caesar appears to be asleep, motionless. At this moment, a very faint sound is heard. Not the wind. Someone is getting up. Caesar's body remains perfectly still pretending to sleep, but his ears have already pricked up. He hears slow, cautious footsteps on the snow, almost silent, gradually circling the campfire and approaching him. A strong smell of wild animal and stench suddenly fills Caesar's nose, but it's at least 100 times better than the smell in Isaac's basement. They're here. Caesar's muscles tense instantly. A hot wave of fear rushes toward his neck. He was prepared. He always felt something was wrong with this woman and kept alert. Suddenly, he rolls sharply to the right, stabbing his spear fiercely backward. Roar! Before he can turn around, he hears a painful roar. Turning to look, under the moonlight, he sees a hunched figure. Its clothes are torn apart, and gray fur covers most of its body. The face, once somewhat delicate, is now twisted and elongated. How? Oh, Lena, who had just transformed, was stunned by Caesar's sudden roll and swift strike. Looking at the wound on her abdomen, she was immediately filled with anger. Turns out it's a werewolf, Caesar said, relaxing his tense mind and even smiling slightly. Although Caesar hadn't finished reading Kano's demon hunting notes, he knew a bit about common monsters on the continent. This creature is called a werewolf. To be precise, it's not a separate race, but a person who has been infected. The origin of the werewolf comes from the great forest of the Green Soil Empire. About 10 years ago, a special wolf species called the moon wolf was discovered in the forest. It's also known as the spirit of the moon because these wolves become stronger in all aspects under the moonlight. That's how they got their name. The werewolf species originated from the moon wolf. If an unlucky person accidentally enters the moon wolf's territory, gets bitten, and survives, they will be infected with wolf venom. Basically, the saliva of the moon wolf. People infected with wolf venom will develop some features of the moon wolf, becoming what is called a werewolf. Werewolves are not very strong. their overall power doesn't surpass that of the moon wolf that infected them. There are two types, the first-generation werewolf and the second-generation werewolf. The difference is that the first is infected by a moon wolf's bite, while the second is infected by a bite from another werewolf. The strength of a werewolf depends on how badly it was bitten. Simply put, the more severe the bite, the closer the werewolf's power is to that of the original moon wolf. As for the moon wolf race itself, they are nearly extinct because hunters have killed most of them. Their fur glows silver under moonlight, making them a favorite among nobles. The person in front of me looks quite different now. More hair, but still humanoid, with stiff movements. Most likely, some weakling werewolf just took a bite out of her. The infection isn't deep, and her transformation still smells like a beginner's monster, Caesar thought as he observed Lena. He couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder she was trembling when he was wiping his silver sword earlier. Moon wolves aren't very strong in battle, but their only notable trait is their good recovery ability. Silver can slow down their healing. The infected werewolves had weaker healing abilities. If a moon wolf was cut by a silver sword, it could recover slowly, but if a regular wolf was cut, the wound would stop healing immediately. Many demon hunters deliberately searched for moon wolves and intentionally got bitten. After all, the ability to heal quickly greatly reduces the risk of death and speeds up recovery. It is widely recognized as the best bloodline to obtain on the continent. Some special bloodlines are controlled by high-level demon hunter families, who have complete transplantation techniques. Ordinary demon hunters can only seek out moon wolves. Caesar's mocking made the female wolf feel ashamed. She growled low, and her movements were slightly faster than normal. Her claws aimed directly at Caesar's neck. Caesar didn't even need to activate his war heart. His body, strengthened by the war heart, was much faster than hers. Smack! Caesar sidestepped and slapped her with an open hand, hitting her furry side face. The wolf was struck and tilted its head, dazed. Howl! It went completely crazy, ignoring everything and lunging again. Caesar dodged left and right in the snow, avoiding her claws and teeth just before they touched his clothes. Then, smack! Another crisp slap landed on her other cheek. Smack! Smack! Caesar kept hitting her easily. So satisfying. What kind of things did I encounter before? Today, I finally found one I can beat up. With each slap, the wolf became more confused. Besides rage, fear also appeared in its eyes. Its proud speed and strength seemed like a joke in front of this human. Feeling enough, Caesar's expression turned cold. It was time to try a new move. He took a deep breath and suddenly struck his chest with his right hand. Instantly, a familiar power surged through him. The war heart released many tendrils that spread across his body. At this moment, Caesar controlled the tendrils released by the war heart, making them only extend to his right arm, not other parts. Yes, Caesar was overjoyed. This was just an experiment he had planned, to turn a part of his body into a war form. He could feel the tendrils retracting from some areas and only extending to his right arm. Immediately, his right arm's muscles began to swell wildly. Oh! Caesar quickly realized the flaw in his body. Because this feeling was too strange, the whole body felt completely unbalanced. The weight on the right side was too heavy, like carrying a weight of hundreds of pounds. Caesar leaned to the right and almost lost his balance. The werewolf, just slapped and dazed, looked up and saw a huge, muscular hand reaching toward it. The hand was open, bigger than its head. The giant hand grabbed the werewolf's entire head, 5 fingers tightening quickly. The werewolf let out a loud, painful howl and struggled wildly. Its claws only left a few shallow white marks on Caesar's strong arm. Caesar felt that if he used just half more strength, the werewolf's head would explode. But this position was too awkward. His balance was off, and the heavy arm was more burdensome than he expected. Sure enough, I can't just strengthen one side, Caesar muttered. He quickly drew a silver short sword from his waist. While the werewolf was being squeezed and rolling its eyes, Caesar pulled it closer and grabbed its 2 furry front paws, forcing them together tightly. With a flash of silver, the short sword pierced through the 2 paws and into the frozen ground below. The werewolf let out a miserable howl. As the sword went in, a faint burnt smell and blue smoke rose from the wound, much stronger than normal sword injuries. Then Caesar's expression turned cold. He loosened the sword handle with his left hand and grabbed a hunting knife stuck in the ground. Without hesitation, he slashed the soft belly of the werewolf with the cold knife, opening a long cut. Dark red blood immediately poured out. The werewolf twitched in pain and howled even more painfully, making only a gasp of breath. It looked at Caesar in terror, not understanding what this human was going to do next. In the next moment, it understood. Caesar's blood-stained left hand, under its extreme fear and despair, suddenly reached into the wound in its belly. His rough fingers searched and stirred inside. A terrible, indescribable pain and extreme fear instantly overwhelmed the werewolf. It felt as if its internal organs were being roughly stirred by a hand. All its wild instincts disappeared in this inhumane torment. Its body spasmed from the pain and fear, tears uncontrollably streaming down its face. Caesar probed inside for a while, but there was no expected energy burst or hidden movement. Really nothing? Caesar was a bit disappointed as he withdrew his hand. He looked at the blood and strange mucus on his hand, then disdainfully wiped it on the wolf's fur. Caesar crouched down, supporting his large right arm on his knee, trying to steady himself. He looked down at the muddy mess and spoke coldly. "Now, I ask. You answer. No nonsense, no lies." His gaze swept over the wolf's bleeding wound on its belly, then glanced at the silver sword stuck in its paw. "I'll put my hand in again and have a good talk with you. Do you understand?" The wolf nodded desperately, looking terrified. "Your goal? Why are you here in this creepy place?" The wolf's voice was hoarse. "Watching. Waiting. For the Lord." "The Lord? Who?" Blackrock Castle. Cold Crow Town. The Lord." The wolf struggled to say a few words. He's coming. To hunt. Us. Ambush. Attack." Caesar's eyes narrowed. The Lord of Blackrock Castle? Hunting in Frostwolf Path? Being known in advance by a group of wolves? And setting an ambush? There's a chance here. The moonlight reflected on Caesar's thoughtful face. The night in Frostwolf Path grew even darker. Second volume. Shadows of the Cold Crow Town, Blackrock Castle. Dawn. Heavy Oak City gates slowly creaked open. A large carriage pulled by 4 strong black horses, decorated with the Blackrock family crest, rolled over the cold stone path in front of the castle. It headed toward Frostwolf Path, shrouded in frost and mist. The carriage was wrapped in thick leather, blocking out the cold of the north. Inside the carriage, a charcoal brazier gave off warmth. The Lord of Blackrock Castle, Edwin Blackrock, relaxed against a soft cushion. He looked to be around 40, with a firm face and sharp eyes. When he looked at the girl beside him, his expression softened, even with a hint of subtle flirtation. His daughter, Elisa, wrapped in a white mink fur cloak, sat very close to him. She was about 16 or 17, with flowing blonde hair and a delicate face. She tilted her head slightly, her small chin almost resting on her father's arm. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a lazy tone that didn't quite match her age. "Father, are the wolf packs in Frostwolf Path really as fierce as the rumors say?" Alyssa lifted her eyelids, and her deep blue eyes looked at Edwin, as if hiding a hint of curiosity. Edwin naturally reached out and gently brushed the cold cheek of her face with the back of his hand. His action was so affectionate that it went beyond the usual father-daughter boundaries. "Don't worry, Alyssa. It's just a few wild animals. This is a good chance for you to see real hunting. Besides," Edwin's gaze shifted to the shadowy figure in a black robe across the carriage, who looked like a sculpture. "With the advisor accompanying us, everything will be safe." On the other side of the carriage, the figure in a large black robe sat silently. The hood was pulled low, hiding all features. When he heard the Lord's words, he only nodded very slightly. The shadow of the hood moved slightly. In the corner of the carriage, the old butler Harold clasped his hands in front of him. His eyes quickly glanced at the Lord's hand gently touching the young lady's face, then quickly looked away, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Since the mysterious black-robed advisor arrived at the castle a few months ago, the Lord had changed. He became more unpredictable, and his care for the young lady carried an eerie feeling that made Harold shiver. Harold always felt that the young lady's occasional gaze and tone carried a strange, unfamiliar feeling that didn't belong to a girl her age, almost like. Harold wanted to speak, even just to remind gently, but every time he looked into the Lord's deep, unfathomable eyes and felt the invisible cold emanating from the black-robed man. His words got stuck in his throat, turning into a heavy sigh. The carriage, guarded by elite knights, moved into the thickening frost fog of Frostwolf Path. Frostwolf Path. Kaiser hid himself in a shallow snow pit, covered with dry branches and snow, leaving only a slit to see outside. Next to him was Lena, the female werewolf he had convinced last night. She curled up, not daring to breathe loudly, her eyes full of fear when she looked at Kaiser. "They're coming." Kaiser's voice was very low. He squinted through the branches, watching the group. Wow, quite a show. The most eye-catching was the large carriage, with a huge rock painted on it, and a crow resting on top. The leader riding in front was calm and steady, fully armored. 4 guards followed behind, also in full armor, shining coldly in the faint morning light, with joints tightly wrapped. Wearing a sword at his waist and a hammer hanging beside his saddle, Caesar examined his sharpened iron spear. "TSK, if I poke with this, it probably just makes a noise." A corner of the carriage curtain was lifted, revealing a young girl's face. Blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin typical of northern folk, dressed neatly and beautifully. "Is this your target?" Caesar gently nudged Lena, who was trembling like a sieve, with his elbow. His tone was teasing. "I mean, if you didn't lie to me last night, then you guys are just walking into death." Lena was both scared and embarrassed, burying her face lower. She looked at her companions hiding in the snow and dead trees in the distance, feeling completely unsure. Suddenly, howl! A sharp wolf cry tore through the quiet morning. Behind the snow piles and dead trees on both sides of the road, 7 or 8 gray shadows lunged out quickly, faster than Lena, rushing straight at the Lord's carriage. Enemy attack. Protect the Lord and the young lady. The armored guards reacted swiftly. Heavy hooves crushed the frozen ground as 5 of them quickly circled the carriage, keeping it safe in the center. Their movements were coordinated and disciplined. Clang, clang. The wolf's claws scratched fiercely against the armor, sparks flying and making a harsh screech. The guards calmly blocked with their arm armor, while one swung a hammer with a nail head, smashing it down with a dull wind. The fight broke out instantly. Wolves were faster and stronger than humans, but facing heavily armored knights, they suffered. The knights' high defense made up for their slower speed. Claws only left scratches on the armor, but the guards' hammers delivered real, solid hits. One wolf charged too fiercely and was hit in the chest by the hammer, denting its chest. The knight then yanked downward, tearing out a large piece of flesh and blood. The wolf sprayed blood and was flung backward. Another wolf tried a sneaky attack from the side, but was hit on the waist by a guard's hammer. It howled painfully and rolled to the ground. The situation was almost one-sided. The wolves' numbers quickly diminished against the strong defenses and heavy strikes. More wolves howled in pain as they lost their fighting ability. Caesar watched from the pit, wide-eyed. You guys, Caesar wasn't fighting because of the strength of the iron can, nor because the werewolves were weak. It was simply because these werewolves didn't even understand the strength of their opponent and rushed in to attack directly. It was so frustrating. Caesar looked on with a blank face and slowly turned his head to stare at Lena. After learning that this group of werewolves planned to assassinate the Lord, Caesar was thinking about how saving the Lord could help him build connections and better understand the continent. But the result? Under Caesar's cold gaze, Lena trembled even more. Seeing her companions being beaten badly, her eyes were full of despair and embarrassment. As the remaining werewolves were about to be defeated by the knights, something unexpected happened. A louder, more savage wolf howl suddenly erupted from the dense forest behind them. Then, a taller, stronger figure with gray fur mixed with white suddenly burst out. It was holding several small bottles filled with dark purple liquid. There's a chance. Caesar's eyes lit up at the sight of this new werewolf. This werewolf looked hunched and had a greatly changed skeleton, as if stretched sideways. Its fur was half gray and half white. From these features, it was clearly an original werewolf, infected by the moon wolf. But Caesar didn't think much of its fighting ability. He only noticed the potion bottles it was holding. Looks like it has a backup plan. How? The werewolf issued a short command and forcefully threw the bottles toward the werewolves still fighting the guards. The fighting werewolves quickly pulled away, grabbing the bottles from the ground and drinking the liquid inside in an instant. In the next moment, their bodies changed rapidly. Their claws swelled and twisted, blood vessels under the skin bulged and wriggled, and their claws turned dark purple and black. The claws crossed and left several cuts on their palms, with dark purple blood flowing out and covering the claws. Ow, ow, ow! The werewolves let out painful roars, their eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. They no longer struggled with their armor, but instead used their bloody claws to fiercely scratch at the guard's armor. Zzz, zzz. A sudden sound of corrosion echoed loudly. The heavy plate armor, upon contact with the purple blood, immediately emitted thick, foul-smelling white smoke. Visible to the eye, holes were rapidly being formed by the corrosive substance. A guard's armor was slashed by a wolf's claw, dripping with blood. The tough armor was torn open, and blood seeped into the wound. The guard trembled sharply and let out a muffled cry of pain. His arm holding the hammer drooped noticeably. The once solid guard formation was instantly torn open. Seeing this, Caesar's eyes lit up. Now's the chance. Who would have thought this wolf had a bloodline potion? Kano's potion manual mentioned a similar magic potion, made from a special bloodline creature. Kano's inheritance included a potion called Hallucination Bloodline. It was made by capturing a species called phantom spotted fish from the open sea, using its venom sac and other materials. Drinking it would cause the blood in the body to vaporize instantly upon contact with air. The more the enemy inhaled, the more vivid and numerous their hallucinations would become. Caesar's eye sparkled. He suddenly stood up from the snow pit, grabbing a nearby iron spear. He carefully observed the battlefield, waiting for the right moment. Lena, standing beside him, was startled by his sudden movement and shrank back in fear, curling up at the bottom of the pit. Seeing the heavily armored knights struggling to hold on and the situation about to collapse, Caesar knew he couldn't hold back any longer. Now, Caesar moved like a ghost, rushing forward swiftly. He locked onto a target, the wolf that had just torn open a knight's armor with its claw and was about to go for his heart. The wolf was feeling proud. Caesar tightly grasped the iron spear he had carried for a long time. Using his momentum, he precisely stabbed the wolf in the left temple. Thud! The spear pierced through the skull without resistance, emerging from the other side with a small protrusion. The wolf didn't even grunt. Its body stiffened suddenly, and the fierce light in its eyes instantly went out. It fell straight down. A foul-smelling white smoke billowed out, along with the smell of burnt flesh. Blood flowed from the wolf's head wound down the spear shaft, which visibly corroded and formed pits. Caesar's face twisted with pain as he hurried to pull the spear out. But with a sharp snap, the spear broke in half at the most corroded point. Old buddy. Looking at the broken spear in his hand, Caesar felt a bit regretful. This spear had been with him for a long time. Although damaged, it was still the most comfortable to use. While he felt sad about his weapon, the surrounding werewolves and knights were all stunned. The drugged werewolves paused noticeably, their blood-red eyes fixed on Caesar, full of disbelief. Where did this human come from? Just now, they didn't even see his shadow clearly. The knights gathered around were even more shocked. The leading knight, with his helmet on, widened his eyes. He had just fought off another wolf's claws when suddenly, a very strange-looking person appeared like a ghost and quickly killed a werewolf with one strike. Good. The knight leader shouted quickly, but he was caught up and couldn't break free. Though feeling regretful, he knew his life was more important. In a flash, he reached behind his waist and drew his old hunting knife. Another werewolf nearby abandoned attacking the knight in front of him and turned to pounce on Caesar. Caesar smirked, slid to the side, and the bloody claws brushed past his chest. At the same time, he used the momentum of the wolf's attack to strike back with his hunting knife. A fierce wolf's head shot up into the air, blood splashing out in dark purple, sizzling on the snow. The headless wolf's body staggered forward a few steps before crashing down. Caesar shook the blood off his knife and looked down. This broken knife was completely useless now. The blood had made the blade uneven and bent out of shape. TSK, time to say goodbye to my old friends, Caesar muttered, casually tossing the broken knife into the snow. Keep going, a low shout came. It was the nearest knight. He had just knocked back a werewolf with his hammer. Seeing Caesar unarmed, he didn't hesitate and threw his hammer with all his strength. Another knight quickly reacted, unfastening his spare sword from his waist and throwing it too. Thanks. Caesar's eyes lit up as he caught the flying sword and hammer steadily. The sword was heavy, a standard knight's longsword. It wasn't as agile as his short sword, but it was sturdy. The hammer was also heavy, with fierce spikes on the head, clearly a weapon designed to break armor. With a handy weapon in hand, Caesar's eyes immediately locked onto the last and strongest target on the field, the grayish-white original werewolf. This werewolf had just finished giving orders to its minions after taking some potion and had also drunk a bottle. It was currently fighting two knights, holding its own with speed and corrosive claws, forcing the knights to defend passively throughout. "Hey!" Caesar shouted loudly, grabbing his sword and hammer as he charged forward. The werewolf leader suddenly turned around, its blood-red eyes fixed on Caesar. It growled threateningly, its speed indeed faster than an ordinary werewolf, barely able to keep up with Caesar's pace. But only just. Too weak, Caesar thought with a cold smile. In his eyes, every move of this werewolf was full of flaws. Caesar didn't fight the werewolf head-on. The werewolf leader's claw strikes always missed by a hair, while Caesar's sword and hammer aimed straight at its joints and soft spots. Although the werewolf had drunk a bloodline potion, giving its skin some resistance to corrosion, no longer as fragile as armor, getting its blood contaminated with Caesar's corrosive blood was still painful. Every time it was cut, it grimaced in pain, slowing down a bit. Caesar seized an opportunity. When the werewolf leader missed a fierce pounce, Caesar quickly closed the distance and slashed a deep, long cut across its back with his broadsword. Dark purple blood immediately gushed out. Yow! The intense pain enraged the werewolf leader, causing it to turn around. But Caesar was even faster. In that split second, he swung his nail-headed hammer forcefully into the fresh wound on its back. Thud! The hammerhead sank deep into the flesh, and Caesar twisted and pulled his wrist. Rip! A large chunk of flesh and fur, covered in blood, was torn from its back. The werewolf leader convulsed in pain, letting out a piercing howl. Caesar misstepped, and like a ghost, he quickly circled around to the front of the werewolf leader. Taking advantage of its stiffened movements from pain, he directly pressed the corrupted, bloodied flesh he had just torn off onto its fierce wolf face. Crackle! The loudest corrosion sound yet erupted instantly. Thick white smoke billowed from the werewolf leader's face, accompanied by the stench of burnt flesh and skin. Yow, 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 yow. The intense pain suddenly overwhelmed it, with its own decaying blood covering its face. Blood flowed into its eyes, burning them instantly. The pain drove it completely mad. Its claws frantically scratched at its face, but only made the corrosion worse, causing it to lose all sense of direction and fighting spirit. Caesar's eyes were cold, showing no mercy. He tightly gripped the heavy nail-headed hammer, raised it high, muscles tense, and fiercely struck the smoking wolf head. Bang! With a dull sound, the wolf's head instantly deformed and shattered under the heavy hammer. Its entire skull was smashed open, spilling out a large amount of goo, accompanied by a harsh, sizzling sound. The huge body of the wolf leader stiffened suddenly, then collapsed with a loud crash. It twitched a few times before going completely still. The entire frost wolf path fell silent. The armored knights all stopped their horses, their eyes beneath helmets fixed on Caesar with shock and awe. Caesar, leaning on his hammer, took a deep breath and shook off the sticky stuff on the head of his weapon. He looked at the messy corpses and broken weapons on the ground, curling his lips with a bit of pain. At that moment, a young girl's voice came from inside a carriage marked with the Blackrock Fortress emblem. She was trembling with fear. "Oh, outside. Is it over? Those monsters?" The knight guarding the carriage responded immediately, respectful but looking at Caesar. "Miss Elisa, the danger is over. Thanks to this gentleman." He paused, unsure how to address him. "A monster hunter passing by," Caesar said voluntarily, trying to keep his voice steady, imitating the refined tone of European nobles in old movies. "I am Caesar, a monster hunter seeking evil traces," he added, feeling a bit awkward himself. There was a moment of silence inside the carriage, then the girl's voice rang out again, filled with relief and sincere gratitude. "Thank you, brave monster hunter." You saved me and my father." Just then, the thick leather curtain covering the carriage window was slowly lifted, revealing the face of a middle-aged man behind it. The Lord of Blackrock Castle, Edwin Blackrock, calmly surveyed the messy battlefield. His gaze finally settled on Caesar, who was standing next to the wolf leader's body, leaning on his warhammer. There was no sign of fear or panic in his eyes after the attack. When he looked at Caesar, there was a hint of surprise and curiosity. Caesar kept his eyes fixed on the face of the Blackrock Castle lord, who had just lifted the curtain of the carriage. Something's wrong. It's too calm. The lord had just escaped from a pack of wolves, yet there was no sign of shock or fear on his face. What puzzled Caesar even more was the look in the lord's eyes. For some reason, it made Caesar feel tense. The lord's gaze on Caesar was not grateful, but seemed more like someone looking at a beautiful object with intense interest. "You showed great bravery." Edwin's voice sounded steady and commanding, full of the dignity of a lord. The grateful smile on his face did not reach his deep eyes. "Young warrior, you saved my life and my daughter, Alicia," Edwin said, his eyes fixed on Caesar. "This bravery deserves a reward." Caesar suppressed his discomfort and slightly bowed. "Thank you, my lord. I am just a hunter chasing dark traces." He had watched many movies in his previous life and tried to imitate that awkward tone. The curtain of the carriage was lifted again, revealing a blonde girl, Alicia. She was wrapped in a white mink coat, her face pale from the cold. Her blue eyes still held a hint of fear, but what stood out more was her scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes were cold, sweeping over Caesar's blood-stained body, broad shoulders, and strong chest. That look was not like someone grateful for being saved. It was more like someone evaluating an object. Alicia looked Caesar over from head to toe, then slightly lifted the corner of her mouth. Something's wrong, Caesar thought coldly, feeling a sense of conspiracy in Blackrock Castle. "Hunter Caesar," Edwin's voice rang out again. "Blackrock Castle owes you a debt. Allow me to repay it. Come back with us to Cold Crow Town, and I will host a grand feast for you." Edwin's eyes burned with eagerness, as if afraid Caesar might run away. Caesar's heart skipped a beat. Approaching the local lord to gather information and gain some resources was his main goal, but he couldn't help but notice the strange eyes of the father and daughter. He was about to speak politely when his gaze suddenly caught sight of a figure sitting in the corner deep inside the carriage, like a shadow. The person was wrapped in a large black cloak, with the hood covering their face completely. Caesar felt that the gaze beneath the hood seemed to be examining him carefully. No wonder this lord isn't afraid. There must be someone powerful behind this. He instinctively sensed a hint of danger, indicating that the black-robed person was quite capable. Looking at the way they carry themselves, they seem like a wizard. Caesar narrowed his eyes slightly. Huh, but it's only a faint impression. They're far from as impressive as the old man Isis. His eyes unconsciously lingered on the figure for a few seconds. At that moment, he noticed something strange about the black robe itself. It didn't seem to be pure black, but faintly decorated with strange, dim patterns. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed Caesar. The surrounding sounds seemed to fade away, becoming blurry and distant. His mind felt heavy, as if something was pulling him downward. Thump, thump. Meanwhile, the steady beat of a strong heartbeat echoed in Caesar's mind, unblocked and persistent. The fleeting dizziness receded like a tide. As Caesar's eyes cleared, he sharply squinted. His cold gaze, filled with unmistakable killing intent, locked precisely onto the black-robed figure in the corner. The shadow seemed to tremble slightly, and the hood shifted a little to the side, avoiding Caesar's icy stare. This scene was naturally observed by Edwin. His smile froze for a moment, and Alicia instinctively shrank back. Caesar took a slow breath, suppressing the anger in his chest. He looked at Edwin with a slightly hoarse voice. "Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. I am honored, but," he pointed to the pile of wolf corpses, "these monster remains still need to be dealt with. Fangs and pelts are materials for potions. Once I finish, I will visit Lord in Cold Crow Town. Of course, I understand the hunter's duty." Edwin quickly restored his fake smile. "Then we will wait for you in Cold Crow Town." He nodded slightly and lowered the carriage curtain. Before Alicia withdrew, she took one last deep look at Caesar. Then the curtain fell, blocking her view. The carriage, guarded by remaining guards, crushed the blood-stained frozen ground and headed toward Cold Crow Town, quickly disappearing into the gray mist. As soon as the curtain closed, Alicia immediately pressed close, wrapping her slender arms around Edwin, still frightened by Caesar's murderous look just now. Edwin's body was stiff. He didn't comfort his daughter as usual. Instead, his sunken eyes flickered with strange light. He slowly turned his head and looked at the man in the black robe in the corner of the carriage. "Advisor." Edwin's voice was low, with a forced sense of urgency, clear in the quiet carriage. "What do you think?" After a long pause, so long that Edwin almost lost patience, a hoarse voice came from beneath the hood. "Very powerful." The voice paused, as if choosing words carefully. "Not an ordinary demon hunter." Edwin's breathing subtly quickened, and his eyes burned with more fervor. "Are you confident?" The hood moved slightly, and the hoarse voice spoke again. "Materials are needed. You can try?" Edwin looked down, gently patting Alicia's hand, but his gaze was fixed on the snow scene rushing past the window, as if calculating something. After a moment, he raised his head and looked back at the shadow in the corner. "Good. Tonight, I will send someone to find a few more." Caesar stood in place until the carriage was completely out of sight. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by cold, calm eyes. He turned toward the snow pit where he had hidden earlier. His voice was quiet. "Icy. Come out, Lena. Don't make me trouble myself." Snow fell softly from the edge of the snow pit. The female werewolf, Lena, shivered as she crawled out, her face covered in snow mud. Her eyes looked at Caesar with fear, 10 times more terrified than when she saw the ironclad knights. She fell to her knees in the snow, trembling as she begged, "Master, spare me. I've told you everything I know. Please, let me go. I swear I'll run away right now and never show myself again. I swear by the gods." "Let you go?" Caesar stroked his chin, looking at the weak female werewolf on the ground. "It's a bit wasteful to kill her, and letting her go might cause trouble. After all, I've already shown my hand in front of her." After a moment, a glint appeared in Caesar's eyes. He thought about the creations made by Isis. Not only did they obey him, but they could also make an ordinary person's fighting ability multiply. Caesar looked at the female werewolf in front of him and scanned the many werewolf bodies behind. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Here are ready-made materials. Lena saw the increasingly bright and strange look in Caesar's eyes. Her animal instincts made her hair stand on end. She let out a short scream, used her hands and feet, and suddenly turned to run into the dense forest. "Humph," Caesar snorted coldly, moving even faster than her. Without even looking, he swung his heavy hammer with a nail head toward Lena's escape route. Ugh! Bang! The hammer hit Lena's back hard, with such force that she lunged forward, spat out blood, and fell heavily into the snow. She couldn't get up, her face twisted with fear and pain. Caesar slowly walked over, bent down, and picked up the heavy hammer. Lena lay in the snow, blood at the corner of her mouth, eyes full of despair and terror. Her body trembled from fear. Caesar ignored her. He took a scroll wrapped in black leather from his pocket. Under Lena's terrified gaze, he slowly unrolled it. Dark red runes looked very striking, giving off an unsettling, evil aura. The symbols twisted and curled densely. Caesar squinted, carefully examining the scroll. After a while, he seemed to find something interesting and smiled warmly and peacefully. Caesar slowly turned his head, his cold gaze falling on Lena, who was trembling in the snow, full of fear. Lena looked into his eyes, terrified out of her mind. She forgot to beg for mercy. "Fusion, limb merging," Caesar whispered, reading the rune names on the scroll. Then he put away the scroll, his gaze icy as he looked over the scattered werewolf bodies on the snow, finally stopping on Lena. "Spare me." Lena's voice was faint and broken. Caesar ignored her and walked straight to the body of the original werewolf leader. Its head was smashed to pieces, but the body was still intact. Caesar drew his knight's broad sword from his waist. The blade flashed coldly in the air. 2 dull slashes cut through the air, breaking 2 strong werewolf arms. Caesar noticed that the blood flowing from the broken ends had turned dark red and was no longer corrosive. "It seems the poison has worn off," Caesar said as he bent down to pick up the 2 broken arms. He then moved to 2 more nearly intact werewolf bodies. With a swift sword strike, he cut off 2 fierce wolf heads and a slightly thinner wolf arm. Caesar carried the 4 arms and 2 heads step by step back to Lena. His heavy footsteps felt like they were pounding on Lena's heart. She buried her head deep in the snow, curled up tighter, and let out fearful whimpers. Without wasting words, Caesar threw the 4 arms and 2 heads onto the snow next to Lena, as if discarding trash. He then unfolded the scroll again, his finger hovering over the complex symbols that dazzled the eyes. He carefully drew the blood and flesh of the cut wolf onto the scroll. His movements were slow, precise with every twist and connection of each symbol. Any mistake could cause the runes to fail. Caesar had to admit that Isaac was very talented. The description on the scroll was more detailed than the wizard's travel notes about wizards. Runes are hard to make for ordinary wizards. According to Isaac's explanation, runes are a kind of pattern. Their power doesn't come from the user, but from the natural changes in the world itself. This is the key difference between wizards and monster hunters. Drinking a potion of bloodline can change a person's blood. Monster hunters only care about the result of the change, but wizards focus on the pattern of change itself. Isaac, the old wizard, discovered this pattern through many experiments involving merging flesh and sewing limbs. Every rune is made up of countless symbols combined together. For wizards, runes are like a secret inheritance passed down from monster hunters, something not shared with others. The rune Isaac spent his life researching had the power of limb connection. It could fuse different species and flesh together to create a deformed monster. This reminded Caesar of the Spider-Man who had dragged Isaac away, probably created using this method. This thing not only drains physical strength, but also consumes energy, just like making a lazy student do endless math problems. Sweat quickly beaded on Caesar's forehead. After a long time, a large and complex rune array made of wolf blood, covering Lena and her surrounding limbs, finally finished on the snow. At the moment the last of the rune was completed, the lines drawn with wolf blood seemed to come alive. A dark red glow flashed and disappeared, and then the snow within the rune's area silently melted and sank. Ah! A sharp scream suddenly burst from Lena's throat, full of pain and fear. Her curled-up body was forcibly straightened by an invisible force. Amid her heart-wrenching wail, a terrifying scene unfolded. The 4 severed wolf arms, as if given life, suddenly flew toward Lena's sides. Splat! Splat! The skin below her arms tore open into 2 large wounds, exposing torn flesh and white bones. The 4 arms plunged into the wounds, with dark red flesh rapidly wriggling. The flesh and bones from her injuries and broken limbs fused together. At the same time, the 2 wolf heads that had been cut off also moved. They rolled and collided toward Lena's sides, merging into her shoulders. The merging process lasted quite a while. When the last trace of dark red light faded from the rune array, a deformed monster appeared in the snow. The original Lena had disappeared, replaced by a creature with 3 wolf heads and 6 arms. Her body had become extremely swollen. Caesar could clearly feel that Lena's power now was far greater than before, even stronger than the first-generation wolf leader who had taken drugs. But the increase in strength did not seem to bring any courage to resist. Seeing Caesar's gaze, Lena immediately showed deep fear. Her huge body suddenly shrank, and her 6 arms hurriedly hugged herself. Not enough, Caesar whispered to himself. Fear could betray. Only complete control was reliable. Caesar opened Isaac's scroll again, quickly finding the part that recorded the control curse. This was the key to commanding those deformed monsters, and the method was relatively simple. He drew his silver sword from his waist and walked in front of Lena, speaking calmly. Take off your clothes. All 3 of Lena's heads froze. Her 6 eyes were full of disbelief and humiliation, but under Caesar's gaze. She trembled as she clumsily tore off her already tattered clothes with her 6 uncoordinated arms, revealing her large body. Caesar's gaze was calm. His silver sword's tip precisely pierced Lena's chest, slicing open a large wound. Lena winced in pain but bit down her fangs, not daring to make too much noise. The wound opened, exposing a heart pounding wildly inside. Caesar reached out with his left hand, using his silver sword to cut a similar slit in his palm. Blood flowed out without hesitation. He held his bloodied hand above Lena's exposed heart, letting a few drops of hot blood drip onto its surface. Suddenly, the moment the blood touched it, Lena's body stiffened sharply, and all three heads let out pained groans. Caesar withdrew his hand. Ignoring the cut on his palm, he quickly drew symbols on Lena's surrounding flesh with his blood-stained fingers. This time, the symbols were much simpler, resembling a few signs taken from the ritual symbols of the Isis. As he finished the last symbol, the blood in Caesar's hand was rapidly absorbed by the heart. Then, near the wound, a dark red growth bulged visibly, attaching itself tightly to the heart. Soon after, inside Caesar's palm wound, a similar growth appeared, much smaller than Lena's. It's done. This growth is the curse's core and the key to controlling Lena's life and death. Whenever he wanted, he could take out and crush this growth, causing Lena's heart to explode. Fear might fade, but this bomb buried in her core of life would forever ensure her loyalty. Change back, Caesar ordered calmly. Lena's large body trembled violently. The pain of merging had not yet subsided, and the tearing sensation from reversing her form swept through her again. Her two heads slowly retracted into her body, her arms tucked into her abdomen. She collapsed on the snow, gasping heavily. Though she had mostly returned to a human shape, her features were slightly twisted. Put it on. Caesar threw her a ragged leather coat torn from a regular wolf corpse. Lena struggled to put on the dirty coat. The loose clothing barely covered her body, leaving only her eyes, filled with pain, visible. Caesar no longer looked at her. He turned his gaze toward the foggy town of Cold Raven, his eyes deep and thoughtful. He bent down to pick up a knight's broad sword and a hammer from the ground. "Let's go," Caesar said calmly, heading toward the town that seemed full of schemes. Lena struggled to get up from the snow. She pulled her large leather coat hood over her face, trying to hide herself, like a silent shadow, and followed closely behind him. The cold wind on the frost wolf path howled, gradually covering the traces of the bloody transformation. Only two figures remained, one behind the other, blending into the thick gray-white snow fog leading to Cold Raven Town. Cold Raven Town. Caesar squinted and looked at the town leaning against steep black rocks. Its rough wooden walls surrounded it. Finally, a lively place, Caesar said with some emotion. Since arriving in this world, he had experienced many strange things. If he could go back and write about his adventures, it would surely become a bestseller. The heavy wooden gate was slightly open, with worn iron fittings. The guards glanced quickly at Caesar and the fully covered Lena, then waved them away. Their looks seemed to be examining Caesar as if he were a strange creature. When they looked at Lena, they showed a hint of caution. As they entered the town, Cold Raven Town style was very rough. The streets were narrow, lined with simple wooden houses made from thick logs. But for Caesar, it was like paradise. There were quite a few people in the town. Most were of the northern race, with fair skin wrapped in heavy fur. Humans were the majority, but non-humans could be seen everywhere. A huge bear man carried a large wooden bucket, very strong. A few werewolves walked by in groups. They were true wolf beasts. There were also short, stocky dwarves, carrying wide-bladed battle axes almost as tall as themselves. Orcs. Caesar looked at them curiously. The appearance of orcs on the continent had many stories. According to Carlos's travel notes, about 3,000 years ago, a strange upheaval happened on the continent. This upheaval led to the emergence of many unusual creatures. Orcs appeared during this chaos. They were beasts that evolved into humans, but their evolution seemed to have stopped halfway. They looked mostly human, but had beast-like skin and beastly heads. Caesar looked at the wolves. These were completely different from the mutated ones before. The previous wolves were just humans who had mutated. These are real werewolves, with human-like bodies covered in gray wolf fur. The most noticeable feature is their wolf head, and they can speak like humans. Caesar's strange outfit, along with the silent, big guy behind him, quickly drew many eyes. He wore a dark patterned cloak taken from Isaac's lair, which looked very expensive. But over it, he had a torn leather armor, like wearing a shirt over a jacket or pants over shorts, hard to describe. Lena behind him was even stranger. She wore a tight leather coat, hunched over, with her hood pulled low, revealing only a twisted jawline. She was very tall and broad, taller than the other bears. A small human holding firewood, probably too curious, tried to sneak a peek at Lena's face from the side. Under the shadow of her hood, Lena's twisted eyes suddenly stared back. Her eyes showed no emotion, no life, only numbness and coldness. The small human was so scared he shouted, "Ah!" dropped the firewood, turned pale, and scrambled away. "TSK," Caesar said softly without turning around. "Keep it down. Don't attract attention." Lena trembled visibly, let out a faint whimper, and lowered her head even more. The cold, inhuman aura instantly faded, replaced by fear. Caesar ignored the curious or cautious looks around him. His goal was clear: the tavern. Such places are full of all kinds of people and are the best for getting information. In a strange town, Caesar searched for a while before finding a lively street. The tavern sign was a crooked, thick oak board with a skewed wine glass carved into it. He pushed open the heavy wooden door. A smell of sweat hit him. Inside, under dim light, there were a few wooden tables. Caesar glanced around and thought, wow, it's pretty lively. Most of the patrons were mercenaries, along with some merchants. Near the fire, a few werewolves were tearing apart meat with their claws. Business didn't seem great. That was no surprise. On this continent, orcs and other beastmen didn't have a good reputation. Though they were naturally strong and good fighters, there were many rumors that orc mercenaries would betray their employers, steal the money, and run away. Many employers preferred human mercenaries, even if they were weaker fighters. Among several tables filled with mercenaries, two graceful figures moved skillfully, wearing rough cloth dresses with slightly open necklines and charming smiles on their faces. They expertly avoided hands reaching for their thighs or hips. One drunken mercenary chuckled and firmly slapped a full-figured barmaid on her backside, making a soft, smack sound. The woman let out a tempting moan, then quickly turned and walked away to another table, as if nothing had happened. These women were experienced in the tavern, knowing how to get what they wanted with minimal effort. Caesar walked straight to the back. The bartender was a one-eyed, strong man with scars on his muscular arms, wiping a wooden cup with a rag. His good eye glanced over Caesar and Lena's large figures without much interest, and he simply nodded and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Signature." Caesar didn't know what to order, so he just said anything. He had found plenty of gnarl in the old Ghost Isaac's place. "Frozen Creek malt, 3 gnarl." The bartender poured a cloudy, foul-smelling liquid from a rough clay jar. Caesar took out a few gnarl coins and placed them on the table, then poured a large sip into his cup. Next, he pushed more gnarl coins forward. "Boss, I need to find out some news." "I need a well-informed ear." The one-eyed bartender didn't lift his eyelids. He kept wiping the cup and nodded toward the darkest corner of the tavern with his chin. There, in the corner, Mauchio, Lord of Blackrock Castle, let out a few farts this morning, and some creature from the mountain gully came out to bite people. He can tell you a few things, as long as you pay with gnarl. Caesar looked in the direction he indicated. In the corner, a small figure was sitting, staring at an empty cup, looking like a poorly developed dwarf. Caesar approached, and the figure in the shadows suddenly looked up alertly. Caesar finally saw that it wasn't a dwarf at all. It was a furry cat-faced creature. Its left eye was just a hollow scar, and its right eye was an amber vertical pupil, scanning Caesar actively. The whiskers on the cat face twitched. Clearly, Caesar's outfit and Lena's figure puzzled it, but it quickly showed a professional, flattering expression. "Oh, sir, your outfit." Mauchio immediately jumped down from the stool, acting exaggeratedly eager to please. "Very unique." The armor outside, was it deliberately worn? To show off a daring presence in dangerous places? The next person, this brave warrior, is even more impressive. Clearly, he is the bravest warrior by your side. What are your instructions? Mauchio is in Hanyan town, and he has quite good information. He finished speaking in one breath, eagerly looking at Caesar, his tail constantly wagging behind him. Caesar looked at the fluffy, lively cat face in front of him. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. In his past life on Blue Star, his favorite thing was petting cats. Now here was a talking cat person. With thick fur and a height just over 1 meter, curiosity surged inside Caesar. Instinctively, he reached out and gently placed his hand on Mauchio's fluffy head. Startled by the sudden touch, Mauchio froze completely, his tail standing straight like a stick. He clearly didn't expect Caesar to do that. But after a brief moment of surprise, His instincts from the lower ranks took over. When dealing with someone who controls the source of nail, any resistance that might upset the other person is foolish. Mauchio relaxed immediately, even carefully stretching his head towards Caesar's hand again, softly purring. Caesar snapped back to reality, quickly withdrawing his hand. The brief sense of wonder he felt as a Blue Star native was suppressed. This wasn't Earth, and the cat in front of him wasn't a pet. Is this where demon hunters take jobs? Caesar's voice was calm, as if nothing had happened. Yes, yes. Mauchio also seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He smoothly switched back to his informant role, bowing politely. There's an alley next to the blacksmith shop at the east end of the town. Some of them are low-level demon hunters, trading common monster materials. If you're interested, you can go check it out. Hanyin Town is still too remote. It doesn't even have the Demon Hunter Guild mentioned in Kano's notes. Caesar stroked his chin thoughtfully, then remembered Edwin, that suspicious old ghost. I heard when I arrived that the local lord is a very kind noble. The townspeople seem to really like him. Caesar asked cautiously. When mentioning the lord, Mauchio's cat face grew a bit serious, and his voice lowered. You're talking about Lord Edwin. It's been a few months, but things have been a bit different lately. Oh, tell me more. Caesar's eyes flashed with a hint of intrigue. First, they lowered taxes, then they started recruiting people. The notice said they wanted strong, brave warriors, and specifically mentioned hiring skilled monster hunters. It said the castle needed better guards to deal with things in the icy plains. Caesar listened calmly. Lowering taxes, recruiting soldiers, and hiring monster hunters were just rumors he had heard along the way. Mauchio moved closer, speaking in a mysterious tone. The strangest thing is, over a month ago, there was talk that the Lord planned to pick the best among these recruits and marry Miss Elisa, so she could inherit Blackrock Castle in the future. Amber-colored single eye fixed on Caesar. Caesar's fingers tightening on his wine glass paused slightly. It sounds like a plot. Recruiting soldiers could be explained easily, but this part didn't make sense. Choosing a daughter-in-law from the recruits to inherit the land? That's like a billionaire looking for a wife, just needing someone strong and not caring about anything else. Noble marriages usually focus on bloodlines, family background, and interests. When did it turn into a martial arts contest for marriage? Edwin's intense gaze and this strange idea of choosing a son-in-law. Reliable? Caesar asked calmly, showing no emotion. Absolutely. Mauchio patted his fluffy chest. There's no official notice, but everyone in the castle says so. Miss Elisa is famous for being beautiful in Cold Crow Town. Caesar didn't let him finish. He took out 5 nars and pressed them into Mauchio's paw. That's enough? Mauchio looked at the nars in his hand, and his single eye suddenly shone brightly. In Cold Crow Town, an ordinary soldier earns only 3 nars a day. Mauchio didn't expect Caesar to be so generous. Thank you, sir. If you need anything in the future, just ask Mauchio. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Caesar ignored him. He stood up and signaled Lena to follow. The large figure wrapped in a leather coat moved silently, instantly creating an invisible path through the crowded tavern. People instinctively stepped back. Even the wolf mercenaries tearing at their meat paused briefly, their wolfish eyes wary as they looked at Lena's lowered hood. At that moment, a figure with the smell of cheap perfume and alcohol bumped into them. Ah! A deliberately high-pitched cry sounded. It was the courtesan who had been groped by the mercenaries earlier. Her face wore a dazed smile, and her body seemed boneless as she leaned into Caesar's arms. When Caesar handed the silver coin to Mauchio just now, that glint of light didn't escape the eyes of those who scavenge at the bottom. Sir, don't rush to leave. It's so cold outside. Her voice was sweet and sticky. Would you like Bella to keep you company with another warm drink? Or find a cozy place? Her fingers reached into the cracks of Caesar's armor. Caesar's steps didn't stop. He just slightly turned his head, lifting his downward gaze, and looked at her calmly. Bella's charming smile froze instantly. Her hand, which was reaching out, froze mid-air, and her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. A coldness sharper than the howling north wind outside cut through her. At that moment, another slender but stronger hand suddenly grabbed Bella's stiff arm and pulled her back forcefully. Bella, you little flirt, came a voice thick with smoke and alcohol. It was the more experienced female companion, with bright red hair, glaring fiercely at Bella, whose face was pale. Caesar seemed to ignore everything, not even glancing at them. He pushed open the wooden door and walked out, followed closely by Lena's large figure. With a loud bang, the door closed, blocking out the cold outside, but the noise inside the tavern seemed to pause for a moment. Many curious eyes looked toward the door, then shifted back to the two women serving drinks. Bella leaned against a rough wooden pillar, still trembling slightly. Her voice was filled with fear. "Masha, he, shut up, fool!" The red-haired woman, called Masha, lowered her voice and scolded fiercely, her eyes scanning the surroundings warily. She pinched Bella's arm hard, making her wince and stay silent. Then Masha leaned in close, speaking very quietly. "Stop staring at the money bag with your stupid head full of beer. Use that brain of yours to smell what's really going on." Masha's eyes were sharp. Then Masha glanced toward the corner where a few mercenaries were still drinking cheap spirits and loudly bragging about their brave deeds. "See those fools? The smell of blood on them is like the stench of sewer rats, just enough to scare inexperienced kids who haven't seen blood." Her gaze returned to the door, as if she could still feel the suffocating pressure from earlier, her voice carrying a hint of subtle awe. "The man earlier. He's different. The smell on him is cold, a bloodstain that can't be washed away. It's the smell of someone who has truly rolled among the dead, someone who treats killing as casually as drinking water and eating food." Those eyes. Humph. When he looks at you, do you think it's anything special? That's the gaze of someone looking at a lifeless object. In his eyes, you're no different from a crawling insect on the ground. Dead or alive, he wouldn't bother. Martha spat a thick phlegm on the ground, her eyes showing contempt for Bella's foolishness. "Stop pretending. Stay away from men like that." His snarl. "Huh, that's the smell of someone buying their life. Get involved with that, and you might end up with nothing left but bones." Hearing Martha's words, Bella's body trembled even more, no longer daring to think about getting close. Martha then put on her professional, charming smile again, swayed her hips, and walked toward the next table needing drinks. But her peripheral vision kept a wary scan of the doorway. The cold wind outside the tavern instantly dispersed the noise inside. Caesar headed straight to the eastern part of the town and soon found the Anvil blacksmith shop, sparks flying from the open doorway. The shop was quite large, steam rising everywhere. A burly man, shirtless, was swinging a large hammer, fiercely pounding a glowing red iron bar. The walls were lined with half-finished farm tools, swords, and armor plates. Seeing Caesar enter, the blacksmith paused his hammer, wiped sweat from his arm, and looked over Caesar and Lena, who was almost blocking the doorframe. "What do you want?" "Make her," Caesar pointed to Lena behind him, "a full set of armor." The blacksmith looked at Lena's large frame with suspicion. "Armor? Chainmail? Plate armor? Need to measure the size, not regular armor." Caesar interrupted, gesturing as he explained. "Like a big cloak, chainmail shirt, worn from the head down, no sleeves, leaving the arms free, with chainmail underneath, key parts, reinforced with hard iron plates sewn into the front and back, length, reaching the knees, with a larger collar." Caesar paused. "And a helmet, bigger, with some extra space." Caesar couldn't exactly say it was for the two additional heads that might pop out. The blacksmith frowned, eyeing Caesar as if he were crazy. "What? A sleeveless chainmail cloak? A big collar? What's this for? Wearing it for what? Just hit it." "I have plenty of money," Caesar said calmly. "Tell me what materials you have." The blacksmith, though still suspicious, pointed patiently at a few pieces of armor hanging nearby. "The cheapest, recycled scrap iron, can be made into your armor for 40 nars. He then pointed to another piece on the wall. "Regular iron, sturdy and commonly used, costs about 80 nars. Finally, he pointed to some dark gold-colored iron blocks on a table at the back. "The best, rock iron from the northern mines, twice as heavy and much harder than normal iron. Arrows hardly bend when shot through it. For your armor, it costs 100 nars as a deposit. Pay in full after it's finished, plus another 100 nars. Rock iron." Caesar remembered a bit. The village chief's map marked a mine near Cold Crow Town, owned by the Blackrock Fortress Lord. Ordinary people who dared to enter would be executed on the spot. "Rock iron," Caesar said without hesitation, holding out his money bag and tapping it on the anvil. "How long will it take?" The blacksmith stared at the bag of nars, eyes wide, swallowing nervously. Rock iron is tricky. At least 2 days. All right. I'll pick it up in 2 days, Caesar nodded, then turned and led Lena out of the blacksmith's shop. The streets of Cold Crow Town were still lively. Caesar stood by the street, pondering. Edwin, what exactly are you planning? This marriage selection doesn't seem normal, but it suits him. I need resources and information, even if it might be dangerous. Caesar was never afraid of danger, but that didn't mean he was reckless. Instead of heading straight to the castle, Caesar turned into the busier main street, blending into the crowd. His eyes scanned the nearby inns with simple signs, finally choosing one that looked sturdy and somewhat secluded. He pushed open the creaky wooden door. Inside, the dim hall had only a few guests. 2 rooms, Caesar said to the wrinkled old woman at the counter. Next to each other, quiet ones. The old woman's cloudy eyes looked up, glancing at Caesar, then at the large figure behind him, wrapped up tightly and giving off an inhuman aura. She showed a flicker of caution but nodded, fumbling to produce 2 heavy brass keys. For Nars, Caesar took out Gnarl and placed him on the counter. Lena, who was following Caesar, stiffened noticeably. Her cloudy eyes beneath the hood showed a hint of confusion and surprise. 2 rooms? Give me. A single room. Lena was already prepared to be used as a tool, to sleep at her master's feet like a dog. This sudden normal treatment left her feeling confused, and she made a very faint, unclear sound in her throat. Caesar didn't seem to notice her reaction. He quickly put the key into his pocket and threw another key directly to Lena. She almost caught it instinctively, like an animal. Stay inside. No orders. Don't come out. Don't cause trouble, Caesar said calmly. He walked straight toward the stairs, leaving Lena holding the key, unsure of what to do, standing in place. Under the hood, her surprise was quickly replaced by habitual obedience. Lena silently lowered her head, clenched the key tightly, and followed Caesar's back. The room was small, with only a hard bed and a broken wooden cabinet. Caesar checked the doors and windows briefly to make sure they were safe. He didn't need rest, at least not now. Night fell quickly, covering Cold Crow Town in darkness. Caesar stood by the window, looking at the distant, blurry outline of Blackrock Castle, seeming to be planning something. Edwin Blackrock's strange behavior, the black-robed advisor, and the news from Mogu all seemed ominous. Caesar needed to learn more. He had to find out if there was a powerful force hidden inside the castle. Knowing himself and his enemy was the key to survival. Caesar took off his flashy cloak, leaving only his worn bark armor. He fastened his silver sword at his waist. He picked up his small bag and quietly left the room, walking silently toward the closed wooden door next door. Before he touched the door, a faint click sounded from the latch. The door opened slightly without a sound. Lena was standing in the shadow behind the door. Her large figure almost filled the doorway. She seemed to be pressed tightly against the door, all her senses focused on the room next door. Her hood was pulled lower, revealing only a twisted, tense jawline. Caesar turned sideways and slipped inside, casually tossing the bundle containing his cloak and some miscellaneous items onto Lena's hard bed. Keep watch over it. Caesar paused, his gaze sweeping over the bundle, finally settling on Lena's lowered hood, his expression calm. Who dares to come? Kill. At the moment the word was spoken, Lena's body tensed slightly, and a beast-like growl escaped from her throat in response. There was no doubt, no hesitation, only deep-seated obedience and a cold, killing intent ignited by that single word, belonging to a monster. Caesar didn't say more. He turned and left quietly, gently closing the door behind him. Lena's large figure moved silently to the other side of the door, blending with the rough wood. The shadow under her hood stared intently through waiting for any potential prey to approach. Caesar returned to his room, opened the window, and cold night wind rushed in. He swiftly climbed out, disappearing into the thick darkness. He moved along the shadows cast by the buildings, heading toward the steep cliff top where the dark castle stood. The night was his best cover. Blackrock Castle, moonlit night. Under the cover of darkness, Caesar moved through the shadows and finally stopped at the start of the rugged path leading to Blackrock Castle. He looked around, realizing that approaching from the front was not suitable, so his gaze locked onto the sharp cliff face on the right. His leg muscles suddenly tensed. His pants tore apart as flesh and muscle restructured and expanded, revealing terrifying muscle groups. His legs grew huge, with a strange, twisted proportion. Boom! His war-powered legs unleashed incredible strength. The frozen ground beneath shattered. Caesar shot upward like a human-shaped cannonball, heading straight for the nearly vertical cliff face. As he reached the top, his swollen leg muscles instantly contracted back. Almost simultaneously, his right arm's muscles bulged violently, and his massive, bloody arm slammed into the cold rock. The hard stone shattered. Caesar's giant hand embedded into the cliff, loose stones falling around him. He was suspended 100 meters above the ground, supported only by one massive arm. He exhaled a breath, his eyes cold. He retracted his war forearm, fingers digging into the cracks in the rock. His other hand found a grip. In the shadow of the cliff, he moved swiftly upward like a gecko. The wind at the top of the cliff grew stronger. Caesar pressed against the cold rock edge, only his eyes visible, scanning the area behind Black Rock Castle. The castle of Black Rock was silent at night, with only a few torches flickering in the wind, casting shadows of patrol guards who seemed careless. Caesar moved quickly without stopping. His legs suddenly expanded with a powerful jump, and his fleshly lower limbs pushed off with terrifying force. He leapt upward and grabbed a rough stone wall in the middle of the castle. His large body pressed into the shadows, holding himself firmly in place. Looking down, Caesar saw a deep, bottomless cliff. Falling down there would probably hurt a lot, he thought. His nerves were tight as he silently moved along the castle's outer wall, hidden in the shadows. The cold stone wall was icy to the touch, and every window could hide a watchful eye. Suddenly, a faint voice drifted out from in a window. Caesar held his breath and pressed himself against the shadowy edge of the window. "Cariel, it's almost time," the weak, hoarse voice said. "It's Edwin." "But, Cariel, isn't she already dead?" Caesar frowned. When he was exploring the town, he heard some scattered information. One piece was that Edwin's wife had died months ago. Since then, Edwin seemed to have changed completely. Then, a young woman's voice appeared, full of affection and concern. "Darling, I know you're hurting, but the advisor says we really can't wait any longer. Your health is very bad. Is that Elisa?" Caesar wondered more deeply. Although he had only met her once, she was one of the few humans Caesar had seen since arriving in this world. He remembered her clearly. Suddenly, a violent cough interrupted Elisa's words. "I know, but today, that demon hunter is different." The advisor sensed it. "He's very strong. And also, strange. The advisor said we need to prepare more. We can't rush. Cariel, for you. For our new life." Edwin's voice was broken and uneven. "Cariel? New life?" Caesar was confused. "The demon hunter they mentioned, wasn't that him? That old fool definitely has a plan." Caesar outside the window thought coldly. A murderous intent surged in his chest, but he forced himself to suppress it. Now was not the time. He pressed his face close to the narrow window, peering inside. The scene made Caesar's brow furrow deeply. Edwin was lying in bed, his skin a strange gray-white color. His skin was rotting in many places and full of wrinkles. It looked like he had aged decades in an instant, just like Caesar saw earlier. Elisa was holding him tightly, gently stroking Edwin's wrinkled face with one hand. With her other hand, she clutched a blood-stained handkerchief and softly kissed Edwin's decayed skin. Caesar slowly stepped back. The relationship between the father and daughter seemed a bit strange. Caesar slipped into the shadows and continued moving deeper into the castle. Several rooms in a row had their windows tightly shut. As he passed one of them, a terrible smell of decay and rotting filled his nose. He stopped, held his breath, and slowly moved one eye close to the first window. Inside, the room was dimly lit. A baby covered in purple-black tumors was crawling on the walls and ceiling at an unnatural speed. Every time a tumor touched the wall, it burst with a popping sound, releasing thick yellow-green pus. The wall was instantly corroded into pits and holes. This castle really does hide something, Caesar thought as he looked at the deformed baby, recalling the black-clad man who was with Edwin. He moved slowly to the next window. It was sealed even tighter, but Caesar caught a whiff of a beastly smell, similar to that of the werewolves Lena and her group. Wolves? It seems that the attack wasn't accidental. Caesar pondered for a moment, then slowly moved toward the third window. The window of the third room was slightly ajar. Caesar carefully pressed his eye close to the and looked inside. Suddenly, a pair of eyes, also pressed against the inside of the window, met Caesar's gaze unexpectedly. Time seemed to freeze for a second. It was a pale baby, with no pupils in its eyes, only covered in dark green. The baby blinked, then suddenly opened its small, pale mouth into an innocent-looking smile. But Caesar's pupils shrank sharply. Inside that open mouth, there were no teeth or tongue, only countless writhing green maggots. A strange giggle echoed. In an instant, countless tiny holes appeared all over the baby's pale skin. Various insects, black beetles, multi-legged centipedes, thin worms, began pouring out wildly from those holes. Its eyes slowly emerged from the eye sockets, with spider-like limbs extending from the ends. The sharp, piercing laughter grew louder. First strike is the best. Caesar hesitated not at all. His flesh and blood suddenly expanded, transforming into a 3-meter-tall war giant. The giant hand, capable of crushing rocks, suddenly reached through the window gap and precisely grabbed the terrifying baby that was spewing out a swarm of insects. Screech! A sharp insect-like scream erupted instantly. The baby twisted wildly in the giant hand, and more swarms of insects burst out from all over its body. This is too easy to expose. Caesar's eyes turned cold. He forcefully pulled back the giant hand holding the insect baby, then stomped his legs hard against the castle's outer wall. Boom! The hard stone wall cracked like a spider's web. Using this violent recoil, Caesar held onto the struggling thing and fell straight down toward the bottomless cliff. The wind howled past his ears. Caesar pressed the screaming insect baby forcefully against the steep cliff rushing below. Splish! Sizzle! A painful screech of friction, mixed with the baby's more desperate screams, echoed across the cliff. Caesar's arms frantically rubbed against the rough rock wall, leaving a long streak of green, sticky liquid. This rough method slowed the fall dramatically. Looking down, Caesar aimed at the distance. He suddenly stabbed his other hand into the rock wall, causing debris to fly. With the final burst of momentum from his giant form, he leapt with great effort and landed heavily at the start of the rugged path leading to Blackrock Castle, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The huge inertia made Caesar stagger a step before he steadied himself. He looked down at the arm holding the insect baby, which was torn and bleeding from the friction, but quickly healed at a visible speed. But what was terrifying was that inside the wound, several tiny green maggots with sharp mouths were frantically burrowing into his flesh. They were moving, splitting, and multiplying rapidly, forming a small swarm within his flesh. A sharp, tingling itch and a subtle biting sensation spread through him. Caesar's eyes sharpened. Without hesitation, he quickly drew a silver dagger from his waist. The cold gleam flashed in the night. Swish! A sharp blade carefully cut just above the wrist bone, slicing off the entire palm along with a small part of the forearm. Ugh! Caesar groaned from the intense pain, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The cut flesh dropped onto the frozen ground with a splat. Almost immediately, the flesh began to writhe wildly, covered and gnawed by countless green maggots emerging from within. In just a few breaths, only a small pool of thick, green, steaming liquid remained. The tissue at Caesar's severed wrist twitched violently, with new tissue growing and intertwining. He looked down at his healing wrist, then raised his gaze to the silhouette of Blackrock Fortress perched on the cliff top, his expression dark. Edwin, advisor, and those children, Caesar whispered to himself. The waters here are very deep. A heavy night enveloped the narrow path, with only the steaming green slime silently telling of the danger just past. Caesar's figure quickly disappeared into the darkness, heading toward Cold Crow Town. Caesar's figure slipped through the window into the room silently. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a faint smell of rust reached his nose. He slightly twitched his nose and silently smirked. Haha, tonight, a guest has come uninvited. He didn't go to his bed, but quietly turned and opened the door to the next room. He approached Lena's door, where the smell of blood was clearer, mixed with a strange odor. Click! Before his hand touched the door, a soft sound came from inside, and the latch was pushed open from the inside. The door slowly slid open. Lena's large figure almost filled the doorframe. She still wore her oversized, torn leather coat, but it was now covered with large rips. Her hood was pulled low, revealing only a twisted, tense chin. She seemed to have been standing right against the door, her senses fixed on the sounds in the corridor. Clearly, she recognized Caesar's unique scent outside. Caesar made no sound. He sidestepped inside quietly. Lena immediately silently closed the door behind her, her heavy body blocking the entrance again, like a loyal knight. The room was darker than the corridor, with only the faint moonlight outside barely outlining shapes. But Caesar's gaze immediately fixed on the corner of the wall, where a lump was slumped. A small, deformed toy-like creature, about the size of a baby, is covered in a shiny black insect shell. Its back has two pairs of thin, wing-like structures that are now tattered and torn like old cloth. Its head is made up of many tiny, compound eyes, resembling countless dark, deep squares. Its mouth is a vertical slit with two large, fierce jaws on each side. But now, this little thing is completely ruined. Its lower body, starting from the waist, has been torn into two by brute force, ripped apart. Broken shell fragments, damaged wings, and a jumble of unrecognizable internal organs are scattered on the ground. The remaining upper half of its body is covered with scratches and tears. Ugh! Caesar gently takes a breath, his gaze sharp. The advisor near Edwin came to visit tonight. Caesar's voice is low. The way this deformed creature was made looks almost the same as the monsters from Blackrock Castle. Luckily, Caesar had put a bolt on the door. His eyes moved to Lena, who is blocking the door. Her large body shifts slightly in the shadows. Good job. Caesar's voice breaks the silence. Lena shivers suddenly. Her head, hidden under the hood, instinctively shrinks back. Her fear is still there, but that simple comment stirs a strange feeling in her muddled mind. Was I praised? A strange sensation, mixed with lingering fear, makes Lena feel confused. She stiffly nods, a faint whimper escaping her throat. Caesar ignores her. The murky waters of Blackrock Castle are deeper than he thought. The hidden snakes are cruel and cunning. Caesar needs to catch his breath and prepare early for tomorrow. I might have to go into Blackrock Castle tomorrow. Caesar walks straight to the only sturdy bed in the room, where a package he left earlier is lying. He doesn't even look at the deformed creature in the corner. Instead, he pushes the package to the foot of the bed and, with Lena's still stunned gaze on him, lies down directly. The wooden bed is hard and cold, but Caesar's brow doesn't even twitch. The caves in the frost forest are colder and harder than this. He adjusts his position so he can easily draw his silver sword from his waist, then closes his eyes. Lena stands frozen in place. Caesar, sleeping on her bed? Lena thought for a moment, carefully lowering her body and curling up as much as possible. Finally, she silently lay on the floor, her head gently resting on the edge of the bed. Lena looked like a confused and helpless knight, instinctively wanting to stay by the sleeping princess's side. Her wounds from the fight had healed thanks to the wolf's self-healing. Although her wounds still ached faintly, she remained quietly in place, her gaze occasionally sweeping over the calm figure on the bed. Morning at Blackrock Castle. The morning light struggled to pierce the thick frost-covering Crow Town, but it couldn't dispel the bone-chilling cold inside Blackrock Castle. A few guards, tired and weary, held torches as they aimlessly searched the steep cliffs behind the castle and the rugged path below. Inside the castle, in a room filled with the strong scent of herbs and decaying flesh, Edwin lay deep in a large bed, with corpse marks spreading across his face. His cloudy eyes were filled with fear after surviving a terrible ordeal. You mean? Edwin stared at the shadowy figure of the black-robe advisor. Some mysterious person sneaked into my castle last night and silently destroyed the powerful creation you made. The figure of the black-robe advisor was still hidden beneath a large cloak. He was silent for a moment, his hood slightly tilted toward Edwin. Perception has been completely cut off. The BI sent to the inn has been erased, very cleanly. The advisor's mind drifted back to last night. He used a stealthy scout insect, climbing along the inn's outer wall, quietly slipping into the target room through the window. Almost at the moment of infiltration, through the shared view of the BI, he saw a huge shadow blocking the door like a massive rock. In the next instant, a violent force tore the scout insect apart. The target's presence hadn't moved inside that room. Who? Who could that be? Edwin's voice suddenly rose sharply. Besides that monster hunter, who else has this kind of strength? The shadow under the advisors had flickered silently. He couldn't be completely sure, but the scent of the demon hunter Caesar was definitely in the room. However, that power was very special, making him think of someone. But he didn't rule out that this demon hunter might have a special bloodline. When he first saw him, he felt the surrounding temperature seemed to rise slightly. Although some bloodlines are controlled by certain demon hunter families, there are a few lucky ones who, by chance, receive the favor of the heavens. Send him an invitation. I will prepare for the banquet tonight. Okay. Edwin's face was grim. If he truly learns the truth, then he must not leave Blackrock Fortress alive. This secret was his last hope in life. Any threat that could destroy it must be completely eliminated, reduced to dust. Morning in Crow Town. Caesar's eyelids twitched, and his consciousness slowly woke up. Last night's flesh regeneration used much more energy than healing, almost making him fall asleep as soon as he lay down. He wanted to move his stiff neck, but when he looked down, his gaze froze instantly. On the floor, Lena's figure was curled up, almost hugging the edge of his bed. Lena was also awake. At the exact moment Caesar's eyes fell on her, her large body suddenly trembled. In the shadow under her hood, two faint lights flickered, and two piercing gazes locked onto each other. The air froze. Caesar felt a bit awkward. Lena's side was even more dramatic. She froze completely, her head under the hood seeming to want to shrink back, but she dared not move. Her eyes were filled with fear. Cough. Caesar cleared his throat softly, breaking the awkward stare. He quickly took out the magic potion notebook from his small bag and flipped to a page. He had looked at many recipes on the way here. Most potions couldn't be made, but after killing those wolves, one potion seemed to be possible. Wolf Potion. Caesar whispered the title, with a small note underneath. Created by Wolfgang the Wolf Hunter. The notebook clearly states that Kino's grandfather voluntarily let a moon wolf bite him to become a werewolf, and a fierce one at that, forcing the wolf to bite him almost to death. The resilience brought by the wolf transformation allowed him to escape death many times. However, this power is a double-edged sword. Once enemies learn about your condition, targeted silver weapons or wolf venom can be deadly. So, Wolfgang started experimenting on himself and created a werewolf potion. Drinking it grants temporary werewolf-like strength, with the power depending on how strong the wolf source is. The first-generation werewolf from Frostwolf Path, although its head was smashed by itself, had all its teeth pulled out by Caesar. The recipe lists additional ingredients: moonflower juice, third toe bone powder from a night owl, and shape-shifting grass. The next page has extra notes. Caesar frowned slightly. The note says shape-shifting grass is a very rare material. This plant is hard to find and difficult to catch. It can mimic the appearance of other plants, making it impossible to distinguish with the eye. However, there is a lower-grade substitute called meat mud grass. This plant grows in special places where blood and flesh are ground into mud and mixed with soil. It has a chance to grow, especially if human blood is used. Using different materials results in different effects for the werewolf potion. The first type does not cause weaknesses, it's not afraid of silver. The second type still has weaknesses and lasts much shorter. Caesar remembered the demon hunter street mentioned by the cat person Momo. Maybe he'd get lucky. Let's go. Caesar closed his notebook, his voice returning to its usual cold tone. Lena seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Her large body moved swiftly and nimbly, surprisingly agile for her size, and she followed Caesar closely like a moving shadow. The Demon Hunter Street was busier than Caesar expected, probably because the Lord was recruiting demon hunters and bride seekers, attracting some curious onlookers. Many dressed oddly and carried weapons, constantly bragging about their achievements. But most of their eyes looked distracted, showing signs of bluffing. Caesar had a clear goal. He checked each stall with bottles, jars, and dried herbs. Moonflower juice and night owl toe bone powder were common enough and quickly obtained. When it came to shape-shifting grass, he asked several vendors, but they all shook their heads like rattles. Shape-shifting grass? You must be joking, sir. That stuff is more elusive than a snow fox. In our place, it might take 10 years to find even one, said an old alchemist missing some teeth, chewing his lip. Caesar asked directly, "Where's the meat paste?" The old apothecary's cloudy eyes flickered, and he showed a slightly disgusting smile. "Well, yes, I have some, but it's not very good. I just dug it up from the new fertile ground at the abandoned graveyard on the west side of the city." He carefully took out a few dark red, strange herbs wrapped in oil paper from under the stall, emitting a faint smell of rotten meat. Caesar checked them and confirmed they matched the ones in his notes. He put away the substitute ingredients, feeling that his materials were complete. When paying, the old man tried to cheat him a bit, but Caesar didn't care. He wasn't short of money. The remaining 400 nars on Caesar's body was a lot on the Vestlet continent. A soldier's 2 or 3 months' salary might barely buy a set of ordinary armor. Back in the shabby inn room, Caesar spread the materials on the table. Lena, like a small mountain, blocked the door, her gaze seemingly fixed on the materials under her hood. Caesar took out some nars and handed them to Lena. "Go buy some small glass bottles, a stone mortar for grinding medicine, and a small clay pot for boiling water. The money, spend it." Lena looked down at the money in her palm, nodded, and then turned to disappear down the corridor. Caesar sighed and started organizing the materials. He estimated the time. With Lena's size and way of moving, she would probably take a while. But Caesar didn't realize he greatly underestimated Lena's unique way of following orders. After all, no creature created by Isis was particularly clever. When Lena's huge figure appeared at the only grocery store in town, the fat shopkeeper, who was dozing off, nearly fell off his chair in fright. The cold aura emanating from under her hood, along with the oppressive feeling that seemed capable of tearing down the door frame with her bare hands, instantly woke him up with cold sweat pouring down. Lena walked straight to the counter, her enormous fingers slowly pointing at a row of small glass bottles on the shelf. She made a strange gurgling sound in her throat. The shopkeeper was so scared that his mind went blank, completely forgetting to greet customers. 1 second, 2 seconds. Lena tilted her head, seeming puzzled by the shopkeeper's dazed look. But to the shopkeeper, her behavior looked like she was sizing up prey. Suddenly, Lena raised her big hand and slammed it down on the sturdy wooden counter. The entire counter, along with the bottles and jars on top, jumped slightly. The shop owner almost scrambled to rush over, trembling as he quickly grabbed a few clean small bottles and shoved them into Lena's hands. Lena took the bottles carefully, holding them in her large hands. Then she stood still, watching the owner. The owner looked at her silently, not daring to make a sound. Money? He didn't dare mention money. He just hoped this strange creature would leave quickly. Lena's thoughts ran in a simple, stubborn loop. Buy bottles. Got the bottles. Spent money, but didn't really spend it. Her huge body leaned slightly forward, casting a big shadow over the frightened owner. Before he could react, one of her hands grabbed his collar and lifted him out from behind the counter. "Ah!" The owner gasped sharply, his feet leaving the ground. With her other hand, still holding the money, Lena carefully placed each coin into the owner's stiff hand, even helping him close his fingers to make sure the money was spent. After finishing, Lena gently put the nearly fainting owner back on the ground. Then, holding the small bottles, she turned around happily to complete her task of buying the medicine bowl and clay jar. It's easy to imagine that the same kind of transaction happily played out in 2 other shops. When Lena returned to the inn room with a bunch of items, Caesar looked at the intact small bottles, sturdy stone mortars and pestles, and a small clay jar. Seeing Lena's quiet, accomplished expression, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not bad efficiency," Caesar muttered, unaware of the business storm his capable assistant had stirred up in town. Caesar didn't delay any longer. Following the steps in his notes, he first mixed the mugwort juice and crushed owl toe bones in the stone mortar, carefully grinding them into a faintly glowing paste. Next, he handled the mudgrass plants. Holding his breath, Caesar added the mudgrass to the mortar and mixed it with the paste. Suddenly, the cool glow was suppressed by a restless dark red, and the mixture reacted violently, bubbling and turning murky and strange in color. Caesar lit a small piece of fuel, placed a clay jar over the fire to boil water. When the water boiled, he carefully dropped it into the mortar with a wooden stick. Each drop caused the mixture to churn violently, its color shifting rapidly. Caesar was completely focused, his eyes fixed on the changing colors. He emphasized in his notes that he must pour the remaining hot water all at once when the color stabilizes into a light blue. Finally, the bubbling mixture paused briefly at a very unstable, strange light blue shade. Now, Caesar suddenly poured all the remaining hot water from the clay pot into the stone basin. Hiss! A loud burst of steam erupted, accompanied by a faint blue smoke rising. The liquid in the basin boiled violently, then gradually calmed down, settling into a thick, light blue liquid. However, the blue was not pure. It was mixed with dark red threads. Next, Caesar took out the first wolf's fang, gently scraped it with a silver sword, and the powder fell into the blue liquid. The light blue potion instantly boiled, deepening in color, with many bubbles forming, and finally a faint gold shimmer appeared inside. Done, Caesar carefully took the small glass bottle Lena had bought, and carefully divided the blue liquid into 3 bottles. The potion inside the bottles seemed to move slightly, as if alive. The 3 bottles of wolf potion lay quietly on the table. Caesar stored them carefully close to him. Indeed, born to be a monster hunter. I succeeded on my first try, Caesar thought excitedly. Almost as soon as he finished, heavy, orderly footsteps sounded from downstairs, stopping outside their door. Lord Caesar, the Lord appreciates your brave help yesterday. We are sent here to send our sincere greetings and invite you to the Black Rock Fortress dinner tonight. Caesar leaned against the cold wall, listening to the stiff, noble tone outside the door. A cold smile appeared on his lips. As expected, Caesar whispered silently, his gaze sweeping past the door and then onto Lena, as a plan slowly took shape in his mind. Let's see who will be served as the main course tonight. Caesar withdrew his gaze and pushed open the creaking door. Outside, 2 knights stood silently. The emblem of Blackrock Castle looked heavy in the cold air. The leader was tall and strong, with a stern face. Caesar recognized him as one of the knights guarding Frostwolf Path, Edwin's knight. When the knight saw Caesar, a hint of respect flashed in his eyes. He placed his right hand over his chest in a proper knight's salute. My lord Caesar, the Lord appreciates your help. He has sent us to invite you to the feast. Caesar responded calmly. He looked at the knight's face, skipping the usual formalities of confirming identity. Outside the inn, a carriage with the Blackrock Castle emblem waited quietly in the cold wind. Caesar silently got in. The wheels creaked as they rolled over the frozen gravel road, heading toward the top of the cliff where Blackrock Castle loomed. Even in the sunlight, the castle looked dark and gloomy. The guards opened the gates, their eyes flickering over Caesar. He passed through dark hallways and corridors. The air smelled of mold and something else, a faint rotten smell masked by heavy spices. Caesar's nose twitched slightly. Finally, Caesar was led into the main hall. Thick logs crackled in the fireplace, but the flickering flames couldn't chase away the cold inside. Lord Edwin sat high on his throne, looking more pale and worn than a few days ago. His eye sockets were deep, as if drained of life. It seems you've used something to hide the decay on your body, Caesar observed Edwin. When they first met, Edwin had looked like a middle-aged man, but in just a few days, he aged rapidly. The strange, corpse-like spots on his skin looked eerie. Edwin's smile was eager and strange. Beside him sat Alicia. She was still beautiful, but Caesar hadn't forgotten how Edwin called her Carol last night. Our hero has arrived. Edwin's voice was slightly hoarse. He opened his arms warmly. Please, take a seat, Lord Caesar. Your bravery is remembered by the Blackrock family. It's just a small favor, my lord. Caesar nodded slightly. Edwin didn't seem to mind Caesar's coldness. His smile grew wider. We must repay this kindness, he said loudly. The butler quickly brought forward 2 trays covered with velvet cloths. Edwin, proud and boastful, personally lifted the first cover. It revealed neatly stacked nailer, shining in the firelight, a good amount. A small gift, to help you travel further across the icy plains. Caesar nodded without hesitation and said, Thank you, Lord. He felt little emotion. He wasn't short of money now. However, what he didn't know was that the amount of money he carried would be considered a fortune for an ordinary person, perhaps enough to last a lifetime. But for a monster hunter, it was not nearly enough. Some rare materials cost at least 100 nars each. Edwin's smile deepened as he opened the second tray, revealing a set of dark brown leather armor and a sheathed longsword. The leather armor was a common style in the northern regions, and the longsword's guard and handle were wrapped in brass-covered hardwood, looking plain. Caesar's gaze flicked over it, and a thought crossed his mind. Is that all? But he quickly remembered that this was just a small lord from a remote area, probably not having anything valuable. However, just as Caesar was about to look away, his attention was caught by the details on the key parts of the armor. He saw that these vital areas were embedded with special steel, a dull black color that hardly reflected light under the fire. They were cut into various sized plates and embedded in the most vulnerable parts of the armor for protection. At the right moment, the butler spoke proudly. Master Caesar, this is the Lord's treasured dark steel, a rare metal from the Golden Empire. The Lord had the finest blacksmith sew it into the vital areas of this stoneplate, leather armor, dark steel. Caesar's heart moved. Carlos's travel notes mentioned that the Golden Empire had the strongest melee army among the 4 great empires. One essential part of that was their weapons and armor. Whenever a desert storm swept across the golden sands, rare minerals would surface from beneath the desert. Dark steel was one of those minerals used to make high-quality armor. Edwin was even willing to go all out for fishing. Thank you for your generosity, Lord. Caesar didn't refuse. After a moment of thought, he decided to accept it. After exchanging pleasantries, the butler led Caesar to his guest room to rest and wait for the evening banquet. The room was spacious but simply furnished. Caesar's attention was quickly drawn to a large oak bookshelf filled with scrolls and books along the wall. As he casually looked around, a huge parchment map pinned to a corkboard suddenly caught his eye. Caesar's pupils shrank. This map was far more detailed than the rough one he carried in his arms. The territory and towns of the northern border empire are clearly marked. Even more pleasing to him is the outline of the Northern Countries Federation on the eastern edge of the map. Good stuff, Caesar whispered, his finger tracing the winding borderline. The Northern Border Empire is a huge power, but it is heavily restricted. Getting into trouble could cause a chain reaction. The Northern Countries Federation in the east has complex and tangled forces, making it easier for him to sneak around. He needs a safe and quick route to cross. Caesar moved his finger on the map, from Blackrock Fortress eastward, through the Frost Peak Mountains Pass, into the eastern marshes, then find a way across the Chaos Mountains to reach the Eastern Countries Federation. Be prepared, Caesar's eyes sharpened. No matter what happens tonight, we must leave, smoothly, maybe more calmly, but if things go wrong, he glanced at the darkening sky outside the window. We must cross the border as fast as possible before the blockade. Night completely swallowed Blackrock Fortress. The banquet hall was lit by the fireplace and flickering candles, dispelling some of the cold but adding a strange, lively atmosphere. A long linen-covered table was set, with silverware shining in the candlelight. At the head was Edwin, with his left hand close to his advisor, who was cloaked in a large black robe, the hood shadowing his face deep and unreadable. To his right was the elegant Elisa. Several land officials sat on both sides, all watching Caesar, who sat alone. Curiosity and suspicion mixed in their gazes. Master Caesar, Edwin's voice was louder than during the day, deliberately excited, pointing to the seat reserved for himself opposite. Let's raise a toast to the hero's arrival. The hypocritical noble talk flowed around the table. A lot of food was served, along with the strong, fermented liquor unique to the north. But Caesar didn't touch a single sip. After a while, the atmosphere was forcibly heated. The silent black-robed advisor floated quietly to Caesar's side and sat down, his hood slightly tilted. Master Caesar. Truly impressive, the advisor's voice was low. Fighting alone on Frostwolf Path against the first-generation werewolf leader and his followers. Such strength is not something ordinary hunters can match. Caesar put down his wine cup, glancing at the shadow beneath the hood, his eyes narrowing. Just good luck. Caesar's eyes flashed with a faint hint of killing intent. If the timing had been right, this guy would already be dead. Luck? The advisor chuckled softly. But I prefer to think it's talent, a strong bloodline gift, he said with curiosity. I can feel a unique warmth surrounding you, subtle but real. Caesar was momentarily stunned. He thought the advisor had seen through his inner wariness. But then he quickly understood. It must be that little guy living inside the book of flesh, unconsciously absorbing the cold around him. making him believe he has some kind of bloodline. Then, Caesar showed a perfectly timed look of confusion. Bloodline transfer is controlled by higher-level demon hunter families. As a wanderer like me, how could I have that? He paused, as if recalling something. As for that warmth, I remember now. Last year, I killed a fire-breathing large lizard in the south. That creature spat blood on me as it died, almost roasting me alive. The shadow beneath the advisor's hood seemed to freeze for a moment, as if examining whether the words were true. After a few breaths, his deep voice sounded again. It was probably a lava lizard, contaminated with powerful elemental life blood. It's possible to accidentally gain a bloodline this way. He raised his cup, but didn't press further. Caesar secretly relaxed and raised his glass in return. Just as he set the cup down, his peripheral vision casually caught sight of the advisor's wide black cloak. There, as the black-robed man adjusted his sitting posture, a metal token slipped out from the gap in his cloak and hung diagonally on his belt. Caesar's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw that the token was exactly the same as the one from the Isis's cave earlier. His expression darkened, and he thought silently, I wonder if there's any connection between the two. If there is, that could be trouble. At that moment, Edwin, sitting at the main seat, cleared his throat. His voice, tinged with a sickly excitement, forcibly drew everyone's attention. Everyone, tonight, besides welcoming hero Caesar, I have an important announcement. Edwin turned to Caesar, smiling eagerly. Master Caesar, your bravery and strength have shown me hope for Blackrock Castle. I, Edwin Blackrock, in the name of the Lord, officially invite you to join Blackrock Castle as my chief guard knight. Land, wealth, and status, all yours. The officials at the table looked at each other with complicated expressions after hearing the news. Without waiting for Caesar's reaction, Edwin grabbed Elisa's hand and spoke loudly. Not only that, Master Caesar, you saved my life and also won my daughter Elisa's admiration. Elisa looked up just in time, her pale face flushing with a blush that was hard to tell if it was shyness or illness. Her beautiful eyes looked at Caesar with affection. Yes, Father, Master Caesar's bravery is unforgettable. She slightly lowered her head, revealing her graceful neck, looking charming and delicate. Edwin laughed happily. Good. Master Caesar, I am willing to marry my daughter Elisa to you, and you will inherit Blackrock Castle and become the new lord of this land. Although he had expected this, the blunt proposal of marriage and inheritance made the entire banquet hall fall silent instantly. The finance officer opened his mouth in shock, and the guards instinctively placed their hands on their swords. All eyes turned to Caesar. But Caesar's face quickly showed a hint of surprise and excitement. He hurriedly saluted Edwin and Elisa with a proper knight's bow. Thank you, Lord, for your trust. Miss Elisa, I accept. Caesar looked at Elisa with passionate eyes. Elisa responded with a shy smile, but her eyes were cold and distant like still water. Edwin burst out laughing. Good. Bring out the big cups. I want to drink with Caesar until we are both drunk. Before he finished speaking, bang, the heavy oak door of the banquet hall suddenly slammed open with a loud noise. A guard in leather armor staggered in, his face pale and his armor covered in blood. Lord, something's wrong. The soldier tremblingly pointed outside the door. A monster has broken in. Guards, hurry, we can't hold it. Inside the hall, silence fell instantly. Edwin's excitement froze on his face. He instinctively looked at the black-robed advisor beside him. The advisor slightly nodded his hood, then quickly slid away from his seat and floated toward the door. Chaos erupted in the hall as officials panicked, whispering anxiously, their eyes shifting between the Lord and the door. Quiet. Edwin forced himself to stay calm, though his voice trembled slightly. What's there to panic about? The Knights of Blackrock Castle can handle it. He tried to calm everyone, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction where the advisor had disappeared. At this moment, Caesar stood up just in time, with a serious expression on his face. My lord, the situation is urgent. I will go see if I can help. Edwin urgently nodded, needing this loyalty. Yes, Master Caesar, please be careful. Caesar quickly rushed out. Behind him the Lord was forcefully maintaining a calm voice, and the officials were suppressing their panic. At this time, the front yard of Blackrock Fortress looked like. The flickering torchlight wildly danced, illuminating a twisted figure. Lena stood amidst blood and wreckage. Lena had now fully transformed. She wore a black robe, which seemed to have armor underneath. 6 wolf-like arms waved in the air, and 2 fused heads on her sides had also grown, one tall and one short, twisted and strange. 3 fully armored Blackrock Fortress knights attacked her fiercely. Their hammers struck her thick, furry body hard. Lena's huge body trembled from the heavy blows, letting out a painful roar. 2 of her arms were tightly wrapped by chains around a knight's waist and abdomen. Meanwhile, the other 4 arms suddenly grabbed a knight's waist and stomach. At the same time, one wolf head suddenly lunged forward and bit down another knight's shoulder armor, twisting the metal. Another wolf head bit into a third knight's neck. The knight's scream stopped abruptly as blood sprayed out, staining his armor red. Ah! The knight caught by the 4 arms let out a desperate scream. 2 of the arms held his shoulders tightly, while the claws at the ends of the other 2 arms stabbed deeply into his stomach. With a squish, the claws pierced through flesh and blood. The knight's eyes bulged, and his body twitched violently. Then Lena's 2 arms suddenly spread outward. With a splash, blood and broken armor pieces spilled onto the ground. The strong smell of blood instantly overwhelmed the fortress's decay. Lena shook off the broken corpse, and 3 heads roared loudly at the same time. Her 6 arms wildly swung, knocking away the remaining guards trying to approach. The fierce impacts made the armored guards faint, witnesses to this slaughter. Only Caesar and the black-robed advisor who came out of the hall remained in the scene. The advisor's gaze was fixed on Lena's 3-headed, 6-armed form. The shadow under his hood flickered violently, as if recognizing something familiar. How can this monster be so similar to that person's technique? He wondered. Suddenly, he turned sharply to Caesar, his eyes beneath the hood filled with shock, as if he sensed something. But just as he looked back, Caesar's figure had already vanished. In the next moment, a huge, muscular hand reached out directly for the advisor's head. Thud! 5 fingers tightly grabbed the advisor's head beneath his hood. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he was lifted off the ground by that giant hand. Caesar's leg muscles bulged again with a loud roar. He held the advisor's head and leapt wildly toward the higher part of the castle. "Let's make some noise." Caesar looked down at Lena, his voice echoing from the air. Below, Lena let out a deep roar, faithfully carrying out the final command. She charged her massive body into the wall, grabbed a fallen torch, and smashed it fiercely at the castle's curtains and piled up debris. The flames spread quickly, licking the cold, ancient stone walls, turning the outline of Blackrock Castle into a sinister blood red. The entire Cold Crow town was awakened. Countless lights flickered on as curious eyes looked toward the burning castle on the cliff top. A few quick-reacting, opportunity-hungry demon hunters hurried from the town toward Blackrock Castle. Inside the corridor near the top of Blackrock Castle, Caesar threw the advisor onto the cold stone bricks. The advisor's hood slipped off, revealing a pale, wrinkled face. He looked at Caesar with terror. Caesar didn't waste words. His giant hand grabbed the advisor's wide black robe and tore it apart suddenly. Rip! The fabric shattered, revealing a disgusting sight underneath. The advisor's thin body was covered with dense, swollen, pus-filled tumors. These tumors were semi-transparent. Under the moonlight, shadows inside could be seen writhing, various-shaped worms. They slowly moved and laid eggs in the pus. Other parts of his skin were covered with tiny black dots. The entire body of the advisor had become a nest of flesh and worms. "Who are you?" Caesar's voice was cold. His giant hand gripped the advisor's head, shadow enveloping him. The advisor's lips trembled, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. "You? Don't even think about it." Caesar's gaze remained steady. In an instant, his huge hand shot out, grabbing the advisor's arm. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, forcing the advisor's elbow joint inward with a harsh twist. Ah! The advisor let out a terrifying scream. But that was just the beginning. Caesar's fingers, like hydraulic pliers, suddenly tightened at the forced angle, applying a crushing grip. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the black-robed advisor's entire arm bent backward. Then Caesar's fingers exerted force at the joint, breaking it apart. His other hand did the same to the other arm. Ugh! The advisor's eyes nearly bulged out, staring at Caesar as if he were looking at a demon crawling out of an abyss. Dark. Twilight Church. I am a wandering wizard of the League of Nations. I was recruited by this organization because of my power. What are you and Edwin's goals? Caesar's fingertips pressed slightly harder. The advisor felt as if his head was about to explode, his face turning even paler. The fear of death overwhelmed everything. Edwin is dying. The advisor gasped quickly, trembling from the intense pain. The church. The church has a way to grant him eternal life. But it comes at a price. Caesar's eyes sharpened, fixed on the advisor's face. Eternal life? Huh. But a few ideas flashed through his mind. Then he remembered Edwin's daughter. Did you do something to Elisa? Or has she already gained eternal life? The advisor froze for a moment, then guessed that the mysterious person in the castle that night was probably Caesar himself. Her soul is already dead. Now, the body she occupies is Carol, Edwin's wife. And Edwin, his body is about to completely collapse. He needs a new, powerful body to be reborn. He finally revealed this blasphemous secret. Just as I suspected, when Caesar overheard the conversation between the two last night, he had this suspicion. The forbidden act of body possession is full of dangers, and in a way, it can be considered a form of eternal life. No wonder that old ghost looked at himself as if he were seeing his own father. The killing intent in Caesar's eyes almost solidified into reality. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed down at the row of rooms where monsters were kept, his voice cold. Is the one in the middle room a werewolf? The advisor's pupils shrank sharply at this precise question, seeming confused as to how Caesar knew that the creature in the middle was a werewolf. That was a first-generation werewolf, he answered hoarsely. Cold Crow Town is too remote. I managed to capture this one, infect more townspeople, and attract some demon hunters here, he said, growing weaker as blood continued to flow from his body. The souls of demon hunters are tough. They are the best targets for soul transfer success. Ordinary people can't handle the ritual and often break down. Caesar's mind finally connected all the clues. He stared at the advisor's twisted face from pain and asked the most crucial question. Do you know Isaac? The advisor's pupils suddenly contracted as if the name itself carried a curse. He made a choking sound, struggling to speak. He teaches the 12. Before he finished speaking, thick, black, viscous blood oozed from the advisor's features, and then countless twisted tentacles covered with sharp teeth and eyes suddenly burst out from his face. These tentacles writhed wildly, gnawing at the advisor's body. Flesh disappeared at a visible speed, devoured by the greedy tentacles. Caesar's pupils shrank sharply. Without hesitation, he forcefully threw the creature being devoured from the inside by the tentacles. The advisor's body slammed against the stone wall. The tentacles' devouring speed increased. They not only consumed flesh, but also began attacking each other, biting into their slippery bodies. Eyes burst in chaos. It was like a self-destructive feast in. Finally, amid the chewing sounds, all the tentacles vanished. Only the last slimy tentacle remained, twitching slightly in the cold wind, then quickly rotting away into a foul, dark red blood that seeped into the cracks in the stone. Caesar took a deep breath, suppressing the coldness in his heart, and looked toward the burning castle below. The plan was not yet complete. He approached the middle door, suddenly kicked it open with force. A strong, beastly smell hit him, and 2 crimson points of light flickered in the darkness, accompanied by endless anger and roars. A figure of a werewolf bound by thick iron chains suddenly lunged toward the door, claws scraping harsh sparks on the stone ground. Caesar's eyes were cold. His left arm instantly transformed into a weapon. His swollen, muscular arm forcefully struck out. Bang! The great force slammed the werewolf's body against the stone wall behind, causing debris to fall. The werewolf let out a pained grunt. Its wildness was shattered by the sudden pain and pure strength, leaving only fear and confusion. Caesar retracted his arm, returning to normal. His voice was deep and cold. Do you want revenge? That lord and his daughter. Caesar pointed toward the main castle, where flames soared. Kill them. No one else is allowed to move. Make sure everyone in the town knows that you, the leader of the werewolves, have come back to avenge those who took you. Understand? The fear in the werewolf's eyes was gradually replaced by a deep hatred. It growled in response. Caesar stepped closer and quickly whispered a few words into the werewolf's ear, giving the final details of the plan. The werewolf's cloudy eyes flickered slightly, as if understanding the key point. Inside the castle's banquet hall, chaos had already broken out. Edwin tried to keep order, but his voice was filled with obvious fear. Alicia clung tightly to his arm, her face pale. Outside, the flames lit the hall like a hellish scene. Boom! A loud explosion came from above. The wooden balcony railing on the second floor suddenly shattered. A figure crashed down, hitting the long dining table below with a loud thud. Caesar tumbled and rolled onto the ground, his silver sword falling aside. A fierce shadow followed closely, leaping from the broken opening. The werewolf's blood-red eyes burned with primal hatred in the firelight. It ignored everyone else and charged straight at Edwin, who sat at the main seat. "No! Stop it!" Edwin screamed in fear. He recognized this creature. "It's the werewolf he ordered to be captured." The captain of the guards summoned his courage and drew his sword to attack, but the werewolf suddenly pounced on him, knocking him into a stone pillar. He was unconscious. If he had worn full armor, he might have fought back, but with only a leather coat, he couldn't withstand the werewolf's claws. Other officials screamed and fled in all directions, no longer caring about the Lord. The werewolf's claws reached for Edwin. Edwin fell back in terror. Alicia let out a sharp scream and tried to block him. Just at this critical moment, Caesar, who seemed badly injured and fallen to the ground, suddenly rolled over, grabbed the silver sword on the ground, and angrily charged at the werewolf, stabbing the silver blade straight into the werewolf's back, making sure it hurt him clearly. The werewolf turned its head and lunged forward suddenly. Bang! It hit Caesar sharply on the side of his waist. The powerful force sent Caesar flying like a broken kite. His body traced a parabola and crashed hard into a tall, colorful stained glass window at the back of the banquet hall. During the fall, Caesar was worried he might not have enough strength, so he quietly pressed the silver sword against the glass. Crash! The stained glass shattered loudly, and Caesar's figure disappeared into the darkness outside the window, falling rapidly toward the bottomless cliff below. "Your Excellency Caesar," an official shouted in despair. Edwin's face suddenly froze in shock. He had wanted Caesar to die, but not in this way. He wanted the body left behind. But soon, Edwin had no time to regret, because the werewolf, which saw him as its only target, appeared right in front of him. The shadow of death enveloped him tightly, glaring at Edwin's terrified, twisted face. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Edwin's world was reduced to only those blood-red eyes, announcing his end. The lights of Cold Crow Town flickered on the cliff below, and the smell of blood and burnt flesh in the main hall of Blackrock Castle was thick and hard to ignore. The first-generation werewolf released by Caesar, with burning hatred in its crimson eyes, bared its drooling mouth. Its claws, tearing through the wind, aimed straight at Edwin, who was lying helpless on the ground. Just at this critical moment, whoosh, 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 several air-breaking sounds rang out as silver-glowing crossbow bolts shot into the werewolf's raised shoulder. The arrowheads sank into the flesh beneath the wolf's fur, instantly producing hissing white smoke, along with the foul smell of burning flesh. Howl! The werewolf let out a piercing roar of pain. Its deadly claws swung wildly, but its attack trajectory suddenly veered. Thud! Instead of hitting the expected neck, the claws fiercely stabbed into Edwin's panicked raised left arm, piercing through his sleeve and into the flesh underneath. Ugh! Aya! Edwin's scream was heart-wrenching. The intense pain instantly overwhelmed his dignity. The werewolf, driven mad by pain, instinctively backward. Rip! Accompanied by the sharp cracking sound of bones being forcibly broken. Edwin's arm was torn off from his shoulder with a loud snap. The severed arm was flung away and hit a plate several meters away. Blood wildly poured from Edwin's torn shoulder, instantly staining half of his body and the carpet beneath him. Edwin's body twitched violently, only making ragged breathing sounds, as he was about to faint from pain and blood loss. "Protect the Lord! Kill this beast!" At the door, several figures rushed in against the flickering flames outside the hall. They were demon hunters attracted by the castle fire and chaos. They held silver swords and bows, their faces showing a mix of caution towards the monster and eagerness for a potential reward. Seeing Edwin lying on the ground with his arm cut off, their eyes shone brighter. Although they were a bit late to stop the injury, their achievement of killing the monster and saving the Lord's life was still significant. The werewolf ignored the crossbow arrow on its shoulder and temporarily spared Edwin, who was only half alive. Its eyes locked onto the new prey that had interrupted its revenge at the door. It turned and lunged at the nearest young demon hunter. The young hunter's face turned pale instantly, as if frightened by the savage, primal aura, and his movements slowed for a moment. Just as the wolf's claws were about to tear him open, a flash of pain crossed the young hunter's eyes. He suddenly pulled out a small crystal bottle from his waist pouch. Inside, a dark green liquid shimmered. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, pouring the potion down his throat. Glug! The moment the liquid entered his mouth, a strange change occurred. The young hunter's exposed skin, starting from his neck, rapidly developed a dull brownish glow that was visible to the eye. His skin quickly hardened and formed rough, bark-like wrinkles. Bang! The heavy impact of the werewolf's attack hit him solidly, knocking him off the ground and sending him crashing into a stone pillar several meters away, producing a dull thud. However, the expected gruesome injury did not happen. The young hunter shook his head and surprisingly managed to stand up. He looked down at his chest. The sharp claws of the werewolf had only left a few white scratches on his skin, with the deepest being a slight indentation. His skin hadn't even broken open. Huh. A hint of confusion flickered in the wolf's eyes. The young demon hunter shook off his numb arm, his eyes turning fierce. He growled softly and stepped forward to punch the werewolf. His fist hit the werewolf with a dull sound. The werewolf yelped in pain, claws scratching wildly, but only leaving more white scars on the skin. Its strength was fading, while the opponent's defense remained as solid as a rock. Soon, the werewolf was overwhelmed. Under attack from the young hunter and his companions, it was badly injured and let out a desperate, angry howl. At the top of the castle, in the shadows, Caesar and Lena stood silently behind the main fortress, on a balcony untouched by the fire. Below them, the remains of the burning banquet hall and the chaos of the battle scene could be seen. Caesar carried a large, rough cloth bag in his left hand. Inside were maps, books, and many materials taken from the Lord's study, along with a set of rare stone dark steel armor. His stern gaze looked over the battlefield below. He saw Edwin being rescued, and the werewolf being held back. His brow furrowed slightly, showing that his plan had gone off course. "TSK," Caesar muttered softly. His voice was almost inaudible in the cold wind, but carried a hint of unexpected coldness. Not dead yet. His eyes fixed on the young demon hunter with bark-like skin, pausing for a moment. That potion's interesting, but its strength doesn't match his performance. Then, Caesar turned his head to the silent shadow beside him. Under the hood, his cloudy eyes reflected the firelight below, seeming to focus on the bark-skinned hunter. "Good job, Lena." Caesar's voice was deep and firm, like a stone thrown into a quiet pond, calm but heavy with meaning. Lena's large body tensed slightly, and a short, low growl escaped from beneath her hood. A flash of light flickered in her crimson eyes. "Get the luggage, leave the town immediately, avoid everyone, and wait for me." Caesar's voice was calm. Lena didn't hesitate. Her huge figure silently turned around, her 6 arms gripping the cold stone wall. In a few quick movements, she disappeared into the shadows higher up in the castle. Caesar's gaze returned to the scene below. Edwin, supported by a few officials, was trembling in fear as he backed into a corner. Elisa stood protectively in front of him, her beautiful face showing forced calm. The original werewolf was already very weak when the tree bark hunter struck it in the face. It staggered back, full of frustration. There was no time to wait. Caesar took a deep breath, pulled out a bottle of deep blue werewolf potion from his pocket, and opened it. A strong, foul smell wafted out. Then, Caesar's muscles swelled up. In an instant, he became a 3-meter-tall war giant standing at the edge of the balcony. Caesar didn't hesitate. He quickly drank the potion inside the bottle. Swallow. 2 very different powers clashed loudly inside him. The wild strength from the werewolf potion tried to change his form, but the pure physical power given by his fighting spirit kept his core steady like a rock. The transformation began. Thick gray-white hair grew from under Caesar's expanding skin, covering his whole body. His head stretched and changed shape, and his teeth sharpened into fierce fangs. His back, due to his huge body, looked more hunched and bent. His skeleton was that of a wolf, but inside, it was filled with the terrifying muscles of a war giant. A unique werewolf was born. Caesar looked down at his hairy claws, and through the window, he saw a wolf-like head with a prominent snout reflected faintly. Below, the first-generation werewolf, badly beaten, accidentally looked up at the shadow on the balcony. Its red wolf eyes widened in shock. Are we the same species? Caesar didn't give anyone time to react. The muddy herbal potion gave him the form of a werewolf, but it also made him vulnerable to silver. He couldn't take any risks or delay. Who knew if there was a dragon hiding among the hunters? After all, he was an example himself. The huge werewolf moved. It knelt briefly and then suddenly stomped forward. Boom! The stone balcony shattered at the edge, and the tall figure crashed down into the chaotic banquet hall below. Inside the hall, time seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone instinctively looked up. Flickering flames cast a huge shadow covering the ceiling. What's that? A giant. Werewolf. Am I being deceived by a demon? Do such werewolves really exist on the continent? All the demon hunters stared in horror at the shadow. The terrifying stories told in Cold Crow Town were nothing compared to the monster before them. Less than 1% of its terror. Monster! Monster! One officer screamed, his pants instantly soaked. Oh my! The fierce expression on the bark demon hunter's face froze, and his pupils shrank with extreme fear. The huge shadow landed with a heavy crash that shook the entire hall, and debris flew everywhere. The monster transformed from Caesar moved without stopping. Its speed was so fast it was impossible to see, leaving only a trail of violent power. Bang! 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 The three hunters closest, armed with silver bows and swords, were hit directly. They didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies twisted as they flew backward, crashing hard into the wall. The sound of bones breaking was clear, and their silver weapons flew out of their hands. They collapsed to the ground, unconscious and unaware of their fate. The next target was the biggest threat, the bark demon hunter. Caesar's huge body lunged forward, with giant wolf claws tearing through the air with a whooshing sound, striking down fiercely. The bark demon hunter was terrified. His instinct to survive made him cross his arms to protect his head. Boom! A tremendous force pressed down. The bark demon hunter felt like a mountain had fallen on him. The ground beneath his feet cracked with many fissures. His arms, where they crossed, quickly developed spiderweb-like cracks. Intense pain shot through his arms and spread through his body, as if his bones were shattered. His throat tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with endless horror. This potion was powerful, but its weakness was obvious. If others couldn't break his defenses, then once they did, the chain reaction would cause damage to his entire body. Cracks would spread from the breach point to other parts of his body. This can't be happening. This rock plant potion was his biggest secret. He had spent all his savings and even pawned his weapons to buy it on the black market. It was said to be a relic from a demon hunter who died exploring deep underground caves. Tests showed it was so strong that even the claws of a hard-shelled flesh-eater couldn't break through its defenses. He usually only used a little bit of his power, enough to block most attacks. Today, to save the Lord and achieve a great deed, he risked drinking a whole bottle. As a result, in front of this monster, fear and death completely overwhelmed greed and fighting spirit. He scrambled backward, crawling away, too scared to look back at the terrifying creature. All he wanted was to escape this burning as soon as possible. The bark-like pattern on his body faded quickly as the medicine's effects wore off, revealing skin covered in bloodstains. Caesar did not chase after him. He needed to keep someone alive to spread the story of the werewolf's revenge and the destruction of Blackrock Castle. His cold gaze crossed the fleeing figure and looked at the corner where a man and woman, no, they should be a couple, stood. Elisa spread her arms, desperately shielding the fainted Edwin. She looked up at the approaching huge wolf, and her forced calm finally shattered, leaving only raw fear. She could feel that the monster's eyes on her were not angry or hateful, but indifferent, as if looking at a lifeless object. Caesar's large wolf mouth revealed a sharp fawn. A family should go together, he said, and his giant paw swung out. Thud, thud, two soft sounds. Elisa and Edwin's necks were almost cut at the same time. Blood shimmered in the firelight, turning dark red. Their lifeless bodies fell softly together. Elisa's beautiful eyes still held the last of her fear, while Edwin's face was frozen in a complex expression of relief and despair. Caesar's huge body moved without pause. He bent down, easily lifting Edwin and Elisa's bodies with his massive paws. He looked around. The surviving officials and the bark-skinned monster hunter at the door were all trembling on the ground, terrified, staring at this demon that seemed to crawl out of. Howl! A deafening wolf howl burst out, like a solid shockwave, making the dust on the hall's ceiling fall in clumps. Caesar, carrying the two bodies, suddenly turned and smashed open a fragile side door. He ran into the path leading below the castle, his heavy footsteps quickly fading away. Cold Crow Town. The chaos had already spread from the cliff to the town. The flames of the burning castle lit up half the sky. The townspeople rushed out of their homes, looking curiously toward the mountaintop. Look, what is that? Oh my, a werewolf. Such a big werewolf. It's holding. What looks like? The Lord and Miss Elisa. The screams suddenly pierced the night sky of the town. On the path leading to the cliff castle, a huge, terrifying werewolf, much larger than the townspeople could imagine, was rushing down at an incredible speed. Caesar did not charge into the crowded residential area to cause destruction. Instead, on an open space at the edge of the town, under the watchful eyes of many frightened people, he spun around a few times as a form of protest, raised the Lord's body high, and then let out a series of even more savage howls. Awoo! The howls echoed through the mountains. Every townsperson who heard them felt a cold chill run from their feet to their heads. A huge fear spread like a plague. After creating enough chaos and witnesses, Caesar suddenly turned and ran into the dark wilderness outside the town, disappearing into the night. Only chaos and countless frightened stories remained. Outside the town, frostbite wasteland, a figure cloaked in a large black robe stood quietly. Lena, with 4 arms, carried 2 bulging backpacks, one holding Caesar's belongings, the other her own. Through her cloudy eyes beneath the hood, she pierced the darkness, locking onto the huge figure that had caused chaos in the town and was now rushing into the wilderness. Near her feet in the snow, 2 bodies of armored guards lay fallen, their necks twisted at strange angles, their faces frozen with shock from their last moments alive. Clearly, they had tried to stop this silent shadow when it left the town, but they didn't even get a chance to draw their swords before Lena quickly took care of them. Lena, like a loyal knight, waited in the freezing wind for the figure that had torn through the night, caused a storm, and finally disappeared into the darkness with her. The moonlight was as pale as cold burial cloth, covering the wasteland and reflecting the blood beads dripping from her black robe's edge. In the distance, the flames of Cold Crow Town soared into the sky. Faint cries were buried by the cold wind, leaving only the silent sound of the breeze and a pair of eyes burning with chaotic loyalty in the darkness. Caesar's figure grew closer, each step on the frozen ground making a dull sound. As he passed by Lena, their gazes crossed. His large body stirred the cold wind, causing her black robe to flutter. Without hesitation, Lena turned around, clutching her backpack with 4 arms. She followed the figure, which was gradually returning to human form, and together they disappeared into the endless, swallowing darkness. The noise and flames of Cold Crow Town were quickly left behind, eventually swallowed completely by the cold night. Volume 3, Flesh and Machinery, the Icy Desert of the Dawn. This land, called the Howling Wasteland, is not a pure desert. Low, jagged mountains like the spines of giant beasts rise from the wasteland. 2 strange shadows trudged through the soft, deep snow, heading toward a relatively wide mountain valley entrance. Caesar stopped, tightening his stone-scale armor, which almost disappeared in the dull light. His breath froze into icy mist as he looked over the sparse snow pine forest at the valley's mouth. TSK, Caesar took off a small but finely crafted crossbow from his back. It was one of the trophies from Blackrock Fortress, with a pouch hanging beside it holding 20 or 30 gleaming crossbow bolts. Looks like we'll have some fresh meat today. Caesar signaled Lena to stay put, then melted into the snow like a shadow, silently sneaking toward the snow pine forest. Their target was quickly locked, a snow fox digging at the roots of a tree. Its fur was a mix of gray and purple, standing out sharply against the white snow. Caesar held his breath, raised his crossbow, aiming carefully. Then, with a thud, the bolt struck a pine tree less than half a foot from the fox's tail. Startled, the fox yelped and bristled, ready to bolt away. Caesar's face remained expressionless, but a slight twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. That thing probably hadn't been trained well. Just as the snow fox was about to disappear behind another bush. Ha! 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 6 muffled gusts of wind sounded almost simultaneously. Lena quietly moved to the side without anyone noticing. She had 6 arms, each holding a small stone like a slingshot. She quickly swung her arms, aiming all 6 stones at the snow fox's possible escape routes with great accuracy. Bang! 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 6 snow pits exploded in the snow. One stone hit the snow fox's back, causing it to stiffen suddenly. It let out a short, sad cry and collapsed softly into the snow, blood coming from its nose and mouth. Caesar looked at his delicate crossbow in his hand, then at Lena's 6 arms that had just finished firing with precision, and finally at the unlucky fox on the ground. A strange feeling of absurdity filled his mind. He silently walked over, carefully pulled out the arrow stuck in the tree, and put it back into his bag. Then he picked up the dead fox that had been hit by the stone. Standing next to Lena, Caesar weighed the fox in his hand and looked at her hooded face. Her eyes were still cloudy but seemed calm, as if she had completed her task. "Good job," Caesar said, his voice a little dry. A faint, almost helpless smile appeared on his face. Lena made a low, unclear sound in her throat, as if she was responding. The peaceful silence in the valley was suddenly broken. Caesar seemed to open a door to a new world and gave up on the fancy but useless crossbow. Caesar and Lena moved through the sparse woods and rocks, his sharp eyes searching the snow for any signs of movement. Lena became the most efficient stone-throwing machine. "There, behind thee in the rocks," Caesar shouted softly, pointing at a snow rabbit poking its head out. 3 stones flew through the air, hitting the rabbit and killing it instantly. On the cliff, cold wind bird. Caesar pointed higher up, for stones blocked the view from different angles. A blue-feathered bird, about the size of a small dog, fell from the sky. Deep in the valley, behind a wind-sheltered rocky hollow, Caesar skillfully built a small campfire. The quiet, icy plain felt warmer with the fire burning. He carefully skewered the prepared prey on a sharpened stick and roasted it over the fire. Lena sat quietly across from the fire, her 6 arms looking a bit cramped at this moment. Caesar glanced at her, thought for a moment, and handed over a few skewers with meat. Lena hesitated briefly, clumsily taking 2 with her hands, while the other 4 arms hung or rested on her legs, unsure what to do. She mimicked Caesar's actions, holding a skewer toward the flames. All 6 eyes stared intently at the flickering fire. Caesar leaned against a cold rock, using the firelight to spread out a detailed map he had brought from the Black Rock Castle study. He also opened a few books about the geography and ancient legends of the eastern lands, which he had also brought along. Frowning, he moved his finger over the map, planning a route through the Frost Speech Mountains and across the eastern marshes. "There are too few supplies," he muttered. "Most of the population and important towns of the Northern Empire are concentrated in the west, central, and southern regions. The eastern part has harsh terrain and very few towns." He looked at the last mountain range, the Chaos Mountains. His brow furrowed. Some books described these mountains as the border of the Northern Empire's east, separating it from the other nations. Many legends surround these mountains. It's said that many monsters live there, and monster hunters often go in to hunt for rare materials. Sometimes, hunters go in and never return, or they come out as crazed people muttering in unknown languages. "It looks like I need to prepare more." Caesar's fingers slowly moved toward the eastern marshes. There might be a gathering place there. Time quietly passed amid the smell of meat and the flipping of pages. Suddenly, Caesar's nose twitched subtly, not from the smell of meat, but from a burnt smell. He quickly lifted his head from the map, his eyes darting toward the fire. Almost at the same time, the three heads under Lena's hood turned sharply toward him. Their cloudy eyes reflected the flickering flames, and there was a hint of confusion. Their gazes met briefly in the air. Caesar's eyes quickly shifted to the meat skewer in Lena's hand. The side near the fire had turned black and charred. Burned, Caesar blurted out. He took a quick step toward Lena and lightly patted her head with her three faces. Lena's large body seemed to tremble in surprise. All six eyes widened at once, and for the first time, her dull pupils clearly showed an emotion, fear. She was like she had been burned. Her six arms hurriedly pulled the smoking meat skewers away from the fire. Her movements were so frantic that she almost knocked over the campfire. Seeing Lena's clumsy actions, Caesar finally shook his head helplessly. Forget it. You cooked the meat today. Just watch over it. Caesar picked up a few raw pieces of meat, sat by the fire, and gestured for Lena to come closer. Lena hesitated for a moment, then squatted beside Caesar. She hugged her knees with her six arms, watching his hands carefully. Caesar moved slowly and calmly. He sprinkled some coarse salt from his pocket onto the meat. Sometimes he gave subtle signals with his eyes to show the right timing. Lena blinked hard, trying to understand these small changes. The campfire's glow lit up their big and small figures, creating a strangely warm and awkward scene. After eating, Caesar stood up and looked at the map again, but his brow was more furrowed than before. Troublesome, Caesar muttered softly. On this vast icy plain, finding the right direction was very difficult. Without a reliable compass, getting lost was a bigger threat than monsters. At that moment, Caesar's eyes fell on a small stream flowing through the valley. It came from deep within the mountains, clear and pure, not frozen despite the cold weather. Most interestingly, the stream almost pointed directly toward the mountain pass of the Frost Peak Range on the map. Caesar put away the map and decided to follow the stream. At least until he found a more reliable landmark. It gave a clear direction. The two of them followed the stream through the valley. Caesar walked while taking out another loot from his bag, a few wax-sealed glass bottles and leather pouches filled with strange materials taken from the black-robed advisor's room. Most of the black leather bag contained unknown insect eggs. Inside the glass bottles, some mother insects were soaked in transparent liquid, twitching slightly now and then. Caesar took out his potion notebook and carefully examined the materials, comparing them with the descriptions and diagrams in his notes. He tried to find useful ingredients for making new potions. The cold wind grew sharper, and the clouds in the sky churned more violently. Caesar looked up at the sky. A snowstorm is coming. We need to find a place to hide. Caesar looked around. The valley ahead was narrowing, and the stream here made a turn. The mountains on the bend dipped inward, forming a small, sheltered hollow. At the edge of that hollow, close to the mountain wall, a few crooked buildings could be faintly seen. They were old, abandoned houses made of rough stones. Most of the roofs had collapsed, and the walls were cracked and covered with thick snow, looking like a forgotten, ruined village. We will stay here tonight, Caesar decided. Lena silently followed. They cleared out the most intact stone house. Outside, the cold wind howled. Caesar built a small fire in the corner. Lena curled up in the shadows on the other side. Night fell, and a snowstorm arrived completely, reducing visibility to the lowest. At some point, a faint blue mist appeared, drifting in with the cold wind. The mist moved along the ground, light and strange. Inside the valley, the small stream seemed to be changing. The water started boiling and swirling, and the level slowly rose. Caesar felt sudden exhaustion. After continuous fighting and running, his mind seemed to reach its limit. His eyelids grew heavy, and his thoughts became sluggish. He tried to stay alert, but the blue mist seemed to have strange power, wrapping around his mind. He glanced at Lena in the corner and saw her three heads hanging low, her body slightly swaying. I'm so tired. Very tired. I just want to close my eyes and sleep, just as Caesar's consciousness was about to fully drift away. Bang! Bang! The war heart inside Caesar's chest suddenly made a heavy sound. Caesar shivered violently and woke up instantly. Cold sweat soaked his back. Not right, Caesar growled. His sharp eyes looked at Lena. Lena, wake up! Lena's huge body trembled violently. The three heads under her hood suddenly lifted. Murky pupils flashed with surprise and confusion, but it was already too late. They were terrified to see that the small stream outside was glowing with a dreamy, blue light. The water seemed to turn into liquid blue gemstones, and countless tiny blue flakes floated on the surface. They kept spilling out from the stream, flowing along the ground. These glowing blue floating particles have spread to the entrance of their stone shelter, even seeping through the cracks in the door and walls. Caesar looked down at the ground and shrank back. He didn't know when the surface beneath them had been covered with blue stream water, but strangely, they didn't feel wet. Caesar and Lena almost moved at the same time, muscles tensing, and quickly stood up. But just as they supported themselves with their hands, they didn't touch the ground. It was as if the ground beneath them had turned into nothingness, and a feeling of weightlessness suddenly took over their bodies. "Oh!" Caesar managed to shout these two words. The faint blue stream water under their feet suddenly became blinding, and their bodies dropped sharply. All the familiar sights around the valley twisted rapidly before their eyes. Under the pull of an irresistible force, they fell quickly into an unknown abyss. Silence replaced the howling wind, becoming the only background sound in this strange, eerie blue world. Endless falling, darkness swallowing perception. Caesar tried to grab something, but everything was futile. Lena's large body curled up, her 6 arms clutching tightly to the bulging backpacks. After an unknown amount of time, the sensation of falling suddenly disappeared, replaced by cold lake water. They plunged into a pitch-black water area. The huge impact made Caesar see black, and he choked on some foul-smelling, rotten water. In the chaos, Caesar felt an arm grab his shoulder. That was Lena. Even in the state of weightlessness and drowning, she instinctively dragged him. The two struggled to swim upward in the dark water, fighting for survival. Finally, Caesar broke the surface of the water, coughing violently and spitting out the foul-smelling water. Lena soon appeared, their 3 heads shaking together. Their wet hoods clung tightly, and their murky pupils moved aimlessly in the darkness, emitting low, urgent growls. They were carried by the current to the shore, which looked more like a sloped rock formation. Caesar struggled to climb up, wiped the mud from his face, and forced himself to stay calm. He quickly looked around. As his pupils adapted to the darkness, they suddenly contracted. Before him was an unimaginably huge hollow space. High above, a dark blue stream flows, swallowing everything below. Its faint glow outlines the world beneath. Countless jagged rocks and huge, twisted stone pillars rise from the ground. The air is cold and damp, carrying a strong smell of blood. They are trapped at the edge of a vast underground world. Caesar mutters softly. His voice echoes clearly in the quiet, empty space. Are we going to be stuck in this dark underground forever? Caesar forces himself to think of a way out. The key to escape might be in that strange blue river above, but how to get up there? Caesar estimates it's about 100 meters high. Lena, a large creature, climbs onto the shore. She shakes off the water droplets, making a dull sound. Her 6 eyes scan the darkness carefully. She feels very uneasy about the sudden change in the environment. Suddenly, Caesar is startled because he feels a strange movement in his stomach. Something here seems to trigger the blood and flesh book spell. His face changes. Without hesitation, Caesar unfastens his leather armor. The blood and flesh book begins to move and appear. Its pages turn automatically under the faint blue light. A new page is forming. Caesar's eyes are instantly drawn into the blood-red glow of the page. The view zooms wildly, moving quickly toward a certain area of this underground world. Finally, the scene stops. In the center of a huge circular pit, a skeleton lies quietly. It's a massive dragon skeleton. This is a complete dragon skeleton. Caesar's pupils shrink. On the page, the burning blood-red words finally settle down, forming a spell and an ancient rune. Dragon bones are taken from the spine's core. Carve runes on the bones. Then you can get the dragon summoning flute, the flute to summon nearby dragons. You can control them for a short time. After summoning, the flute turns to ash. Caesar gasps in surprise. A dragon summoning flute. That thing is powerful. He puts the blood and flesh book away. His heart pounds in his chest. The fear from before is replaced by a strong desire to explore and possess. Let's go. Caesar's voice is urgent. He remembers roughly where the dragon bones are based on what he just saw. The direction from the big pit still lingers in his mind. Lena growled softly and immediately followed. Her large body moved carefully among the strange rocks, her pupils alert as she scanned every shadow. The two moved forward guided by faint glowing moss. These mosses clung to the rocks and emitted a soft blue light, barely illuminating the ground beneath their feet. Caesar walked quickly, thinking to himself. Deep underground, in a huge space filled with the remains of a giant dragon, there was no news or reports. It was in the northern wilderness, but no one had ever mentioned it. Something's wrong. There are only two possibilities. First, no one has ever found this place before, so Caesar might be lucky and the first to discover it. The second possibility is that others found it but couldn't send any messages out. The starry river above was the only clue for an escape route, but they had to deal with the current problem first, finding the dragon's bones. After all, they had come this far. As they bypassed a huge stalagmite, suddenly, a rustling sound and a sharp scraping noise came from a dark ahead. The sound grew louder and closer, moving very fast. Caesar's muscles tensed instantly. His instinct as a warrior told him to prepare for battle, but he forced himself to hold back. No, in this place, every bit of strength is precious. Caesar suddenly pulled Lena's sturdy arm. The two silently slipped behind a sharp, jagged rock. Caesar held his breath, his sharp eyes fixed on the source of the sound, using the faint glow of the moss to see better. From the dark crevice, several large, blurry shapes crawled out. They moved quickly, their 8 long legs alternating rapidly on the rocks, covered in dark brown shells. The strangest thing was, they had no eyes on their heads. Where eyes should have been, there were only 2 smooth, hard shells. Blind spiders. Caesar felt a flicker of hope. Kaino's demon hunting notes described these blind spiders. They appeared on the continent decades ago, but quickly went extinct for unknown reasons. No one had seen them in the last 10 years, though Caesar's grandfather had seen such creatures before. They have no eyes and rely on sharp smell and vibrations to find prey. They can grow up to 2 meters tall, but they also have many weaknesses. The most important thing is understanding their role. According to the notes, inside the head gland of this spider, there is a very precious substance called blinding toxin crystal. When applied to weapons, it can cause permanent damage to an opponent's vision, far more effective than ordinary poisons. They are clearly attracted by the fresh scent and body heat of Caesar and Lena. Use the crossbow sparingly. Lena, the stones. Caesar's voice was very low. Caesar quickly took down the crossbow on his back, pulled out an arrow, and moved smoothly, but with a slight hint of nervousness. He knew his aim well. Lena lowered her body, her 6 arms quickly searching around. Each hand clenched a fist-sized stone, her pupils fixed on the nearby spiders. Attack now, Caesar whispered loudly. Whoosh, the crossbow arrow shot out. Caesar aimed at the weak spot near the head of the closest spider. Thud, the arrow deeply embedded into the spider's shell, missing the vital area. The pain made the spider tremble sharply, and dark green blood burst out from the screech. The injured spider let out a sharp, piercing cry. The foul-smelling blood quickly filled the narrow space. Caesar's heart raced. According to Kano's notes, when injured, the body fluids of blind spiders with a strong stench can instantly interfere with their kin's sense of smell, causing them to become frantic. Sure enough, the other 3 spiders suddenly froze, then became agitated. They stopped moving toward Caesar and started wildly swinging their sharp front limbs, even colliding with each other. The strong smell of blood made them completely lose their sense of direction. Huff, 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 huff. Lena's stone-throwing attack followed swiftly. 6 stones, with dull whooshing sounds, hit the 3 confused spiders. Caesar had to admit, Lena's throwing was terrifyingly accurate, targeting their leg joints and the weaker side of their shells. Bang! One spider's leg was broken by a stone, making a crisp cracking sound. Another side shell was dented inward. Seizing the brief moment of chaos, Caesar quickly shot 3 more arrows. He wasn't aiming for perfect headshots, but wanted to widen the wounds and further disturb them. Green blood splattered again, and the chaos intensified. Caesar hung his crossbow back on his shoulder and drew the fine steel sword given to him by Edwin. The blade reflected a cold, faint glow. "Cover me." Before he finished speaking, Caesar moved like a ghost, rushing forward. Instead of charging directly at the enemy, Caesar used his speed and agility, quickly crouching under the leg of a spider with a broken limb. He drove his sword from below, using all his strength to stab into the softer part of the spider's belly connection. Then, Caesar tightened his arm muscles and forcefully sliced the blade forward. A tearing sound echoed as the internal organs burst, releasing a strong, foul smell from the spider's wound. Caesar seized the chance, immediately pulling back and rolling away to avoid another spider's frantic attack with its front limbs. A stone accurately hit the attacking spider's head, knocking it off balance. This was Lena's protection. Caesar repeated the move, weaving through the chaotic group of spiders. Lena's stones kept disrupting their attacks at critical moments, creating openings for Caesar. Finally, Caesar pinned the last fleeing spider to the ground, stabbing his sword through its shell and into its core. The battle was over. 4 huge, blind spiders collapsed in pools of blood and internal organs, still twitching slightly. Caesar leaned on his sword, gasping heavily, covered in a foul, sticky slime. He wiped his face and looked at Lena. Her large body was also stained, but her 6 eyes remained alert, scanning the darkness around them. "Good job, Lena," Caesar said with a hoarse voice full of battle weariness and some praise. Lena let out a short, low sound in response. Caesar immediately crouched beside a spider corpse, enduring the strong stench, and carefully cut open its head shell with a dagger. After some searching inside, Caesar finally found a small, pigeon egg-sized crystal, an illumination poison crystal. He quickly took out a clean small glass bottle, carefully placed the 4 crystals inside, and watched as the greenish glow shimmered in the dark. Putting away his loot, Caesar stood up and looked again into the darkness ahead. "Keep moving forward," he said, shaking off the dirt from his sword, his voice cold and firm. The way forward was uncertain, but the treasure and unknown dangers ahead urged him not to stop. Lena silently followed, like a loyal shadow, stepping into the deeper darkness. The faint blue galaxy above still flowed coldly and distantly, witnessing the hidden hunting and exploration deep underground. Following the glowing moss-lined path, Caesar and Lena moved through the silent darkness, each step very careful. Caesar's senses were on high alert, watching for any unusual signs. Lena stayed close behind, 6 arms slightly spread out, each holding a small rock, ready to throw at any moment. Fortunately, apart from their footsteps and the distant wind from deep underground, there was no other sound. However, Caesar's gaze suddenly fixed on the rock wall. Near the ground, large, deep claw marks were clearly carved into the rock. The marks looked fierce, with edges that tore into the stone with violent force. They were not made by ordinary creatures, and the size was astonishing. Each one could easily fit Caesar's whole body. "Dragon's claw marks." Caesar's voice was low. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing the edge of the claw marks on the rock. The scratches were chaotic and wild. This wasn't a natural death, it was a fight. And a fierce one. Caesar felt a cold chill. What could cause a mighty dragon to die fighting here? The path ahead became more dangerous and unpredictable. The terrain steepened downward until they stopped at the edge of a huge. Below was an endless dark abyss, with sulphurous wind rushing up from its depths. On the other side of in the distance as far as the eye could see, a massive natural stone pillar stretched across the abyss, leaning at an angle. Its surface was full of holes and slippery moss, forming a natural bridge. "We can only cross here." Caesar's voice was calm despite the wind in the abyss. He took out a sturdy cloth, quickly wrapping and tying it around Lena and himself. "Be careful with your steps. Step firmly before moving." Lena let out a deep, muffled growl, her 6 eyes fixed tightly on the narrow bridge. The 2 carefully moved up the rock pillar, each step very slow. Caesar kept his weight low to stay balanced. Lena's large body became a burden at this moment, so she used all 6 of her arms to cling to the surface like a giant spider, moving clumsily. When they reached the middle of the pillar, at the most dangerous spot, suddenly dozens of tiny lights flew out from the darkness far away. They rushed quickly toward the 2 on the pillar. Caesar looked up sharply, his pupils shrinking. The lights had bat-like shapes, but their wings and bodies were covered with a thick, glowing moss-like substance that emitted a faint blue light, making them look like strange living lanterns. "Run! Don't stop!" Caesar shouted loudly, drawing his silver sword. He swung the sword precisely at the closest bat. The bat let out a sharp, piercing squeal. Its wing, cut off, fell into the abyss with a blue glow. Hearing the command, Lena's huge body moved with incredible speed. Her 6 arms scrambled to climb the pillar, rushing toward the other side. More bats were disturbed and swarmed toward them, their blue lights almost drowning the two. The glowing points of light filled the air. Caesar waved his silver sword wildly. More bats were cut down, screaming as they fell. Their blood splattered on his face, feeling cold and sticky. "Get away!" Caesar shouted angrily, smashing a bat that was flying straight at his face with the hilt of his sword. He could feel the cloth around his waist tightening as Lena pushed forward with all her strength. This frantic escape lasted only a moment. When Caesar felt the pillar finally connect to solid ground, he lunged forward, rolling to release the tension and cut down the last 2 bats that were still chasing them. "Huh! Huh!" Caesar gasped heavily, covered in the glowing, sticky bat mucus and the smell of blood. "Lena!" He heard her growl with killing intent. Her large body stood steadily on the other side of the. Her 6 arms moved wildly, like catapults. She didn't even need to bend down. She easily picked up fist-sized stones from the ground and threw them quickly, one after another. "Ha! Ha! 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 Ha!" Lena's precise throws showed terrifying power in the open space. The remaining bats squeaked in fear and finally dared not to come closer. They turned into a group of blue lights and retreated into the darkness above. Caesar stood up, leaning on his sword, wiping dirt from his face. He looked at Lena, standing firm on the shore, her 6 eyes still alertly watching the sky. His frustration over missing the bow shot completely disappeared. After a short rest, they finally reached their destination, guided by the Book of Flesh, at the edge of a huge pit. The entrance to the pit was not on flat ground, but in the middle of a steep cliff face, a dark, narrow cave. Inside, the air was colder and wetter than outside, mixed with a strange, foul smell. Sparse, glowing moss clung to the cave walls, providing a faint light that barely lit the passage. Caesar led the way. Lena, being large, could barely squeeze through. She had to turn slightly to pass through the narrowest spot. Caesar closed his eyes, carefully sensing the airflow coming from deep inside the cave. "This way," Caesar whispered, choosing a passage where the air was more stable, seemingly leading further in. Not far along, a new sound broke the silence. Clack, clack, clack. It was footsteps, coming from around the corner ahead. More than one. Caesar's pupils shrank. He quickly drew his silver sword, crouching slightly. Lena immediately stopped moving, muscles tense, growling low in warning. Suddenly, several twisted figures staggered out of the shadows. They had human shapes, but were no longer truly human. Their skin was a dull gray, like corpses, covered with dark bruises and rotting wounds. Their faces were twisted and dislocated, some eyes on their foreheads, others with mouths torn open to their ears, showing yellowed, broken teeth. Their limbs were deformed. One's arm split into 2 thin, bony hands, another's legs twisted backward like a knot, supporting their bodies in a strange way as they moved. They made no sound, their cloudy, yellow eyes fixed on the living, filled with hunger for flesh, rushing forward. Ghouls don't look like ghouls. They look more like corpses twisted by some dark force, Caesar thought quickly, acting fast. Thud, thud, thud. With precise strikes, he cut down 3 of the deformed creatures' necks. Thick, black blood oozed out, releasing a strong stench of decay. The severed head rolled to the ground, its twisted face still frozen in a fierce expression from the attack. Caesar was about to breathe a sigh of relief when his face suddenly changed drastically. Clack, 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 clack. The sound of countless footsteps rushed from all directions, from every dark alleyway. Numerous dull, yellow eyes lit up in the darkness. Twisted, grayish figures surged like a tide, quickly filling the narrow passageway from front to back. Caesar cursed. His silver sword turned into a meat grinder, swinging and cutting off limbs with each strike. But for every one he brought down, 2 or 3 more filled the gap. They weren't very strong, and their movements were stiff, but they were dead and unafraid. In this tight space, their crowd tactic was very effective. Caesar's speed was limited, forcing him to fight hard. Lena was trapped behind Caesar. Her large body and 6 arms couldn't fully use her throwing skills or sharp claws in such a narrow corridor. She could only growl in frustration and anger, using her front arms to tear at the approaching zombies. Each claw strike could easily tear off a zombie's head. Caesar fought desperately, but his mind was racing. These zombies. There are too many. How are they all gathering here? Did everyone swallowed by that strange blue creek end up in this cursed place? But their death. It's not normal. It looks more like some unimaginable force has twisted them into this form. We can't stay here any longer, Caesar shouted loudly, chopping down 2 zombies rushing at him. Follow me. Let's push forward. Caesar no longer aimed to kill every zombie. Instead, he used his sword to clear a path, smashing through the blocking zombies and struggling to move deeper into the corridor where the airflow was stronger. Lena followed closely, using her body and claws to block attacks from the sides and behind. Every swipe of her claws was accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The stench of decay was almost suffocating. Blood and filth soaked Caesar's armor and boots, making the ground slippery and sticky. But just then, at the end of the corridor ahead, a faint light suddenly pierced through the darkness and the tide of corpses. Caesar's spirit lifted. His silver sword danced wildly, carving a bloody path through the rotting flood, rushing toward the light. Lena also let out a deep growl, her 6 arms frantically tearing at the surroundings, followed closely behind. When they finally rushed out of the passage, the frantic footsteps suddenly stopped. Caesar and Lena quickly turned around and saw that the countless deformed corpses were all stopped just beyond the edge of the light. They crowded at the entrance, with many dull eyes staring fixedly at the area inside the light, but not one dared to step into the faint glow even half a step. Breath, breath, Caesar gasped heavily, sweat mixed with dirt and blood sliding down his forehead. He leaned against the cold rock wall, cautiously scanning the new space, but his heart sank. The fact that these mindless, devouring corpses were so afraid and dared not move further. Whatever was inside, it was probably 100 times more terrifying than the rotten horde outside. Caesar looked up, his gaze piercing through the thin gray fog that spread like ashes in this space, finally seeing the large shadow in the center. It was a huge dragon bone skeleton, quietly lying in the depths of the gray mist. Caesar took a deep breath, suppressing his rising energy and exhaustion, and whispered to Lena, "Let's go down and take a look. We've come this far, so we might as well face the danger." Below the entrance was not flat ground, but a steep dropping dozens of meters, extending down to the bottom of the huge pit. The two moved downward along protruding rocks and cracks in the rock wall. The thicker the gray fog became as they descended, carrying a sense of deathly silence and an indescribable malice. Finally, their feet touched the solid ground at the bottom of the pit, covered in a thick layer of gray dust resembling bone powder, silent underfoot. The moment they landed, Caesar's body hairs stood on end. A cold, malicious gaze seemed to lock onto him and Lena from all directions. Lena's reaction was even more intense. Her massive body tensed suddenly, her 3 heads turning warily, and she let out a low, threatening growl from her throat. She could feel it too. This was no illusion. Caesar clenched his silver sword tightly. He didn't act rashly, his sharp eyes slowly sweeping the surrounding gray fog, trying to find the source of the malice, but found nothing. He suppressed his warning instincts and slowly moved toward the large shadow in the center of the pit. As he got closer, the details of the dragon bone skeleton became clearer. It was astonishing. This dragon skeleton is relatively well preserved, from the skull to the tail vertebrae. Even lying on the ground, its huge frame exceeds 10 meters in height. Its shape is very different from the giant dragon Caesar saw in Carlos's travel notes. The giant dragon of the Ash Empire has front limbs and wings fused into one structure, but this skeleton's front limbs are separate arms. The Ash Empire's dragon is a biped, But this skeleton is a four-legged dragon, a mutated species. Or maybe it's a different kind of dragon? Caesar thought, feeling shocked. The book of flesh needs a part of its core spine. Caesar slowly moved around this ancient-looking skeleton, carefully scanning the large backbone for good climbing spots and places to carve runes. When he reached the side of the skeleton, near a thick rib, he caught a tiny, subtle abnormality out of the corner of his eye. The large, grayish-white rib seemed to move. No, it's not moving. It's appearing. Caesar suddenly stopped, staring intensely at the rib. On the hard bone, like ripples on water, a blurry, twisted face appeared slowly. The face was extremely distorted, with a wide-open mouth as if screaming in pain. Then, like a spreading plague, more faces, each equally twisted and painful, began to emerge densely across every inch of the skeleton's surface. In an instant, the entire huge pit seemed to echo with the screams of countless lost souls, their terrifying wails crashing into Caesar's mind. "Back away," Caesar shouted instinctively, muscles tense, and quickly leapt backward. Lena reacted just as fast. As Caesar shouted, her massive body surged with wind and sped backward. Just as they moved, whoosh. The gray mist filling the pit seemed to be summoned by some force, swirling madly toward the center where the dragon skeleton lay. Thin tendrils seeped into the mouths of those tormented faces. In Caesar's shocked gaze, the pair of wing bones on the massive dragon's spine, covered in gray dust, shook as the dust fell off. At the large joint connecting the wing bones, that huge, decayed wing bone slightly lifted upward. A terrifying aura of decay and resentment instantly enveloped the entire underground space. In the center of the pit, the surface of the enormous dragon skeleton was silent with millions of twisted, suffering faces screaming in pain. The heart of war beat heavily in the chest, forcing away the almost suffocating pressure. Roar! Lena's reaction was even more direct. All three heads lifted at once, emitting deafening roars, muscles tense in her 6 arms. Her large body slightly bent forward, firmly blocking Caesar from the front side. There was no time to hesitate. The huge skull, covered with layers of painful faces, suddenly turned toward them. Deep within its hollow eye sockets, thick, dark mist swirled. Hiss! A piercing scream that could not come from the physical world made Caesar's vision go black instantly. The intense pain in his mind almost made him drop his sword. The heart of war pounded wildly, thumping loudly, trying to stabilize Caesar's nearly collapsing spirit. Lena's massive body also shook violently, letting out a painful groan, but her 6 murderous eyes remained fixed on the target. It moved. The enormous skeleton lunged forward with an unreasonably quick speed. Its huge bone claws tore through the air and slammed fiercely toward Lena. "Get out of the way," Caesar shouted sharply, rolling quickly to the side. Lena responded just as fast, jumping with incredible agility. Her large body narrowly avoided the claws, leaping backward. Boom! The bone claw struck the ground where Lena had just stood. The hard rocky ground shattered instantly, spiderweb cracks spreading out, and debris flying everywhere. The attack missed. The dragon's thick tail swung over, covering most of the bottom of the pit. Caesar's pupils shrank suddenly. The extraordinary perception granted by the heart of war allowed him to instantly track the tail's trajectory. He threw himself to the ground. The tail brushed past his back and slammed hard into the rocky wall at the edge of the pit. Boom! Crackle! The cliff wall shook violently, large chunks of rock falling away. Even more frightening, above them, countless huge stone cones began to loosen as the ceiling trembled intensely. Caesar cursed silently. This cursed creature's attacks were deadly and kept creating new dangers. The falling stone cones attacked indiscriminately, posing a huge threat to them all. The dragon's attack missed. Inside its ribcage, swirling gray mist surged violently, and faint shadows of suffering spirits seemed to struggle to break free. "We can't wait any longer. Lena, cover. Disrupt it," Caesar shouted low, then quickly pulled out one of the last 2 bottles of wolf potion from his pouch. Without hesitation, uncorked it, and drank it all. Ugh! A familiar sensation spread through his body as his bones twisted and changed shape. Almost at the moment Caesar transformed, Lena's 6 arms moved. She no longer threw stones, but bent forward, forcefully stabbing her 6 hands into the ground, and suddenly lifting a huge rock about half a person tall. Using her 6 arms with great strength, she hurled the massive stone like a catapult directly at the dragon's raised head. Boom! The stone hit the dragon's side face precisely, causing its head to violently and let out a furious roar. Taking advantage of this moment, Caesar, now transformed, moved. He dropped to all fours, bursting forward with the speed of a wild beast, turning into a dark gray shadow rushing straight toward the dragon's more slender hind leg joint. Snicked! His sharp wolf claws tore into the surface of the dragon's bones, sparks flying. Deep scratches appeared, but the bones didn't break. This skeleton was much harder than expected. The dragon's huge tail swung again. Caesar, relying on beast-like instinct and wariness, leapt up suddenly, narrowly avoiding the strike. The wind from the tail still made his fur tingle painfully. Meanwhile, the gray mist inside the dragon's chest finally erupted. Countless semi-transparent, twisted, wailing spirits poured out densely, bringing a bone-chilling cold and screams, rushing towards Caesar and Lena. Physical attacks were useless. Lena's claws swiped at the spirits, only causing ripples like waves, unable to do real damage. The spirits clung to her, bringing a cold, corrosive feeling that made her hesitate slightly. Caesar's eyes shone with fierceness. He remembered the notes about spirits from Kaino's writings. They are like condensed smoke. While they can resist swords and blades, they are afraid of strong wind pressure and shock waves. The vengeful spirits are formed from a person's lingering thoughts and anger after death. They do not ignore physical attacks, but they are highly resistant to them, like water. In contrast, blunt weapons are very effective against these spirits. Larger weapons can break apart the vengeful spirits more easily. Each time they are shattered, it takes time for them to regroup. They will eventually disperse if they cannot reunite. If there were a huge fan blowing, it might these spirits away. Roar! Caesar let out a loud, deafening roar, no longer trying to tear at the shadows with his claws. His 2 thick arms turned into blurry shadows as he wildly swung at the attacking spirits. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The air was torn apart, creating strong gusts of wind that caused intense pressure. The vengeful spirits rushing toward him were disturbed by this violent force. They howled more sharply and painfully, their solid forms dispersing in the wind. Although not destroyed, their attack paths were completely disrupted, and the cold, corrosive feeling was mostly blocked by the strong airflow. Ha! 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 Lena quickly understood Caesar's plan as the pressure eased. She no longer fought the spirits directly, but shifted her focus back to the dragon's main body. Her 6 arms frantically grabbed any loose stones nearby and threw them like a storm at the dragon's bones. Although these attacks couldn't cause fatal damage, the continuous impact and Lena's precise aim kept the dragon's movements interrupted, making it scream more wildly. Its huge head kept swinging, trying to lock onto the annoying 6-armed target. Its massive bones and claws flailed randomly, causing the entire pit to shake loudly. Every attack made the ceiling tremble more, and more debris fell. The large stone cone hanging directly above the dragon's bones, already loosened by the tremors, creaked and threatened to fall. Cracks were spreading visibly along the roots connecting it to the ceiling. Now is the time. A flash of blood appeared in Caesar's eyes. He abandoned his fight with the spirits and suddenly used all his strength. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he charged directly at the furious dragon's bones. Caesar no longer attacked the lower limbs. Instead, using his wolf-like agility, he moved swiftly between the giant claws of the dragon's bones, even deliberately teasing the dragon by flying close to its eyes to attract its attention. Snarl! The dragon bone was truly angered. Seeing this, Caesar was not panicked. This is exactly what I wanted. The huge head suddenly followed Caesar's figure, opening its massive mouth. The face on the skeleton opened wide again, and a sharp scream of the soul gathered. The large body moved with the head, turning towards Caesar's position. Caesar danced on the tip of his sword, dodging danger at every turn. His target was directly beneath the huge stone spike that was about to fall. The enormous body of the dragon bone was deliberately guided by Caesar, moving toward the falling area. A clear breaking sound came from the ceiling. The huge stone spike, as thick as several people, finally broke free from the rock's ceiling and fell heavily downward. Boom! The large stone spike hit the side of the dragon bone, smashing the hard skeleton into pieces in an instant under the terrifying impact. Boom! The giant body of the bone dragon was knocked sideways, with half of its chest cavity and a connected wing bone shattered violently. Inside, dark mist churned, revealing countless painful faces screaming wildly. The movement of the bone dragon suddenly became extremely difficult. Opportunity. Caesar did not hesitate at all. Seizing the moment when the dragon bone was stiff from heavy damage, he used all four limbs to scramble over the falling debris and broken bones, rushing upward wildly. His goal was the relatively intact core spine area of the dragon bone. A few leaps, Caesar had already jumped onto the towering back of the dragon bone, standing on a huge vertebra carved with painful faces. The Book of Flesh and Blood. Caesar shouted inwardly. The Book of Flesh and Blood appeared from his abdomen. Its pages automatically turned in the swirling dust of bone powder, stopping at the page inscribed with the rune 4, Summon Dragon Flute. Caesar no longer hesitated. He extended his wolf claw, using its sharp nails as a pen, and fiercely stabbed into the surface of the huge vertebra beneath him. Sizzle! A chilling friction sound rang out, as if countless frozen souls were being rubbed together. The tip of the wolf claw felt a fierce cold invasion, and the painful faces on the vertebra emitted even more desperate screams, trying to stop the rune from being carved. Every strike drained Caesar's great strength and spirit. This time was different from before. The wailing of the restless spirits constantly attacked his mind. His heart for battle beat wildly, giving him endless willpower to continue. Caesar's nails cracked and broke as he kept carving. They separated from the flesh below and lifted up. Without hesitation, Caesar replaced his fingers with new ones. Finally, when the last was made, the blood-red rune suddenly burst into a blinding red light. The glow quickly covered the entire spine and spread wildly along the bones like a spreading plague. The dragon bones covered in blood light began to make loud, cracking sounds. The huge skeleton started to decay from head to tail. Countless faces frozen on the bones twisted and disappeared as they decayed, giving silent final cries. The large dragon skeleton under Caesar's feet quickly broke apart, turning into bone dust that fell like rain. At the moment the dust collapsed, Caesar suddenly changed back from his wolf form to human. His body fell with the dust, and his eyes fixed tightly on the original position of the spine. Just as the entire dragon skeleton turned to dust, the core vertebra carrying the blood-red rune did not shatter. Instead, it shrank and changed shape rapidly. In the end, it became a pure white object, falling to the ground with Caesar. It was a small flute about the length of a hand, made entirely of a white bone that felt cold and chilling. A faint red glow flowed across its surface, bearing the mark of the rune. The flute looked old and fierce, with slightly curved ends. The mouthpiece looked like the broken edge of a dragon's fang, called a dragon flute. At the same time, as the dragon bones completely disintegrated, the countless angry spirits trapped inside the skeleton and chest no longer appeared as dark, malicious mist. Instead, they transformed into pure white spirits emitting gentle light, rushing out from the cracks and holes in all directions into the darkness. Countless spirits passed through dark tunnels, attracting strange corpses inside. They all surged outward. Outside the pit, in the vast underground world, many bright white streams of light shot through the darkness like reverse shooting stars, piercing the eternal blackness and reaching far away. Inside the pit, Caesar gasped heavily, covered in bone dust. He struggled to stand, quickly picked up the cold white bone flute, and tucked it into his chest. Lena quickly ran to his side, her large body also covered in dust. Six Eyes carefully scanned the surroundings. "Let's go." Caesar's voice was hoarse and urgent. His gaze quickly swept over the dark cracks and passages at the edge of the pit. Those lights were too obvious. The two of them didn't stop. Forcing themselves to ignore their fatigue and injuries, they hurried toward the nearest dark passage. Just as their figures were about to disappear into the shadows of the tunnel, Caesar suddenly pulled Lena back. They quickly shrank their bodies and hid behind a large stone cone that had rolled from the previous fight. Caesar held his breath, his sharp eyes peering through at the edge of the stone, fixed on the entrance of the pit, also the main path where the white soul lights flickered. Tap, tap, tap. Very faint footsteps came from the steep of the tunnel entrance. The footsteps were steady and rhythmic, indicating more than one person. Are you kidding? Is there really an army in this cursed place? Caesar's pupils shrank. Using the faint blue glow of moss inside the pit, 5 blurry figures slowly appeared at the edge of the... They stopped at the edge of the pit, carefully looking down at the messy battlefield below. The tallest one seemed especially big and strong. Silently, he surveyed the scene below. The others behind him spread out in a fan shape, acting cautiously. The light was too dim to see their faces or detailed clothing clearly. Only faintly could one see they seemed to be covered in thick fur. But it's gone. That monster is gone. A trembling voice came from a shadow beside the tall figure, pointing at the hollow below. The zombie creatures on the road are also gone. Another voice, a woman's, responded. She looked up at the leader in the shadows. It seems they've all run away. There was a brief silence, only the heavy breathing echoing inside the cave. Could it be that something killed that monster? One shadow instinctively clenched their weapon, alert and scanning the surroundings. Not even a scrap left. Caesar's breathing was even quieter. He pressed his body tightly against the cold rock, like a lifeless stone. Lena's large body was completely hidden in the shadows, her 6 eyes flashing with hostility beneath her hood, like a lurking beast. At the edge of the pit, the burly leader seemed to have made a decision. He growled a short, commanding shout. 5 figures began climbing down the steep rock wall, moving cautiously, shaped by long experience in such environments, but still looking awkward. Caesar and Lena kept low and quietly watched them. The 5 reached the bottom of the pit. They spread out carefully, weapons half drawn, eyes scanning the messy battlefield. Caesar calculated the distance, his gaze cold and calm. When the 5 were close enough to launch a deadly attack, suddenly, without warning, Caesar shot out from behind the stone cone, as fast as a ghost. His target was the closest one, holding a silver dagger reversed in his hand. Caesar struck the man's stomach hard with the hilt. Ugh! A dull impact and a clear cracking of bones sounded. The figure's eyes bulged, and he was thrown backward like a broken kite, blood spraying from his mouth as he hit the ground covered in bone dust. He twitched twice and was silent. The other 4 instantly panicked, shouting and roaring, grabbing their weapons from their waists. But Lena was faster than them, acting almost at the same time as Caesar. 6 arms swung out with tearing speed, accurately hitting the 2 who had just drawn their weapons. Claws easily tore through rough animal hide clothing, embedding deep into their stomachs. A large amount of blood burst out instantly. The force was so strong that the 2 men could only half scream before being thrown backward, crashing hard into the cave wall and sliding to the ground, motionless. In a flash, only 2 enemies remained, the tallest leader and a woman. Caesar's cold gaze swept over them. Under the faint light, he finally saw what these people looked like. They wore rough clothes made from unknown beast skins and tendons, but their faces. Caesar's pupils shrank slightly. Those weren't human faces. Their features looked randomly assembled, out of proportion, with an unsettling sense of dissonance. In an instant, a word from his previous life's internet, fake person, flashed through Caesar's mind. They spoke a language Caesar couldn't understand at all. The leader let out a beast-like roar and suddenly drew a large, sharpened bone knife from behind. He stared fiercely at Caesar and the other person. Although he looked intimidating, Caesar saw clearly that his hand trembling while holding the knife showed he was scared. Ah! The leader shouted loudly, raised his bone knife high, and charged at Caesar. But he didn't even reach Caesar. Lena's huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Caesar, as if she teleported. She didn't bother to dodge the incoming bone knife and crossed her front paws to strike. With a sharp sound, the fierce-looking bone knife broke into 2 pieces. The powerful force hit the leader's chest hard, causing him to fly backward and crash onto the ground several meters away. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he struggled to get up. The other woman let out a terrified scream. Her bone spear clattered to the ground. She and the leader looked at each other with hopeless eyes. In the next moment, they did the same thing. They suddenly fell to the ground, pressing their foreheads against the cold, powdery bones. Their bodies trembled like shaking leaves, and they made strange, muffled sounds. Humanoid creatures. Even if they couldn't understand each other's language, kneeling and bowing seemed to mean the same thing, strange. Caesar slowly stepped forward and stopped in front of them. He used the common language of the Vistlot continent. Do you understand? The two on the ground stiffened and looked at each other, their eyes full of fear and confusion. Then they desperately shook their heads. Caesar's gaze swept over the still struggling leader. At that moment, under the leader's lowered eyelids, a very sinister light suddenly flashed. Caesar's expression didn't change at all, as if he hadn't seen it. Suddenly, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. A faint sound of wind breaking came from behind Caesar, someone who had been knocked down by the sword handle and appeared to be unconscious. He had quietly gotten up without anyone noticing, clutching a green bag that emitted a foul smell. With his last strength, he threw it towards Caesar's back. Caesar still didn't turn around. A cold smile appeared on his lips, and his head tilted slightly in a natural way. Whoosh! The green poison bag whistled past Caesar's temple, carrying a strong, foul odor. The poison sack missed Caesar but hit the arm of the leader who had just struggled to sit up. The sack burst open, and thick green venom splashed out instantly. The leader let out a loud, painful scream. The venom on his arm caused his skin to emit a foul white smoke, making a sizzling sound as it corroded. The intense pain made him roll on the ground, trying to shake off the venom like a stubborn parasite, but it only spread further. Lena let out a furious roar. Her large body was about to pounce on the attacker, who threw the poison sack. "Hold them back," Caesar said calmly. Lena froze suddenly. Her 6 eyes locked onto the leader writhing and crying on the ground, and the terrified woman nearby. She growled with deadly intent. Caesar slowly turned around and looked at the attacker. The attacker's face still showed shock from the failed surprise attack. When he saw Caesar's gaze, he tried to run away. But it was too late. Caesar moved. He didn't use a weapon. His left arm suddenly swelled during the charge, flesh and blood merging into a powerful weapon. With a force that tore the air, his huge hand pressed down on the attacker's head. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The attacker didn't even have time to scream. His head was pressed down hard by Caesar's hand and slammed into the rocky wall behind him. The sound of skull cracking was clear. A messy splatter spread across the rough wall. Caesar's swollen arm quickly returned to normal. He slowly withdrew his hand, ignoring the fallen body. He seemed stunned in place. Under his chest armor, a few faint shadows moved slightly, quickly probing the dark stain on the wall, then silently retracted. Caesar turned back and looked at the 2 remaining, fake people. The leader was still crying out in pain from the poison's corrosion. His entire arm was black and rotten, emitting a foul smell. The woman curled up nearby, trembling. A dark stain spread beneath her, and her eyes were hollow, filled only with pure fear. At the depths of Caesar's eyes, a faint flicker of heat flashed. The living flesh and blood creatures he had just tested proved to be useful. He had initially chosen not to use his fighting spirit against the bone dragon, intending to keep it as a secret weapon. Who knew if this place had other flesh and blood creatures? Looking at their organization and clothing, there was likely a gathering place nearby. These creatures could serve as excellent backup energy sources. Caesar approached the leader, who was dazed from severe pain. Ignoring the twisted, painful expression on the other's face, he gestured simply with his hand. He pointed to the exit of the hole, then to the leader, and made a "follow me" motion. Then Caesar pointed to himself and to Lena. The leader's cloudy eyes were full of pain and confusion, seeming unable to understand. Suddenly, Caesar's expression turned cold. Without warning, he raised his hand and delivered a loud slap to the leader's face. Smack! The leader's head tilted to the side, several bloodied teeth flying out. Caesar repeated the "follow me" gesture with a calm look. The leader still only whimpered in pain, his eyes vacant. Another heavier slap followed, forceful enough to make the leader's head hit the ground with a dull thud. This cycle continued. With each gesture, there was a merciless slap. Under the poison's corrosion and repeated violence, the leader's mind was nearing collapse. Finally, as Caesar raised his hand again, the leader's mind raced. He finally understood Caesar's meaning. He looked at Caesar's cold gestures, then at the finger pointing to the exit. He spoke in a language Caesar couldn't understand, then nodded very hard. Caesar stopped his hand, his gaze sweeping over the terrified woman. When she met his eyes, she desperately bowed and muttered incomprehensible words. "Let's go." Under Caesar's watch, the leader, whose arm had been disabled by poison, struggled to stand with his remaining strength. The woman also staggered to her feet, trembling as she helped the leader, moving toward the steep of the tunnel. Caesar and Lena followed closely behind, like two silent shadows. Caesar's hand gently pressed to his chest. With these energy sources, in this vast, unknown underground world, the situation would be much better. They followed the same path and slowly climbed out of the pit that had buried the dragon's remains, returning to the underground space faintly lit by the ghostly blue river of stars. In the dim light, Caesar's eyes shone with a calm yet predatory gleam. Through the dark and uneven rocky passage, Caesar and Lena were led forward until they passed through a natural gate formed by massive stone pillars. The view before them suddenly opened up. A huge cavern stretched out, its ceiling covered with hanging stone spikes. Along the rocky walls stood dozens of simple shelters. Tents made from stone spikes and darkened animal hides stood under the faint blue glow of luminous moss growing on the walls. When Caesar and Lena appeared at the entrance, faces peeked out from the gaps in the tents. Caesar quickly counted, around 30 or 40 people, maybe more. They looked similar to the tall leader they had met earlier, with oddly shaped features. Eyes too close or too far apart, mouths twisted to one side. No two faces were distorted in the same way. Each was unique, as if randomly shaped. There was no attack as Caesar had expected, only countless cloudy eyes filled with pure curiosity staring at him and Lena. Lena's large body with 3 heads and 6 arms seemed to them more strange than frightening. The tall leader, whose arms Caesar had disabled, and the terrified woman beside him groaned softly under the gaze of their people. At that moment, from the shadowy depths of the cave, faintly lit by glowing moss, a figure slowly emerged. It was more hunched than the others, its body draped with unknown bones and dried vines. Its cloudy eyes turned slowly, first resting on the wounded leader with calm indifference, then sweeping over Lena's towering form, and finally stopping on Caesar. Its gaze tightened slightly. Then, a hoarse voice spoke. "You are from the surface?" Caesar's heart tightened. The accent was strange, but the words were indeed in the common language of the Vislot continent. Caesar narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who are you?" "No name. None of us have names here." Its speech was odd, but the grammar was surprisingly accurate. Caesar remained alert, keeping a close watch on the other person. "How do you speak the language on the ground?" The old man's dry fingers slowly lifted, pointing outside the cave to the river flowing with a faint blue glow. "It appears every 50 years. It shines once. Each time it shines, things fall down." Its voice was broken and slow. Sometimes stones and would fall. Sometimes people from the ground. Caesar felt speechless. An event happening once every 50 years, and he just happened to arrive at that time. The old man's cloudy eyes focused again on Caesar's face. The dry finger trembled slightly as it pointed at Caesar. "You look a lot like." "Like who?" Caesar asked, frowning. "The speaker." The old man looked nostalgic. "Up there, before the river shone. 10 times ago. He came. 10 times. Caesar's pupils shrank suddenly. Once every 50 years, 10 times means 500 years. A person from the ground who came here 500 years ago and even taught this false person the common language. That itself sounds unbelievable. And more absurd is that Caesar looks like that person. He forced himself to suppress his shock, convincing himself that the resemblance was just a blurry vision caused by old age. 500 years is enough to blur or distort any memory. What Caesar cared about more was the identity and fate of that person. "Who is he?" Caesar asked, with a hint of urgency. The old man's dull eyes seemed to stare at a point in the void, and slowly he uttered a name. Los. Caesar's face was shocked. The book in his hand, the Veslet Continent Chronicle, was written by Kalos. Judging by the records and paper, it was definitely less than 100 years old. Someone who entered the deep underground abyss 500 years ago. How could he still be writing outside 100 years ago? Unless he had lived for over 500 years. The shock lasted only a brief moment. Caesar quickly suppressed his turbulent emotions, his gaze turning cold and sharp again. He caught the key in the old man's words. He left here. The old man seemed intimidated by the sudden pressure in Caesar's eyes. His cloudy eyes flickered with a trace of instinctive fear. He slowly nodded. "Farewell," he said. He was going to find. The old man's finger, trembling and difficult to lift, pointed slowly toward another dark direction. The lost empire. For 1,000 years, the old man's voice grew softer, like a dream. It's been a long time. A very long time. The lost 1,000-year empire. This piece of information suddenly matched some legends from Carlos's travel notes. Caesar stared intently at the old man's twisted face. "You remember so clearly? How long have you lived?" The old man seemed not to understand and only repeated blankly, "It's been a long time. A very long time." Its sense of time appeared very fuzzy. Whether 500 years or 50, it might not matter to it. Everything here, from the distorted fake people to the ancient old man, and the clues about Carlos and the lost empire, all felt strange and eerie. Caesar carefully remembered the direction and words the old man pointed to, keeping them in mind, but he remained alert and cautious. The old man seemed to have used up all his strength to speak. His thin chest rose and fell as he pointed to a sturdier animal hide tent nearby, hoarsely saying, "Rest. For one night." Inside, Caesar looked around at the fake people. The women here were much taller than the men. Those tall women looked at Caesar with greedy eyes, openly staring, their gazes filled with primitive desire. Caesar did not refuse. He gave Lena a signal, and both of them cautiously moved toward the larger animal hide tent. Inside, the air was thick with a musty smell. The light came from glowing moss growing on the walls. The bed was just a large, flat stone slab covered with an unknown hide. Caesar's eyes paused on the hide for a moment. He didn't sit on it, but silently moved to the corner of the tent, leaning against the cold stone wall, and sat down slowly. Lena's large body blocked the entrance from inside. 3 heads of hers watched in different directions. Carlos. 500 years. Lost Empire. Caesar carefully took out the book, Vestlic Continent Chronicles, from Lena's bundle. Under the faint blue glow of the moss, Caesar turned page by page. Such a big event. Carlos wouldn't not write about it. Suddenly, Caesar's finger stopped on a certain page. This page described the discovery of an ancient ruin. The handwriting was ordinary, but Caesar's fingertips felt a subtle abnormality in the thickness of the paper. Caesar carefully lifted the edge of the paper and examined it under the faint blue light. Beneath the original writing, he faintly saw another layer of very light ink, as if written a long time ago. He tried to distinguish the ancient marks: disaster, forever buried, taboo, just as he was observing. Yeah, the animal hide curtain was gently pushed aside, revealing a small opening. Lena instantly became alert. 3 heads turned toward the door, and a low growl came from their throats. The muscles of their 6 arms tensed immediately. It was the female automaton who had followed the tall leader earlier and was so frightened she lost control. She carefully peeked inside, holding a rough plate made from a large bone fragment, with 2 charred fish on top. The fish had flat heads, with eyes reduced to 2 white dots. Its body was completely black. In her other hand, she held a hollow bone cup filled with a murky dark red liquid. Her eyes flickered with residual fear, but deep inside, a primitive impulse shone through. She dared not look at Lena and stared directly at Caesar sitting on the ground. She placed the plate and bone cup on the floor near the door, then made some unclear sounds from her throat, as if urging them to eat. Caesar's cold gaze swept over the food. The 2 strange fish shimmered faintly with tiny blue lights near their gills under the blue glow. When he looked at the dark red liquid in the cup, a strange smell entered his nose, an aroma that could instantly awaken the most primal instincts, like a powerful aphrodisiac. A hot sensation rose uncontrollably from his lower abdomen. But in the next moment, his heart, heavy with the war within his chest, beat strongly, pushing away that feeling. Caesar slowly lifted his head, his cold eyes fixed on the female automaton at the door, with no expression on his face. The woman shivered at his gaze. The unnatural flush on her face quickly faded. She instinctively took a step back. Inside the tent, Lena's 6 pupils shrank into dangerous thin lines in the darkness. Caesar leaned against the cold rock wall, sitting relaxed but with all his muscles tense. He heard faint footsteps outside the tent. Although they slowed deliberately, Caesar's sharp senses caught every sound. Lena also sensed the situation around her. Her large body shifted slightly, with 3 heads pointing in different directions, and her 6 arms' claws silently extended. It seemed the woman outside also noticed the noise. Her cloudy eyes showed fear mixed with a primitive excitement. Outside the tent, the tall, one-armed leader pressed close to the cold rock wall, clutching a worn, thick bone knife tightly. His twisted face was filled with deep hatred. Around him, a dozen small male pseudo-humans crawled on the ground, looking scared. Behind them, dozens of larger, stronger female pseudo-humans looked more restless. Their heavy breathing was clear in the silence, and their cloudy eyes stared fixedly at the tent. The leader made hoarse sounds in his throat, pointing his bone knife at the tent. The female pseudo-humans responded with low growls, gripping their bone spears and stone axes tightly. They moved quietly on hands and feet, creeping toward the lonely animal hide tent. A few pseudo-humans quietly approached the edge of the tent, pressing their twisted ears close to the thin animal hide to listen for any sounds inside. Bang! A loud, dull crash echoed. The animal hide door suddenly burst open outward. A figure was flung out, the female pseudo-human delivering food. She spat out dark blood, her body twisting strangely in midair. What made all the outside pseudo-humans' pupils shrink was that, right after her figure flew out, a faster shadow followed closely behind. Caesar burst out from behind the female, one hand pressing tightly on her twisted, painful face, then forcefully slammed her downward with the momentum. The female pseudo-human's back of the head scraped harshly against the rocky ground, leaving a deep, bloody. Caesar's figure landed steadily with this force, kneeling on the lifeless body, then slowly looked up. His eyes, under the faint blue light, coldly swept over the frozen pseudo-humans around him. Almost at the same time Caesar landed, the animal hide on the side of the tent was suddenly torn apart. 2 strong arms suddenly shot out like lightning, precisely grabbing the necks of 2 male creatures secretly listening near the tent. Lena's large body forcefully burst out from a torn animal hide, with her other 2 arms quickly following, stabbing fiercely into the bellies of the 2 creatures. Thud! Thud! Lena's arms slashed downward, blood spraying out, and her 3 heads roared with deadly anger. This bloody and brutal scene instantly froze most of the creature's movements. Fear seemed to overpower greed and desire, spreading across their twisted faces. Roar! The severed head leader let out a wild scream, pointing a bone knife at Caesar and Lena. A few male creatures, long under the leader's control, instinctively roared and waved crude weapons, gathering their last bit of ferocity to rush forward. Some tall female creatures, also stimulated, with bloodshot eyes, howled and raised bone spears and stone axes, joining the charge. Caesar looked coldly at these twisted beings rushing toward him, like moths flying into a fire. He did not look back and calmly spoke one word to Lena behind him. Kill. From the start, Caesar never saw these beings as his kind. They were just beasts that could walk upright and use tools, or some twisted creation. They were threats. Potential energy. Caesar drew his silver sword from his waist. He didn't seek battle. With his enhanced physique, he moved through the chaotic crowd, his sword accurately slicing through the neck of a creature. Flash! 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 Blood quickly spread across the rough stone ground, filling the air with a strong, iron smell. Several tall female creatures howled and surrounded Lena, trying to suppress her with numbers, swinging stone axes and smashing her, causing her large body to shake slightly. Their strength was impressive among creatures, and 2 or 3 even held onto Lena's arms tightly, trying to restrict her movements. But Lena let out a deep roar of anger. She suddenly strained her held arms, bones cracking loudly as she broke free, and the creature holding her arms screamed as she was thrown away. Meanwhile, her 4 free arms below wildly swung. Thud! Claws easily tore through beast hides and flesh, and bones deformed under absolute strength. Each strike caused a rain of blood and severed limbs. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few crude bow and arrows shot from the dark corner, aiming at Caesar as he moved through the crowd. The arrows flew slowly, but Caesar moved quickly, dodging them as they brushed past his leather armor. Lena sensed the cold arrows and let out a furious roar. She broke free from her last restraint and, in a few steps, reached Caesar's side. Her 6 arms wildly swung, tearing any fake person within 3 meters of Caesar into pieces. Sometimes an arrow hit her body, but her wolf bloodline's healing ability made the wounds close visibly fast, leaving only a few quickly fading blood spots. That's why most monster hunters choose the wolf bloodline, even if it's suppressed. This bloodline can truly save lives. Massacre is the only rhythm. In just a few minutes, the once noisy cave turned into a hellish scene. Dozens of twisted fake bodies lay in blood pools, in various shapes. Thick blood almost covered the ground. The last dozen or so survivors, including the arm-lost leader, completely broke down. They looked at Caesar and Lena, standing like demons among the mountain of corpses and blood, their courage and ferocity gone, replaced by fear. Someone let out a scream that sounded inhuman. The remaining fake people no longer hesitated and turned to run toward the dark gaps leading into the unknown. Caesar wiped the blood splattered on his face, his expression calm. He looked at Lena beside him. Lena. No words were needed. Lena understood instantly. Her 3 heads turned simultaneously, and her 6 eyes locked onto the fleeing figures. She 6-armed swiftly grabbed blood-stained stones from the ground, muscles flexing as she threw them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Each stone carried Lena's strength and precise control, like the call of a grim reaper. Bang! The stones hit the fleeing fake people's backs of the heads, knocking them down into the blood pools. They twitched a few times and then stopped moving. While Lena threw stones, Caesar suddenly rushed out faster than the fleeing fake people. In the dim light, he swiftly struck the last few survivors' necks. Finally, Caesar stopped in front of the large natural exit of the cave, only the tall leader with a broken arm remaining. The leader heard footsteps behind him stop and, filled with despair, turned around. In his twisted eyes, he saw a hellish scene. He trembled violently, and his wound at the broken arm reopened and bled again from fear. His legs gave way, and he fell heavily into the pool of blood, his head banging madly against the ground, whimpering in plea. Caesar looked at him calmly without speaking. Suddenly, the leader's body stiffened, and the fear and despair in his eyes froze instantly, then quickly faded. Caesar slowly drew his short sword, his gaze sweeping over each twisted corpse. Under the leather armor on their chests, faint shadows moved quietly, silently stretching out and quickly spreading over the bodies inside the cave. Caesar closed his eyes, sensing the growing strength of the war heart within him. Almost ready, Lena stood guard beside Caesar, her 6 eyes alertly scanning the dark crevices deep inside the cave, ready for anything attracted by the smell of blood. Caesar approached the simple beast-hide tents. Inside one of the tents, he found the old impostor who could speak the common language. It lay on the ground, a rough bone dagger stuck in its chest. Clearly, it had been killed by its own people. Caesar silently looked at the old body. Its twisted features seemed to relax a little in death. He bent down, grabbed the shoulders of the corpse, and lifted it up. He then returned to the nearby stone slab tent and gently placed the body on a stone bed. Caesar avoided letting the shadow on his chest touch the corpse. The hide stretched over the stone slab was something Caesar recognized at first glance, a piece of rough-tanned human skin. As for why he left the old man's full body, perhaps because it provided clues about Carlos and the Lost Empire, a faint light pointing toward the darkness deep inside. After taking one last look at the bloody cave and the old man's body on the stone slab, Caesar turned around without any hesitation. Let's go. Lena had already strapped the 4 bulging packs, containing their last supplies, across her large body. She followed closely behind Caesar. The 2 stepped out of the blood-stained imposter cave, disappearing into the darkness beyond the cave's exit. Caesar's direction was clear, following the path Carlos took 500 years ago to the Lost Empire. Suddenly, darkness swallowed them whole, leaving behind a hellish scene of red and blue light flickering in the cave behind them. Caesar and Lena followed the old man's instructions and entered a huge underground canyon. The ground was full of sharp rocks, and glowing moss on the walls provided faint light. Lena, a large figure, had to squeeze sideways in the narrow space. Her 6 eyes carefully scanned the shadows above and ahead. The direction is correct. Caesar's voice sounded clear in the silence, echoing underground. Caesar noticed changes on the rock wall. In the middle of the canyon, the bare rock was no longer empty. Large relief sculptures appeared, covering a big area. The lines were rough, showing grand scenes. Tall buildings, countless tiny figures bowing to a huge presence in the center. It was the remnants of a glorious time, shining with a dazzling yet sad light under the blue glow. Most details in the reliefs were blurry, but the intense worship atmosphere still deeply affected Caesar, even after so many years. What caught their attention more were the broken statues scattered along the canyon. They were shattered, with bases buried in the rock, limbs and heads scattered everywhere. The statues had strange styles, not typical kings or gods, but figures wearing wide black robes. They held objects like a textured heart, a spine wrapped with intestines, or a twisted head being lifted. The carvings of these organs were very realistic, giving a sense of disrespect for life and a dark, oppressive feeling. Unique taste, Caesar said, glancing at the symbolic organs. The outline of the lost empire became clearer through these remnants. It was definitely not a kind place. Ahead of the canyon, the terrain gradually rose, and jagged rocks became fewer. Caesar and Lena quickened their steps, leaving the underground canyon behind. Suddenly, even Caesar, whose mind was as steady as stone, felt a strong shock at this moment. Lena let out a low, alert, and shocked growl. An unimaginably vast space unfolds at the end of the rift, with a huge city standing at its center, causing a shiver in the soul. Darkness is no longer the absolute ruler. Above the underground world, a tiny, glowing blue river converges into a vast lake. It looks like an inverted starry sky, shining with a faint blue glow, covering the entire area, including the grand city, with a soft halo. This is the most breathtaking architectural sight Caesar has ever seen since crossing over, far beyond anything else. But the blue starry sky is not the only light source. Above the towering city, thick dark red fog rolls slowly, like living creatures, emitting an ominous red glow. The blue and red lights intertwine in the void, creating a dreamlike yet deeply unsettling sea of shadows. Under the glow of these two colors, the city appears blurry and majestic, but also filled with an indescribable loneliness and deathly silence. This scene is probably, in my previous life, it would have overshadowed the whole world. Caesar's voice is deep and slightly hoarse. Even he doesn't realize it. The wide view brings convenience, but also greater danger. Almost as soon as Caesar finishes speaking, Lena's massive muscles tense instantly. Her 3 heads turn sharply to the left, and a threatening roar erupts from her throat. Without hesitation, Caesar grabs Lena's arm and quickly ducks behind a large, half-buried rock, lowering his body. He slowly peeks out, recognizing the outline of a humanoid figure, but it has already been twisted beyond recognition. Some limbs seem to be covered with reflective scales. Others have long fingers with sharp claws, like deformed humans. They move slowly, aimlessly wandering, with cloudy, empty eyes, driven only by primal instinct. Go around. Caesar's voice is very low. Their target is clear, the sleeping city. Unnecessary fighting will only attract more unknown beings. The two move silently through the shadows of rocks and withered plants, using the terrain for cover as much as possible. However, on this outer plain, the number of wanderers was much higher than they expected. They were everywhere. Sometimes, a wanderer that was too close would stumble into their stealthy path. Without words, Lena's large body suddenly burst out of the shadows. Her 6 arms precisely grabbed the target's neck and body. The caught wanderer had no time to react. Caesar quickly moved closer, his silver short sword slicing through the air with a cold arc. Snick! The head rolled off, and the body twitched twice under Lena's grip before going completely limp. The whole scene was silent. The body was quickly dragged into deeper shadows. Caesar and Lena moved slowly but steadily toward the grand dead city. Trouble always comes at the most unexpected moment. A wanderer with ash-gray skin staggered, as if tripped by the broken stones beneath its feet. It suddenly lurched forward, lost balance, and directly crashed into a steep rock wall nearby. Caesar's pupils suddenly shrank. He expected a loud crash, but what hit the wanderer was not the hard black rock. Instead, buzz, the entire dark rock wall suddenly came alive. Caesar realized that it was not just a wall of black stone. It was covered densely with countless creatures pressed close to the wall, their wings folded tightly. Their bodies blended perfectly with the rocks, making them almost indistinguishable in the light. The impact of the wanderer was like disturbing a beehive. In an instant, countless tiny red points of light appeared on the wall. Then, a terrifying wave of sharp, mixed screams erupted. Ugh, Caesar groaned. Even with his strong willpower, he felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. He instinctively covered his ears tightly. Lena beside him was in even more pain. 3 heads simultaneously let out suppressed, painful roars. Her 6 arms clutched her heads, and her huge body trembled slightly. The rock wall collapsed. It was like a stitched-together monster. They had bat-like heads and large membrane wings. But their lower limbs were very different, sharp, eagle-like talons. Stitched bat eagles. They suddenly took off, swirling densely in the air above the area, forming a dark cloud that blocked out the sky. Their scarlet eyes crazily scanned the ground below. Caesar and Lena reacted instinctively the moment the sudden change occurred. They quickly hid behind a large rock they had previously taken shelter behind. Lena, despite her headache, used her 6 arms to forcefully drag a heavy, half-human-sized stone in front of them, blocking the way while leaving a narrow gap for observation. Through the gap, Caesar held his breath and focused intently, watching the area locked onto by the crimson eyes. The target was those wandering creatures. The swarm of bat-like creatures let out even sharper screams and swooped down toward the ground. Their attack was simple and effective. With each dive, their hooked claws tore through the wandering creatures' bodies, splattering blood, flesh, and broken limbs. The creatures cried out in pain, trying to fight back with their mutated limbs, but in the face of overwhelming numbers and aerial advantage, it was useless. Splat! Snap! Within minutes, the area turned into a slaughterhouse. Most of the wandering creatures were shattered, with only a few unlucky ones missing large chunks of flesh from their legs, unable to move, lying in pools of blood and weakly crying out. The circling bat-like creatures seemed to confirm the threat was eliminated. Their sharp screams gradually subsided as they flew back to the huge rock wall, folding their wide membrane wings, hooking their claws into cracks, and pressing their bodies close to the wall. The crimson glow gradually faded. Caesar and Lena remained perfectly still, waiting patiently behind the rocks for several long minutes until they confirmed the bat-like creatures had fallen silent. "Let's go," Caesar's voice was hoarse. The two slowly moved out of their hiding spot, more cautious than before. They kept their eyes fixed on the wall covered with bats until they were completely out of that area. Finally, the jagged rocks and dirt were left behind. In front of them, the view suddenly opened up. Caesar and Lena stepped into a vast area. Under their feet was no longer hard rock, but a layer of low plants. These plants had strange shapes, and, under the interwoven blue and red light, emitted a sickly vitality. Ahead, the enormous lost royal city, beyond recognition, stood tall in the eternal darkness woven with dual-colored light, with no obstacles in sight. Caesar looked over the relatively flat ground ahead. Some wandering creatures staggered among the strange plants. Their goal was that majestic city. Caesar whispered softly, glancing at Lena beside him, who stood firm like a rock. Their 6 eyes shone with caution. The new path to survive has just begun. Silent death shrouded the grand ruins. Caesar and Lena moved carefully toward the huge city. As they got closer, the oppressive feeling of the royal city grew stronger. The tall, dark city walls looked to be over 50 meters high. The bricks were made of a black stone that seemed to absorb light, covered in corrosion marks. The once majestic gates were broken, with twisted metal doors. When Caesar reached the foot of the wall, he saw clearly. On the massive wall, there were blood and flesh carvings. They weren't just carvings. They looked like living tissue forced into shape. Twisted flesh curled around, with what looked like bones sticking out from the wall, wrapped in dark red blood vessels. Some areas even showed wrinkled textures like organs. Under the blue and dark red light, they looked like a blasphemous mix of living things and buildings. These huge reliefs covered much of the wall, giving off a smell of blood and decay. Higher up on the wall, several thick steel pipes stretched out from deep inside. They were rusty, with twisted openings. An abnormal creature beyond its time. Caesar's voice was low. He then signaled to Lena. Both of them immediately crouched down, blending into the rocky shadows on the ground. A few slow-moving wanderers were heading toward the broken gate, serving as the best scouts. They crossed the wreckage of the gate, their figures about to disappear into the city. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound split the air. Caesar's eyes caught a blurry black shadow. In an instant, he shot it down, hitting the head of the lead wanderer. Its twisted body collapsed backward with a loud crash. It's a crossbow arrow. Caesar's expression was calm, his heart unmoved. The silent gate was just an illusion. Traps and guards were normal in this place. Then, a hunched figure crawled out from the shadows of the gate. It still had a human-like skeleton, but its limbs moved on the ground, more like a deformed spider. The strangest part was its back. A metallic crossbow, glowing with a shiny metal sheen, had grown directly on its spine. The crossbow arm slightly opened and closed as it moved. It crawled over to the fallen wanderer and roughly pulled out the arrow that had pierced through its head. The arrow seemed to be connected at the end to some fleshy tendrils. As it moved, the arrow was slowly retracted and snapped back into the crossbow slot on its back, making a sound like metal rubbing against bone. Caesar hid behind a rock and watched the deformed crossbow monster. Reloading is slow, and it doesn't run fast. It seems to focus on locking onto living targets that enter its alert range. When two other wanderers approached the city gate from the side, while the monster was busy reloading, it immediately abandoned the corpse beneath it. It let out a hoarse growl, quickly turned around, and aimed its crossbow again. "Only this one at the gate," Caesar whispered. "If there were others, the ones that got away earlier should have been shot already." The chance was fleeting. Just as the monster fired another arrow, Caesar's leg muscles tensed. He charged suddenly at the stiffening crossbow monster, signaling to Lena with a quick glance. Lena understood instantly. She followed Caesar forward, and 6 small stones the size of fists were grabbed from the ground by her 6 arms. Bang, 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 bang. The stones hit the monster's hunched back hard. The powerful impact made it tumble forward, and the crossbow on its back squealed as metal twisted. Caesar quickly moved close and stabbed his silver sword precisely into the exposed back of the monster's heart. Then he hit upward. Thud! The monster's head fell off from its neck. Its headless body twitched violently, and black blood gushed out from the severed neck. Caesar swiftly withdrew his sword, avoiding the splattering black blood. He looked down at the deformed creature. The crossbow was deeply embedded in its spine, with metal and flesh strangely fused together. Blood vessels intertwined with the metal parts, forming a twisted war machine built for killing. "Let's go." Caesar and Lena exchanged a quick look. They quickly pressed close to the tall city wall and carefully entered through the broken gate, stepping into the lost 1,000-year-old capital. Inside, everything was silent and ruined, but traces of its former glory could still be seen. The wide street was large enough for a giant dragon to pass through. On both sides stood strange-looking buildings. Most of the stone houses were just frames, with carvings so eroded they were barely visible. But faintly, you could see images of disrespectful symbols. Caesar made a gesture, and the two quickly slipped into a nearby, relatively intact stone house. The door was already rotten, hanging only halfway on the frame. Inside, the space was quite large and covered in thick dust. It seemed to have been a tavern, with broken glasses scattered behind the bar. Strangely, there were no remains on the ground, and hardly any signs of a fight. It was as if, in an instant, some force had wiped everything away. Caesar carefully searched around, but found nothing useful. He then left the tavern and carefully checked the neighboring houses, but they were all the same. When Caesar's eyes fell on a slightly different-looking stone house, he stopped. At the entrance, there were many rusted swords and knives, turned to scrap metal. Even under the thick dust, it was clear this was once a weapons shop. Caesar signaled Lena to watch outside while he slipped inside. The interior was even messier than the tavern, with broken weapon racks and rusted weapons scattered everywhere. Suddenly, Caesar froze. At the back of the shop, under a collapsed heavy stone shelf, lay a large shield. Its top half was exposed. The shield was a deep black color, made of a strange material. Caesar felt it and thought it wasn't metal. It was cold to the touch and had a strange, tough feel. The surface was covered with complex carved patterns. The lines twisted and wriggled like living veins. The shield was almost as tall as Caesar's chest and wide enough to cover most of his body. Caesar reached out and grabbed the edge of the shield, pulling with force. Huh! A look of surprise flashed in Caesar's eyes. The shield was much lighter than he expected. It felt only slightly heavier than a wooden shield of the same size. With his strong body, thanks to his warheart training, he could easily lift it. Great find, Caesar said excitedly. He pulled the shield out completely. The handle was wrapped in a tough black leather, giving a very good grip. Next to the shield, there was a long sword matching its style. The sword had a deep black blade, with twisting patterns extending from the handle, similar to those on the shield. The handle was also wrapped in black leather, and its length and balance were just right. It looks like it was made just for me. Caesar picked up the long sword. The blade was surprisingly light, thanks to a special material that greatly reduced its weight. Now this is truly a legendary weapon. It seems to be a custom piece from former nobility, but it was abandoned before it could be used. Caesar looked excited. This unexpected treasure made him happy. Without hesitation, he strapped a large black shield onto his back and secured it with a buckle on his stone armor. One shield and one sword, matching in style, deep as the night, fitting Caesar's serious demeanor perfectly. Caesar continued searching inside the shop and found a few relatively intact short swords. They appeared to be made from a special metal with no rust on the blades. He left the weapon shop and handed the short swords to Lena. She looked at Caesar with her 6 eyes, then at the swords, and let out a low growl happily as she took them. She held one short sword in each of her 6 arms. Facing the unknown monsters inside the city, using weapons was much safer than using her claws, especially considering possible poisons. Caesar's gaze crossed the broken streets and looked toward the deepest part of the city. There, a huge castle stood taller than all the surrounding buildings. Its spires pierced through swirling red fog. Let's go. Caesar took a deep breath, ready for what was ahead. Lena's 6 eyes carefully scanned every shadow in the ruins in front of them. She tightly gripped her 6 short swords. The 2 of them, one behind the other, left the weapon shop that had brought them unexpected gains, heading toward the most mysterious part of the royal city. Blue and dark red light intertwined, illuminating the grand and blasphemous castle. Caesar and Lena stood at the top of tall steps. On either side, 2 huge statues stood. They still wore long robes, looking both magnificent and strange. The statue on the left held a large stone sculpture of a heart, while the one on the right raised a twisted, stretched human skeleton. Its hollow eye sockets stared down at the intruders below. Caesar quickly drew his large black shield from his back. At the same time, his black sword at his waist was unsheathed. Lena let out a low growl, gripping her 6 short swords tightly in her fingers. Caesar and Lena stepped onto the stairs. Their footsteps echoed clearly in the silence. At the end of the stairs is a tall, deep corridor. However, Caesar's pupils narrow as he sees that the entire wall and the soaring ceiling are covered with a thick layer of white silk webbing. Caesar gently tests a strand of silk on the wall with his sword tip. With a soft snap, the silk breaks. But in the next second, the broken end doesn't fall away. Instead, it twists wildly like a muscle, and both ends of the broken silk quickly extend. In just a few breaths, the cut area completely heals, and the webbing becomes even thicker than before. Alive, Caesar frowns, and both he and Lena step back cautiously, staring at the writhing silk strands. Caesar quickly takes out a flint from Lena's bag. Spark! A small piece of oilcloth ignites. The flame approaches the silk web, turning the white strands black quickly. But thicker silk strands burst out from deep within the wall at a visible speed, eventually leaving only a charred mark. The area is then rapidly filled and reinforced with new white silk, reproducing faster than burning. Caesar's eyes are cold as he extinguishes the fire. He looks along the densest silk strands toward the left side of the corridor. There, a narrow passage extends into the unknown darkness, seeming to be the source of these silk threads. Let's go this way. Caesar's voice is firm. He raises his large black shield and leads into the left corridor. Lena, a large figure, follows closely behind. Her 6 short swords cross in front of her, and her eyes are fixed on the rear, ready to defend against any attack from behind. The deeper they go, the denser the silk web becomes. Underfoot, they no longer walk on stone slabs, but on a thick carpet. Suddenly, a faint sound reaches Caesar's sharp ears, like a woman's crying. This doesn't look good, Caesar thinks, alert. He pushes his shield forward. At the end of the narrow corridor, the space suddenly opens up. A huge area appears before their eyes, filled with twisted metal frames, shattered glassware, and a strong, foul smell in the air. But the most terrifying sight is at the top of the space. Countless silk-wrapped, cocoon, pods hang densely, with faint human shapes visible inside. Caesar's gaze sweeps across the space, trying to find the source of the silk threads. Boom. Clang. A row of tall metal frames on the left suddenly shook violently, then collapsed like dominoes from the other end of the space. A huge dark shadow was rushing toward them at an incredible speed, smashing through obstacles. Run, Caesar shouted softly, rolling to the sides with Lena to dodge. The metal frame fell, revealing the monster's shape. Caesar's pupils shrank slightly. Since crossing over here, he had seen so many strange things that he had developed resistance. His initial shock was quickly replaced by cold, killing intent. The upper body was a terrifying mass of 8 female torsos forcibly fused together. Their heads were twisted and pressed against each other, with features covered in black fur. Their mouths opened and closed, emitting chaotic, sharp screams. Where arms should have been, there were 8 spider-like limbs covered in black shells, wildly waving. Supporting the upper body was a large spider-shaped abdomen and 8 long legs covered in stiff hair. The whole monster was nearly 5 meters tall. Shriek! All 8 heads let out piercing screams, locking onto Caesar and Lena as they charged forward. The spider limbs below swung down fiercely. Caesar exchanged a quick glance with Lena. Without words, Lena rushed to the monster's left side, while Caesar slid to the right, swinging his black sword forcefully at one of the monster's legs. Clang! Thud! The sword hit the leg covered in stiff hair and shell, producing a dull metallic clash. Caesar felt a strong rebound from the blade. It didn't cut through the tough shell completely, but left a clear dent. The monster's huge body staggered suddenly from the imbalance. On the left, Lena's 6 short swords also struck another leg, creating dents. The force from her 6 arms made the monster's center of gravity even less stable. But it had 8 legs. After a brief wobble, it quickly steadied itself with its other legs. Its fused spider-like upper body became even more frantic, stabbing toward Lena. Ah! Caesar shouted loudly. His left arm muscles instantly bulged with battle energy. He slammed his large black shield forcefully at the joint of the leg he had wounded. Boom! The sound of shell cracking echoed as the thick, sturdy leg broke at the joint. Dark green, sticky liquid splattered everywhere. The monster let out a loud, piercing scream that mixed 8 different tones. Lena, go up, Caesar shouted without stopping, using his shield to block a sweeping limb, then yelling at Lena on the other side. Lena's eyes were full of determination. Taking advantage of the monster's brief pause, she used her 6 arms to quickly climb onto its upper body. She stabbed her short sword into its flesh, anchoring herself firmly. Ah! The monster's 8 heads screamed in terror. Its mutated limbs stabbed fiercely at Lena, who was pressed close to its body. Puff! 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 The limbs pierced Lena's skin, and her blood instantly stained her fur. But her wolf blood's healing power kicked in. The wounds sealed quickly as the limbs were pulled out, and the injuries began to heal. Roar! Lena let out a deafening roar. She stopped trying to cut through the hard limbs and focused on the roots where the limbs connected to the body. Her short sword swung wildly, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Each strike precisely cut through the flesh at the connection point. The mutated limbs, covered in thick liquid, were forcibly severed from the monster's torso. Caesar's transformed arms gave him terrifying strength. He swung his black shield wildly, targeting the remaining supporting legs. Bang! The huge body of the monster shook violently. The remaining legs could no longer support it, and its lower half collapsed with a loud crash. The 8 heads on the upper body raised in pain and terror, mouths wide open. SSS. 8 thick, white silk threads shot out, instantly wrapping around Lena. The threads were incredibly strong and sticky, tightening quickly in an attempt to trap Lena inside a new cocoon. "Lena, come down," Caesar shouted loudly. Hearing Caesar, Lena stopped struggling. Instead, she drove her 6 short swords deep into the monster's flesh as leverage. Using her legs with all her strength, she kicked downward forcefully. With the recoil, her massive body broke free from the tangled silk threads. She leapt off the monster's upper body, covered in sticky white silk, and fell heavily to the ground, rolling to stop. Just as Lena was about to escape, Caesar moved. Their legs suddenly became warlike, muscles bursting with terrible strength. The person transformed into a blurry black shadow leaping high, wielding a black longsword, forcefully cutting at the base of the 8 heads' necks. Swish! The upper body, made of 8 female torsos fused together, was cut cleanly, and dark green blood shot into the air. Caesar landed, swung his sword again, and chopped the remaining half of the body, which was still spraying residual silk threads, into pieces in midair. The monster's torso crashed to the ground. Caesar ignored the twitching fragments on the ground. He walked over to Lena, who was still struggling to tear at the silk threads on her body. With precise cuts, he helped her free herself. Lena growled softly, quickly got up, and with 6 eyes alert, looked around at the hanging cocoons. Inside, the writhing seemed even more intense after the monster's death. "Burn it!" Caesar's voice was cold. Lena quickly took out a flint and handed it to Caesar. Caesar lit a flame and threw it unhesitatingly onto the monster's remains on the ground. The flames instantly devoured the silk threads and debris, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. The fire spread wildly along the dense silk threads into the narrow corridor they had come through. "Let's go," Caesar whispered sharply to Lena, turning around and rushing toward the narrow passage. Behind them, the nursery rapidly turned into a sea of flames. The fire spread along the omnipresent silk threads, replacing the white with orange-red flames. The hanging cocoons burst in the fire, emitting piercing screams. Caesar and Lena burst out of the narrow corridor and returned to the main hall. It was not spared either. Flames spread along the walls and ceilings, silk threads like a plague. The grand corridor instantly became a burning tunnel of fire. The thick layers of cocoon wrapped around the huge metal door quickly peeled away under the flames, revealing a narrow in the center of the door. "Now's the time," Caesar rushed to the door, forcing the edge of his large black shield into the. Lena's massive body immediately pressed forward, all 6 arms pushing against the other side of the shield. "1, 2, 3, Caesar shouted softly. Both of them unleashed all their strength at once. Their warlike arm muscles tensed, and the heavy shield, like a crowbar, creaked as it was forced against the metal. With a grinding sound, they slowly pushed open the long-sealed metal door. As the gap in the door widens, a wave of intense heat, far hotter than the fire behind, rushes out along with the smell of sulfur. "Go in," Caesar's shout is barely audible amid the scorching storm. But Caesar and Lena move quickly. Even though their skin burns painfully, they rely on instinct and teamwork to squeeze through the narrow opening into the unknown doorway. Their figures disappear. The heavy metal gate, losing external support, suddenly closes inward with great force due to inertia. Bang! Inside and outside the door are once again separated into 2 worlds. Outside is a corridor of flames burning fiercely. Caesar and Lena vanish into the silent, high-temperature space inside the door. The heavy metal door crashes shut behind them, cutting off the smell of burning and the flickering flames in the corridor. Cough, cough. The intense heat instantly engulfs Caesar, and the sulfuric smell fills his nose. Every breath burns his throat. Caesar instinctively raises his black shield. As he looks around, his eyes narrow slightly. This castle's core is nothing like the grand hall he imagined. It looks more like a giant, primitive machine furnace forced inside a stone shell. Instead of stone walls, there are rusted metal grids. Through the holes, Caesar glimpses dark red liquid flowing in the deeper darkness below. Ahead is a large circular hall, but it's filled with countless rusty, twisted metal pipes. These pipes wind around the walls and ceiling, hissing as they leak air. Suddenly, a pipe outlet nearby erupts with a burst of dark red flames. The hot blast hits Caesar's shield, sparks flying. This doesn't look like the core area. Caesar's sharp eyes scan the surroundings, then slowly settle on the center of the hall. There is a huge boiler, with metal pipes extending from its bottom into the metal grid below. It seems to be drawing the red liquid from underneath. Several smaller boilers are scattered around, all humming. It looks like the inside of this castle has been completely emptied out, turning it into a strange outpost. Caesar's gaze passes over the center and locks onto the large metal gate behind the hall. It seems the real boss is behind that door. Caesar quickly understood what was happening. Just now, outside the castle, the walls blocked the view behind, and even the intertwined light couldn't. A deep, twisted roar came from Lena's back, disturbed by the heat. "Let's go." Caesar's voice was hoarse from the heat. The two of them stayed close to the cold wall edge, moving carefully on the grid floor. Every time the pipes shot fire, they had to quickly crouch down, avoiding the flames that brushed past, leaving small scorch marks on Caesar's leather armor and Lena's fur. Lena's 6 eyes kept watch in all directions. However, her earlier action of pushing open the door seemed to wake up the furnace. Ugh! Hum! The large central boiler made a dull sound. Then a thick burst of red steam shot out fiercely from its seam. All the smaller boilers around responded at the same time, releasing a large amount of crimson steam. The steam was thicker than the dark red fog outside the city, instantly filling the round hall. Visibility was heavily blocked, and just a few steps away, everything was a chaotic red mist. The temperature was rising rapidly. Caesar's giant shield immediately moved in front of him. Lena quickly shifted to the side, pressing her body close behind Caesar, alertly watching the surroundings. Suddenly, a dull sound of breaking air echoed. The red steam surged wildly ahead. Using his combat instinct, Caesar quickly grabbed Lena, and both of them rolled to the side. Boom! A huge spiked metal hammer slammed down where they had just been standing, causing the metal grid to dent and sparks to fly. Caesar steadied himself, raising his shield to protect his vital points. He tried to see the attacker, but visibility was too low. What worried him more was that at the edge of the red steam, he faintly saw several small shadows moving quickly, making metallic friction sounds. Screech! Lena was suddenly attacked. A small shadow lunged out of the red fog. Lena reacted very quickly. Her large body dodged swiftly, while her 2 arms tightly held the attacker. Caesar didn't even turn around. Based on the strange sounds coming from Lena's position, he spun around and swung his giant shield backward. Bang! The shield hit the strange creature on the ground with a loud impact, causing bones and metal to deform with a mixed sound. When Caesar got closer, he finally saw the strange monster. The creature was pressed to the ground by Lena, and Caesar's shield had crushed its chest. Its body looked like a skinned cat human, covered in dark red blood vessels. Its back was connected to a rusty small boiler, fused roughly with flesh and bone. Inside the boiler, faintly visible, was some thick red substance. Twisted pipes extended from the boiler, replacing its arms. The left arm ended in a circular saw covered with fierce spikes, while the right arm had transformed into a dark green-scaled claw. "Lena, don't get hurt, and don't touch its blood," Caesar shouted. Lena growled in response, her 6 pupils fixed on the rolling blood around them. She pressed her back tightly against Caesar, feeling the tiny sounds of movement approaching. Caesar wasn't worried about these small boiler monsters. The real threat was the monster wielding a warhammer. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps and the screech of metal sounded. A huge, blurry shadow rapidly grew in the steam. The warhammer tore through the steam and crashed toward them. Caesar and Lena quickly dodged to the sides. Boom! The metal grid on the ground collapsed completely, revealing a mass of flesh-like material underneath. With flames erupting from a nearby pipe, Caesar finally saw the huge creature clearly. It was a giant fused from flesh and machinery. Its upper body was a mutated human, with swollen flesh, similar to Caesar's war form. But its lower body was gone, replaced by a rough mechanical horse, driven by yellowed, rusty gears. Every movement was accompanied by blood-colored steam and grinding sounds. On its back was a massive boiler, several times larger than the small monsters, the same one from the middle of the hall, fused with its distorted flesh. A thicker pipe extended from the left side of the boiler, replacing its right arm, which was the huge warhammer. Each time the boiler made a dull, puff sound, red steam burst from the connection, giving the hammer a sudden burst of speed. Its left arm had mutated into a scaly limb ending in a large sickle-shaped bone blade, covered with fierce spikes and clearly poisoned. This is tricky. Caesar's eyes were cold. In an instant, he activated his war heart to strengthen his arm and swung his black longsword fiercely at the mechanical leg. Clang! A loud clash accompanied sparks, and the sword only left a deep scratch on the dull yellow metal. The recoil made Caesar's arm go numb. The mechanical leg was made of very tough material. At the same time, small boiler monsters hiding in the steam took the chance to attack Caesar and Lena from behind. Caesar had to stop attacking the big monster and quickly moved around in the narrow space. He focused on holding back the boiler monster. Every block made his shield shake loudly, causing his arm to go numb. The monster's strength wasn't greater than Caesar's, but after being sped up, his warhammer's power doubled. This monster's power source is the boiler on its back. Caesar stared hard at the giant boiler monster, examining every detail. It moved clumsily, with stiff turns, and each move was accompanied by red steam pouring out from the boiler on its back. Lena, attack from behind, Caesar shouted toward the faint figure in the steam in the distance. Roar! Seeing Caesar's shadow in the distance, Lena roared back. She then became the best cleaner, using her large size and 6 arms to gain a clear advantage. When the small monsters charged, her 2 arms quickly grabbed and twisted their bodies. Then she stabbed her short sword through the connection point between the monster's flesh and the boiler. 2 other arms fiercely struck the monsters trying to get behind Caesar, knocking them away. Lena remembered Caesar's warning. She couldn't let their blood touch her. The wolf's strong healing ability helped her withstand some injuries, but the poison was an unknown threat. Continuing like this isn't a good idea. The temperature is rising. Caesar's mind raced quickly. Sweat just started to dry on his skin from the steam. He tried to fight while retreating, leading the huge monster toward the sealed metal gate behind him. Caesar suddenly roared, fully activating his war heart. His body instantly expanded, and a giant war titan appeared in the steam. He hung his long sword at his waist and pressed his huge palm against the metal gate, unleashing all his strength. Creak! A metallic twisting sound echoed as the heavy, mountain-like door was pushed open slightly under Caesar's superhuman strength, revealing a tiny. This sudden movement also drew the attention of the steam monster. The boiler behind it roared wildly, spewing red steam as it charged fiercely at Caesar, who had just transformed. Roar! Caesar quickly turned around and raised his huge black shield. Bang! A loud crash shook the entire furnace hall. A powerful shockwave briefly cleared the surrounding red fog. Caesar's massive foot sank into the metal grid, and the force from his shield made his arms numb. The monster's strength was nearly equal to his. Lena, behind me, Caesar shouted through gritted teeth, holding his shield. Lena understood immediately. She had already dealt with the small monsters nearby before Caesar transformed. Hearing his call, she ignored the hot air and lunged from the side toward the back of the huge steam monster. Puff! 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 3 short swords stabbed into the connection between the boiler and the monster's flesh. The other 3 swords were used as heavy hammers, smashing the boiler's outer shell with their handles. Clang! 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 The metal shell dented and deformed under Lena's strength. The blood vessels and pipes at the connection tore apart. As the connection broke, strange clicking sounds came from inside the boiler, and dark red flesh and mud fell from the damaged area. Ugh! The giant steam monster's movements instantly stiffened. Although the boiler behind it was still running, the steam erupted chaotically. The pipes delivering power were badly damaged, causing the hammer to lose its momentum. Now's the time. Caesar's eyes flashed with determination. He suddenly pushed his shield forward with great force, temporarily forcing the monster back, and drew a black longsword. Puff! The sword precisely pierced the side of the monster's swollen, deformed head. Then he twisted his wrist sharply. The monster's roar suddenly stopped. Its huge body twitched violently, and then collapsed forward with a loud crash. But just as it fell, Inside the damaged boiler, broken gears rubbed against each other, and a faint red spark suddenly ignited. Run! Caesar's pupils shrank, his muscles tensing as he leaped backward. At the same time, he grabbed Lena, who was about to strike again, and pulled her forcefully away. Boom! The explosion's shockwave tore through the steam, revealing a moment of clarity, and also threw Caesar and Lena forcefully backward, causing them to crash against the cold metal wall. Caesar grunted softly, his battle state instantly fading, returning to his normal form. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Lena was hit by several hot fragments, but her wounds quickly stopped bleeding and shrank thanks to her werewolf bloodline. Caesar wiped the blood from his lips, watching the flames and rising black smoke from the monster's wreckage. An extremely risky but possibly the only way out plan quickly formed in his mind. Lena, gather the small ones behind the door, Caesar growled low, rushing again toward the huge metal door. Despite her pain, Lena, with her 6 bloodshot eyes, let out a threatening roar and lunged at the remaining small boiler monster in the steam. Caesar took a deep breath of hot air, reigniting his fighting spirit. He no longer tried to push open the entire door, but used his shield to hold tightly against the burning wreckage of the huge steam monster. With all his strength, he pushed it forcefully toward the metal door. Meanwhile, Lena ignored her injuries, crashing into the remaining small monster, grabbing it, and smashing it against the back of the giant door. Bang! The burning wreckage and the small monster were crushed together, hitting the metal door. The small boiler monster exploded in a series of blasts, causing the gap in the door to widen slightly under the force and shock of the explosions. Caesar quickly reverted from his battle form, dodging behind his shield, and roared at the bloodied Lena. Lena, follow me. Hearing Caesar's call, Lena hesitated not, abandoning her enemy and rushing across the scorching battlefield with incredible speed, sparks flying around her. She reached Caesar instantly, sticking close to his massive black shield. At this moment, Caesar was standing on one side of the giant door, while Lena, in perfect coordination, pressed against the other side. The two exchanged a quick glance across the burning wreckage. Behind them, the remaining small monsters Lena had temporarily driven back, along with the heavy footsteps of what seemed to be new enemies approaching through the steam. Push! Caesar gritted his teeth and shouted. Both of them unleashed all their strength at once. Caesar once again partially transformed his arms into a battle form, while Lena's 6 arms pressed against her shield, roaring with all her might. Creak! This time, their combined force finally widened enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. At the same time, the broken boiler behind the wreckage emitted a loud metallic tearing sound. Shield! Caesar managed to shout just one word. Lena understood immediately. Her 6 arms suddenly snatched the large black shield from Caesar's hands. Both of them shrank back, pressing the huge black shield firmly in front of them. Boom! Now is the time. At the moment the explosion's shockwave reached its peak, Caesar, bearing the impact of the shield, lunged forward suddenly. The war-formed arm tightly grasped the door frame edge, forcing his body to squeeze through the gap behind the shield and into the open door. Lena, as Caesar entered, he quickly turned and, with his giant hand, reached out through the door to grab one of Lena's arms. Roar! Lena also unleashed all her strength. Using Caesar's pull, she suddenly lunged forward and crashed through the door opening. A sharp piece of metal sliced through Caesar's arm and Lena's fur, causing blood to gush out instantly, then evaporate in the hot blast of air. Finally, they rushed into the darkness behind the door. Lena reacted quickly. The moment her body passed through the door, 2 of her 6 arms suddenly yanked the black shield forcefully inward. The large black shield was just dragged inside the door. With the obstacle gone, the heavy metal door behind them, under the force of the explosion's residual shock and its own terrifying weight, slammed shut with a loud bang. Bang! The interior was dimly lit, and there was complete silence. Caesar leaned against the cold wall, slowly sliding to the ground. His war-formed arm returned to normal. He fumbled in Lena's bag, found a water pouch, took a hard drink, then handed it to Lena, who was gasping nearby. In the darkness, Caesar groped to find the large black shield. Its surface was hot, with scorch marks from the explosion and bits of monster flesh and blood remaining on the edges. He strapped it back on, the cold touch invigorating him. Lena also gathered her scattered short swords. Their 6 eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings in the dim light. After a brief rest, Caesar supported himself against the wall and slowly stood up. He struck a flint to ignite a cloth soaked in oil. The faint firelight illuminated their blood-stained faces and revealed what lay ahead. A deep corridor, with walls and ceiling made of huge black stones. The surface was covered with even more grand and blasphemous carvings than those outside the castle. The air was cold and dry. The true core of the lost thousand-year empire is at the end of this corridor. In the darkness, the flickering flames dance on the faces of the 2 people, who remain silent and determined. Without words, the 2 figures disappear into the dark corridor. A faint flame flickers in Caesar's hand, casting shadows on the large, twisted reliefs carved into the stone wall of the corridor, making them seem alive. The light reveals many shadowy, octopus-like creatures waving their tentacles, strange distorted monsters, and even the giant boiler monster from the furnace hall, all carved into the stone wall. Caesar's heart sinks. These are not just decorations. They seem to be records, or perhaps something worse. He tightly grips his large black shield, pressing it close to the cold stone wall. Now, he feels haunted, seeing strange, twisted monsters everywhere. Lena follows closely behind, her eyes scanning the shadows around her. 6 small swords in her hands quietly adjust their angles. Finally, the corridor ends. There stands a door, similar in style to the previous large metal gate, but much smaller, made of a glowing metal with intricate patterns etched on it. The patterns converge into disturbing shapes resembling internal organs, both ornate and deeply blasphemous. Caesar stops, takes a deep breath. The cold air smells of dust. He steadies his large shield in front of him, ready for battle at any moment. He slowly pushes the shield toward the blasphemous metal door. Lena, seeing this, growls softly and steps forward to help push. But Caesar suddenly turns his head sharply, stopping her with his gaze, then signals her to stay back. Lena's large body freezes instantly, her 6 eyes fixed on the narrow opening of the door, her 6 short swords poised for attack. Unexpectedly, the door opens. There is no heavy resistance as he expected. Caesar pushes with some force, and the door slides inward with a faint creak, revealing darkness and silence beyond. Caesar, exerting too much strength, stumbles forward. Quickly, he reacts, pulling back his large black shield, shielding Lena behind him. The 2 lean against the cold stone wall of the corridor, holding their breath. Their 8 eyes stare like searchlights into the dark unknown behind the door. A few seconds passed without any attack or sound, only dust drifting in the faint firelight. Caesar's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He turned his head to look at Lena, who was muscles tense beside him. He slightly smiled and said, "That you're quite clever, Lena." Lena's 6 eyes all turned toward Caesar. Her mouth moved slightly, as if trying to process his compliment. Under the flickering firelight, Caesar clearly saw a rare moment of embarrassment flicker across her 6 pupils. This expression on her face looked strange and inexplicably lively. Lena seemed to want to say something, but finally just awkwardly scratched the back of her head with her 6 arms, making a few unclear sounds. This brief moment slightly eased the heavy, oppressive feeling in the corridor. Caesar suppressed his smile, and his eyes sharpened again. He raised his shield once more, carefully slid sideways into the door, and Lena followed closely behind, almost pressed against Caesar's back. Her 6 short swords remained alert, pointing in all directions. The firelight illuminated the space behind the door. Caesar froze. The scene before him was completely different from everything he had seen since entering this forbidden empire, yet it also made sense. It should be like this, but because it was normal, it felt unexpectedly strange. It was a relatively well-preserved Gothic-style hall. The tall dome was covered with spider webs and thick dust, but the intricate structure was still visible. A very ornate long table occupied the center of the hall, covered in thick ash. It was faintly recognizable as a place for banquets or meetings. Trap, Caesar's warning bell didn't stop ringing. Instead, the strange calm made him even more alert. Danger often lurks beneath calm surfaces. Caesar signaled Lena to stay alert. The two moved slowly and carefully. His gaze swept across the hall and finally settled on the open doorway on one side. He slowly approached and looked inside. It seemed to be a kitchen, with a decayed wooden table and food that had long turned to ash scattered on the ground. Caesar moved along the edge of the hall and stepped onto a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Squeak, creak. Every step on the ancient stairs sounded especially sharp in the silence. Caesar moved more quietly, while Lena, using her natural agility and sharp claws, silently climbed up on all fours. The second floor was just as empty, with a large dining table surrounded by broken, rotten chairs. The table had traces of food that had turned to powder over time. Caesar looked at several closed doors, finally stopping at one. He gently pushed it open, using the faint light from his fire to see inside. This was probably the castle owner's study. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, most of the books turned into crumbling paper and dust. A large desk faced the door, also covered in thick ash. But Caesar's eyes suddenly froze. In the center of the desk, there was a piece of paper. This paper stood out because it was not decayed or turned to dust. Its texture was the same as the paper in Caesar's hand. From the Veslet Continent records, Caesar took a deep breath, calming his rising emotions. He slowly stepped forward. Instead of touching it with his hand, he carefully used the tip of his sword to lift the edge of the paper. After making sure there were no traps or debris, he gently picked it up and held it close to the fire. Familiar handwriting appeared. When you read this paper, congratulations, friend. You have successfully survived the monsters outside that desecrate life. Welcome to this cursed palace. Now want to leave? The door is deep in the castle's cellar below. There's a big machine, a giant steam pot that can boil stones into soup. You need to find a mineral called the Illusion Realm Stone and put it into the pot to melt. When the soup boils, it will make contact with the air above your head. At that moment, a temporary passage will open. Remember, that's your only chance, but if the stone runs out, you will be buried here forever, until the end of time. Carlos never gets lost vein, note, except in this cursed place. Caesar finished reading every word, his brow furrowing, then slowly relaxing. Carlos really did escape from here. A heavy stone in Caesar's heart seemed to fall. But the scene described in Carlos's letter and the warning about the possible exhaustion of the Illusion Realm Stone cast dark clouds over him again. He carefully stored Carlos's letter. His eyes returned to the desk, where an ink-dried feather pen lay, next to a slightly darker piece of paper. No, this is not evolution. This is blasphemy. It's a curse. This is a story about a fallen empire that has dug its own grave. I hear it, whispering, calling us to embrace this twisted new life. We must stop burying everything, including ourselves, forever. Caesar's gaze lingers on the word, forever, as if it were a final message written by a core member of the empire, using their remaining sanity before being completely corrupted. A flood of information swirls in Caesar's mind, but uncovering the truth of the past no longer matters. Suddenly, Caesar lifts his head sharply, his eyes piercing through the dust in the study. The way out is below, but hope might also be completely snuffed out there. Caesar exhales deeply, then looks at Lena, who has been standing alert at the door like a steadfast rock. Are you afraid? Caesar's voice echoes in the silent room. Lena's large body seems to pause for a moment. She slowly turns her head, her 6 eyes focused on Caesar's face. There is no fear, no confusion, only trust in Caesar. Lena lets out a low growl from her throat, then silently moves closer to Caesar, stopping half a step beside him. Her action is the clearest answer. Whether the road ahead leads to life or to danger, she will walk with him. Caesar looks into Lena's eyes, seeing her pure determination. His last doubts are pushed aside. He pats the scrolls of Carlos tucked at his waist, his gaze becoming sharp again. Good, Caesar whispers firmly, his voice small, but full of unwavering resolve. Let's find the last way out. He turns and walks outward, Lena following closely behind, like his most loyal shadow. Caesar and Lena return to the Gothic hall, the faint glow of fire flickering on their blood-stained faces. Caesar carefully surveys the hall, while Lena silently checks the corners. Her 6 short swords are slightly adjusted in her fingers, ready to tear apart any lurking threat. Finally, Caesar's gaze settles on the large beast hide rug covering the floor. Its edges are rotten and curled, revealing a faint metallic shine underneath. Lena, Caesar's voice is low and steady, quickly glancing at her. Without saying much, Lena quickly moved across the open ground and stopped at the other end of the hall. She deeply pressed her 6 arms into the edge of the beast hide carpet. Caesar also bent down, ready to unleash his warlike power. Now, he whispered, and both of them suddenly released terrifying strength. The heavy beast hide carpet was forcefully torn up by their strength, kicking up dust that made it hard to see and revealing cold metal plates underneath. Caesar ignored the choking dust and quickly looked along the edge of the metal plate. Near the center of the hall, he found a square door embedded in the metal with a large rusty iron ring on top. "Here," Caesar whispered, grabbing the cold iron ring. He took a deep breath, and his warlike arm instantly expanded. Squeak! The metal creaked as Caesar forced the heavy square door open. Lena's large body quickly pressed close, her arms inserted into the gap, all 6 arms working together. "Huh!" Lena let out a deep roar. Boom! Together, they lifted the heavy metal door, which fell to the side with a loud bang, shaking dust from the hall's ceiling. A faint dark red glow, mixed with familiar hot air, burst out from the opening. Caesar quickly held his large black shield in front of him. Lena immediately pressed close behind Caesar, and the 6 short swords crossed in front of them, staring intently at the dark hall covered in dust behind. Below the opening, there was a steep metal staircase. Under the red glow, the walls on both sides were covered with twisted metal pipes, occasionally hissing as they leaked air, with a sulfur smell of hot air escaping from these gaps. The staircase quickly reached the bottom, leading to a round metal chamber about the size of a basketball court. In the center of the chamber was a giant furnace made of countless gears and twisted pipes. Although rusty-looking, its overall structure seemed surprisingly intact. Thick pipes extended deep into the chamber's floor and walls, like roots. Caesar's gaze swept the ground, his pupils slightly shrinking. Around the base of the furnace, scattered twisted corpses could be seen. From their still relatively intact clothing fragments, they appeared to be former nobles of the empire. They seemed to be engaged in a frantic battle of self-destruction at the very core of the underground, in their final moments of life. "Corruption," Caesar's voice was cold, with a faint hint of disgust. The words on his last letter seemed to whisper in his ear. Caesar didn't linger long. His gaze swept across the spherical chamber and quickly fixed on a small, unremarkable metal hatch embedded in the wall behind the furnace device. Click! Caesar used the hilt of his sword to pry open the rusty latch and forcefully pulled the hatch open. A strange, cold energy wave burst out instantly, dispersing some of the intense heat. The space inside was small, but it was filled with several chunks of mineral emitting a steady, faint blue glow. They were carefully placed on metal supports, each about half a person tall, with stars seeming to flow inside them. Caesar's heart, despite having faced countless life-and-death battles, was pounding fiercely now. Hope, the last hope Carlos left behind. Fortunately, a hoarse whisper escaped Caesar's cracked lips, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Without hesitation, Caesar and Lena immediately returned to the hall. Using a short sword, they cut the large beast hide carpet into several thick mats. Back in the furnace chamber, Caesar was cautious. He signaled to Lena not to touch anything directly, as no one knew if these minerals had other twisted abilities. They carefully wrapped one of the illusion stones with the cut beast hide. Surprisingly, the mineral was much lighter than it looked. Together, they lifted it out of the storage compartment and moved toward the large furnace in the center. The top of the furnace had a big opening. Caesar, transforming his arm into a war form, and Lena worked together to throw the wrapped illusion stone into it with force. 1, 2, 3, until the huge opening was almost filled with the faint blue glow. However, the expected reaction did not occur. The furnace remained silent, unchanged. No reaction? Caesar frowned, his heart tightening again. Suddenly, Caesar bent down and looked at the bottom of the furnace. Under the metal grid connected to the pipe at the end, the space where fuel was stored was empty. The fuel chamber is empty. Caesar immediately understood the key point. He remembered the first castle's furnace hall, where the boilers were connected to pipes drawing dark red flesh mud. Caesar quickly searched around the large furnace device. On the other side of the spherical chamber wall, a rusted gear-shaped valve, almost blending into the wall, came into view. "Lena, stay alert," Caesar whispered loudly. His war-formed arms grabbed the horizontal bar tightly, unleashing all his strength. Creak! An ear-splitting metal screech sounded as the bar slowly turned under Caesar's superhuman power. However, the sound of the fuel chamber door opening did not come. Caesar looked down through the gap in the grate at the bottom of the furnace. He saw that the heavy metal door at the bottom of the fuel chamber was completely stuck, as if something from below had tightly jammed it. Caesar cursed. He tried several times, but the door seemed welded shut. His eyes sharpened. In an instant, he made a decision. "Lena, stay above. Wait for my signal." He pointed to the platform at the bottom of the furnace. "Roar!" Lena let out a quick low growl. A flash of panic crossed her eyes as she stared intently at Caesar. But she didn't stop him. Instead, her massive body tensed even more, her claws digging deep into the metal ground. Caesar didn't wait for her response. He leapt into the empty fuel chamber from the opening at the top of the furnace. The height was only a few meters. Caesar landed steadily. The interior of the fuel chamber was quite spacious, with the heavy metal door stuck at the bottom. A stronger, foul smell of decay hit his nose. Caesar looked up and saw Lena's anxious head peeking out, along with 6 eyes glowing with eerie green light. "Stay calm," Caesar shouted at her. Then he took a deep breath, fully activating his war heart. His body rapidly expanded in the tight space, and he gripped the huge black shield with both hands. "Signal!" Caesar roared upward. Lena hesitated for a moment, a flicker of struggle in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. She grabbed the large gear-shaped valve bar with all 6 arms, unleashing her full strength. She roared loudly, forcing the stuck valve downward again. Creak! At that moment, bang! Inside the fuel chamber, Caesar, in his giant war form, poured all his strength into his shield and slammed it forcefully against the heavy metal door below. A deafening loud noise echoed wildly inside the small fuel chamber. The metal gate was crushed inward by Caesar's inhuman strength, forming a terrifying deep hole. Bang! 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 Caesar kept hitting the same spot without stopping. Each strike made the entire furnace shake violently, causing Lena above to almost lose her balance. The dent grew deeper and deeper, until finally, a huge ran through the gate. Caesar could clearly see behind the gate, a swirling, reddish, fleshy mass rushing toward the frantically. Caesar gathered all his strength for one last strike. Boom! The heavy metal gate shattered completely and collapsed inward. The thick, sticky flesh had been building up for who knows how long, and was now pouring into the fuel chamber wildly. At the moment the gate broke, Caesar shot upward like a cannonball, his huge hand grabbing the edge of the metal grill at the top of the furnace just in time. "Lena!" Caesar roared. Lena had already rushed to the edge amid the roar of the breaking gate. Her 6 arms shot out like lightning, grabbing Caesar's arms tightly. Together, they managed to pull Caesar back onto the platform at the top of the furnace. Caesar stopped fighting and gasped heavily, covered in sticky, foul-smelling flesh. Lena quickly moved closer, drawing her short sword and watching the area below with caution. The surging flesh quickly filled the entire fuel chamber and was being frantically drawn out by the pipes at the bottom of the furnace. The silent furnace emitted a deep, roaring sound. Ugh! Hum! The huge gears began to turn slowly. Rusted surfaces sparked as they rubbed, and the embedded illusion stones inside the furnace suddenly burst into an intense, eerie blue glow after contact with the surging flesh energy below. But the chain reaction triggered was far beyond expectations. The entire underground spherical chamber, the entire castle's foundation, began to shake violently. Rusted pipes on the walls screeched as they tore apart, large metal rivets flew off, and the metal dome overhead emitted a piercing, twisted sound. Caesar and Lena backed against each other, gripping the metal guardrails at the edge of the furnace tightly. Caesar's gaze fixed on the trembling metal platform beneath him, his pupils suddenly shrinking to a pinpoint. The entire furnace room they were in was suddenly lifted upward by an enormous mechanical device beyond imagination. The sturdy metal floor twisted and deformed under great force, emitting a loud cracking sound. A loud explosion occurred. The metal dome above their heads was torn apart, and a huge metal structure pierced through the castle hall's floor, continuing to rise. The castle hall beneath them quickly became tiny. Next, the second and third floors. Their platform forcefully smashed through all obstacles along the way. The strong black stone walls of the castle began to collapse, with large chunks of stone falling down. Caesar and Lena tightly held onto the railing, their bodies swaying amid intense shaking and a feeling of weightlessness. Strong winds mixed with flying debris howled past, making it hard for them to keep their eyes open. They rose with the metal platform, breaking through the top of the tallest tower of the castle. Boom! The upward momentum finally stopped. After a violent shake, the platform steadied. Falling debris from the collapsing surroundings poured down and hit the ruined castle below. Caesar brushed off the dust and debris from his head, slowly stood up, and was stunned by what he saw. The entire circular furnace room had been forcibly lifted high into the sky, breaking through the castle's tower. The platform was supported by a complex metal structure extending from deep within the ruins. Countless thick pipes, interwoven giant gears, and in the middle, numerous deformed giant organs. Caesar saw several hearts being used as power sources, forming a tower of steel made of blasphemous flesh and machinery, reaching toward the sky. In the sky, blue and crimson steam intertwined. His vision suddenly cleared, but it brought a sense of vastness and exposure that made his heart race. At the center of the platform, the core furnace was operating. Every turn of the massive gear was accompanied by fierce bursts of blue light inside and surges of crimson steam. Below was a void hundreds of meters deep, supported only by the fierce steel structure. Even Caesar, experienced in battle, couldn't help but feel a wave of instinctive dizziness. Lena pressed her body tightly against Caesar's side, gripping the railing with all 6 arms, her throat producing a low whimper. All 6 eyes stared fixedly into the abyss below. Caesar forced himself to stay calm and looked into the distance. The unprecedented height allowed him to see the cursed ruins of the royal city below. The twisted black spires, collapsed grand buildings, and streets flowing with dark red flesh. Everything looked smaller and clearer, but Caesar's gaze soon froze. In the distance, tiny black dots were slowly rising from the shadows, growing rapidly and approaching. Caesar's pupils shrank sharply, and a cold chill ran up his spine. Those black dots are humanoid shapes. They seem to have wings stretching behind them, flying in groups toward their location. Be careful. Caesar's voice was hoarse and urgent. He quickly gripped his long black sword, and a large black shield instantly appeared in front of him. His heart pounded wildly with the thrill of battle. Lena also sensed the approaching danger. She suddenly turned around, her large body blocking Caesar's side. 6 short swords shimmered with a cold, eerie blue and red light. She growled low with deadly intent, her eyes fixed on the fast-approaching shadowy figures. A fierce wind howled at the top of the steel tower, hundreds of meters high, carrying the burning smell of sulfur and the stench rising from the ruins below. As the shadows drew near, Caesar finally saw them clearly. They looked like dwarfs, with pale skin. Where their mouths should be, their fangs protruded hideously. Behind them, tattered flesh-wing membranes fluttered. They're coming. Caesar's voice was muffled by the wind. He quickly raised his large black shield in front of him. Lena pressed close behind him, her massive body shielding him. She swung her 6 short swords wildly. Bang! Clang! Caesar's shield slammed into one of the monsters, knocking it away. The dwarf-like creature's bones shattered, and it spiraled down into the ruins. Lena held tightly to a monster trying to attack from the side, then precisely stabbed her short sword into its neck. But more shadows kept rising from every corner of the royal city, forming a dark, cloud-like mass of blasphemy that covered the sky. They crazily rushed toward the lone steel tower. Everywhere Caesar looked, dense black dots filled the sky, making his scalp tingle. The furnace beneath roared even louder, and each gear turn made the platform tremble intensely. Caesar glanced sideways and saw through the gap at the top of the furnace that the internal illusion stone ores had completely melted, turning into a pure blue liquid that shone with a bright, deep blue glow, just like the inverted blue lake below. At the same time, The blue lake on the ceiling of the underground world began to spin violently and gather together, creating a strange resonance across space between the two. Buzz! A beautiful, glowing blue pillar suddenly shot up from the center of the furnace. It was not a solid object, but seemed made of countless flowing light points and blue mist, merging with the blue lake on the ceiling. Passage! Caesar's heart trembled with excitement. The hope was right in front of him, but the monsters also went wild. They seemed instinctively afraid of the pure blue light, but were driven by some deeper command, rushing crazily toward the two people on the platform. Some even tried to crash directly into the blue light pillar. Hiss! When a monster touched the edge of the light pillar, its skin was instantly corroded, releasing thick black smoke. The creature suddenly leapt back and fell downward. To them, the pillar was a deadly barrier. The passage was formed, but there were too many monsters. They had to clear a path to the top of the furnace. Caesar, with his fighting heart fully engaged, swung his enormous shield onto his back and grasped a black longsword with both hands. Where the sword pointed, the monsters' bones shattered, and they screamed as they were swept away, falling into the ruins below. Lena was also fighting fiercely. Her fur was constantly being torn by new wounds, deep enough to see the bone. But thanks to her werewolf bloodline, her wounds bled and yet also healed rapidly, writhing as they recovered. However, the number of monsters was too great, and even larger flying monsters charged forward. They fought recklessly, endless and fearless. Lena's movements began to slow inevitably, as her healing couldn't keep up with the new wounds. Caesar swung his great sword, sweeping away enemies, while anxiously watching the furnace core. The glowing blue liquid inside was weakening. The swirling, gathering halo above also seemed to slow down. The blue pillar started shrinking from the bottom upward, and the blue mist was thinning. The furnace has been running too long, and it's becoming unstable. Lena, the passage is about to disappear. Run through, Caesar roared. The giant warlord's body burst with even greater strength, a flash of crimson light flickering in his eyes. Caesar suddenly pulled back his black longsword, reached into his waist pouch with his left hand, and without hesitation, put a bright red seed into his mouth. Swallow. The moment the seed entered his stomach, Caesar felt a familiar sensation in his left arm. A large, crimson leaf-shaped sword grew out, radiating a desire to devour life. The crimson sword expanded rapidly, matching Caesar's size. Wherever it passed, monsters were easily torn apart. Their life force was drained, their skin shriveled instantly, and they fell from the sky. In the rain of blood, the two struggled forward toward the top of the furnace. Thick black blood and broken internal organs covered the metal floor, making it very slippery. Lena stayed close to Caesar's side. Her breathing became heavy, and several deep wounds on her body, visible down to the bone, healed more slowly. Blood stained her fur red. Finally, they reached the edge of the furnace. The once magnificent blue-green glowing pillar was now only as thick as a bowl and was visibly shrinking upward. Caesar suddenly looked back. His giant war body allowed him to see clearly inside the furnace. The boiling blue liquid was cooling and solidifying quickly, turning back into illusion stones. Let's go? Caesar roared toward Lena, ready to seize the last chance to leap into the remaining glow. But suddenly, a painful and defiant roar came from behind. Caesar's heart sank sharply. He looked toward the sound. Lena was pressed down on the metal floor by at least a dozen larger flying monsters. They were biting her fiercely. Her wolf's healing ability was overwhelmed by such intense attacks. Her 6 arms still struggled and tore at the monsters on her, but her strength was clearly suppressed. Even in this desperate situation, Lena's large body curled protectively, clutching the 4 small bags hanging on her chest, her belongings, given to her by Caesar, which she never forgot. Lena also saw the rapidly fading blue-green glow. Her 6 eyes turned toward Caesar. In her usually cautious or sometimes awkward eyes, there was no fear or despair now, only a firm, rock-like resolve and a decision she had already made. Lena suddenly turned her head away, no longer looking at Caesar or the hopeful glow. She used her last strength, with 6 arms unleashing incredible power. Instead of trying to escape, she tightly embraced the monsters pressing down on her. Lena planned to use her body to buy Caesar a little more time to reach the passage. She let out a short, clear roar from her throat, urging. Time seemed to freeze. The bright blue beam shrank to the thickness of an arm. The glow inside the furnace dimmed completely. The frozen illusion stone looked like a silent tombstone. Just at this critical moment, a striking, blood-red streak, full of deadly intent, tore through the shadow of the monster rushing toward Lena. Along with the scream of the red sword tearing through the air, a powerful sound pierced through the monster's roar, clearly reaching Lena's ears. Lena, stay close to me. It was Caesar. He didn't rush toward the disappearing passage. The figure of the war giant suddenly appeared beside Lena, as if teleporting. With a flash of sword light, the monster pressing on Lena was instantly torn apart and turned to ash. Lena, lying in a pool of blood, widened her 6 eyes in shock. Her pupils reflected the divine figure before her, filled with disbelief. She seemed completely stunned, forgetting her wounds. Stay close to me. Let's go? Caesar's voice was calm and firm. His gaze quickly exchanged with Lena's shocked 6 eyes, conveying an undeniable command and a resolve to survive together. There was no time to explain. Caesar swung his crimson sword to clear a small space for them. With his left hand, he suddenly reached out and grabbed one of Lena's relatively intact arms. Her large body was forcibly pulled from the pile of monsters. The strong tug caused her wounds to reopen, and she let out a muffled cry from the pain. But the shock in her 3 pairs of eyes was instantly replaced by a fiercer, more intense emotion. Loyalty to this man deep in her bones. Lena suppressed her turbulent emotions, let out a low growl, and suddenly steadied herself. Her 6 arms once again burst with strength, clutching the 4 bags, symbolizing her home tightly. The remaining short swords in her hands fought desperately to fend off the scattered monsters attacking from the side, protecting Caesar's path of charge. Caesar led the way with his crimson sword, unstoppable. The 2 figures transformed into a streak of crimson and gray shadows, rushing toward the top of the furnace. A thin, ghostly blue light beam made its final desperate dash. At the top of the furnace, intense heat distorted the air. The metal platform was glowing red and scorching hot. Caesar's foot stepped on it, the sole of his boot emitting a burnt smell. His skin felt a sharp, burning pain. Lena's claws beneath her feet were also scorched, letting out a painful screech. Ah! Roar! 2 powerful screams sounded at the same time. Caesar and Lena, the giant warrior and the 6-armed wolfman, under the terrifying heat of the furnace, used all their strength to leap toward the last faint blue glow in the air. They were almost there. Caesar's pupils shrank instantly. He saw the faint outline of the blue light flickering and beginning to vanish completely. It was a life-or-death moment. Caesar thought of his bright red sword in his hand. It was not just a weapon, but an extension of his body. Without hesitation, Caesar used his jump to gather all his strength into his right arm. His warform giant arm muscles bulged to the limit. He forcefully the bright red sword upward. At the last moment, the sword's tip barely touched the edge of the fading blue light beam. Buzz! A powerful suction suddenly came, as if summoned from another world. Caesar and Lena's huge bodies were instantly caught by this force, pulled into the brief blue glow. A feeling of weightlessness enveloped them, and the blue halo surrounded them, cutting off everything outside. Everything disappeared. Inside the beam, the view twisted strangely. Looking through the flowing blue light curtain, the entire underground world burning with crimson and darkness twisted wildly. Caesar could faintly see through the thick rock layers and frozen earth above, catching glimpses of faint snowflakes light. An indescribable complex emotion surged in Caesar's heart. Weariness, relief, and a faint sense of survival's confusion. He looked down at this that had imprisoned him for who knows how long. This is the only time in my life. I will never step into this place again. Lena's 6 arms tightly held Caesar's giant arm. She slightly opened her mouth, as if to say something, but in the end, only a trembling breath escaped. 6 eyes, glowing with a faint blue light, stare intensely at the rapidly retreating below, remnants of fear lingering deep within their pupils. 2 figures are carried by this blue beam, which originates from the forbidden furnace. Under the watch of countless twisted monsters, They rush toward the core of the blasphemous land, aiming for the starry sky hanging upside down beneath the underground world's dome. Eventually, they vanish completely into it. The blue beam disappears entirely, as if it never existed. Only the sticky black blood and broken monster remains on the furnace platform prove that a fierce aerial battle just took place. Below the Tower of Steel, at the edge of a twisted ruin forever shrouded in a mix of crimson and blue, some deformed figures crawl out of the shadows. They have human-like shapes, but their features are distorted and chaotic, fake humans. They gather at the edge of the ruins, looking up toward the high platform, making sharp, unclear sounds. The vanished blue beam seems to have sparked their curiosity, like they are seeing fireworks for the first time. Only a few, appearing very old, fake humans, with cloudy eyes peering through twisted cracks on their faces, stare fixedly into the empty space where the beam disappeared. In their cloudy eyes, there is no curiosity, only a deep, silent emptiness and a fragment of a memory. Eastern marshes, moonlit night, a treasure hunter, wrapped in a dirty leather coat and with frostbitten skin, idly stirs the nearly extinguished fire. Suddenly, he catches a faint glimmer at the edge of the wilderness outside the window. He turns his head lazily. In the next moment, he jumps up suddenly, his dirty face pressed tightly against the cold glass, eyes wide open almost to the point of tearing. Light. Lord of light above. What? What is that? At the far end of the endless icy wilderness, covered in thick frost, a blue beam of light connects heaven and earth. Around the beam, dense blue mist spreads out, forming a dreamlike and eerie blue zone in the cold wind of the wilderness. Rick! Rick! Wake up! Wake up! The legend is real. It's real, he exclaims excitedly, turning and rushing toward a broken bed in the corner, which smells of sweat and alcohol, shaking his sleeping companion violently. Go away. Bulk, what the heck are you doing? Let me sleep a little longer. The man called Rick mumbled groggily, turning over. Sleep you're off, Bulk roared angrily, swinging his large hand and slapping Rick hard across the face. Ouch! Rick covered his face, instantly waking up completely. He sat up angrily. Bulk, have you lost your mind from the swamp's poison gas, or been possessed by a demon? His shout suddenly stopped as he looked along Bulk's trembling finger to the scene outside the window. It was a sight that challenged everything he believed. Bright blue beams of light, flowing blue mist, like a miracle on the silent frozen wasteland. Light. Lord of Light. Rick's voice was hoarse and full of shock. Do you know that old guy Mekis? Bulk's voice trembled with excitement as he gripped Rick's shoulders tightly. That lucky guy? It was that winter when, supposedly, he found a gem-encrusted sword in a sudden blue fog, sharp enough to cut through dragon scales. And then he offered it to the Duke. Bulk shook Rick forcefully. And he became Sir Mekis. Had his own castle, a bunch of servants, and women to warm his bed. Bulk suddenly pointed at the dreamy blue area outside the window, his eyes burning with greed. That legendary blue fog is right in front of us. Rick, our chance has come. Nobility, power, beautiful women, a treasure vault full of gold, all waiting for us. Rick looked at the mysterious blue outside, then at his friend's crazy fiery eyes. A wild greed and hope grew fiercely in his heart. What are we waiting for? Rick suddenly jumped out of bed. All sleepiness was gone, replaced by gambler-like excitement. Arm up. Grab your sword. Hurry. The two hurriedly put on their thickest leather armor, grabbed a cheap long sword with a chipped blade leaning against the wall, and ignored the burning stove. They burst open the wooden door of the inn and charged into the howling cold wind and frost outside, rushing toward the deadly blue glow at the edge of the wilderness. In the brief moment when the beams appeared, this scene spread like a plague across dozens of gathering points along the edge of the eastern swamp. Countless adventurers, mercenaries, bounty hunters, and even wanted criminals, all dreaming of wealth, are drawn to the legendary blue mist treasure rushing toward the cold wasteland. Frozen tundra, a highland somewhere. A figure stands quietly in the cold wind. He looks about 30, with sharp features, dressed in elegant dark silver armor. His deep eyes cut through the icy wind, fixed on a distant, glowing blue pillar of light in the surrounding mist. Next to him, a woman stands silently. Her beauty surpasses ordinary limits, with fair skin that shines like pearls. What draws the most attention are her long neck and the faintly opening gill slits beneath her delicate skin. She is a sea dweller, a member of the deep-sea kin. Master, her ethereal voice carries concern. Are you all right? The man does not answer immediately. His gaze remains on the blue glow. After a long moment, he speaks softly, almost to himself, the bloodline of my family. The legend, his fingers unconsciously brush over his armor. It comes from a light, tearing blue light that splits the earth. He falls silent and begins to walk toward the area, emitting pure, yet strange blue mist. The beautiful sea dweller's eyes flash with understanding. Without hesitation, like a loyal shadow, she silently follows her master. Farther away, in the depths of the forest shrouded by swamp poison and ancient curses, or among the shadows of forgotten ruins on the wasteland, figures cloaked in tattered black robes emerge quietly. They exude an ominous aura. They are wandering mages, seekers of forbidden knowledge. Their faces are hidden beneath hoods, holding strange, sinister materials. As they ignite fires in their hands, the materials dissolve and merge. Behind them, shadows begin to writhe, and bizarre creatures crawl out from the darkness. These black-robed wizards, leading their creations, move toward the mysterious blue area that caused strange phenomena in the world. On the frozen ground, the blue light pillar had already disappeared, leaving only a dreamy blue fog. It looked like a giant living creature quietly spreading across the vast, icy wilderness, attracting moths to fly toward it. Volume 4. The Mountain of Chaos. Eastern Great Swamp, frosty wasteland. Dawn. Two figures wrapped in heavy leather coats walked through the ankle-deep snow. Every breath turned into a quick dissolving white mist. One looked old, the other slightly younger. Bark, are you sure about this? Rick's voice was hoarse and full of doubt. He anxiously looked at the white, silent expanse ahead. Of course. Bark suddenly stopped, staring fixedly at a relatively flat area ahead. I remember it clearly. The blue glow is right there. No mistake. Thinking of the legendary blue mist treasure chests full of gold, and a warm bed with a plump woman. A fiery warmth suddenly chased away the biting cold. The two exchanged a look, their eyes burning with the same greedy fire. Without hesitation, they quickened their steps. Could someone have beaten us to it? Bark looked a little panicked. Look, Rick suddenly shouted, pointing at two obvious depressions in the snow ahead. There's something up front. They immediately crouched down quietly, approaching the outline slowly. As they got closer, the shape of the depressions became clearer. One was huge, probably larger than a bear. It was curled up, with dark red ice crystals on its fur, giving off a chilling, bloody smell. But Bark's eyes were fixed on the other figure. That figure was crouched, also large, but what attracted Bark more was the damaged armor he wore, armor that still looked extraordinary despite being torn. Rick, look at what that guy is wearing. Bark's voice trembled with excitement. It's dark steel. By the light of the Lord, that leather armor has vital parts embedded with dark steel. This could be worth a small estate. Rick followed Bark's pointing finger. Although it was covered in suspicious, hardened stains, the armor faintly reflected a deep, absorbing glow in the weak morning light. It was the legendary dark steel, priceless. Bark's greedy eyes fixed on the large black shield slung behind the man and the black sword hanging at his waist. That shield, that sword. Rick, those aren't ordinary materials. Bark's breathing grew heavy, and only a raw desire for wealth remained in his eyes. Rick licked his cracked lips, feeling greed surge inside him, but a sudden instinctive unease helped him regain some sense. Bark, let's go. The smell of blood on those two is so strong it won't even disperse. I can smell it from here. Rick swallowed hard. And they don't seem fully dead. If we try to steal, we might get torn apart. Not fully dead? Bark suddenly turned his head sharply, his bloodshot eyes flashing with a fierce light. His greed had completely destroyed his last bit of reason. That's even better. While they're still unconscious, off their leather armor, take their weapons, and just cut their throats. Bark lowered his voice. Think of Gnarl. Think of those beautiful women. Do you want to spend your life as a poor ghost in this cursed place? Rick's hesitation faded in the face of Bark's vivid promises. A fierce killing intent replaced his earlier fear. He clenched the battered, cracked long sword at his waist. "Let's do it," he growled softly, as if trying to steel himself. The two exchanged a quick look and reached a silent agreement. They drew their swords, bent low, held their breath, and carefully crept closer to the two treasures. But just as they were about to get near, on the snow, those two huge depressions were empty. Only two blood-stained patches of snow remained, proof that what they saw was real. Rick shivered. "Bark, did we just encounter a vengeful spirit?" Bark's face turned ghostly pale in fear. He suddenly stepped back, stumbling, nearly falling. He looked down in horror, staring fixedly at the two clear footprints in the snow. The footprints were real. They had been there just moments ago. "Bark, do you feel?" Rick's voice trembled with tears. "My shadow. It seems to have grown bigger." Bark didn't answer. Suddenly, a cold, blood-stained breath blew onto his neck without warning. Fear instantly filled their eyes. "Ah!" They both let out a loud roar and suddenly drew their long swords, slashing fiercely behind them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bulk felt a cold, dark flash streak past his eyes so quickly that he couldn't see the path clearly. He only managed to catch a pair of eyes. Those eyes were calm and cold, filled with murderous intent, like looking down on ants. He could even see his own twisted face in the other's pupils, born from fear. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Warm blood burst out, instantly staining the snow and the cold eyes. His vision was quickly swallowed by darkness as he twitched. His consciousness sank into eternal coldness. Over with Rick, his sword stopped suddenly halfway. He felt at least 4 cold arms pierce through his cheap armor, tearing apart his organs and spine. He couldn't even scream. He struggled to turn his eyes and saw only the outline of a monster with 6 arms and 6 red eyes, coldly pulling blood-stained claws from his body. Thud! Thud! 2 bodies fell heavily onto the snow, warm blood quickly spreading across the icy surface, blooming into 2 crimson flowers. "Oomph!" Caesar flicked his wrist, shaking off the blood on his black sword onto Bok's lifeless face. He didn't bother to look at the bodies on the ground. Lena stood beside Caesar, her eyes quickly scanning every direction and shadow on the plain. A low growl escaped her throat. Emerging from that flesh furnace, her instincts for survival had become part of her bones, a natural reflex. Caesar took a deep breath. The cold air was biting, but it carried the long-lost taste of freedom from the surface world. He slowly exhaled white mist, his gaze sweeping over the wasteland. "It seems we caused quite a commotion," Caesar said in a deep voice. It attracted quite a few hyenas sniffing around. "Let's go," Caesar ordered softly. Without hesitation, he turned and headed toward a dense stand of snow pines in the distance. Lena growled in response, her massive body following closely behind. She remained highly alert, scanning her sides and rear, clutching her 4 animal skin bags tightly with 2 of her arms. Those were her and Caesar's belongings, and she was willing to fight to protect them. Behind a huge snow-covered rock, Caesar stopped. Lena instinctively took a good position with a clear view, alert for any suspicious movement from the road or deep in the woods. Caesar took off the large black shield on his back and quickly pulled out a map from a small bag Lena was guarding. He spread it out and compared it with the distant horizon's outline. In the underground world, there are no sun, moon, or stars, only eternal crimson and dark blue. Time becomes blurry there. Caesar can't even tell how long they have been struggling in the ruins of the Forbidden Empire. His senses seem twisted by an invisible force. Through in the rocks, Caesar looked beyond the pine forest. In the distance on the plain, a huge, distorted shadow loomed faintly into view. He quickly checked the map again and finally stopped at a marked spot. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he showed a rare look of shock. The Frost Speech Mountain Pass. Caesar's voice was full of disbelief. "We actually crossed the Frost Speech Mountain Pass. Based on the map scale and the information they had before, it would take at least 10 days for a well-trained army to march from the valley where they first fell to the mountain pass. But their underground journey didn't feel that long at all. Space. Or time." Caesar frowned. He remembered the blue light pillar connecting heaven and earth, and the strange distortion inside it. It was the glow from the illusion stone liquefying. It affected our senses or distorted the distance of reality. The strange underground empire was far beyond Caesar's imagination. Suddenly, Lena, who was on alert, let out a low growl. Her body tensed instantly, locking onto a direction in the pine forest. Caesar's gaze sharpened immediately. All his shock and doubts were pushed aside. He quickly moved closer to the rocks and looked in the direction Lena warned. A few hundred meters from their hiding spot, several figures holding weapons carefully moved toward the plain where they had fought before, leaving traces behind. "Let's go." Caesar didn't hesitate. He quickly packed up the map, re-shouldered his large shield, and slid his long black sword into his belt. Two figures silently slipped out from behind the large rock on the other side. Caesar led, using every bit of cover in the woods to hide their shapes. Lena's large body now moved with surprising lightness and coordination. She used all 6 limbs to quickly glide along the ground, almost silently. Their goal was clear: to head quickly toward the eastern swamp. They needed supplies, but more importantly, they had to find out how long they had been gone and what the outside world had become. Just as they were about to leave, Lena suddenly stopped her steps and looked toward a low bush behind her. In the shadow of the snow-covered bushes, a few strange-looking creatures slowly crawled out. They looked like goblins, but seemed altered. Their arms had turned into ice crystal shapes, and other parts of their bodies showed different elemental features. "It looks like wizard tricks," Caesar said calmly. Used to underground creatures, he found these small beings somewhat cute. Caesar slowly clenched the hilt of his sword. Power from war gathered beneath his flesh. 6 short swords slipped into his claws, and in his 6 crimson eyes, a cold, killing intent burned. Sure enough, a figure slowly stood up in the shadow of the bushes. The torn edges of his black robe looked frayed, and his hood was pulled low, revealing only his shriveled chin. He radiated the smell of decayed plants. In his dry hand, he held several pieces of icy blue ore. His cloudy eyes moved under the shadow of his hood, greedily scanning Caesar's black sword and the large black shield behind him. "Good stuff. This guy is just another foolish mercenary attracted by the blue fog treasure," he muttered. The wizard's cracked lips twisted into a sinister smile. He suddenly threw the ore onto the snow not far from Caesar. The ore hit the ground and started absorbing the surrounding snow and ice. In just a few breaths, 3 small elemental creatures made of rough ice crystals, barely holding their twisted humanoid shapes, roared to their feet. "Roar!" Lena growled with deadly intent. Her huge body lowered instantly. Her eyes locked onto the goblin-like creatures whose bodies had partially turned into ice crystals. They squeaked and squealed as they rushed forward with the elementals. Seeing Lena's inhuman form, the wizard's pupils shrank suddenly under his hood. His hoarse voice was filled with surprise and suspicion. "You're a wizard too?" Caesar's eyes were calm, and he was too lazy to speak to him. Just as the wizard's words finished, Caesar moved. His long black sword quickly unsheathed from his waist, transforming into a bloody shadow, aiming straight at the wizard and the ice elementals he summoned. Almost at the same time Caesar moved, Lena suddenly charged forward. Her quick movements contrasted sharply with her small size. She wielded 6 short swords, tearing through the air with a whistling sound, slashing toward the wizard and the ice elementals. Clang! The ice crystal goblin tried to block with an elemental arm, but under Lena's fierce strength, the arm shattered. However, the broken ice crystals did not disappear. Instead, they wriggled rapidly, pulled by residual energy, trying to reform. Lena's 6 crimson eyes flashed with understanding. She growled and stabbed her short swords directly at the goblin's neck or head. Her precise strikes pierced the necks of 2 goblins instantly. The goblins twitched and fell, their arms turning into lifeless piles of broken ice. Meanwhile, Caesar had already reached the front of the wizard. 3 ice elementals roared and blocked his way. Caesar's expression remained unchanged. His black sword aimed precisely at their chests, right at the core embedded with strange minerals. The wizard showed a cruel, wicked smile. He had already coated the minerals with an alchemical paint that repelled metals. When weapons hit the core, the attack would be deflected. At the same time, he quickly pulled out some strange materials, preparing to cast a curse. But, puff, 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 Caesar's black sword pierced through the strange repulsive barrier. The 3 mineral cores shattered with a bang. Suddenly, the three ice elementals froze in place. The ice crystals forming their bodies lost their magic support and crumbled into shards of ice on the ground. No way! The wizard screamed in panic, his face filled with terror. What kind of sword is that? Even my repulsion coating is useless. His shock lasted less than 3 seconds. A huge shadow rapidly enlarged in his pupils. At the moment Caesar shattered the core, he didn't hesitate. He swung his massive black shield and slammed it forcefully toward the wizard's head. Bang! A dull impact sounded, and the sound of bones cracking was clearly heard. The wizard's head suddenly changed shape beneath his hood. He didn't even have time to scream before a powerful force knocked him back, sending him flying and crashing hard into a sturdy cedar tree. He slid down softly. Caesar quickly stepped forward, swinging his black sword in quick, clean strikes to make sure the wizard was dead. His movements were precise and sharp. Without the wizard's command, the two remaining elemental goblins stopped attacking. Instead, they turned and ran away desperately, quickly disappearing into the fog. "Lena, let's go," Caesar said, wiping the blood off his sword. His eyes looked toward the swamp in the distance. The smell of blood and the sounds of fighting would soon attract more trouble. Lena growled in response, without hesitation. She followed Caesar into the rotten woods, her eyes alert, watching every movement among the trees. Sunset at the great eastern swamp. The swamp's air was thick and damp, mixed with the smell of decayed plants and a strange mustiness. The outer area was a forest of rotting trees, while the core was a sticky, polluted marsh filled with sewage. The middle part was where the gathering place was located. Lena had pulled her remaining 4 arms and her head back into her body, wrapping her large form tightly with a torn cloak. She was still much taller than a normal person. The gathering place looked almost like a refugee camp. Tents made of animal skins, broken wood, and twisted vines were crammed together. The wet, muddy ground made everything look dirty and grimy. Some starving, pale-faced refugees sat at the entrance of their shelters, their eyes dull. When they saw Caesar and Lena, a flicker of greed appeared in their eyes. But when they saw Caesar's black sword, the large shield on his back, and Lena's imposing presence, their fear deepened. Chaos and survival of the fittest were the only rules here. The crowd automatically parted to make a narrow path, as if avoiding a plague. Caesar ignored their glances and walked straight toward the center of the gathering. The environment there was slightly better. There were some makeshift wooden houses. The entire camp had no walls, with the surrounding rotten trees serving as natural protection. Caesar planned to find a tavern first. Strangely, no matter where he went, there seemed to be someone building a tavern, even in the desolate Iron Skin village, a forbidden zone. Soon, a rough building made of stones and rotten wood appeared. Inside, the sounds of coarse laughter, curses, and clinking cups could be heard. A crooked wooden sign hung at the entrance, with a blurry image of a wine glass drawn in charred wood. "Are all of you chain stores? Your signs look exactly the same," Caesar said, feeling a bit speechless. Caesar pushed open the door. The noise inside slightly paused, and dozens of eyes immediately focused on the entrance. Under the dim light, Caesar's gaze swept over the crowd. Mercenaries and bounty hunters were the main customers. But in the corner, some people wore better leather armor and carried strange magical creatures, looking like monster hunters. Many greedy eyes instantly locked onto Caesar's black sword at his waist, the large shield on his back, and Lena's 4 animal skin pouches on her chest. "Huh." Caesar's cold gaze slowly swept across the room. Lena, under her hood, also looked with deadly intent at those greedy faces. The temperature in the tavern seemed to drop a few degrees. Suddenly, the tavern became quiet. The greedy gazes quickly withdrew, and many people instinctively lowered their heads, pretending to drink. Such a strong smell of blood. A scar-faced mercenary looked at Caesar and Lena with caution. "Looks like a monster hunter?" Another bounty hunter signaled to his companion in the corner with his eyes. Monster hunters don't usually smell this aggressive. Could they have just gone to slaughter that nest of corrupted water serpents deep in the swamp? Someone trembled as they spoke. Only the Lord of Light probably knows. "Stay away from them." Caesar and Lena ignored the group and headed straight for the bar. Behind the bar stood a thin woman. When she saw Caesar approaching, her face immediately showed respect. In this place of chaos, strength was the only ticket to survive. 2 drinks, Caesar said in a deep voice, then tossed a few blood-stained copper coins. The woman quickly poured 2 large cups of murky beer and pushed them over. Caesar didn't touch the cups. He lightly tapped the bar with his fingers and asked, "Anything interesting happening lately?" The woman paused, wiping the bar, then thought for a moment. She forced a smile and said, "Sir, there's always something going on in the swamp. Killing someone isn't unusual. But if you want something bigger," she lowered her voice, "it's about the lord of the western town, Cold Crow. I heard he was torn apart by wolves." Caesar paused, preparing to lift his cup. The woman didn't notice and continued, "I heard that the werewolf is really big and scary. Now, many monster hunters have gathered in Cold Crow Town, planning to team up and hunt that werewolf." Caesar picked up the cloudy beer, but didn't drink it. He casually asked, "Oh, when did this happen? Just half a month ago?" "The news only reached here in the past few days," the woman said confidently. Caesar's hand, holding the clay cup, squeezed so hard that a clear appeared on it. Half a month. During his time in the underground world, Caesar's perception told him it was no more than a week. Lena seemed to sense Caesar's sudden shock. Her large body tensed slightly, and she let out a low growl that only Caesar could hear. She didn't understand what half a month meant, but she could clearly feel Caesar's emotions. "Let's go." Caesar slowly put down the nearly shattered clay cup. Ignoring the curious looks, he turned toward the door. Lena immediately followed, her huge figure like the most loyal knight. Caesar calmed his mind. Thinking about the underground world was now pointless. He swore he would never go back there a second time. His eyes scanned the chaotic buildings and finally settled on a stone and wood inn. It was built from the remains of rotten giant trees and irregular rocks, barely held together. He pushed open the rickety wooden door, which looked like it could fall apart at any moment. Inside, the light was dim. An old man with completely white hair was curled up in the shadows of a corner. His cloudy eyes lingered on Caesar and Lena for a moment. The old man showed no surprise at Lena's large size or the strange outline beneath her cloak. In this swampy land, the line between monsters and humans was blurry. Those who could pay were considered guests. "Stay," the old man rasped. "One room," Caesar replied in a low voice. He needed a private space to organize his supplies. A few blood-stained coins were placed on the wooden board in front of the old man. The old man, thin and with slow movements, reached out and grabbed a rusty iron key from his waist. He casually tossed it over. The key pointed to a room at the end of the corridor. He pushed open the door. A stronger smell of mold hit him. The room was small and sparsely furnished. 2 flat black rocks, one small serving as a table and the other slightly larger, covered with damp, blackened hay, formed the bed. The only chair is made from a rotting tree trunk, covered with dark green moss. The lock on the wooden door is weak and can be easily broken with a little force. Caesar enters the room. Lena's large body quickly presses in behind him, and she immediately closes the door with a backhand. Her eyes, hidden under her cloak, scan the door cautiously. Her ears twitch slightly, listening for any strange sounds outside. Caesar takes out a map again, pointing his finger along the route they have traveled, heading east. The outline of the Chaos Mountains stretches ahead. It doesn't seem far, but according to legends, monsters gather there, and some unknown dangers lurk. Even experienced monster hunters only hunt around the edges of these mountains. Caesar's goal is to cross them. He must prepare enough supplies for the dangerous journey and harsh environment. He looks over his bag. The frozen, hard meat and moldy, spoiled food inside are no longer edible. Without hesitation, he clears them out and throws them into the corner of the room. Next, I need to gather supplies. Caesar's eyes look toward the distant mountains visible beyond the Great Swamp. Eastern Great Swamp. Moonlit night. When Caesar and Lena step out of the dilapidated inn again, night has fully fallen over the swamp. During the day, the area was gloomy and lifeless, but now some corners are lit by dense fires. They turn into a narrow alley. The air here is even more polluted, mixed with strange herbal scents and a hint of blood. Caesar and Lena are not noticed much, as the streets are filled with even stranger beings. Some wandering wizards are accompanied by deformed monsters they created, some of which are half-elemental creatures. The entire street has become a paradise for monsters. There are also some monster hunters with black crows perched on their shoulders. These birds' pupils sometimes flash with a human-like glint, a result of special visual links established through unique methods. The crows are like extended eyes for the hunters. Things are better than I expected, Caesar says calmly, scanning the surroundings. Although the Great Swamp is remote, unlike Cold Crow Town, it is more chaotic and disorderly. As a result, more people gather here, and they can buy more forbidden materials. Caesar's gaze swept over a stall with glass jars containing twisted creature larvae, including a few with missing limbs and humanoid fetuses. Caesar's expression remained unchanged. He deliberately calmed his mind, feeling the book of flesh and blood within his body. However, none of the materials seemed to activate the formula in the book, so Caesar had to give up. He began walking through the stalls, with Lena's body pressed tightly against his back and side. Her short sword was ready to draw at any moment. Her crimson eyes vigilantly scanned everyone nearby. Any creature trying to approach from Caesar's blind spot would immediately feel a strong, deadly intent. Glowing butterfly wings, 5 pairs, and hardened spine bone powder from rock lizards. Caesar recalled some ingredients from his alchemy notebook. Some vendors tried to cheat him, but he always managed to bargain down the prices to the lowest possible. Because Caesar's calm gaze and the lingering smell of blood on them kept these vendors from arguing back. When the last batch of hardened spine bone powder was carefully packed, Caesar looked at his money pouch. Only a few dozen nars left. Making potions was very expensive. Caesar used to think he was quite rich, but in reality, the materials were very costly. It cost at least 30 nars to make one night vision potion, not counting the risk of failure. No wonder demon hunters took on dangerous jobs. They earned almost as much as a regular soldier in a month. Back at the inn, Lena immediately blocked the door with her large body, her eyes glowing faintly in the dark, watching everything outside. Caesar took out tools he bought in Cold Crow Town and spent another boring night making potions. Dawn in the eastern swamp. Finally, done. The oil lamp was already out. Caesar's eyes had faint bloodshot streaks, but on the rocks in front of him, several bottles of potions with different glowing effects were neatly arranged. Caesar used the remaining wolf teeth to make 2 more bottles of werewolf potion. For ordinary people, drinking this might only help with healing, but for his enhanced body, it caused a real transformation. And 2 bottles of detox potion. The detox potion is a very special magic medicine. It can only be drunk by certain people. If others drink it, it becomes a deadly poison. The potion contains the blood and flesh of Caesar and Lena. Once consumed, it uses their current physical condition as a template to remove impurities from the body. Finally, there are 4 bottles of hardening potion. This is one of the unique traditions of the Kano lineage. When drunk, it makes the skin hard and resistant to weapons. It is somewhat similar to Caesar's previous life's armor, but pain sensation still remains. The notes also specify that the hardening potion can be used together with the werewolf potion to counteract the weakness to silver. Caesar has to admit that Kano's grandfather was truly a genius. Caesar picks up a bottle of amber-colored detox potion and 2 bottles of hardening potion, handing them to Lena, who has been standing silently by the door, also staying awake all night. Drink it when the time comes. Lena carefully reaches out to take the potions, her movements a bit clumsy. She makes a short, low sound in her throat. Then, Lena gently tucks the 3 bottles into her animal hide bag, pressing them close to her warm fur to ensure they won't be lost or easily taken away. Neither of them looks at the moss-covered stone bed. They sit directly against the wall. The ground is cold and hard, but much better than the damp, moldy grass bedding. Caesar closes his eyes but remains alert. Lena, beside him, is not truly asleep. Her ears occasionally twitch slightly, listening for the faintest sounds outside the door. This half-sleeping, half-waking state lasts until the afternoon, when a yellowish, misty light seeps in through the door. Caesar opens his eyes, the fatigue in his gaze gone. Lena almost simultaneously lifts her head, her crimson eyes beneath the cloak suddenly clear. After reorganizing his pack, the 4 animal hide bags swell again. Caesar shoulders his large shield, and his black sword swings lightly at his waist. Time to go get some money. Sunset in the eastern marshes in the center of the gathering place stands a building that looks more respectable than the surrounding structures. A heavily corroded wooden sign hangs at the door, carved with crossed swords and shields. This is the base of the Monster Hunter Guild. For such a chaotic swamp, this building is considered quite luxurious. Opening the heavy wooden door, the hall was not very large. Several rough wooden tables were surrounded by hunters of all kinds. When Caesar and Lena entered, almost everyone's attention was immediately drawn to them. After a moment of observation, these people showed a faint, hard-to-notice sense of caution. The bloody smell on Caesar and Lena, as if they had just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and blood, was especially glaring here. Lena, with her large body, slightly shifted to protect Caesar from behind. Any suspicious glances would be met with her cold, deadly stare. At this moment, a short, stocky figure quickly squeezed out from the crowd. It was a typical dwarf, wearing a worn leather vest. He keenly sensed the presence of a big client. "Welcome, honored hunter. I am Brock, your guide here." The dwarf Brock's voice was loud, trying to get attention in the noisy environment. "Would you like to see the latest missions?" Caesar nodded slightly in response. Brock immediately understood and led them to one side of the hall. There was a wooden board nailed with small pieces of animal hide, each with a mission and reward written in charcoal. Caesar quickly scanned the board, looking for a rare magical feather, collecting specific swamp plant roots. Caesar skipped all these tasks. They were a waste of time and paid poorly. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a slightly larger piece of hide. Urgent mission, location, Blackwater Gathering, target, swarm of ghouls inside the mine, number unknown, requirement. 3 experienced hunter teams working together to clear, 1 team still needed. Reward, 30 nars per team, Blackwater Gathering. Hoggies. The reward was generous, the risk was clear, and it was a real combat mission, fitting Caesar's needs. He pointed at this piece of hide. Brock's small eyes lit up immediately. This was a good commission fee. He suddenly jumped up and tore the mission note from the board. "A wise choice, sir." Brock's voice was excited. "Please follow me to register. I guarantee everything will be arranged properly." At the simple registration desk of the guild, Caesar picked up a feather pen and wrote his name in the entrusted party column of the register. Caesar and Lena then. Caesar threw the pen back and turned toward the guild door. Brock called out enthusiastically from behind, "Master, wait at home for the message. You'll hear news by tomorrow at the latest. The people from the Blackwater Gathering will notify you of the meeting place and time." Caesar didn't look back. He just waved casually with his hand. Lena, a large figure, followed closely behind. The 2 of them returned to the shabby inn, waiting for the upcoming mission. Inside the rundown inn room, Lena hid in the shadow behind the door, listening carefully for the faintest sounds from the corridor outside. When hurried footsteps stopped outside the door, her head suddenly turned toward Caesar's direction, and she let out a low growl. Caesar sat on the floor, eyes open, with no sign of sleepiness. He nodded slightly. A young male voice came from outside. "Lord Caesar?" "The Hunters Guild. Brock asked me to inform you that the client has arrived and is waiting for you at the guild." "Understood," Caesar replied in a calm, steady voice. The footsteps outside quickly faded away. Caesar slowly stood up. Lena had already silently moved aside. Her large body pressed close behind him again, like a loyal shadow. In the eastern swamp under the moonlit night, when Caesar and Lena appeared at the door, several people stood in the center of the guild hall, standing out sharply against the rough surroundings. Leading them was a well-fed, middle-aged man with dark skin, very different from the pale northerners. He wore a large gemstone ring on his finger and was nervously rubbing his hands. This was Hoggies, the minor boss from the Blackwater Gathering. He was the client. Standing beside him were 4 others, clearly hired monster hunters. 2 of them were women, looking quite similar, probably twins. The older sister was tall and agile, dressed in dark green leather armor suitable for movement. Her skin, exposed to the light, faintly shimmered with a yellowish hue similar to tree bark. The younger sister was slightly slimmer, carrying a well-maintained folding crossbow, with quiver belts around her waist. Her eyes were lively but alert as she quickly scanned the surroundings. The other 2 were an older man and a young man. The older man was about 50 years old, carrying a leather bag and a simple long sword hanging at his waist. Next to him was a young man who looked under 20. He was trying to stand straight and look experienced, but his trembling fingers showed he was nervous. All 5 people noticed Caesar and Lena entering the guild at almost the same time. The twin sisters and the old monster hunter frowned instinctively. When Caesar's calm gaze swept over them, the young apprentice gasped and nearly stumbled. His face turned very pale. Fortunately, his teacher quickly caught his arm. The old monster hunter's eyes grew serious as he locked onto Caesar and Lena. Hogs also noticed the tense atmosphere. He cleared his throat and tried to lighten the mood. I believe this is Lord Caesar and Lady Lena. I am Hogs. These are Master Edmund and his apprentice Luke, as well as the Forest Whisperer's sisters, Muriel and Vera. He quickly introduced everyone, glancing at Caesar and Lena. With such strong hunters helping, those dirty things in the mine can surely be cleared out. The reward is ready. Shall we go now? The mine is near the swamp. Caesar simply nodded indifferently. Lena, with her crimson eyes hidden under her hood, looked over Hogs and the 6 guards holding torches behind him. She let out a soft snort, showing her disdain for these burdens. At the edge of the eastern swamp, there was a dark cave entrance partly covered by vines, standing before everyone. The cave walls were slick with dark, sticky slime, and a rotten smell of decaying flesh wafted out. Hogs, a fat man, shrank back in fear, pointing at the cave. It's right here. Brave warriors, please be careful. We will wait outside. He hurriedly led the 6 guards back behind a large rock several dozen meters away. Caesar stood at the cave entrance. His mind recalled the description of ghouls from Kano's notes. The corpses turn into monsters that fear light, with sharp claws. They don't seem too hard to fight. Let's go, Master Edmund's deep voice said. He lit a special torch first. Apprentice Luke followed closely, his face still pale, but trying to hold his short sword tightly. Viral and Vera each lit a torch. Vera even unfolded her crossbow and loaded an arrow. Caesar and Lena walked in the middle of the group. Lena's large body looked cramped in the narrow mine tunnel. Her eyes, hidden under her cloak, scanned every dark corner, always staying behind Caesar for perfect protection. The mine sloped downward, and the ground beneath their feet was slippery and sticky, covered with a slimy substance. The walls were also coated with this slime. It's corpse fluid, and the secretions of ghouls. Master Edmund's voice echoed in the enclosed mine. Hogs probably broke into an ancient underground tomb while mining. The bodies there have long turned into ghouls. That's correct. Viral's voice was cold. She looked cautiously into the dark ahead. This much corpse fluid. There must be a lot. Vera tightened her grip on her crossbow and added, ghouls are fast. Their claws can easily tear through normal armor. They are very sensitive to living creatures' scents, especially the smell of blood. She glanced instinctively at Caesar and Lena, as if noticing the ever-present smell of blood on them. Caesar felt a slight chill. His memory from the notes about corpse transformation, sluggish movement, and vague impressions seemed very different from what he was seeing now. He instinctively gripped the hilt of his black sword at his waist. Lena seemed to sense his sudden alertness. She moved closer, her large body making a comforting, low snorting sound only Caesar could hear. Let's each say what we're good at, so we can work together. Master Edmund stopped and turned to face everyone. The firelight lit up his serious face. Luck and I are good at alchemy, making potions to strengthen or control monsters temporarily. Luck is responsible for support and lookout. Viral spoke next. I am a forest speaker. My bloodline allows me to temporarily grow and control plants, mainly for binding and controlling enemies. Vera shook her crossbow and said, I excel at long-range precise shooting, which can hold back threats. Everyone's eyes turned to Caesar and Lena. Caesar paused for a moment, then spoke calmly. We have the blood of an ancient monster. Our strength and defense are much higher than normal. He pointed to the large shield behind him. So we can endure, he added, gesturing to Lena beside him. Master Edmund's gaze paused on Caesar's large shield and Lena's sturdy figure. A flash of understanding appeared in his eyes. Good. I have a bit more experience, so I'll lead the attack. Microel and Vera will stay in the middle, supporting with plants and crossbow arrows. Lady Lena, please watch the sides and the rear for surprise attacks. He quickly assigned positions. Everyone moved forward again, and the mood grew more serious. The deeper they went, the thicker the slime on the cave walls became, even starting to drip. Caesar noticed some carving marks on one side of the wall, with broken or fragments nearby. Ore of rock iron. No wonder Hoggies was willing to pay 30 nars for it. The metal refined from this ore is quite valuable. They went further into a wider space. The scene in front of them made everyone gasp. Dozens of decayed coffins covered in slime were scattered around the cave. Master Edmund looked serious as he approached an open coffin. He shone his torch inside. It's empty, suddenly. Hiss. Hoo-hoo. From all directions, pale figures slowly crawled out of the shadows. They had no hair, their skin was a dull gray like a corpse, their eye sockets sunken, and their limbs were unusually long, especially the legs, giving them incredible jumping ability. Their fingernails were very sharp. There were at least 20 of them. In the center of these figures, a larger one slowly stood upright. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with skin that was no longer pale but a deep brown like rock, covered in rough, bony protrusions. Its claws were longer, and its fangs protruded from its mouth. Hard-skinned carrion ghoul, Master Edmund shouted in surprise, his face turning very grim. Hoggies must have dug up something terrible. This monster is a mutated creature formed by devouring large amounts of undigested blood and flesh. Hiss! The hard-skinned carrion ghoul let out a piercing roar. Over a dozen ordinary ghouls on all fours rushed forward at terrifying speed. The hard-skinned ghoul, along with a few remaining, slowly pressed forward, its blood-red eyes fixed on Caesar, who looked the most threatening. Retreat! Hold the cave entrance! Master Edmund shouted sharply. He suddenly grabbed a handful of grayish powder from his pouch and threw it forcefully onto the ground in front of him. At the same time, he roared without looking back, "Luke!" Holy flame oil! Although Luke was trembling with fear, he quickly took a small sealed clay jar from his waist pouch and forcefully smashed it onto the sword handed to him by Master Edmund. The liquid inside, emitting a faint golden glow, soaked the blade. Under the torchlight, the sword seemed to shimmer with a dark golden aura. The frontmost zombies stepped into the powdery area. They hissed as their claws touched the ground, releasing thin blue smoke and making crackling sounds. Master Edmund seized this moment. His dark golden sword transformed into a streak of light. With a swift strike, the sword cut through one zombie's neck. Its tough skin was easily pierced by the blessed flame oil on the sword, and its head was instantly severed. Vera, aim for the eyes. Viral, hold them back, Edmund shouted angrily. He swung his sword again, opening another zombie's belly. The effect of the holy flame oil was clearly powerful and painful for him. Understood, Vera shouted softly. She shot an arrow precisely into a zombie that had bypassed the powder zone and was lunging toward Luke's eye socket. Viral had already acted. She quickly cut her palm, letting her blood drip onto several seeds. The seeds instantly sprouted and grew. She threw them forcefully toward the densest part of the zombie horde. Grow now. The seeds took root, and several vines burst out of the ground, wildly wrapping around nearby zombies. The zombies roared and struggled, but the vines were stronger and more resilient than expected, temporarily trapping them in place. Luke nervously swung his short sword, protecting Edmund's side and blocking the scattered attacks. Each block was difficult and exhausting. There were too many zombies, and they moved too fast. The vines kept breaking, and arrows hitting non-vital spots only provoked more ferocious counterattacks. Although Edmund was brave, he was overwhelmed by the attack of several zombies. His tough armor was cut in a few places, bleeding. The two sisters were also exhausted. At this tense moment, Caesar made his move. He ignored the zombies entangled in vines, or fighting Edmund and others. His gaze was fixed on the tough-skinned zombie leader at the back. Lena's large body suddenly tensed, and her crimson eyes flashed with a fierce light. In Edmund and the two sisters' shocked gazes, Caesar and Lena charged directly at the tough-skinned, flesh-eating monster. Caesar used his black shield as a battering weapon, smashing forcefully into the giant creature. "No, Caesar, come back," Edmund shouted angrily. He wanted to help, but two crazy flesh-eaters held him tightly. The tough-skinned flesh-eating monster was much stronger than a normal one. Caesar rushing recklessly was almost like inviting death. Viral and Vera's faces changed drastically. They wanted to support with vines or crossbow arrows, but Caesar and Lena were too fast. They collided with the tough-skinned monster instantly. Caesar's massive shield unleashed more power than expected, forcing the 3-meter-tall creature to stumble and fall into a smaller hole deep inside the cave. Master Edmund was anxious. He swung his sword to cut down a flesh-eater, trying to rescue Caesar and Lena. "Forget them. Focus on what's in front of us." Viral gritted her teeth and shouted. More vines sprouted from her hands, wrapping around the attacking monster. But all three of them knew that Caesar and Lena, trapped in that small space, faced the tough-skinned flesh-eater and its guards. Their chances of survival were slim. However, just when they were giving their all and nearly couldn't hold on, a piercing, terrified scream suddenly erupted from deep inside that small hole. This sudden terrifying noise made the four outside freeze in place. What happened? What's inside? Screaming like that? The horrifying scream and sounds of fighting didn't last long, just a few breaths, and then everything fell silent. Outside, Edmund used his last strength, working with Viral's vines and Vera's precise crossbow shots, finally killing the remaining ordinary flesh-eaters. They looked at each other, still shaken, seeing shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They tightly gripped their weapons and carefully approached the blood-stained entrance of the hole. Just as they were about to peek inside, tap, 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 heavy footsteps sounded from the darkness. Caesar's figure slowly stepped out from the shadows of the hole. His armor was stained with thick, black blood. In his hand, he held a large black sword, through which a fierce, huge skull was pierced. It was the skull of that tough-skinned, flesh-eating monster. Black blood dripped down the blade, making a clear, tick-tock sound in the silent cave. Behind him, Lena's large figure was once again covered by a tattered cloak, silently following. She was also splattered with black blood, and a flash of red seemed to flicker under her hood. Caesar's calm gaze swept over the four people outside the entrance, who were covered in blood and staring in shock, as if they had just gone for a walk. He casually placed the large sword, with the tough-skinned monster's skull still stuck on it, on the ground, making a dull thud. Ahem, Caesar cleared his throat, showing just the right amount of tiredness and shock. "It's over. This guy's skin is really tough, and he's incredibly strong. I almost died inside. Thanks to you guys holding back the other monsters outside. Otherwise, we wouldn't have stood a chance." He looked at the stunned expressions of the four in front of him, then at the lifeless, tough-skinned skull on the ground, and sincerely added, "Really, it's just a little bit stronger than it." Edmund's face still showed shock, and his cloudy eyes stared fixedly at Caesar. "Brother Caesar." The old monster hunter's voice was hoarse. You're not hurt, right?" That tough-skinned, flesh-eating monster's strength. Caesar hesitated for a moment. He slightly turned his head, and then let out a light cough. "Cough. I'm fine." That thing's collision power was quite shocking. Caesar raised his hand and pressed on the spot where the tough-skinned monster had hit him, just right to explain how dangerous the fight had been. "Mr. Caesar." Vera's bright voice was full of excitement and admiration. She quickly ran toward Caesar, her eyes shining. "You and Miss Lena are amazing." "That monster." Her words suddenly stopped. Lena instantly moved one step sideways, completely blocking Caesar. Under her cloak, her crimson eyes coldly fixed on Vera without any emotion. Vera's excitement froze instantly. Her feet stayed rooted, and her face turned slightly pale. "Vera." Virial's urgent warning sounded as she quickly pulled her sister back to her side. She nodded slightly towards Caesar and Lena, her eyes filled with fear and gratitude, but mostly with caution toward Lena's shocking reaction. "Sorry, Lord Caesar, Miss Lena. My sister was rude. Thank you both for your help. If you hadn't dealt with that tough, flesh-eating monster, Her words trailed off. "It's okay," Caesar said in a calm, deep voice, as if the pain just now was an illusion. Caesar looked at the remains of the monster on the ground and spoke humbly. "It was everyone working together that kept the outer part busy. That gave us a chance. Otherwise, we might not have survived the attack." Caesar held his sword, dragging the bloody trophy, and turned toward the cave entrance. Lena followed closely, her large figure silent as a shadow, only the soft rubbing of her cloak on the ground. When Caesar carried the large head out of the mine, Horgus quickly ran over from behind the distant boulder. His fat body looked clumsy on the slippery ground. When he saw the fierce head on the sword, his face twitched with fear, and his eyes filled with terror instantly. "Oh my, Oh my! What is this? He shouted in shock, instinctively taking a step back. Horgus! Edmund's voice was angry. He stepped forward, staring at him closely. You kept important information from us. There's a tough, flesh-eating monster in the mine. You didn't mention it before. If it weren't for the Caesar brothers, our small team, including your mine, wouldn't see the next sunrise. Viral also stepped forward with a cold face, speaking harshly. Horgus, you must know the danger and value of that flesh-eating monster. 30 NARs per small team is enough for normal zombies, but not for fighting this mutated monster boss. Vera stood behind her sister, nodding firmly, her eyes full of disapproval as she looked at Horgus. Horgus's face broke out in sweat. His fat hands nervously rubbed together, and his eyes quickly scanned Edmund and the sisters' faces, finally settling on Caesar's calm but chilling face. It was a misunderstanding. Horgus hurriedly apologized. I didn't know there was such a monster inside. The last miners who escaped only saw many shadows. They were terrified. I increased the payment. 30 more NARs for each team. Lord Caesar, an extra 20 NARs for you alone. Upon hearing this number, Edmund's tense face eased slightly. The two sisters exchanged a glance. Vilya nodded gently, accepting the compensation. Hodges immediately took out a heavy pouch of money, trembling as he began to count the coins. He distributed the payment to Edmund and his apprentice, the sister of the forest, and finally respectfully handed 30 NARs and an extra 20 NARs to Caesar. Caesar took the NARs without hesitation, casually stuffing them into his belt pouch. Lena kept her eyes fixed on Hodges's movements until the coins dropped into Caesar's pouch. Then her crimson eyes slightly shifted away. Hodges expressed his thanks once more, then, with his 6 equally nervous guards, disappeared into the misty swamp. Edmund's gaze returned to Caesar, filled with curiosity. Brother Caesar, you don't seem to be from the Great Swamp area. Otherwise, with your and Miss Lena's skills, I would have heard of you, he said. I've never seen such an efficient demon hunting team. Caesar casually wiped his bloodstained black sword on the snow and sheathed it at his waist. We come from the Alliance of Many Nations. We're preparing to return home. The Alliance of Many Nations? Vilya's blue eyes brightened. That route passes through the Chaos Mountains. It must be costly? Caesar looked at her without denying, just nodding slightly. Vilya stepped forward and continued. Lord Caesar, Miss Lena, are you interested in earning another sum? In 3 days, Roy, the leader of the Bounty Guild, will organize a hunt deep in the Great Swamp targeting a monster that killed his younger brother. The reward is generous. Participants, whether successful or not, will receive 30 NARs. If you personally kill the monster, Roy promises to pay triple the reward. Swamp hunt. Caesar frowned slightly. At this moment, Edmund approached. It said Roy's younger brother was dragged deep into the swamp and died a terrible death. Anyone with some skill wants to try their luck. He glanced at Vilya. Luke, Vilya, and I all plan to go. Yeah. Vilya finally couldn't hold back, her face full of excitement for adventure and admiration for Caesar. Leader Roy is very generous. Plus, more people mean more strength, and it's safer to deal with the monsters deep in the swamp. She finished speaking and instinctively glanced at Lena, whose shadow under the hood seemed darker. Caesar was silent for a moment. The guaranteed reward of 30 gold coins, plus the potential triple bonus, was tempting. Going deep into the swamp might lead to more valuable monster materials, helping him gather resources to cross the chaotic mountains. He looked at Lena, who was silent beside him. Her crimson eyes flickered slightly in the shadow of her cloak, showing silent caution. Where? In 3 days, at dawn, the Monster Hunter Guild will gather, Viral answered immediately. Okay, Caesar nodded. 3 days later, at dawn the damp, moldy smell of the swamp filled Caesar's nose. He pushed open the creaking door of the inn, with Lena's large figure close behind. After 3 days of rest, the bloodstained smell on them from crawling out of the ground seemed to have faded, but the cold, hardened aura that had settled in was more restrained and dangerous. Many people had gathered at the Monster Hunter Guild's entrance, more noisy than during the last mine mission. Hey, Caesar, over here, Vera called out excitedly, waving vigorously at Caesar. Viral stood beside her sister, still wearing dark green leather armor. She gently tugged Vera's arm and whispered, "Be more reserved." Vera's cheeks flushed slightly. She stuck out her tongue, but kept her bright eyes fixed on Caesar. Master Edmund and his apprentice Luke were also there. The old monster hunter wore a relatively clean leather armor, with a bulging pouch, clearly filled with medicines and tools. Seeing Caesar, he gave a serious but somewhat friendly nod. "Brother Caesar, Miss Lena." Luke looked a bit nervous, clutching his short sword tightly. When he saw Caesar, he straightened his back instinctively, with a mix of awe and curiosity in his eyes. Lena's large figure stood out in the crowd. Her crimson eyes quickly scanned the surrounding heads with alertness in the shadow of her cloak. Caesar's gaze swept over the crowd. Besides the well-equipped monster hunters like Edmund's team, most were mercenaries, with old leather armor and weapons with dents. His eyes paused at a few corners, where some people dressed differently, carrying strange objects on them. These people all share a common trait. Their leather armor or weapons are embroidered with the same symbol, a greedy hyena, made with some kind of paint or metal thread. "Master Edmund," Caesar's voice was quiet, but his eyes indicated the people with the hyena emblem. "Who are they?" Edmund looked in the direction of his gaze and explained softly, "Members of the Bounty League. Leader Roy has gathered most of the decent bounty hunters in this swamp. That hyena emblem is the League's mark. Officially, any notable bounty hunter in this swamp is affiliated with the League." Then, Edmund signaled Caesar to look deeper into the guild hall. There, the crowd parted like a wave, creating a path. A man stepped out and stood on a slightly raised wooden box in the center of the hall. Roy looked to be in his 30s, tall and strong, with a fierce scar running from his forehead to his chin. His eyes were sharp, scanning the crowd below. However, Caesar noticed something strange. Under the flickering torchlight in the guild hall, Roy's face looked pale and worn, contrasting with his strong build. "Brave warriors." Roy's voice was loud, quickly overpowering the noise in the hall. His gaze swept across everyone, briefly pausing on Caesar and Lena. His eyes held a look of evaluation and something hard to describe. Then he looked away. "Thank you all for answering my call. My brother, Tuck, was taken 10 days ago by a monster lurking in the swamp." Roy's voice carried deep hatred and was very convincing. Many mercenaries below growled in anger. "Today, we gather here to kill that monster." He suddenly drew his long sword. 30 nars for each of you. That's your reward. And whoever kills that monster with their own hands." He raised his voice. "I, Roy, leader of the Bounty League, will pay an extra 3 times the reward." Roar. The mercenaries erupted in wild cheers. Monster hunters stayed calmer, but their eyes sparkled with greed for the big reward. Caesar remained expressionless. Lena, with her crimson eyes hidden under her hood, watched Roy's pale face carefully. She let out a low growl. Only Caesar could hear, full of caution. Eastern marshland inner area, the team struggles to move through the swamp filled with foul, damp air. The path beneath their feet has disappeared, replaced by uneven mud pools and tangled, decaying roots. Broken, giant trees lean crookedly over the murky water. Their bark has fallen away, revealing pale wood, covered in moss and slow-moving poisonous insects. Ahead, Roy's followers have cleared a narrow waterway using knives and simple tools. A few rough boats made from thick logs are moored at solid patches of shore. The boats are simple and smell of rotting wood mixed with mud. Caesar, Lena, Edmund the Master, and 6 sisters of the forest voice work together to build a boat. Lena's large body nearly takes up the back half of the boat, causing it to tilt slightly. Vera carefully sits at the front, curious about the strange surroundings. Vilya watches the water and shadows on the shore cautiously. Master Edmund places his bag in front of him, while Luke nervously grips the oar. Just as Caesar steps onto the rocking boat, causing it to dip slightly, Caesar suddenly turns around, his cold gaze sweeping behind him toward the gathering area. Lena reacts almost at the same time. Her huge body tenses instantly. Her crimson eyes under the cloak narrow sharply with deadly intent, scanning the direction Caesar is looking. Her short sword slips silently from her claws, coldness spreading in the humid air. The other 4 on the boat are startled by this sudden reaction. Master Edmund instinctively grips his sword handle. Vilya quickly conjures a small vine to wrap around her wrist. Vera almost drops her crossbow into the water in fright. "Lord Caesar? What's wrong?" Vilya's voice is tense. Caesar's gaze remains fixed on the dense forest deep within the gray mist and rotting wood. The feeling of being watched suddenly vanishes without a trace. Caesar slowly withdraws his gaze. Is it an illusion? His voice is deep. All clear. Caesar turns around and slowly sits in the boat, silent. Only Lena remains highly alert, her crimson eyes silently scanning under the shadow of her cloak. The oar slices through the dark green, sticky water, making a sluggish splash. The fleet, carrying people with different thoughts, slowly moves toward the heart of the great swamp. The smell of decay was so strong it was hard to breathe, a foul mix of dead fish and rotten plants. Lena's bright red eyes under her cloak scanned the surroundings carefully, her claws unconsciously pressed against the boat's edge, leaving shallow marks on the wet wood. Old Hunter Edmund was also tense, while Viral sat in the middle of the boat, her fingertips ready to throw some seeds at any moment. Only Vera seemed less afraid, her excitement making her less nervous. She sat just in front of Caesar, turned around, her bright eyes full of curiosity. "Hey, Caesar, do you know? Last winter, my sister and I chased a mutated snow wolf deep in the mountains. That thing was bigger than the swamp's tough-skinned scavenger, and its fur was as hard as iron. We chased it for 3 days and nights. We fell into icy holes twice and almost froze to death, feeding the ice worms. In the end, if my sister hadn't used vines to trap its back legs, my crossbow would have shot right into its screaming throat." She gestured excitedly, proud of her story. "Really, just a little more. Caesar, you must have hunted something even more dangerous, right? Someone as skilled as you." Caesar's gaze remained fixed on the larger wooden boat ahead, the Roina. The broad back of Roina stood straight as he directed his crew to clear the waterway. But the pale scar on his face looked even more strange in the dim swamp light. Hearing Vera's question, Caesar's eyes didn't shift. Indeed, his voice was calm, but Vera seemed greatly encouraged, her eyes shining brighter. "I knew it. Tell me, what kind of monster was it? From the abyss? Or—" Viral's cold voice interrupted, with a warning tone. "Save your energy and watch the water surface." Vera stuck out her tongue and finally calmed down a little, but her gaze still lingered on Caesar's side face and his huge black sword. Suddenly, Caesar's sharp eyes instantly focused on the murky water beside the boat. Several ripples, moving along the muddy bottom, were converging from different directions toward their small boat. "Watch out for what's beneath the water." But the warning came a moment too late. Splash boom. Just ahead on the left, another wooden boat carrying for mercenaries was suddenly overturned by a terrifying force from beneath the water. The wooden boat flipped over in the air, turning half a circle before crashing back into the water with a loud splash, shattering the wooden planks. "Ah, help! The boat is sinking." The mercenary who fell into the water struggled wildly in the dirty water. Nearby mercenaries on other boats hurriedly rowed closer. Some reached out with oars to try to rescue him, while others worked together to try to right the overturned boat. "Quick, grab the oar. Pull me up." In the chaos, the mercenary closest to the sinking boat managed to grab a teammate's oar. Suddenly, a dull tearing sound echoed, followed by his scream. Everyone looked on in horror. In the water below his waist, a large dark red splash of blood suddenly exploded. His legs, which had been kicking to swim, along with half of his abdomen, vanished instantly. His face froze with disbelief and fear. A huge force pulled his body down into the water, leaving only half of his body floating up slowly, staining a large area of water red. This terrifying scene shocked everyone. "There's something in the water." One of the drowning mercenaries desperately swam toward the nearest boat. But it was too late. Beneath the murky water, several huge dark shapes swiftly darted past. The remaining drowning mercenaries could only scream in horror before being dragged into the deep water. Then, in the places where they disappeared, several bursts of blood splashed out, quickly turning the water into a dark red mess. Corrupted water serpents. It's a swarm of corrupted water serpents. On another boat, an experienced monster hunter's face turned pale. "They are incredibly strong underwater. Be careful. Don't get pulled under." Before he finished speaking, a chilling hiss sounded. The murky water suddenly burst open, revealing dozens of thick, black giant snakes. Their bodies were as thick as a grown man's thigh, over 4 or 5 meters long, covered in slimy black scales. They moved with incredible agility in the water, stirring up blood and turning the area into a terrifying snake pool. Kaiser's pupils shrank suddenly. He quickly clenched the black sword at his waist. Under Lena's cloak, two short swords had already been drawn and crossed in front of him. His crimson eyes locked onto the approaching giant snakes on both sides of the boat. Luke was already pale with fear, trembling as he held his sword. Viral's face was serious. Without hesitation, she cut her palm with a dagger, letting blood drip onto several seeds she had prepared. "Wrap around," Viral shouted softly. The blood-covered seeds were thrown forcefully into the water ahead. As soon as the seeds entered the dirty water, thick vines burst out and quickly wrapped around nearby water serpents. Hiss! The water serpents struggled fiercely, but the power and slipperiness of the corrupted water serpents were much greater than expected. Their slimy mucus kept secreting, reducing the binding effect, only slightly delaying their movements, and they couldn't be truly controlled. At this moment, two corrupted water serpents silently slipped to the left and right sides of their small boat. "Left!" Caesar shouted loudly. His black sword stabbed into the water on the left side. When the blade touched the slippery body, most of the force was taken away, leaving only a shallow white scar. The water serpent, in pain, swung its tail violently, stirring the water and causing the boat to shake violently. Almost at the same time Caesar acted, Lena's short sword sharply struck the water surface on the right. The short sword barely cut through the tough scales, but the wound was shallow. The water serpent was startled and quickly retracted into the water. Caesar's heart sank. His mind flashed with the legend of a monkey named Sun Wukong from his past life, who had been defeated in the water. He felt the same now, just as the situation was about to turn worse. "Get out of the way. Use this." A loud shout came from a nearby boat. Caesar caught a glimpse with the corner of his eye. It was the demon hunter who had recognized the water serpent earlier. He was holding a crystal bottle filled with a thick, dark green liquid. "Stagnation water." Old Hunter Edmund's cloudy eyes suddenly shone brightly. "It's stagnation water. Quickly pour it into the water. Everyone, hold the boat steady." Without hesitation, the demon hunter uncorked the bottle and poured the dark green liquid into the water near their boat. Something strange happened. As soon as the potion touched the murky water, it spread wildly. Wherever it went, the slow-moving, dirty water began to solidify visibly to the eye. It looked like the jelly that Caesar had eaten in his past life. The water area started to become elastic. Caesar's eyes flashed with shock. He felt as if the lower half of the boat was stuck in sticky gel, making movement extremely difficult. Two decayed water snakes, preparing to attack again, could only slowly crawl through the slimy substance. The murky sewage was slowly solidifying. Just as Caesar was about to draw his sword again, his movements suddenly stopped. His lowered elbow lightly brushed against Lena, who was pressed close behind him. No words were needed, not even eye contact. Lena's short sword, about to pierce out from under her cloak, froze instantly. Her crimson eyes, shadowed by her hood, slightly contracted. All her murderous intent quickly faded, and her large body remained eerily still. Caesar's gaze silently swept over the chaotic water surface, settling on Roy, who stood on a slightly larger boat. Caesar's eyes narrowed slightly. Something was very wrong. The water snake attack was sudden, bloody, and chaotic. The mercenaries were terrified and panicked. Even the experienced Edmund looked pale. But what about Roy? This leader of the Bounty Alliance, who had just lost his younger brother and gathered everyone for revenge, showed no sign of panic. He even seemed overly calm when facing the crisis. He looked more like an outside observer, watching everyone's reactions on the boat, assessing their abilities and performance. Especially when Caesar's gaze fell on him, Roy's scarred eyes seemed to move subtly, as if he saw through everything with a hint of insight. He knew in advance. Caesar's cold eyes fixed on Roy, a thought flashing through his mind. Lena's large body emitted an even stronger chill as Caesar's thoughts arose. Her crimson eyes, hidden beneath her cloak, pierced through the crowd and locked onto Roy with deadly precision, a pure killing intent shooting straight at him. Roy slightly furrowed his brow, quickly shifting his gaze towards Caesar and Lena. "Lena," Caesar's voice was deep, almost drowned out by the shouts of the mercenaries. Lena tilted her head slightly, her crimson gaze shifting away instantly. Her short sword under her cloak pointed back at the water. Caesar also timely clanged as he stabbed his black sword into the water, stirring up a murky swirl. It seemed the previous pause was just a moment to find the best time to strike. Cold Crow Town. Old Edmund. Caesar's inner killing intent instantly spread. This familiar tactic involves pretending to recruit others, using high rewards to attract capable people, then possessing them. Viral. On the right, Edmund's shout came. Viral, the twin sister, reacted quickly. She cut her palm again, blood dripping onto several thicker seeds. She softly commanded, then threw the seeds forcefully toward the struggling water serpents on both sides of the small boat. Grow. There were muffled pops as the seeds burst open, forming tough, dark green vines covered with tiny thorns that quickly pierced the sticky water surface and wrapped around the targets. Under Viral's control, the vines tightened wildly, with the thorns deeply embedded in the water serpent's slippery scales. The large water serpent twisted violently, causing ripples in the water, but the vines kept tightening. After less than 10 breaths, both water serpents' bodies softened and lost their life. The fighting on the other boats was also nearly over. Mercenaries and demon hunters, still under the effect of the stasis potion, used their spears to stab wildly, killing the water serpents trapped in the goo. Dark red blood stained the water. Kaiser and Lena were basically doing nothing. Kaiser waved his black sword a few times on the water surface, while Lena sheathed her short sword. Her huge body just kept steadying the stern to prevent the boat from tipping over. Most of Kaiser's attention was on watching Roy's every move with his peripheral vision. Finally, the effect of the stasis potion wore off. The water flowed again, carrying a strong smell of blood. The fleet resumed its journey, slowly heading deeper into the swamp. Ugh, almost capsized and fed those disgusting things. Vera patted her chest, still trembling from the fight. Master Edmund, about that potion earlier? Viral asked curiously. Edmund turned to the Viral sisters and Kaiser, his voice serious. That was stasis water, a very expensive and hard-to-preserve potion. Its main ingredient is said to come from a poisonous sac of a strange snake, which has a terrifying coagulating property. He paused, glancing over the murky water. It can temporarily change water's shape, but more importantly, if applied to a weapon, even a small cut on the target's skin allows the toxin to enter the bloodstream. The victim's blood will coagulate in a very short time. There's no cure. Caesar gently brushed his fingertips over the sword hilt, feeling a slight movement in his heart. The inheritance of the monster hunters is truly strange, each more bizarre than the last. The effect of this stagnant water seems perfectly suited for stealth and deadly strikes. Caesar couldn't help but touch his chin thoughtfully. It seems that after reaching the alliance of the various kingdoms, he must not only improve his own strength, but also gather these unique monster hunter techniques and potion recipes. Knowledge and power are equally important. Suddenly, Luke let out a loud cry, trembling as he pointed toward the side of the boat. Everyone looked in that direction. Unknowingly, the small boat had entered a more silent and eerie water area. The shores were no longer sparse with dead trees but filled with large, twisted, and decaying trees. These trees were full of holes, their trunks covered with thick, dark green moss. Numerous grotesque, poisonous insects crawled out of the holes. Even more disgusting, in the deep folds of some massive trunks, countless green maggots wriggled densely. Silence. Luke, Master Edmund sternly warned. In such a place, any unnecessary noise could attract unknown terrors. Vera also saw this disgusting scene. Her face instantly turned pale, and she instinctively wanted to scream. But her gaze caught Caesar nearby. He was still sitting calmly, without a hint of disturbance. Vera bit her lip hard, forcing back the cry that was about to escape her throat. She tried to imitate Caesar, sitting upright, clutching her foldable crossbow tightly. Her fingers turned slightly white from the grip, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Lena's crimson eyes slowly moved beneath her cloak, alert to every corner that might hide danger. Caesar clearly felt a greedy gaze, faintly lingering on him and Lena on the boat, coming from Roy, the Twilight Church. Caesar's heart filled with murderous intent. The methods used by Edwin and Roy to find strong bodies through selection were definitely the work of the Twilight Church. Moreover, the old man Isis was probably not an ordinary figure. The black-robed advisor hadn't even finished speaking before being killed by some curse. Caesar's brow furrowed deeply as he silently pondered. If Isis was a high-ranking member of the organization, then he was likely already being watched. Perhaps it was better to strike first. At that moment, Caesar's pupils suddenly contracted. The waterway ahead seemed to widen a little. Several ships acted as pioneers, but Caesar suddenly sensed something unusual. The number of ships ahead seemed to have increased. Vera also noticed something strange. She rubbed her eyes in confusion, trying to see clearly through the fog ahead. Suddenly, she pointed at a blurry outline of a small boat on the left and exclaimed in surprise, "Caesar? How did you get onto the other ship?" Caesar had already noticed the movement on the left. He stared intently at the slowly appearing small boat. The shape of the boat was very blurry, as if made of fog and water reflections. Its outline twisted and shifted, but there was definitely a figure on it. A figure dressed almost exactly like Caesar, with a similar body shape, was standing quietly at the front of the blurry boat, facing their direction. Caesar's cold gaze swept over Vera, and his voice carried a chilling tone, "Because that's not me at all." Vera's voice was filled with disbelief and shock. She instinctively pointed at the figure standing at the bow of the boat. But Caesar's gaze moved to the stern of the ship. On the blurry silhouette, the large outline of Lena was faintly visible. Then, Edmund, Luke, Vilja, and Vera appeared one after another, even mimicking their shapes and movements. A low growl came from inside Lena's cloak. Her body tensed, and two swords silently slid out from her claws. "Oh my God, is that us? There's one here too." The screams of surprise erupted among the fleet. Caesar's peripheral vision caught sight of each small boat, where distorted reflections quietly appeared nearby, the people on the boats silently watching their real selves. Caesar's gaze moved past these chaotic illusions. Several ships acting as vanguards had already slowly approached the edge of a small island shrouded in decay and rot. Decay Island. Caesar didn't hesitate at all. Just as the illusionary small boat was about to attach itself to his ship, Caesar suddenly leapt with a burst of strength. The rotten wooden boat shook violently. Lena reacted in sync with Caesar. Following his landing point, there was a muffled thud as she stepped firmly into the muddy shore, then immediately stabilized. A firm, solid feeling underfoot made Caesar breathe a little easier. Floating on the water was hard to push against. Lena stayed close behind Caesar on his right side, with two short swords crossed in front of her. Her bright red eyes fixed tightly on the Caesar and Lena walking down from the boat. The others quickly reacted, rushing ashore. Edmund looked serious, and Vera almost slipped while coming up. Her sister grabbed her quickly, her face pale and scared, staring at the two identical figures across from her. Suddenly, a grayish-white mist rose from the water, swallowing the entire island in an instant. Visibility dropped sharply, and even the outlines of nearby friends became blurry. "Alert!" Edmund's tense voice sounded through the fog. Caesar immediately pushed his senses to the limit. His right hand clenched the hilt of his black sword. Lena pressed close behind him, with her swords fully drawn. Anything alive within a meter of this area would be cut apart instantly. The fog came quickly and disappeared just as fast. When the view cleared, everything was deadly silent. Everyone, including Caesar, froze for a moment when they saw what was in front of them. Their minds went blank. They stared at each other in surprise. Each person was surrounded by a nearly identical self. The mercenaries were confused and wary, looking at their mirror images with blank and cautious eyes. They instinctively moved away from each other, weapons half drawn, pointing at one another. 3 steps ahead of Caesar, another, Caesar, held a black sword, with Lena pressed behind him, both in a defensive stance. His bright red eyes watched this side. Werewolves, Caesar sneered softly, sharp teeth flashing in the dim light. Caesar, across from him, seemed to be affected by the sound. His head tilted slightly, and his hollow eyes focused on Caesar's face. Caesar looked at the fake with interest. "It looks just like me, his appearance, build, equipment, Even tiny scratches on his armor were perfectly copied. But to Caesar, the flaws were obvious. The fake's eyes were empty and emotionless, more like a puppet controlled by someone else. As for Lena, she didn't even glance at the fake one. Her nose twitched slightly as she sensed the unique scent of Caesar, mixed with the smell of steel, blood, and an ancient, hard-to-explain aura. Suspicion spread quickly among the crowd. The mercenaries became tense, shouting and questioning loudly. "Who are you? Don't come any closer. Prove you're real." At that moment, the Edmund across from Caesar suddenly spoke. "It's a holographic slime. A rare type of normal slime that can bend light and manipulate its shape, distorting how others see it. They are not aggressive but cause confusion, leading us to fight each other." Another Edmund's eyes widened in panic and anger. "Nonsense. He's the fake one. Don't believe him." Viral's eyes flickered. Almost instinctively, she pulled Vera closer and moved toward the first Edmund. Meanwhile, the Viral sister, standing next to the second Edmund, immediately showed trust. She leaned toward the second Edmund, while keeping a wary eye on the first Edmund and the Viral sister approaching him. The chaos intensified. Accusations and arguments erupted between each pair of real and fake figures. Caesar watched the scene calmly, his lips curling into a more mocking smile. His gaze didn't linger on the crowd, but shifted again to Roy outside the group. Roy stood tall, showing no surprise. His eyes swept over everyone caught in confusion and suspicion, especially lingering longer on those with strong abilities or special powers. Indeed, a test, Caesar thought coldly. As the argument grew louder, Caesar softly called to the two Edmunds. "Master Edmund, watch the shadows." The second Edmund's cloudy eyes suddenly sharpened. He quickly looked down at the shadow at his feet, which was blurry and twisting in the dim light. He then looked at the Viral sister's feet. Her shadow was twisting the same way. "Shadows. Watch their shadows," Edmund suddenly realized. Fake shadows are distorted. They're illusions. The Viral sister standing next to the first Edmund quickly looked down at the old hunter's feet nearby. "Fake," Viral shouted sharply, flipping her wrist. The prepared vine seeds shot out with a breaking sound, instantly wrapping around their targets. Caesar moved even faster. Just as he warned, he stabbed directly at Caesar's chest. Lena, unable to hold back her boiling desire to fight, burst out with incredible speed as Caesar drew his sword. Two short swords instantly cut Lena into pieces. "Ah!" A sound like countless bubbles bursting came from the illusion's mouth. Their bodies quickly collapsed and melted away, turning into a gel that shimmered with rainbow colors. It was about 1 meter tall, shapeless, with a darker rainbow gel at its core. It was a light illusion slime. "Core!" Caesar shouted loudly. He struck the rainbow-colored slime with his huge sword. Bang! The darker, harder gel core was knocked out and flew far away, landing in the swampy water. Without its core, the slime's outer gel collapsed completely, flowing onto the ground. Its rainbow shine faded quickly. Although Caesar had never seen a light illusion slime before, the Monster Hunter notes mentioned this kind of creature. At first, these monsters were called mud monsters. The earliest slimes were made of mud, and that was also the common form of slimes on the continent. Slimes have high physical resistance. If you don't hit their core, the gel on their bodies can slowly heal itself. Others quickly realized this too. They followed suit, turning the fake creatures back into their original forms. Suddenly, rainbow-colored slimes splashed everywhere on the island, filling the air with a smell like muddy soil mixed with cheap paint after rain. The fight ended quickly. Slimes are not very strong attackers, but they often have strange abilities because they are highly mutated. If they stay in one place for a while, the mud on their bodies gains the traits of that environment. Caesar shook off the rainbow slime on his black sword, his eyes cold as he looked over the wreckage. His attack power wasn't strong, but he could cause chaos and provoke internal conflict. In dim light, that could be deadly. "Thank you, brave warriors." Roy's voice rang out at the right moment. His sturdy figure led the others forward. "The real target is on this island." He looked around at everyone, his gaze pausing briefly on Caesar with a hint of deep meaning. "The monster that dragged away my brother Tuck is now lurking at the center of this decayed island. Its nest might be deep inside these rotten woods." Caesar looked expressionless, thinking silently. This is probably a carefully planned test. Edmund and the sister of the forest whisperers quickly moved closer to Caesar. After experiencing the mine and the earlier illusion, this quiet but powerful man had become their silent support. Caesar, we owe you a lot just now, Vera said, still scared and full of admiration. She instinctively wanted to get closer to Caesar. Oomph! A huge shadow suddenly blocked her way to Caesar. Lena didn't even turn her head. She just slightly shifted her large body, completely blocking Vera from approaching. Under her hood, her crimson eyes coldly glanced at her. Vera shivered from the intense coldness and pouted in dissatisfaction, making a face at Lena's back. You're so mean. Lena didn't bother to look at her. All her attention was on Caesar within a 3-meter radius. Her twin swords hung low, like a loyal knight. Viral sighed helplessly, grabbed her sister, and nodded slightly to Caesar. Viral quickly took a small crystal bottle from her waist pouch. Inside was a dark red, thick liquid. She first dabbed a drop on her own arm and her sister's, then approached Edmund and Luke. Master Edmund. Luke, this is an insect repellent potion made with my blood, Viral explained. My bloodline naturally deters most poison insects. Applying it can save us a lot of trouble. Edmund nodded, held out his arm, and Luke quickly did the same. When it was Caesar's turn, Lena still blocked him. Viral stopped and looked at Caesar. Caesar voluntarily extended his left arm, covered with armor. He said in a deep voice, just apply it on the armor. Viral carefully dropped a drop of the dark red liquid on the edge of Caesar's armor. Then Caesar smeared the blood on his armor onto the edge of Lena's hooded cloak behind him. Done. The smell of the potion lasts for a whole morning, Viral said, putting away the bottle. The island of Decay wasn't large, roughly the size of a standard arena, but the terrain was complex. Rotten, fallen giant trees layered over each other, forming natural mazes and traps. The knee-high rotting plants bred countless poisonous insects of various kinds. Everyone spread out carefully, exploring this deadly land. Caesar and Lena walked near the front, with their black sword and large shield ready for any sudden danger. Edmund and his apprentice followed closely, watching the ground and the cracks in the rotting wood carefully. The Viral sisters stayed slightly to the side. Viral was holding a seed between her fingers, and Vera had her bow ready on her arm. In the holes of the rotten giant tree, poisonous scorpions and strange insects with many eyes sometimes peeked out. But when they got close to the medicated people, they quickly shrank back in fear. As Caesar looked over a muddy area partly covered by a huge fallen tree, he noticed something. At the edge of the muddy ground, a large tree trunk, wide enough for 2 people to hug, caught his attention. On the dark-colored bark at its base, a slit that blended with the bark's wrinkles suddenly opened. It was a huge, dark brown eye, its gaze fixed firmly on the explorers. When Caesar was about 5 steps away from the rotten wood, he suddenly turned left without warning and stepped onto a narrower path. Edmund's cloudy eyes showed a hint of confusion, but he didn't ask questions. He silently followed, and Viral instinctively pulled Vera closer behind her. As Lena turned around, her bright red eyes briefly lingered on the huge rotten tree, and she let out a low, cautious growl deep in her throat. They had just gone around, when 3 mercenaries cursed and stepped onto Caesar's original path. The leader, a fat man, impatiently swung his machete, cutting through the low vines blocking the way. This place is terrible. There are more bugs than swamp mosquitoes, said a small, thin mercenary, nervously watching a fist-sized beetle crawl past his feet. Shut up, skinny monkey, sneered another mercenary with dark skin and strong muscles, showing clear contempt. A few bugs scare you so much of your pants? Watch this. He made a move to stomp on the beetle. Black dog, don't move. The fat leader suddenly shouted sharply, his voice tense. The mercenary called Black Dog froze, his face stiff with surprise. The skinny monkey was so scared he took a quick step back, his back hitting the huge rotten tree. Suddenly, from behind Black Dog's neck, a thick arm covered in dark green rings silently dropped from above. The Black Dog suddenly swallowed hard, and cold sweat instantly soaked his leather armor lining. The fat leader quickly and accurately grabbed the venomous snake's head, growling softly as he threw the snake toward the other side of the large rotten wood. Who the heck threw something? Came a furious shout from the other side of the rotten wood. All 3 mercenaries simultaneously relaxed. The black dog, still shaken, touched his neck, while the skinny monkey leaned against the rotten wood, a faint, sad smile appearing on his face from the amusing scene. However, just as they relaxed their minds, on the bark of the huge rotten wood behind the skinny monkey, a large dark brown eye silently opened again. The smile on the skinny monkey's face hadn't even fully formed. The rotten wood suddenly opened its large mouth filled with sharp teeth, revealing dark red flesh and countless wriggling tiny maggots. The skinny monkey couldn't even scream before he was swallowed whole by the giant mouth, leaving only his tattered, kicked-off boot on the ground. The expressions on the fat leader and the black dog froze completely. Their minds went blank. Roar, a deafening roar echoed through the swamp as a massive creature broke free from its decayed disguise. It was nearly 10 meters long. Its body was covered with thick scales, with countless venomous insects crawling and nesting between the scales. In the gaps of the scales, dense green maggots frantically burrowed in and out, gnawing at the already blackened, rotting flesh beneath. Its tongue was covered with spiders and scorpions, and its dark yellow vertical pupils locked onto the stunned fat leader and black dog. Ugh! Vera only took one look, her stomach churning, and she bent over too. Violet endured her discomfort and quickly protected her behind him. Caesar calmly watched this monster. From the moment it stared at them, Caesar had already noticed, but he didn't want to be the scout. At this moment, Caesar simply took off his large shield and held it in front of him. Lena's massive body immediately pressed close behind Caesar's side and back, while his two short swords crossed in front of him, with crimson eyes fixed tightly on the giant crocodile. Caesar's gaze swept over the chaotic crowd, finally settling on a distant point. Roy stood tall, his face showing fear, and instinctively took a half-step back, hiding behind two men dressed in Bounty Alliance hyena leather armor. Caesar's eyes briefly lingered on those two bounty hunters, narrowing slightly. Those two don't look like bounty hunters. They look more like two dead men. At that moment, driven by greed, some mercenaries and demon hunters rushed forward. They swung swords and hammered their war hammers hard against the giant crocodile's scales. Clang! Clang! The crocodile's scales were very tough. Even with a war hammer, only slight dents could be made. Instead, the attackers' weapons, when touching the scales, released a large number of green maggots from the cracks. These maggots ignored armor and crazily burrowed inside through the gaps. "Oh, help me, bug." The bugs are inside. The mercenaries and demon hunters who were hit rolled on the ground in pain. Their faces turned pale quickly, and their bodies twitched violently until they stopped moving. Caesar and his group slowly moved forward to join the fight. Caesar's large shield blocked the crocodile's occasional tail swings, remaining steady. His black sword struck the scales with moderate force, leaving a few shallow, painless white scratches. Lena perfectly mimicked Caesar's rhythm. Her short sword swung with impressive force, but each strike on the scales only made a crisp, ding sound, leaving faint marks. She didn't seek glory. After a few symbolic attacks, she quickly retreated behind Caesar, her crimson eyes alert and scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Edmund and the Sisterhood of the Forest Speakers didn't notice Caesar and Lena's unusual behavior. They fought with great effort. Edmund quickly took out a bottle of strengthening potion and drank it. Then he pulled out a small bag of glowing phosphorescent powder and quickly applied it to his sword. When he swung again, the sword touched the scales and made a sizzling, corrosive sound, releasing white smoke with a strong, unpleasant smell. Violet threw several bloodstained seeds. The vines couldn't fully trap the huge creature, but they slowed it down, creating an opportunity for Edmund's attack. Vera, fighting nausea, raised her delicate folding crossbow. The tip of her bolt was tied to a glass bottle filled with an unknown liquid. Whoosh boom! The crossbow bolt shot deep into the mouth, causing a small explosion. The power made Caesar's eyes light up. Explosive crossbow bolt. Interesting, Caesar thought. This thing is much more useful than a sword in some situations. Thanks to the insect repellent blood potion applied by Viral, a strange safe zone formed around them, causing the crazy poisonous insects to avoid the area. Caesar noticed that some mercenaries in the crowd wore black bone charms that emitted a cold aura. The insects also dared not approach them. Caesar wasn't just standing around. When the giant crocodile was enraged by Edmund's corrosive attack and suddenly swung its head to attack Edmund, Caesar quickly stepped aside, as if teleporting, raising his shield to block the terrifying headbutt. Thud! The muddy ground beneath Caesar's feet was dug up into two deep holes. The crocodile's head was knocked back by the recoil, roaring angrily. Caesar's arm went numb slightly, but he felt more confident. This creature's strength is too weak. Its size could intimidate others, but its physical attack power was far from matching its terrifying appearance. Most of the damage came from the deadly insects. The crocodile was more like a carrier. Caesar quickly scanned the chaotic battlefield, observing the effects of each attacker, especially the wounds. At that moment, from another demon hunting team nearby, a demon hunter with a long sword burning with red flames suddenly lunged at the crocodile's hind leg joint while it was briefly restrained by vines. The hunter stabbed the burning blade fiercely into the joint. Schlick! A strong smell of burnt flesh and blood sprayed out. The hunter succeeded and quickly rolled back to avoid retaliation. Caesar's eyes immediately locked onto that wound. At the edge of the wound, the dark red flames were still corroding the flesh. Caesar noticed that the scales around the wound were covered with fine cracks. Moreover, through the torn scales, he saw a decayed gray-black interior, with countless tiny tendrils and dense white eggs writhing inside. This is a man-made mutation. Caesar understood instantly. The so-called corrupted island crocodile was carefully created. Its purpose was to test intruders' abilities and provide data for some kind of selection process. The battle was quickly coming to an end under everyone's combined attack. This distorted giant beast was ultimately weak inside, despite its intimidating appearance. Continuous weakening from Edmund's corrosion powder, interference from Vieri's vines, and a critical strike from the demon hunter wielding a flaming sword finally brought the huge body down. "That's me. I killed it." The demon hunter with the flaming sword excitedly raised his long sword, his voice hoarse as he shouted, with a look of joy and eagerness for the big reward. "Come on," Viera immediately shouted in displeasure, her face turning red with anger. It was Caesar who blocked the most dangerous attack and saved Master Edmund several times. Those last few strikes almost hit vital spots. She couldn't understand Caesar's laid-back attitude, only seeing him block the crocodile's attack and deliver the final. Caesar just slightly curled his lips and said two words, "It's fine." His gaze had long since fallen on the two bounty hunters in front of Roy in the distance. From the start of the fight to the end, those two hollow eyes never left Caesar and Lena. A strong killing intent rose in Caesar's heart. He probably was already on some list. The crocodile's carcass, crawling with maggots, lay slumped in the muddy, filthy water, filled with the smell of decay and fear. Roy pushed through the crowd and strode toward the demon hunter with the flaming sword, a look of approval on his face. He patted the other's shoulder firmly. "Well done, brave warrior. You personally killed this monster." He looked around and briefly glanced at Caesar. "I, Roy, keep my promises. The reward is tripled, and I'll pay you as soon as we get back." The demon hunter's face lit up with joy, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Thank you. Thank you." Edmund silently sheathed his sword, took out a small notebook from his pouch, quickly sketched a few lines with a charcoal pen, and whispered to Luke beside him, "1 bottle of strengthening potion, worth 40 nars, half a bag of corrosion powder. We earned 5 this trip." Viera wrinkled her nose, her face full of dissatisfaction. Just as she was about to say something, her sister Vieri shot her a look to stop her. Vieri's gaze fell on Caesar with a hint of curiosity. She saw Caesar calmly brushing off the mucus on his black sword, showing no interest in Roy's reward. His deep black eyes were calm and steady, as if he saw through something. On the way back, the wooden boat glided along the waterway, the sunset's glow turning the murky water into a dark gold. The atmosphere among the team relaxed considerably. The mercenaries talked about their upcoming pay, mixed with sighs for the fallen and relief at surviving the ordeal. Caesar sat at the back of the boat, Lena's body close to him. His gaze passed through the crowd's gaps, resting on the two hyenas beside Roy. Those two still followed closely behind Roy, their movements stiff. Their eyes were empty, but Caesar could clearly feel they had been watching him and Lena all along. Caesar's expression was cold, his eyes filled with killing intent. He withdrew his gaze, hiding all hostility beneath his calm exterior. When the boat docked, Caesar and his group, along with Master Edmund and the Sisters of the Forest Voice, briefly said goodbye and each went to their own resting spots. Caesar returned to the shabby inn. Lena entered, closed the door firmly behind her, and leaned against it, listening carefully for any subtle sounds from the corridor outside. In the eastern swamp at sunset, a ray of sunlight shone through it into the room. Lena's large body tensed suddenly, and she let out a low growl from deep within her throat. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was clear and cautious, especially noticeable at dusk. Caesar opened his eyes. His black pupils remained calm in the sunlight. Silently, he moved to the door and opened a small. Outside stood a from the Bounty Hunter Alliance. His eyes darted around nervously, trembling slightly, clearly intimidated by Caesar's calm gaze through the and Lena's crimson eyes in the shadows behind the door. Lord Caesar. The voice was hoarse. He dared not look directly at Caesar or at the shadow behind the door. Hastily, he pushed forward an object he was holding. A piece of leather armor. In the dim light, the armor appeared a deep green, covered with fine, jagged scales. Exactly the scales from the giant crocodile on the Corruption Island. Our boss Roy said you fought bravely today on the island, blocking the giant crocodile and saving people. This armor is made from the hardest scales of that beast. Please accept this small token of our gratitude. The spoke quickly, trembling with fear. Caesar's gaze paused on the armor, which emitted a faint smell of blood and preservatives. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Oh, Leader Roy is thoughtful. Caesar's voice sounded even a little pleased. Then he used his black sword to lift the armor. This craftsmanship looks good. I should try it on to see if it fits. The subordinate's eyes flickered with a hint of uncontrollable joy. I'm glad you're satisfied. That's all I wanted. Well, I won't bother you anymore. He exhaled heavily and almost ran as he disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. The door closed. Kaiser's smile quickly faded from his face, and his eyes returned to calm. He threw his leather armor onto the floor in the middle of the room, and his black sword sliced through it, leaving sharp arcs. The tough outer layer of the scale armor was easily cut open, revealing the lining inside. Underneath the rough leather lining, countless tiny insect eggs, about the size of rice grains, were embedded densely. They clung tightly to the lining and twitched slightly. Oomph! Kaiser snorted disdainfully. Suddenly, Lena's large body erupted with a terrifying killing intent. Her crimson eyes locked onto the door, as if questioning, and she looked at Kaiser. Kaiser smiled at Lena and shook his head slightly. Lena's murderous intent immediately subsided, but her crimson eyes still vigilantly scanned outside the door. No need to rush. Kaiser's voice was deep and calm. We might have visitors tonight. Kaiser no longer looked at the poor trap on the ground. He turned around and began to organize his gear methodically, checking his water pouch and dried food bag, and placing the remaining few bottles of medicine and sharpening stones in specific spots. Lena silently cooperated, tightly tying 4 bulky animal hide bundles to her chest and back to ensure she could move freely. The two sat silently in the corner of the room, leaning on each other. Kaiser closed his eyes to rest, his black sword resting on his knees. Lena, like a vigilant guard, kept her eyes moving in the darkness, watching for every breeze outside the window and the approaching malicious footsteps. In the eastern swamp, the moonless night tonight, the swamp was shrouded in darkness, with no moonlight, and the dilapidated inn was wrapped in heavy shadows. Behind the inn, several figures pressed close to the decayed wooden wall. Has that guy already fainted? One voice lowered deliberately. Probably. When I left, I heard that big guy said he wanted to try on the armor. Hee. Another voice, excited and cruel, belonged to the subordinate who delivered the leather armor during the day. The boss gave him dream egg parasites. If they stick to the skin, they can burrow inside, numb the nerves, and make people fall into a deep sleep. He's doomed. Why does the boss want to kill him? I think he is quite capable in a fight, the third voice said with confusion. Shut up. Is this something you should be asking about the boss? Just do your job. The delivering the leather armor scolded impatiently. After a brief silence, the two figures closest to the inn's wall began to move. They didn't choose the front door, but instead skillfully threw ropes with hooks, accurately catching the wooden frame of Caesar's broken window. They moved smoothly, clearly experienced, and silently climbed up along the ropes. Soon, they reached just below the window ledge. Carefully, they peeked out, pressing their faces close to the wooden window to look inside, but it was pitch dark inside, even more so than outside. While they struggled to adapt to the darkness and tried to see the room's outline, suddenly, 6 points of red light appeared without warning in front of them. Immediately after, they saw blurry figures, 6 thick arms reaching out from the darkness beneath the red glow. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled tearing sounds rang out. The 2 outside the window couldn't even shout for help as those 6 arms, with overwhelming strength, instantly pulled the figures into the darkness inside the window, leaving only the ropes swaying gently in the night breeze. The 3 waiting in the shadows below nearly had their hearts stop. Did you see that just now? One voice trembled with fear, teeth chattering. I saw it clearly. It seems something grabbed them, another voice stammered. Retreat. Go back and tell the boss. The leader's voice changed tone, a cold chill rushing from his feet to his head. The 3 turned to run down the dark alley behind them, but just as they turned, clang! A cold metallic screech suddenly came from the shadows behind them. The 3 froze stiffly, terrified, and looked back toward the source of the sound. Caesar's figure slowly emerged from the shadows, his black sword reflecting faint, ghostly light in the dimness. Caesar's face was hidden in the shadows, only his eyes visible, cold and emotionless, fixed on them. The 3 were terrified, glancing at Caesar, then quickly turning back to the window that had swallowed their 2 companions. And just then, thud! A loud thud came from behind them. The 3 of them quickly turned around and saw a large figure standing steadily in the direction they came from. In the dim light, Lena's hood was slightly lifted, revealing 6 eyes glowing with pure hostility. 6 strong arms reached out from under her black cloak, covered in blood. The 3 of them immediately turned pale, about to shout and cry out for help. Caesar swung his black sword, and 2 heads with shocked expressions flew into the air. Almost at the same moment, Lena's huge body moved with terrifying speed. The remaining leader of the gang was caught off guard and was cut into pieces instantly. Caesar wiped the warm blood off his black sword, then looked coldly at the bodies on the ground. He raised his eyes toward the main camp of the Bounty Alliance, a cruel smile appearing on his face. Just about to attack, Caesar's voice was deep and slightly mocking. That makes it easier. Lena let out a low roar, her 6 red eyes flickering slightly. She shook off the blood from her arms and moved swiftly. She kicked away the weapons near the bodies, skillfully dragged the bodies, and stuffed them into the trash pile behind the inn. Caesar roughly covered the bloodstains on the ground with dirt and fallen leaves. The whole process was quick, quiet, and professional. After finishing, Lena tightly secured the 4 animal skin packs on her chest and back. Caesar took one last look toward the Bounty Alliance's camp, his eyes cold. Let's go. Lena responded with a low growl. Her 6 arms naturally rested on the packs, and she followed closely behind Caesar. The 2 figures, like ghosts blending into the night, silently left the bloody corner and moved toward the Bounty Alliance's camp. Eastern Marshlands, Bounty Alliance inside the main camp of the Bounty Alliance. In a room built from thick logs and animal skins deep within the camp, flickering oil lamplight cast twisted shadows of several distorted figures on the wooden wall. Idiot! Who told you to act on your own? A female voice, filled with suppressed anger, echoed in the room. The speaker was a woman dressed in a heavy black robe, her face hidden in the shadow of her hood. Only her age, around 30, was somewhat visible, and her complexion was a sickly pale. She stood in the center of the room, sternly scolding Roy, who knelt before her. At this moment, Roy was no longer the proud leader he had been during the day. He knelt there, his strong body trembling slightly. The fierce scar on his face looked even more frightening in the dim light. But now his face was full of fear. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Advisor, please don't be angry, Roy's voice trembled. I just... You've always cared about that demon hunter named Caesar, so I thought I'd try to test him for you. Test him? The woman in the black robe suddenly raised her voice sharply, with a chilling tone. Do I need you to test him? Who do you think you are? Next to her stood two men wearing hyena skin armor. They were the two bounty hunters who had been following Roy during the day. Now, under the yellow glow of the oil lamp, their faces appeared. Their skin was pale like death, their eyes hollow and lifeless, with faint blue-black veins visible under the skin. They weren't alive. They were two corpses controlled by some dark power. Roy lowered his head even more, afraid to look at the corpses or the woman in the black robe. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door of the long house was pushed open roughly. A young member of the Bounty Alliance peeked inside, worried. "Boss? Are you okay?" "I think I heard." The woman in the black robe suddenly darkened her expression. One of her eyes, visible outside her hood, lost focus instantly and turned a dull gray. Almost at the same time her eye changed color. The male corpse on her left suddenly moved very quickly. Its hollow eyes filled with bright red, and its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp, pointed teeth. Its fingernails grew long and black, turning into sharp claws. Ugh! The intruder barely had time to scream. The sharp claws of the corpse easily pierced through the intruder's simple leather armor and deeply sank into his chest. With great force, it dragged him into the room. "No, boss. Help!" The intruder's terrified cry was cut off completely. The corpse held him tightly on the ground, biting his neck fiercely. The intruder's body twitched violently, his eyes quickly lost their sparkle, and his skin shriveled visibly in a short time. The woman in the black robe slowly restored her normal eye color, and the corpse stopped feeding. She released her grip and staggered to her feet, blood and torn flesh still at the corner of her mouth, like a puppet on strings. Roy knelt on the ground, trembling and afraid to breathe. He looked at the dead bodies on the ground, feeling a pang of pity. The woman in the black robe ignored the dry corpse, and her cold gaze returned to Roy. Sweat broke out on Roy's forehead as he gathered his courage and said, "I think Caesar isn't that special. He's just a bit stronger and reacts faster. Edmund, that old guy, and the two sisters seem more effective than him." "Sir Advisor," Roy's voice trembled. I don't think he's—" "Shut up." The woman in the black robe snapped sharply. Her eyes grew serious beneath her hood. "Fool, what do you know? I'm not sure if he's the one the church is looking for." The scene where that disgusting bug was attacked was too blurry to see clearly. She slowly raised a hand. The skin on her palm suddenly wriggled strangely, then split open with a loud. A tentacle with a crimson cloth and eyes emerged from in her palm. It looked exactly like the tentacle seen near Edmund in Cold Crow Town before he died. The flesh at the tip of the tentacle twisted and changed shape, finally forming a distorted human face outline. That face bore a faint resemblance to Caesar, but it was more blurred and sinister. "If it's him," the woman in the black robe said with a tone full of fear, "then he's someone even the Lord could kill. The few fools you sent and your disgusting bug trap can't find out anything." Roy stared at the twisted shadow, a cold shiver running up his spine. His lips trembled, unable to speak. "Then, what about me?" Roy swallowed hard, full of pleading. "Sir Advisor, you promised me. My body can't hold on much longer. The decay sickness is getting worse." He instinctively covered his chest, as if something was writhing under his skin. The woman in the black robe impatiently waved her hand. The tentacle in her palm retracted instantly, leaving only a faint red mark. "The church will keep its promise, but only if you complete the task they gave you. The current problem is how to deal with this demon hunter," she said irritably, pacing back and forth in the room. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold, terrifying killing intent suddenly swept through the entire room. The oil lamp flickered wildly, almost going out. The woman in the black robe immediately felt as if she was being watched. The two corpses nearby also suddenly became restless, emitting deep, low growls. "Who?" the woman in black shouted sharply, and a faint gray-black mist instantly rose around her. However, what responded was a huge, terrifying hand. This massive hand, with a piercing screech tearing through the air, seized her entire head before the mist could fully form. Boom! A burst of immense force. The woman in black's head was forcefully pressed against the wooden wall behind her. The sturdy wood cracked loudly, and her body seemed nailed to the wall. Her hood slipped off, revealing a twisted, pale face from pain and suffocation, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Next to her, Roy was completely stunned, his mind blank. He only saw a fierce figure carrying a large shield and wielding a black sword suddenly appear in the center of the room. The figure's enormous left hand was pressing his advisor against the wall like a specimen. You. Roy wanted to make a sound to warn, but a strong wave of weakness and pain suddenly swept through his body. He looked down in disbelief. He saw that his abdomen had been pierced somehow. 6 bloody arms were emerging from the wound, grotesquely reaching out. Roy's eyes filled with fear and confusion. His body twitched violently a few times before collapsing to the ground. Blood and broken internal organs instantly soaked the animal hide carpet beneath him. He never saw who attacked him before he died. Caesar's cold gaze swept over Roy's body, then firmly fixed on the woman in black pressed against the wall. You really were watching me. Caesar's voice was deep and hoarse. Caesar had just seen a faint shadow of tentacles forming in the palm of the other person's hand in the darkness. So that's it. Even a dying curse can record images. Caesar frowned, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Although the shadow was only about 50% similar, being targeted by such a mysterious and unpredictable organization was ultimately a huge problem. And just now, Caesar overheard the woman talking about that lord in the shadows. He quickly figured out that it was probably the old man, Isis. It seems that old man holds a high position in this group. The woman in the black robe, pressed against the wall, clearly had a broken neck. The pain and suffocation made her face turn purple, but a look of hatred and determination flashed in her eyes. She knew she wouldn't survive. You can't escape. You don't even know how big we are, she gasped out broken words. There's no need for you to find me. I will kill all of you sooner or later, Caesar said with a murderous look. Then, a flash of fierce light appeared in the woman's eyes. With her last bit of strength, she crazily activated something inside her. Caesar's pupils shrank. He could clearly feel that inside the woman's body, terrifying changes were happening. Not good, Caesar's heart raced. He suddenly let go and stepped back. The woman's body twisted wildly. Every part of her grew holes, including her face. These holes were filled with many sharp-toothed, eye-covered tentacles, starting to eat away at her flesh. A curse erupted, just like in Cold Crow Town. At the moment the tentacles burst out, Caesar quickly took a small bottle from Lena's bag. It contained a pungent oil. Then, he grabbed a burning oil lamp from the nearby wooden table with his left hand. Splash! He poured the oil directly onto the transforming, expanding woman and her tentacles. Sizzle! The burning oil lamp was then thrown down. Boom! The flames instantly flared up, engulfing the woman's twisted body and the countless frantic tentacles. The tentacles' sharp screams and the foul smell of burning filled the air. In the flames, the tentacles twisted even more wildly. Their dense, sharp teeth opened and closed, emitting even more piercing screams. They seemed to want to escape the fire and record everything happening before their eyes. Caesar's eyes were cold and without hesitation. His black sword was drawn again. Clang, 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 clang. The black sword slashed fiercely into the flames, cutting at the tentacles trying to focus their gaze. Then, Caesar tore a thick, dark oilcloth from inside the cabin and quickly covered the screaming, blasphemous creature. Almost at the same time Caesar was dealing with the cursed corpse, the 2 bodies that had lost their control also completely went out of control. They roared like wild beasts, their red eyes blazing with rage, and blindly charged at the nearest living creature. A fierce growl suddenly sounded beside Caesar. Lena's large figure moved swiftly to block in front of Caesar, wielding 6 short swords wildly. In just a few moments, the 2 bodies were cut into countless pieces, with limbs and blood splattering everywhere. Caesar looked at the blackened remains on the ground, still twitching under a cloth cover, and with a few more strikes, he finished them off. Then Caesar went to Roy's bed, roughly tearing off a clean piece of animal hide to wrap Roy's remains, along with the broken body parts and the remains of the black-robed advisor. Lena silently moved to the window, her huge body surprisingly agile as she leapt out. Caesar dragged the wrapped body to the window and pushed it outside. Caesar and Lena carried the corpse again to the edge of the great swamp's core. Caesar used his large shield to forcefully push the bundle into the muddy water below. The bugs would eat all these remains completely. Next, the two returned to the gate of the Monster Hunter Guild. Caesar took out charcoal and two rough pieces of leather from his bag. He quickly wrote clear, strong words on the leather, one letter to Master Edmund, and one to the Varel sisters. After finishing, he stuffed the two letters into the crooked mailbox at the guild's entrance. Caesar took one last look at the swamp, filled with evil and death. Lena's large figure stood quietly in the dark night, her body tightly bound with four swollen animal hide bundles on her chest and back. Her 6 crimson eyes quietly watched Caesar in the darkness. Caesar looked up at the distant horizon in the east, where a dark, undulating silhouette stretched like a giant beast's back. It's the towering boundary mountain that separates the Northern Empire from the Alliance of Nations. "Let's go," Caesar said in a calm, deep voice, turning to walk toward the distant wilderness. Lena let out a low growl and followed closely behind Caesar. Behind them were burning embers and frozen bloodstains. Ahead lay unknown mountains, and perhaps even more dangerous darkness hiding within. The figures of the two disappeared into the darkness, which was even deeper than the night itself. They headed toward the mountain of the world, beginning a new journey. Eastern Great Swamp. Dawn. The swamp was still filled with fog, carrying a smell of decay. An unusual unrest was spreading through the Bounty Alliance's camp. "Roy. Boss Roy is gone." A henchman rushed into the crowd around the campfire, trembling with fear. "What? Wasn't he here last night? Where are the brothers on night duty? Where did they go?" After a brief silence, the camp suddenly erupted in chaos. Suspicion and greed grew wildly like weeds. The large Bounty Alliance quickly fell apart. Former members looked around nervously, clutching their weapons and keeping their distance from each other. Soon, several groups took control of different parts of the camp. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and the hint of upcoming violence. For the vacant leadership position, a fierce fight was inevitable. Eastern Great Swamp. Demon Hunter Guild. Meanwhile, the Forest Whisperer sisters and Edmund the Minter were walking toward the Demon Hunter Guild. "Big sister, if we meet Caesar today, should we invite him to hunt mutated wolves in the wilderness? His big shield is in front, and my crossbow will definitely shoot better." Vera looked excited. Violet sighed helplessly. "Vera, don't always bother others. Mr. Caesar has his own things to do." She glanced at her sister with a strict but caring look. Vera stuck out her pink tongue and kept walking cheerfully. Edmund and the sisters silently followed behind. The old demon hunter's cloudy eyes scanned the slightly chaotic morning streets, frowning. "Things haven't been peaceful lately. Roy, that guy, went missing last night. The Bounty Alliance is in chaos now." His hoarse voice broke their quiet talk. Violet paused slightly, almost instinctively. Her mind flashed with the image of the man carrying a big shield. When they parted last night, Caesar's expression was calm, almost cold. A chill crept up Violet's back. "Missing?" Vera also stopped, her face showing surprise and suspicion. "That scar-faced guy? Who did it?" Edmund shook his head. "Who knows? Disappearing in the swamp is easier than staying alive." As the four of them stepped into the Demon Hunter Guild, a guild attendant approached, holding 2 rough scrolls of parchment. "Master Edmund, Miss Violet, you have your letters. We just found them, tucked in the mailbox slot." "Letters?" Vera's eyes lit up, and she quickly grabbed her sister's share. When she saw the simple, strong handwriting on the parchment, she exclaimed happily, "It's Caesar." "Sister, it's Caesar's letter." Violet took the parchment, unfolded the letter, which contained only a few words. "Violet and Vera, I'm leaving first. You can find me at the Alliance of Nations later." Caesar and Lena. The writing was messy but clear, with Caesar's usual straightforward style. No extra explanations, no emotional goodbyes. "Humph," Vera pouted, looking annoyed as she crumpled the letter into a ball, then reluctantly smoothed it out again. "This stubborn guy." Edmund finished reading his own letter, which was even shorter, simply saying, "Take care." He put away the letter, a faint understanding flashing in his cloudy eyes. Caesar has his own path to follow. He's very capable. This place isn't big enough for him. Vera's mood changed quickly. She leaned close to her sister, a hint of sadness and hope in her voice. "Sister, Caesar invited us to find him at the Alliance of Nations. Let's go." "Anyway, we have no home here." That word, home, was spoken softly, tinged with the wandering spirit's melancholy. Violet didn't answer immediately. She looked at Edmund. The old demon hunter was silent for a moment, rubbing the rough fingers of his hand on his sword at his waist. Then he turned to his quiet, young apprentice. Luke, do you want to see the world outside the swamp? The true demon hunter's path shouldn't be stuck in this muddy place. But the world outside the swamp is more treacherous and dangerous. You should think carefully. Luke's face showed a mix of excitement and longing for the unknown. He grew up in this swamp filled with death and poisonous insects. The outside world was just a name on a map and vague stories in taverns. He took a deep breath, met his mentor's gaze, and nodded firmly. That nod was his resolve to break free from his cage. Violet watched the reactions of her mentor and apprentice, then looked at her sister's eager eyes. Her hesitation about the unknown disappeared. She took a deep breath, and the rotten swamp air seemed to carry a hint of new freshness. All right, after I finish my current tasks, let's go see the Alliance of Nations. We're also tired of this place. Yay! Vera immediately cheered, and the oppressive swamp atmosphere seemed to ease a little. Eastern Wilderness. The Light Lord suspended the wind on the wilderness was much colder than in the swamp, biting faces with icy gusts. Two figures moved silently along the edge of sparse woods. Caesar carried a large shield, with a black sword hanging at his waist, walking steadily. Lena's large figure followed closely behind. Her 6 arms were hidden under a wide cloak, and her crimson eyes slowly shifted beneath the shadow of her hood, alert to the snow-covered ground around them. Their team was very unusual, especially Lena's huge outline, which naturally drew the attention of monster hunters and mercenary groups nearby. But when curious and greedy eyes looked at Lena, they hurriedly looked away. No one dared to approach or provoke her. Caesar ignored this, his brow slightly furrowed, not because of the gazes, but because of the road beneath his feet. Roar! Lena let out a deep growl, leaning half a step closer to Caesar. I feel it. Caesar's voice was low, with no surprise. His black sword was already drawn a little. This was the 4th wave of monsters they had encountered since leaving the Great Swamp and heading toward the Mountain of Boundaries. The frequency was unusually high. They had just cleared a group of snow slimes hiding in shallow pits. These blue gel-like creatures emitted cold air, moved slowly, but were extremely dangerous. Caesar's black sword still had some sticky, bluish-white residue on it. He shook his sword, and the slime splattered onto the leaves, instantly freezing into tiny ice crystals. Looking at the crystals, a trace of doubt crossed his mind. Slimes, with their simple structure, can survive in many extreme environments and evolve into countless varieties. Who created them? On the entire continent, the most common monsters are undoubtedly slimes. These creatures are found everywhere, mostly small in size, but with many different abilities. According to the Kino Hunter's notes, there are at least a dozen types of slimes, including ice slimes, magma slimes, common mud slimes, and even dung slimes, adapted to living in cesspits. Lena was close behind Caesar, with 6 arms slightly raised, ready to defend against any sudden attack from any direction. The air was filled with the smell of monsters, but it was not yet a serious threat. On the way through the Great Swamp and the Confusion Mountains, it was not silent. Instead, it was quite lively. In the distance, you could see other small groups hunting lone monsters in the wilderness. If they were lucky and caught some rare monsters, they might not have to worry for the rest of their lives. Suddenly, Caesar paused and looked toward a pile of rocks on the left front. The atmosphere there felt strange. One side was a 4-person mercenary team. 3 tall, strong men with rough, pale skin, typical of the northern region, wore worn armor, and carried battle axes and long swords. They stood in a triangle formation, protecting a woman in the middle. The woman had a healthy, wheat-colored skin tone, deep and defined features, and a charming look typical of the Golden Kingdom. She had a hot figure, and her leather armor couldn't fully hide her curves. She looked nervous and tightly held a short sword. In the middle of the confrontation was a young man, probably in his early 20s. His clothes were fancy and out of place in the wilderness. He was accompanied only by a servant in plain gray cloth, holding a delicate silver water jug. The young man's face showed obvious arrogance and greed. His eyes were fixed on the female mercenary, ignoring the other 3 mercenaries. I like this woman, he said in a teasing, privileged tone, casually pointing at her. You guys, get out of here, or I might just leave you with a worthless life to go drink. One of the mercenaries, a man with a scarred face and clearly the leader, instantly turned pale. His fingers, gripping his battle axe, turned white as he clenched his fists. Boy, watch your mouth. Now get out of here, or I'll just give you a good slap. He snapped. Yeah, crawl back into your mother's belly and drink milk. Another mercenary spat, looking fierce. The dead in this place are so rotten even the bone birds wouldn't want the meat. The third mercenary added fiercely. The scar-faced leader's anger boiled inside. Usually, he would have chopped this reckless provocateur with his axe. But what really worried him was the man's overly clean clothes and expensive jewelry. On this land where the law does not reach, dressing so flamboyantly, you are either a foolish sheep or a powerful dragon with backing. Clearly, the other person is not the former. He glances at the servant out of the corner of his eye, appearing ordinary and unremarkable. However, this makes him feel even more uneasy. Caesar stops behind a large rock in the distance, blending perfectly into the shadows. Lena, a large creature, also stops behind Caesar, with only her 6 red eyes slightly turning to lock onto that area. She growls softly, a sound only Caesar can hear. Caesar nods slightly, sensing it too. A strong, threatening aura constantly surrounds the young nobleman. This feeling does not come from the servant, but from deeper shadows, tightly fixed on the young man, while also vigilantly watching for any threats that might approach. The young nobleman seems angered by the mercenary's insults. His arrogant smile turns fierce. A bunch of dirty dogs, stop barking so loudly. As soon as he finishes speaking, the leader of the mercenaries flashes a fierce look in his eyes. He suddenly makes a very subtle hand gesture. The mercenary behind him, on his right, who had been shouting earlier, quickly raises a hidden crossbow from behind. Whoosh! And poison bolt shoots straight at the young nobleman's heart. Fast and ruthless, clearly an experienced shot. Clang! The bolt hits precisely, but the arrowhead instantly twists and deforms, flying away. It only leaves a tiny white dot on the nobleman's embroidered robe. The young nobleman's fierce smile grows even more menacing. A dog is just a dog, only capable of using some low tricks. He leisurely brushes off his collar. Now, it's my turn to play.